Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn a flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. Bring the firefight, baby. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'll find you in the dead of night. Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the slave. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster. I get still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's broken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky alone among the stars, without forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than
never die. Whoa, faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Whoa, faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then be true to who I am ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we drowning victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring water to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning, I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moved in, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like this
Intel
real.
Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, and Coinbase.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Om 3 dage, drengene. Vi ses, Benja. Ja. Hallo, boys.
I guess I'm a little nervous since I think everyone is on their first big LAN. But I think it's you're still playing CS, you're still playing the same game as before you joined the Tier 1 team. So I think that's something you can't forget.
Yeah, it feels great to be meeting my teammates back.
Cool to see some of these new guys just pop up, right? And now it's their turn to also show that they're here to stay.
Yeah, it's finally LAN and feel motivated to play.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to get back on lane now and actually know that what teams we're playing. This is a good start for Counter-Strike again.
Well, today we mark the beginning of a new offline era for Counter-Strike, one that sets the tone for the future of the professional CSGO scene as we know it. And the online stars of yesterday will be given that chance to prove themselves on LAN, the one true rite of passage in this esports world. And if that doesn't make some palms sweaty, then I'm not exactly sure what will. It all begins today with the plans, which is due for an explanation. And here is how we got the play-in teams themselves. This is how we got them to Cologne. Above the green line, you will see the teams who qualified for groups, but today's and tomorrow's matches are about those below it as they fight for a spot within the main event to join those aforementioned teams. Welcome, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. My goodness, it's a LAN, and it's everything that we could have possibly bargained for coming back into what is the greatness that Counter-Strike has to offer. My name is Trace Saranthus, and of course with me will be many a people. For the time being, I'm gonna welcome you all right here, right now. I've had a little bit of a hiatus, but I am more than excited to get back to the action right here, right now, on LAN with Maniac. And of course, we're looking at Yanko digitally over there somewhere as well. What's up, gentlemen? Yanko, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling awesome, Trace, because of the fact that we're back on LAN. We have the highest level of competition here. We have all the best teams. A little bummed out I couldn't be there with you guys as of right now, but that doesn't matter. It's all about Cologne and the tournament we all love.
I feel like Yango's dodging me. That's what's happening
Yeah,
right now. That's the second time. I was really hoping to, you know, get my time with him. We're going to have to wait a little bit for that, but I cannot be anything else but excited.
Yeah, I mean, for us all to have sat here for quite some time and looked at LAN and what it meant and where it's been, rather. We know where it's been. We know why we haven't been playing it. I'm looking at it, guys, and LAN means so much. It even means more to our commentators. I'm going to bring in right now. We're going to have Machine and Sponge to kick this day off. Gentlemen, hello there.
Hi. Oh, it's exciting.
Everyone's excited. Yeah, look, LAN, I think right now, you got to put it through your legs. So we're getting used to the new setup right now as well here, Trace. But that right there is the most important thing, the new setup, right? In that little intro you saw from Linus, yeah, it's the same game that they play at home. Yeah, but the thing is, right, I remember when I went to LANs back in the day, I used to take a little level for the monitor, right? The chair height has to be perfect. The desks, the mouse pad, the space, the room, everything. Those little details from when you play at home to when you now play in this environment, you're nervous. And those details make a very big difference. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. Are these youngsters going to be able to overcome that early?
Yeah, and for me as well, I just want to draw attention to these scary, scary best of ones. Like, win 2, you're in, lose 2, you're out. And because it's LAN, because of everything you just mentioned, is the chair right? Is the monitor the right angle? Did I get my settings? If any of those slip up in that best of 1, you're suddenly against a super stacked play-in bracket, some of the very best teams in the world, and it's a best of 3 and you're out.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and messy, Trace, I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking pretty much a wake-up call for some of these people. A lot to look forward to on LAN. Of course, we're looking forward to getting back into the action. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll be joining you just shortly. For the time being, we're going to continue on down the path, which is introducing you to every element of this show. We've got Frankie down on the sidelines in Cologne, pretty close to the players. Not too close to the players, but pretty close. Frankie, what's up?
I'm not allowed to get too close to the players. I basically get to stand behind this screen, and then the players come for a breath of fresh air, and I just stand here, and I'm like, it's a Counter-Strike player in the flesh. It's very, very exciting, Trace. I can't help myself.
No, completely understandable. You know, it's quite the backdrop you have there. I'm actually quite envious. It looks great. Frankie, talk to me a little bit about some of the stuff that we've got going on today. I know that you're going to be talking to players, getting some of the emotions and the feels. What's going on down there?
Well, everyone's got the feels, quite honest, whether you're a player, whether you're in production, or whether you're little old me standing right here. No one can quite believe that we've got to this point. Carmack's Twitter account, if you haven't checked it out right now, is it's really, really exciting because he's putting all the stats there. He can tell you all about the effort that's gone into making this happen. 430 PCs, 120 players, 119 are here in Cologne. We've got one more member of Virtus Pro yet to arrive. So there are a few players who will be playing from their hotel rooms. Everyone has to do a 72-hour quarantine once they get here, just to make sure that everything is safe and good to go. You get tested in your room. Everything is being taken as carefully as possible. All the precautions are in place. And so is the Counter-Strike. We've got 8 tournament rooms where our teams are playing against each other. There's going to be no latency here. This is LAN, pure and simple. And quite frankly, we can't believe we made it, but we did.
It all comes down to how you deal with pressure.
It's also a player who doesn't let the outside distractions get to him.
Everyone's playing on the same conditions. You're not in the comfort of your own home.
You need to be able to adapt and also not overthink everything.
Getting a really good mentality for him and for his teammates, for his team.
A lot of people don't really know how much pressure is around you when you play on a LAN, whereas when you're online you can take peaks you probably wouldn't take on LAN because there's no pressure from the outside.
There's so much going on that, like, you can easily even be mid-round and look up and like, oh, like that's like a big camera on me, you know? So I think over time, as you become more of a veteran player and you ignore those things and just focus on your game.
The LAN player in our team is definitely Tapson. He brings in so much power when he plays on LAN. He screams all the time. Sometimes he doesn't have a voice anymore after games because he's been screaming so much.
Probably going to be Russ. He's a very vocal player when he plays on LAN, so I think it's going to be good.
Apex is the one who is going to show the most his emotion. I will be more shy, but I feel the same goosebumps on my body and the butterfly in my stomach, you know.
Config is one of the players who is like the most consistent from his online to LAN play. Like, he's just the same player in my opinion. He won't be scared to do whatever.
Enjoy that pressure. You have to enjoy being at 14-14. Should we eco? Should we buy? We're on the stage. You have 15 seconds to make that decision. You have to learn to enjoy that rather than to panic.
A lot of players are going to have to adapt again to playing in a studio environment, so it's going to be exciting to see who can deal with that pressure in the best way.
New to LAN, and perhaps LNZ's not the only one. Perhaps this is your first LAN you've ever tuned in for, and we're glad to have you here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. LNZ, just one of the many talking points about, new players coming into LAN. Yanko, I'm looking at you, and I'm trying to put a finger on it. How many teams are going to run into problems with this?
I think that's going to be tough to say. You can look at it at both sides. LNZ is right. It's still the same game. You're still playing the same stuff, but the environment is different. I think that's what it comes down to, the pressure. Even on the server, you have games online who felt like LAN games. Sometimes when Gambit, Navi play each other, in a big game, you see the CS that reminds you of LAN, and that's what we're going to see here in Cologne. Much more of that, and players kind of playing more reserved than we're used to in this online era.
And, Maniac, I look at you and also think of teams like Navi, for example, where they have a guy like Bit who hasn't necessarily played at this level.
No, and listen, there was a quote that Fred put out in that interview that I really liked, is you have to know how to enjoy the pressure.
That was good.
Appreciate the pressure. And it is actually, I think, the rite of passage that any of these rookies have to go through now, going from being pressured, crumbling a little bit, to actually just dive in that pressure and make it your ally. And so from some of these players, you talk about Bit, we can talk about Mizuta, we talk about LNZ. These are all players that will have to go through that, but in a very short span, because of the context, this is very prestigious.
And luckily for them, a lot of these players that are showing face now are going to have, some guiding hands alongside of them. You think about LNZ, you look at Device just sitting next to him. That guy's got a ton of experience. Bit alongside of Navi. There's a ton of experience right there. And, inversely, we can look at the big picture. Some of these guys have played so many LANs, it's hard to even keep count of, Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of experience in that event. If you just go back to before Counter-Strike had to merge to online only, think about the Liquid, think about the Astralis, think about FaZe. There are names, obviously, in here who we hope to see a regain of ego, motivation, all of these elements that come into play.
So, Yanko, I'm looking at you, and I'm wondering, is there going to be a big reality check for someone here?
Yeah, I think here we have, all of Meister, the GOAT. He has 81 LANs, and we had LNZ with 0. I mean, it just tells you
81.
with, some of these players, the difference in experience. And I think you look at FaZe kind of as the team, that they're really eager to play on LAN, right? You have all these veteran players. That's why you formed a lineup in this sense. You're hoping for that LAN. You're hoping for those high pressure moments where your players can really deliver. And I think that's like, even in the first matchup for them against EG, we have two similar teams. And I think that's going to be one of the most interesting aspects of this tournament. Some of these veteran teams that have fallen off during the online era, will they bounce back now on LAN?
Yeah, tons of question marks, at least for some of those veterans. They went back basically in time to playing at home, playing online. Now, we get to look forward and try to predict what time might look like at the very end of the play-ins. We're going to have a 1xBet prediction here brought to you by us, The Talent. And with that, I've got my submission right here, which is actually the teams that we think are going to be making it through the play-ins on into the main event. So that's what it's all about. You're just tuning in. There's only 2 lifelines right here at the play-ins, and we're going to have our eyes attuned to those. Again, that's 1xBet, and these are our predictions. Now, just on the other side of this, I've got to ask you, Maniac, what's a team that you think is not going to make it? Other side of the spectrum.
I have my doubts when it comes to big. I just think the pressure of the context is going to mount up to something incredible right there in Cologne. We know that is a homeland for them. We know how much it matters for them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they've struggled just a little bit. So would that be the breaking point, or is this where they have their renaissance?
Yeah, the renaissance. I'm looking at you, Yanko. What are you thinking?
I think the team that's not going to make it, I think it's going to be... I'm going to disappoint Maniac here. I'm going to say Vitality is going to flop at this tournament.
That's it.
Okay.
Like they played much better, but now, the reason was like Misuta stepped up a lot, right? And now at the LAN, if he doesn't contribute and it's all on Zai, well, they have a tough bracket ahead of them. Like in the winner's game, it might be OG, and then it's just one game and you can be out.
Yeah, and it really is that easy, right? You lose 2 games and you're out. I also think about maybe a complexity right here. I'm thinking that they're going to have a tough time ahead of them. And really, I don't see a world where they lose to Vici, let's be honest. But I do feel like some of their last sparks flew around Pro League, Season 13. I think they're almost in the same boat as EG, Yanko.
Yeah, I think that's going to be interesting. Again, they're on the same side of the bracket too. If they win their initial games, they can meet. You know, that trio that we have there, EG, FaZe, Complexity, those games can go either way. So I think that's going to be the most exciting part of this play-in bracket early on.
Yeah, early on, and that's exactly what we're going with here. It's early days, early hours, early minutes. We're starting to count them down as we get into this first matchup of the tournament, so allow us to do just that. We've got to do some formalities. We've got to get back into the rhythm of putting ourselves in game. We're going to be doing that with a little bit of a pre-match. When we return, we're going to have that first game of the day. We're looking at the Ninjas in pajamas featuring Device, a new star in LNZ. Will he rise to the occasion? Not entirely sure, because Sixer and Haji on the other side of LDLC, well, I'm sure they've got some words to say about it. We'll be right back after this, everyone. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit good. Out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. We both the same without rock bottom. Let it go, but we come back to craving problems. Am I your favorite kind of shame? Do I make you wanna don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for. Don't go chasing your demons and ghosts, 'cause you might find what you're looking for. You might find what you're looking for.
LDLC as an opponent, it's hard to tell what level they are at right now. They're currently playing in the leagues below us, so it's hard to know. We haven't played them in a really long while. I do know, however, that they have some really strong players, especially in Maka. I always found him a really good player. We played him when he played in Heretics a couple of times last year. They took a few maps off of us, so definitely not an opponent that we will underestimate at all. And of course, it's always scary to go into the first match of a play-in as they are the underdogs, right? They just have everything to win. There will be some nerves, so we have to come super prepared.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
Well, the matchup's been set. We've got the Ninjas of Pajamas taking on LDLC to start off the Until Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. Welcome back, everybody. This is LAN. That's right. Look right there on your screens. You can't even deny it anymore. We're on a local area network. This is nuts. I can't even really believe what I'm seeing or saying at that notion.
Linus, thank you for joining me. It is your first LAN with NIP. Have you considered what this means for your performance?
I think it might affect my performance in a way that I get nervous, which I think is pretty normal for a young guy like me. But I think you kind of have to ignore it to actually perform at your best, and that's what I'm trying to do right now.
I know you've been working closely with your performance coach, David. Can you share any of the advice he's given you?
I think it's hard to say specific advice, but I think he helps everyone in the team in a very positive way with how you should approach problems mentally and how you can boost your performance with your, for example, how you eat and etc.
So tell me about the changes that you've made coming into this event, because it's your third with NIP.
I think we haven't really had time to change anyway, because we never really had a way, because it's only, as you said, it's only been 2 events before this. And I think we're just trying to practice our own way and do the things that we feel like is needed with me in the lineup.
Well, what is needed with you in the lineup?
I think what I lack is experience, and I think that's what we're just trying to get me. Just play a lot together and talk about the problems that we do in game and then just eventually fix them.
Well, something that's been noted about you is you seem quite experienced when it comes to trading. Is that something you learned in Young Ninjas or something you've developed since joining the big Ninjas?
I think it's just something that I've developed when I joined Young Ninjas. I think we played a lot of games and I was never really the entry fragger, so I just learned how to trade the best way. And I don't really think about it too much. I just play my own game, to be honest.
Last event before the player break. I know it's kind of crunch time for you at the moment, Linus. Are you expecting to be playing for NIP on the other side of the player break?
I really hope so. It would be definitely a dream coming true.
Deck laners.
That's an interesting way of looking at it, albeit the Ninjas of Pajamas really getting a test here, a real big test even, obviously with some newcomers into their lineup. I'm now just real curious what happens to NIP at this event. Yanko and Maniac here with me, of course. Yanko, let's talk about NIP.
Yeah, I think it can go either way. We've been criticizing them a little bit. I mean, you look at the changes, right? They're making the team younger. It's a great thing in the long run, but we were scared a little bit of them making it too young when Rez was the most experienced player on the team. Then the device roster change happens, and that just feels exactly what the doctor ordered. Star player, very experienced, of course, multiple major winner, individually a great player, amazing opper. So I think now NIP has all the pieces that they need, especially with all the support staff that they have around the team to really break into and get that contender status.
So I'm looking at you, Maniac, and I'm thinking the same thing here. Let's get a little progress report with Device now and NIP.
Well, I think as an individual for Device, the way ahead is quite long, you know, to be that superstar again that he was in Astralis. We know he said it in multiple interviews. He wants to take a bit of distance towards the structure of the game, take more space as a player, but that's not something you can do overnight. You know, NIP have a structure, and I think it's going to take time for him to shine. But I think he boosted other players in that roster. You look at the likes of Rez, for example, he's going back to his superstar level. Just wanted to quickly touch back on LNZ, right? He said in an interview, that's an element. This could be the last event with an IP. If things go south for him as an individual, that could be it. You talk about a Damocles sword for this young man.
Yeah.
This could be the end. Think about just losing a stupid best of 1, then suddenly you have to fight back 2 best of 3. They don't make the cut to play in. That is it. We might not see LNZ again. So that's all in his mind.
So also, I mean, the good news for him being not naive to that, because that's actually pretty important.
It's huge.
And you've got to kind of take that with the run. You got to take your licks on that one, because it is what it is. You get here on land, maybe you don't show up, maybe you don't play after the player break. We actually just heard him say that. For us, you know, it doesn't really stop with NIP either. We can't just pass the buck on LDLC. I mean, they did qualify through the ESL National Championships. Their team France, in case you didn't know, they went on to beat Sprout in the grand final. And, you know, weirdly enough, I look at this lineup, and you could probably, you know, really dissect it, Maniac, but I'm looking at players that are more household names. We've got a Sixer and a Haji, and then you're looking at players like Lambert, Kiaz, and Maka. What about them?
Well, the thing is, as you say, there's a nice little balance of experience and fresh new blood in some sense. You say Sixer, Haji, they both had their run in Envious. The likes of Kios, I don't know if you remember Berlin, he was in Simon Gaming at the time. Lombe has been around the French scene for the longest time. He's a very experienced IGL in that regard. But my eyes will go on Maka. I think he is the one that we have to keep in mind, not only because he's the best performing player in that team in the last 3 months, but also because when it comes to these S-tier events, he hasn't really proven anything yet. We're still waiting. You know, he never really had his shot at the top level. He was in 3D Max, then he was in Heretics, and now he's in LDLC, and he's got this huge opportunity to showcase his talent. So that's going to be an interesting one.
So we talk about Maka, and really my curiosity just wants to know what he brings to the table. You know, if it's something where we're wondering what he's going to do here on LAN, what is it that he brings as an element to this LDLC lineup?
Skill, explosiveness, obviously main AWP, he takes a little bit of responsibility off the shoulders of Sixer, who's now is a secondary, and yeah, just basically his skill. You look at his rating, his ADR, the numbers don't lie. He is a very explosive element for LDLC. He's going to be needed to bring in the frags, need that firepower, and I'm looking at him for that.
Yeah, and you know, I guess just an overall diagnosis, Yanko, I don't imagine you've watched too many LDLC games, but what do you think?
Yeah, we haven't really seen him in the tier 1 scene, and I think that's another story for this matchup. Looking at just some of the stats for them in the last 3 months, they didn't even face a team from the top 30, right? So it's a completely different level of opposition that they need to face here. But I will say that I love that we have them here, and I love that we have these ways for, you know, teams to come and attend the biggest LANs, even without, you know, being highest in the world ranking or anything along those lines. You know, firsthand, it's just awesome that you can have a way with just playing really well, playing good Counter-Strike, qualifying and coming to the big stage and competing with the best out there.
Look, it's a David versus Goliath. That's how we have to put it. And there's going to be a lot of these games in the play-ins. But the caveat is that it's the first game on LAN. It's a best of one, so you know the story. I'm not going to go through that whole song again. We know what we think about best of one. But the implications could be huge. The lower bracket part, that's all in best of 3, could beat stack. So if you're NIP and maybe you misstep the pistol round first, you have the economy going against you, suddenly you end up losing a best of 1. You have to fight for these 2 wins in best of 3s in the lower bracket. And no one wants that to happen. It's going to be quite hard. NIP are the favorite by all possible accounts. There is no dimension, no stats, no storylines where we could put LDLC ahead. But if there ever was a time to surprise, maybe that could be now, Tris.
Yeah, it very well could be. Now, if you're LDLC, you want to get that foot off in the right direction. Sure. Probably the most important part of it. You're 2 wins away from getting to the main event in Cologne, you know, and that sounds pretty sweet. Sounds kind of relatively easy, but not, you know, it's not easy. 2 wins right out of the break. Yanko, talk to me a little bit about like making it easier rather than working harder.
I think for them, it's just about enjoying the moment, right? Like they're obviously the big underdog here, but it's, you know, the first big LAN to be back. No one expects them to really do much in this tournament. So you can just have fun, try to relax yourselves, and as much as possible, keep relying on that skill. You know, all of these teams are counting on everyone playing more reserved, you know, realizing it's LAN. If you do the opposite and you just keep winging it like you were doing online, you might catch a few people off guard and just maybe slither your way into the next round.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people probably still wondering, wait, is that Device wearing a Ninja? Yeah, actually, he is. And you know, I think, Yanko, you put it quite well. This is a, you know, a star walking onto this team and probably what the doctor ordered. How far can that possibly go is the real question, Yanko.
I think they have the ingredients in place. A lot of it is going to depend on the other guys, right? Like guys like obviously LNZ or ZTR, however we see in this lineup long term, how are they going to perform individually? We saw Rez that he could do it. Plopsky, he's also had some good games before. Hampus is another name that you want to see in these big S-tier LANs, how he's going to play. But you always need that second guy. Look at Gambit, right? With what Hobbit brought to the team. That's sort of an Device coming into Astralis type of the Device coming into NIP type of a scenario from Astralis, right? So the ingredients are there, but whether they will mesh as well as we saw them doing Gambit, that's something that time will have to tell.
Yeah, and it's going to be one hell of a story for time to tell. For us, we need to also pay attention to the fact that this is a best of 1. You know, the confines of that might play in early on, Maniac.
Absolutely, and it always is the story that best of one somewhat favors the one with more luck, the challengers, right? Because you don't have to fight in that best of 3 when it comes to maps as well. Maybe you have the possibility to push some of the maps you don't want to play. It used to be a handshake, and that's why it's going to be here. But truly, that is the only element we can mention, Tris, the best of one. That is the only silver lining for LDLC. We would never have that conversation if that was the best of 3, but it is how it is.
Yeah, and you know, for us to sit here and talk about best of ones, obviously we need to know what that one map actually is. So let's check it out. I think it's that easy.
Yeah, this one is interesting because we've seen, you know, with new maps coming into the pool, usually teams avoid it at the very start, but so many teams have been willing to play Ancient. We even saw it in 2 best of ones at IEM Summer, which was the first event that we played it. So I wouldn't put it out of the question, even though the favorites didn't have as much success playing the underdogs, but it's definitely a bigger possibility than we saw with the earlier new maps.
I think that LDLC are not in such a bad situation against NIP because they're going to remove the Overpass and the Mirage. I would be surprised to see NIP allowing Inferno to stay. Dust 2 would actually have been a possibility for me. So now I'm getting a little bit sweaty behind the knees because Inferno is right there. That's a very good map for LDLC. Ancient is still here. So actually that's what it is, Tris. It's Inferno Ancient. You have a favorite, you have a guess?
I do like Ancient.
There we go.
Oh, it's happening.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So we got Ancient on the very first game. On the very first day of the plans. And I'm cool with that. I'm completely cool with that. I'm also curious, like, do you normally sweat behind your knees, or is it like the palms, or, you know, what happens there?
It kind of depends on the map we play. Sometimes the elbows. If it's Ancient, it's definitely the knees. It kind of depends, you know.
Yeah, it definitely is that. So is there a chance here, Yanko, on Ancient for LDLC?
Listen, Trace, a chance always exists. There's always a chance. Hope dies last and all that stuff. But I do believe in NIP. You know, they wouldn't have let Ancient go through if they weren't well prepared on it. And also the fact that LDLC simply hasn't faced, even individually, this level of opposition in the last 3 months or so. I give the full advantage here to NIP, and I think they're going to take care of this one without too many issues.
We've got just a few more seconds. Maniac,
3 seconds.
Thoughts?
Echo Yanko's sentiment. Sure, LDLC can play Ancient, but they have never really played it at that level. The things they think might be working might just not. And there's going to be a reality check. It's called Res and Device.
Yeah, well, speaking of Res, he was the last one to die there on the knife round, which means LDLC do pick up that knife round. They do get to select their side. And we get into the damn game, which is exactly what we're going to be doing with Sponge and Machine. Gentlemen, it's my honor. Take it away.
God, thank you so very much, Trace, Yanko, and Maniac. It's a pleasure, an absolute pleasure and an honor to be sitting here casting not only the first game of IEM Cologne, the first LAN game after 491 days, but it's on Ancient as well, Chad.
Yeah, slap yourself. This is actually happening, ladies and gentlemen. And that knife round, ODLC have picked the CT side here. Opted for a pretty heavy B setup, and Kios, he's going aggressive, pushing down long. This is going to get...
Who's holding it? Devices, but... Oh, headshot angle, device tucked in, Plopsky aware, communication is in play, and bloodshed is drawn. Sixer has to pull the plug on the trade, and Linus has put a lot of pressure here on towards the A site. So that's going to fake. He's trying to draw a rotation. It doesn't look like they're biting.
Nothing's moving right now.
That's a problem. It's even worse now. Haji's gone. They want to pivot A, surely.
NIP aren't moving. They're still towards the B bomb site.
They've got full control of the other side of the map. Here they come. On towards the ramp. Mac is contesting mid. Shelf's a problem. He's gone. And this is looking all the more like a ninjas in pajamas pistol. 4 versus 2. Lambert does equalize a little. Sixer needs this one, and he's just in the air, jumping around the corner, not going to get anything done. Just Lambert, 20 HP and a dream. Not to be, NIP, solid pistol.
Yeah, and it came to them, right? The fight was forced. The fake still came on through from the ninjas, and you could see what they were opting for there. They wanted to force out all those rotations of that CT side, but yeah, the kills, simple as you like. Now we get to see how ODLC want to approach things here, right? As the underdog team, getting to the newest map in the pool like Ancient, you can see the positives. You can see why you would want to be throwing this spanner in the works early. And they've gone with a 4 spy as well. Deagles, 4 of which. Lambert onto that 5-7, and a bit of light util to work with. Going with Haji over towards that A site. Maka soloing mid, and Sixer, Lambert, and Kios to defend the B site. Map here have sent everybody over here, so a little bit of chip damage early.
We're going to lose Sixer early. Kios has got a lot to do with this Deagle now. Calling for the backup as best he can. Yeah, there's no problems here for Hampus. Now there is a bullet in his head, and if this 5-7 connects from Lambert, we could be on for a bit of a winner here. Pressure will come through towards that lights room. smoked off, buys some time. They've got 3 AKs on their second round buy here, chat. This could get very costly if those deagles keep connecting.
They need to be so careful about this. Rez is going in for a fight. Kios is watching this.
Yeah, 1 bullet's all it takes from that deagle. The spray, they're both down. That's embarrassing. Kios and Maka just couldn't find that final 20 damage onto Rez. Lambert could try and equalize here. Does. Too many targets. He'll fall as well. And it was Hadji, the A defender, who's managed to make his way towards this left side short.
All right, easy as you like in the end there. So that's a big win from NIP. Going into the stack, they weather the storm. And now they're going to set themselves up for what should be a little bit of a freebie as a third round. LDLC will be taking an eco here. And if you're not too familiar with LDLC, the Des touched on it. They came through that national championship. Here's the, I guess, only highlight for LDLC in that round. This spray down, they should have converted this one, right?
Seeing just how long he's holding that spray, I don't know. You did throw the word embarrassing out, buddy, I have to admit, though. Lots of chaos and probably a little bit of nerves as well for LDLC. We talked a lot about Linus and LNZ. He talked about his nerves, but of course, LDLC, a lot of those players are going to be doing the same.
Ooh.
Maka caught out, looking good. The nade's dunking, and this is going to be a quick one, you'd expect. 1 more left on the chopping block, and we have our 3-0 conversion. So Pistol following 2, NIP are off to a flying start, and they're going to have plenty of cash in the coffers to start their campaign strong.
Yeah, Flush known for bringing out the pistols there. Hampus doing his best impression, because Flush is not with us at this one. So it's probably been a few Colognes that we haven't seen Flusher in, right? So yeah. Some big names missing this time round. And the AWP's out for Maka here. I guess a lot would be looking to him as the star player of this LDLC roster.
We've got 3 CTs contesting early mid here. I'm going to be interested to see how their CT setups take shape. Look at this, very aggressive. They're going to try and get up shelf early, I think. Hampus Molotov'd off, a smoke upon it. Now enables it to boost. Oh, I love this. This is going to hurt. Plopsky, are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, he spots the head. Lambert cancels it. It does look, though, like LDLC have seized at least that man advantage.
Yeah, Hampus just went down through that mid-smoke, so a big opening from Maka, and they're just dropping back into a passive setup. Kios, Lambert, they've evacuated. Maka's rotated over towards B, and Six is on his lonesome. He's going to be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, as soon as he pokes his head around the corner, he did not anticipate that much ground so quickly. NIP, big advantage recovered, and it gets even worse. Maka caught out. That's the AWP just fallen flat on its face. Kios trying to contest. That's a big fight. Needs to win this one. 3 versus 3 for now. Bomb down and ticking. NIP have got the advantage. He wants more. Rez is bringing a fight. A little bit of an online flare to him as he's flashed off. AWP recovered.
Oh, what a pick that was.
Angle. Yeah, that was so brave. He's trying to keep that high tempo. Could cost him, though. Plopsky down to half. Hadji on a bit of a late flank. I don't think Device is expecting this. This could be a 3v1 any second. And it is. All onto Plopsky. Lambert, first to fall. Bomb ticking in his favor. If he could just knock him off that. I don't see Kits. He's even got the wall bang. It's over. It's over, Red Rover. Nothing for them to do. Plopsky secures it for NIP. That AWP, can he save it? I wonder. Hadji, distance.
Yeah, easy there. Okay, that one got dicey for a moment, didn't it? LDLC just on the clock. Looked like they had a very good retake in play, and Plopsky using the wall bang to his advantage there. We all know what's going on with that one right there, but in that case, LDLC getting punished, and this was the opener. Tracer shots there, and Maka converts. You can see looking for that boost. That's something that NIP have been doing. They boost over that mid-smoke, so Maka well aware of the tendencies, but after this, just walking in and taking out Sixer, that's where things just started to fall apart.
I'm not making it up, though, am I? That round looked like Rez is trying to keep the pace.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep the fight going, and, well, this is an interesting little purchase right now. It's a half buy from LDLC around this AWP, and the boost from Hampus is coming in this time round. No early indication from NIP on this one. Want to identify where that AWP is lying. Do your best to absolutely avoid it. But they've kept a lot of utility in their back pocket here, Ninjas.
I will say this B site feels very suffocating. What just happened? Kios beheading Device. First put out of his deagle. He's already caught a couple of those scorches. IP.
Look how fluid they are. LDLC just repositioning. Now they're going for a fight over towards Lamps. They're going to get a lot more action here.
Fixer hit with the warning shot. There's more, though. Could bait him in. Oh, Rez. Multiple targets. He should go down, and he does. The Deagles need to pull this across the line for LDLC. Hampus to stabilize. Molotov out. He won't be able to escape. Kios does fall, so 4 becomes 3. Looks like they're going to commit.
Mac is here with the AWP. He's rotated
They're
in time.
Yeah, and that's not... Oh, that was his chance. It whistles past the ear of Ninjas now in. Smokes deployed. Sixer unchecked. Double! They walk up and line up. The Deagle takes him down. Only Hampus. He's got to clear the corner. 20 seconds. He needs Sixer and now finds it. Maka can't. Oh dear. Maka's in a lot of problems here. Baiting with the barrel. It's a matter of time. The bomb needs to be planted, but Maka beat and eliminated by Hadji. Okay, LDLC put their first on the board. It got very sketchy towards the end there, but Sixer catching them with that off angle. We know all too well, Chad, how powerful that little corner is.
It's such a dirty line, especially when there's distractions going on elsewhere in the site here. So just walking up, lining up, and that one fell apart for NIP. This was just really the saved AWP and some upgraded Deagles. So check this one out. Definitely not intending to have that one happen. So a lucky day at the office there for Sixer, but he'll take it and they'll convert a big one. So LDLC bounce back. Got some residual cash here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what happens. A with Lambert, B with Hadji. I love a bit of early aggression mid.
He's on the flank as well. He's going to keep pushing here.
He is.
Behind 4 of them.
Lambert, you are being a very cheeky bean. Oh, he's fully called it. Trigger discipline on land, bombs on their back, and Plopsky checks it! Oh, Lambert's going to be red-faced after that one. That was a round-winning chance. He's just...
Kios is coming now.
Another one. They'll be checking, they'll be waiting, does find an equalizer. Kios has saved them, can retreat. But that is a disaster. Okay, recovered, and there's more. Maka taking down Rez just on the high peak. Okay, a change of pace to our game into round 6.
Look at Kios right now. He's staying close towards middle here. It's re-smoked off, but he's just hanging around for another frag.
That would be the bomb if Linus doesn't clear his corners. There it goes. Device has to trade. He doesn't. Kios with 2. Only Plopsky remaining now for the Swedes, and 50 seconds for him to piece this one back together again. They don't want to let him get away. Hadji gives him the fight. Okay, LDLC, they string together 2, and now they've got plenty of cash to splash. What a start, though.
What a calamity that would have been as well, because Lambert, it looked genius. It looked absolutely phenomenal. And what has hinted Plopsky to turn around at all? He must have had a second guess and a half there. That was some wild stuff there. But LDLC string 2 together, and they've actually put NIP on notice.
Here we are. So he's just doing his clears. He has a little look, and...
There's no way. Come on, Plopsky, mate.
Part of their flight path. He's smoked off. He's got nothing else to look at.
That is wild right there.
Man.
What a great shot. Okay, well, NIP, they're forced into this. They've got an AK on Plopsky. Some upgraded pistols, and here goes Plopsky again. He's already taken down Maka.
At least that AK is going to be within reach to be recovered and juggled over to Rez. Hadji will smoke them off. It seems like they wanted to once again dip their toe into that A pool. Bit of a gap there. Could catch Hampus. He's actually managed to catch him straight through the smoke. Hadji, the A defender, falls, and a man advantage returns for NIP.
Have a look at the util they have left here. I think they were going for one of these A executes, so you can just note the smokes. They've got 3 remaining right now, 1 for Rez, Hampus, and Linus. They're all on device now, and well, they have to deal with Sixer and Lambert. Kios is on his own over towards that B bomb site, but they can set up util for days here. A temple smoke, get one over towards Donut, one towards CT spawn. They have everything they need.
Yeah, and if Sixer steps a toe out of line, he will be AWP'd. Safe for now, blind for now. This is a commitment, and it's just Lambert and Sixer. Now's the chance. Swings out, trying to take down the AWP, and has done so. Just the 2 now for the Ninjas. Lots of bloodshed. They will collapse as they hit that site. Kios arriving just in the nick of time. Are we wearing the same necklace? We are. Me and Ostriker.
Okay.
Straight up. Jewelry brothers.
Let him know. Send him a DM, Alex. See if it is exactly the same.
It's
Get a picture.
legit.
Is it?
I'm wearing it right now. Look.
Oh, you are too?
Tell me that's not exactly the same.
That's the same thing.
So Ostriker, of course, one of the most stylish coaches in Counter-Strike. I want to make that clear.
Ozstrike is a name that people might not be too familiar with unless you're from the French scene. He's a bit of a legend back in the 1.6 days. And a lot of names on this LDLC roster. Sixer, he used to play with Madja back in 1.6. Been around for a very, very long time here.
Tell you what else is cool. Kios has been on 2 big teams, right? One Russian-speaking, one French-speaking as a Belgian.
And
Gangster.
Some more done here. Look at that. First, kill to Kios in a round like this. Rez will exchange one.
If Sixer
back.
goes down here. Oh no, that's the site wide open. It's only Kios that could possibly voice his concerns. A flash and a peek, but they've lost so much ground. They've slipped through. They can peek long side. Maka ready to punish, but where's that bomb? Device considering the plant. This is a bit sketchy now. Oh, and peeking. Hampus does manage to catch the AWPer. The AWPer's gone. Kios, a lot to do for him alongside Hadji. Half health and crawling with that AWP. Oh dear, another Deagle connects. NIP are stealing this one away from LDLC. And down they go. It was all onto Sixer. That one opening frag, he falls, and it's just a wave of terrorists swarm the site.
Yeah, they got their one back there, I guess, NIP, right? So you consider the round that they lost. Now they've been able to bounce back with one of their own. And look, it's done horrible things to LDLC's economy right now. Maka has enough to drop one across, but he's been wielding that AWP, the most expensive weapon that for that CT side to rock with. And they will just go for a partial. So LDLC not opting for a buy here. Interesting to note. And now that we're back on LAN, I think we will have to have a conversation about, you know, the impact of the coaches. Online, they're in the server, they're in one of those spec slots, they're able to chime on in on LAN. Well, that all goes back to normal.
Yeah, well, you're standing behind those 5 monitors. What a better way to read your team. But it is only Deagles. We've seen this work well for LDLC once. Don't think Lightning's going to strike twice. As you can see, the bodies start to drop. They line up. And in fact, this boost could perhaps at least make it a little costly.
Look at that angle all the way down.
Smart way to do it, yeah.
Just the pixel of the head there. They're not going to get away with this one.
Maka is a name that isn't LAN proven, right? Like, this is a guy that's looked very good online.
Yeah.
Seems like a rising star in that sense. Yet to see him do it in a LAN capacity, and now is his chance, you know?
Yeah, I think for people, maybe it's a familiar name. Last year during the Road to Rio, Heretics kind of popped off, and that was the roster that had Navira, who obviously went to Vitality, was the 6th man there. XMS was in that team, Kiyoshima. And look, Maka online with the AWP was being an absolute monster. He was putting up superstar level numbers. Now, you're going to turn your head to him. It's his birthday today, so I guess we can wish him a happy birthday, but he's going to need to pull some of that online magic across here to LAN. Whereas I was mentioning Sixer. He's a veteran of 1.6. He's been on this CSGO
He's a 1.6er.
Yeah, he is. There you go. I love the little... yeah, all right, Alex, actually. That's a bit more of a dad joke, isn't it?
It is, I'm sorry.
But yeah, you look at this team. Lambert, he's been trundling around for some time. He actually did some broadcast work within the French scene there as well. So these are familiar names. Hadji did some international roster bits and bobs. Envy, 3D Max, and Kios, as you were mentioning. So the names, it's not like we haven't seen them before. It's just we haven't seen them at this level of competition. So it looks like a tactical timeout is taken here.
And let's take a tactical one of our own. So far from NIP, in terms of T-side, it seems like it's going to be primarily B defaults with the A finish thrown in there for good measure.
Yeah, that's classic, isn't it? That's what I think Hampus said on the podcast. Just go B. Just go B, just walk B. Okay, all right, Hampus. All right, mate. It's not that easy, but right now I think they're making it look that way with 6 rounds to the good.
Looks like we're back in for round 10. First game of IEM Cologne, and it is totally on LAN. 16 teams in this play-in. We're looking for 8 for the main event. Win 2, you're in. Lose 2, you're out. 6-3 as it currently stands. And speaking of that A site, Hampus is breaking his own rules here. The in-game leader has sent his squad to one side of the map. He plans to try and sell something here on B.
Yeah, just making it look like a standard default here. They've done that smoke over towards Lamps to dissuade any aggression. Now he's just parked on up. Throw out some nades of his own. That'll keep them on their toes. And Hadji, this is going to be a difficult position to convert from here. The smoke has faded. He's on his lonesome.
If he just hide, like if he fully baits, it could be a timing that favors him. They're going to try and boost. As soon as they start throwing nades, he might have to resist the temptation to peek. He's chilling, and now perhaps he's going to do some killing. Lambert draws attention. Now is his chance. He strikes onto Device. 2 targets in front of him. Not going to be happening. LNZ shuts him down. Smoke deployed. Maka loses sight. That bomb will be planted. We've got a 3v3 retake taking shape. Kios does not want to let that go, though. He's pushing straight through. No one's seen him, the flash. NIP have no info that he's this pushed through. Plopsky's holding the angle on the corner, will defend. And this setup's going to be very hard to break in the 2v2, especially with an AWP on the retake. Maka's going to have to do something special. Called upon. Alongside for the ride is Sixer.
Halfway tick now.
Oh, lovely angle he's managed to find. He could, if he just stuck around, may have found the shoulder of Plopsky. Time-sensitive mission now. There's a smoke in the kit, but they're not checking Temple, and that's the end of that. Knock Sixer off the bomb. Survival now the only priority for Maka, and it does not look likely at all. 7 for the Ninjas as they mix it up and throw it at A.
Yeah, and meanwhile, as we had all that action on the A site, Hampus and Sixer were in a little battle of their own over towards B. So it was the back of the big block over towards the B site in that back alley. Hampus has made all the way through, and Sixer eventually takes him down, but that had delayed the numbers on that retake. Now, Hadji with this play, Lambert's done great to get 1 kill and distract, but Hadji really should be converting a second here, right? That all nice and noisy. It wasn't like he had the silence M4. And it's just so hard. You're right with that setup, right? Linus tucked on in, playing the safety net, and then obviously you have Plopsky there able to swing off of that great little hold and then back to the Deagles. That's where we've seen some success for LDLC, and it's only been these more aggressive CT-sided moves that have made any magic happen. 3 players over towards this cave and Lamps area. Lambert bit more passive on the site, dealing with Long, and Hadji soloing that A site one more time.
Give it a middle, giving them full control of middle. Rez has to cross. That was his chance. Macca's let it go, and he loses his life. Oh, it looks good from Rez. Nearly a second. Kio's bleeding, naded, and eliminated. One more, though. They may not have expected a third. It doesn't seem to matter, as Sixer is the next victim of this Ninjas in Pajamas pack. Lovely off angle, and 2 with the P250.
Okay.
Take notes. That's a spot to plop the pistol, but for now I think things will peter on out. Hadji's just hanging out on the tree.
Yeah, bomb should go down. Not too many worries in this one here. I think it's just about, well, not even damage at this point, because the scoreline is going to be 8 for NIP. They've won the half. They're looking fantastic here. And in the early stages of Ancient, and I think the stats do back it up, it is leaning more to be a CT-sided map, so things are not looking great for LDLC. But you can see little details out of NIP, right? When they're going into lamps, an area that has been critiqued because of the 90 degrees, the afterclear, they're using basic utility. Molly off one side, you know, get the nades in, clear it out, and they're making it look very procedural. So no dramas so far. And shouldn't be any dramas left in this one. If Hadji can find a kill, find a gun, that'd be a great way to end this round. The money is there for the buy in the next. The max loss bonus is in play as well.
Maybe I'm being more overly dramatic here.
Okay.
But do you think that perhaps that Lambert fast flank on the A-boys has kind of deterred LDLC for going for any more kind of out-of-the-box CT aggressions? Like just walking A halls, getting that info relatively early, you know, like they're defaulting B 90% of the time. Why aren't we seeing those CT info pushes ever since Lambert got slapped in the bottom?
Yeah, look, I think the economy has been a bit of a drama in that, but for sure, those moves are what is going to catch NIP off guard. But if they just know that those players are coming and sit back and wait out your early CT util, your mid-smoke, your mollies that are aggressive over towards the B lane, then at that point, it just becomes an aim duel, and they're walking out when they can flash. They get to decide the timing on those peaks, but the emergency button has been hit. The double orbs are out. Hadji's picked up one. Maka, of course, onto the other. And it's just heavy B lane again here. 2 players over towards Cave. Sixer passive over towards the site. Rez already has full control here. Going to peek out Shelf. No time. And they have full mid control. This is such a passive setup from LDLC. This is looking like a full B exec here. You have all 5 members from NIP over towards this site. Rez and Plopsky tasked with clearing out Cave again. Hamp is already in a forward position.
Maka cannot let this shot go awry. He's burning, and Kios does defend. Hamper's the first to fall. Smoked off, and that should buy some time for LDLC to let things settle back in. They need to find a fourth here. Damage inflicted. Maka on notice. 2 members of LDLC down to 8 and 7 respectively. The smoke execute is about to come in. And they just what? Going to run up ramp?
Well, they forced them back passive right now. You can see this retake setup from LDLC here. They're not actually in the site, so the mollies are landing.
There's no one there. They can just walk in.
Allow the plant here. They can try and spam through the smoke, but the bomb should go down. NIP are looking good to get this one planted.
Great recovery. Who cares about the man disadvantage when you got the full sight for you to set up? And look at the damage inflicted as well. Don't forget, you kill Maka and Kios with a strong gust of wind, and Sixer's getting tagged up heavy, crouching, staring at the wall, desperate to survive. There's more to come. Yeah, he's dead. Surely. So many CTs around the corner, and it's just bloodshed. Maka and Sixer claw it back.
Well, his device, 1-on-3 situation.
They are low. Device could looking to come up clutch here. And Maka's the first, a second as well, just the third. It's all onto Hadji now. Slow clear. Device isn't anticipating this, but he's just in time. NIP given a gift, and his name is Device. 1v3 and 9 now on the board.
Easy as you like there, isn't it? It did not look like he was sweating whatsoever. The kills just came his way. The last was the hardest and converted that one with ease. Here we go again. The 2 low HP players fall. And on the jiggles, right? Just playing his time. And this is the thing. Device in the server right now. Once we're back on LAN, the conversation of Device online joining NIP, yeah, sure. But Device, 4-time major winner on LAN.
Yeah.
You think about the confidence that's going to have for these names around him. Hampus, LNZ, even Plopsky, right? Rez is the only one who's been there, done that. The rest of them, this is still new territory. So having Device on your side online, yeah, having him there to tell you the little bits and bobs, having him here to clutch out a 1v3, even though things are already going smoothly, 9-3 now, round timeline up on your screen here. It's just nice to have.
Yeah, oh God.
It's a luxury.
Yeah, and you can see the timeline actually. There's just been a bit of a barrage of rounds against the LDLC boys, and on the CT side no less as well. So going to be starting to get a little sweaty palms.
It's it's half buy again here. So shotgun, we've got the alligator coming out for Kios. MP9 for Lambert, just some pistols again. And well, Lambert's going for more of this mid-aggression where they found success earlier, but unless he zooms on in there, I think Hampus might be getting the better of him.
Brave Lambert can't quite convert. MP9, strong weapon, but that was one of the best they had into this buy.
Yeah, it's all good and well to go aggressive middle, but if they just wait, it's a very, very tight angle, right? So to have that control and hold it, they're two different things, especially with all this time on the clock now. Continuing their saunter, you can see the utility, right? That Molotov right there, the position where Lambert got to, well, that's now mollied out. So all these details from NIP, they've been tightened up in a big way.
Is that Rushley on the 1s and 2s?
It is.
Nice cam, dude. Very nice.
I don't think he would take credit for that, will you, Rush?
Hey, boys, what's going on?
Oh, all right. We might have to get you adjusted.
Yeah,
man.
you are way too loud. Shut up.
Okay, boys.
It's nice to hear from you.
Eos. Oh, he's running out of teammates, and he doesn't even get the chance with a shotgun. Little bit of that flak into the belly of Device, but this one looking like double digits for the Ninjas. Pulling out an Ancient on your best of one, it is a statement of intent as well.
Yeah, I think it's good that NIP are happy to go to this and then show a strong form, because this is where you would look to you would look to upset potential, right? This is where if you're a team, especially a team from Europe, like if this was Renegades versus NIP and it went to Ancient, I go, Renegades, what are you doing? You can't play that at home. Nobody's playing it. Right?
Touche.
But for LDLC, they get a good lick at it, right? And then you have a couple of gimmicks like those aggressive CT moves. You spiral that into a couple of extra gun rounds. You force NIP into a few ecos. You have a decent half, right? But at this point of the game, now that we're in 10 rounds, it's really not looking good. Really not good at all.
And I think their first round and the ones that followed it was off the back of that 6er collateral deagle.
Yeah, so the ways it's come to them have not been the easiest. Or maybe the easiest, I guess, because it was lucky. So all in all, LDLC are in a bit of trouble here. But these best of ones, you know, when you take a look at the bracket and the way this falls, if we have 3 of the favorites in any of these best of ones drop towards the lower bracket, things are going to turn into such a massive mess. Because sure, 8 teams make it through the play-ins into the main group, but once you get into that lower bracket, you're going to have to win 2 best of 3s, and you could be going up against other big names. So as today progresses, we'll be seeing who's going to be playing who and how's it all going to shake on down. But here we go. One of the last gun rounds we'll be seeing out of the CT side for LDLC here. Lambert aggressive middle again.
Yeah, I like the look of this.
They don't have anybody A, right? This is their entire indication of their forces are over towards this B lane area, and they're going to get absolutely slapped down again. Running in, the flash doesn't do its job. Rez gets the kill, and yikes.
Yeah, a bit of a chance for Lambert. There's so many targets, though. I think he has to pull the plug. Does back up 6. So the fact he's managed to tuck in at least, buying even more time with a good smoke. I'll say good. I'm not sure if there's a gap there. And they're even what?
Yeah, they're just walking onto the site right now. Look, Hadji's playing from Donut here. He's trying to progress in, but the site's basically taken. If he swings out, he's dead.
And as soon as he is, they'll just run amok through the map. Oh, it's horrible. A is wide open for business. They've got full control of this B alley. If you just pause, the fights are going to come to you. Here they come. Good shot. Not enough. Maka and 6er holding on for everything they can. Maka well aware that the A site is long gone. Hampus tucked in. Such a hard clear for Maka, and he does a single click of the mouse.
Ouch.
And it looks like 11 for the Ninjas in pajamas.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Outclassed, dude. I mean, just watching them play, like, they're kept so busy on B by just 3 members of the squad that they could just walk on into the A side. We saw Linus do it on the pistol. It seems like they've definitely cracked the case in the sense of you don't have to full commit to B to be battling for that control, and you can punish any of those CTs that get a little trigger happy on the rotate.
Look, things are really not going
That's the
well.
bad flash.
There's the flash. And look, Rez is so far around the corner there that it's not going to get him whatsoever. They're hoping the players are up a little bit closer. Once you have control of this area like Hampus does, whether it's over towards red or it is that CT spawn, that's rotation's done with, right? Those angles are not going to be easy to clear. And here's the crippled buy for the final round. Looking very likely to be a 12-3 here. More mollies. They're doing a lot of early damage. Rez is getting chipped on down. He's going to have to move.
He had to eventually. He was waiting for the flash just to ensure survival, or at least a chance at it. That's gamer brain moves, isn't it? Take 80 damage instead of taking a blinded peek. Hampus has already found one, and oh no, LDLC just fall to Device's spray. They line up for him no less, or at least a return of the collateral shots.
They're both here towards the B side, at least, if we're looking for positives for LDLC on this last round, but NIP are coming. So's that util.
Yeah, look at it all raining down, vision removed. They can go anywhere they want, but I think all NIP need to do is just wait for Hampus to lock the door behind him.
Yeah, this is too easy at this point.
Yeah.
If Hampus gets into this position, he can call the rotation. There's still plenty of time on the clock. Famas has been picked up, so there's a positive. But I'm really reaching right here.
Yeah, we've got to find something. Final round of the first half of our first game.
Hadji's kind of aware. He just took a glance. Ah.
And it's all onto young Kioz. He will fall as well. What a half from the Ninjas. If they were looking for a strong start, not much stronger than a 12-round buffer. We'll be taking a quick one, and we'll be right back with your second half.
Three times the charm, as they say, and in 2014, that statement couldn't be more true for Ninjas in Pajamas. After DreamHack Winter 2013 and ESL Major Series 1 Katowice 2014, this legendary Swedish roster took their third shot at winning a major championship trophy. And in the grand final in Cologne, they faced their natural rivals from Fnatic. It was 1-1 in the maps, and everything would be decided on the third arena, Inferno, where after the initial Fnatic lead, Freiburg helped NIP turn the tides and in time, make history in Counter-Strike.
Wolfmeister will find the shot on Exist. Freiburg does return, picks off Pronax. He's still here though, and he's going for more. Two big frags. The third man is here, however, and Freiburg somehow opens it up single-handedly. All three frags.
Oh, he picks up a quad kill. He could do even better than staying alive. He sprays. Freiburg misses, and as the A's, he picks it up single-handedly. Ruins Fnatic. What a play.
Opening game for the Ninjas in Pajamas, LDLC down to just 3. 12 found on their attack, and now it's time to swap on sides. LDLC will be bringing the attack, and the map, Ancient. What a way in the best of ones. You put a lot on the newest map in the pool. It's not been a great start for the LDLC boys, but now a chance to return the favor. Definitely a little bit of a T side favor, typically, in the results we've seen recently.
Penny's just dropped. This is the first LAN game on Ancient.
Oh, it has just dropped. Yeah, well done.
How's that just, like, we've just had 15 rounds of Counter-Strike. Oh, this is the first LAN game.
There's just a lot going on, Chad.
Yeah, there is a lot of bits and bobs, but let's get this one underway here. Pistol round, second half. Oh, dearie me, the odds right there from 1xBet favoring NIP very, very heavily, and it looks like a B rush. This is a matchmaking strat, and in they go.
Rush B. See if they'll be stopped. Rez. Oh, lots of target. Too many men. Too many men. 6 up. Kios bringing the blocks, and it's working out wonderfully. If they can find Device, and they have, this looks all good in the LDLC hood.
Oh, that smoke is perfect as well. Rotation completely cut off. Another smoke drop. This one is locked out for NIP. If I'm Hampus and Plopsky, I'm probably saving that armor right about now. No, you're not.
If I'm Hampus,
yeah,
maybe he can have a go.
Yeah, have a crack at that. The armor would be nice. There's a kit that might get blown your way, or...
Get double nutmegged. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah. See you later, alligator.
You wouldn't.
Oh,
Boys, no! Maka as well. What a perfect candidate for an extra 1,500.
Yeah, don't mind that at all. And that's good for Maka to get a couple kills on that pistol round right there. He had a rough first half. Now, I wanted to kind of bring this up because Maka is meant to be the star player, but as the AWPer, he was never really the guy finding opening kills. Sure. And that's because his teammates were aggressive elsewhere and dying. And now you're rotating with the AWP and having to retake some very difficult to retake bomb sites. So we're going to let Maka off the hook for that one, but if he can show up in a big way here in this second half, now we're cooking with gases. Heading straight over towards the B site. Molly from Hadji here going to land over towards that shelf area. This will deter any aggression through middle to push on up. You see it landing.
Wow, nerdy.
Yeah, it's not a bad one right there. I think I saw Inters throwing that one first. Lambert's going to clear out lamps here. Flashed on in.
Oh, and Plopsky spotted, but Maka and Kios are just walking into the site up ramp. The bomb's loose.
Yeah, now that they know they're in lamps, they should just accelerate up this long position. There's smokes to work with. They can smoke off the lanes. They can push on in, but they're waiting for the rotation to come back through, and the bomb is still down towards T-spawn. So LDLC, we don't know where they want to end just yet. They're hoping the kills are given to them. Ooh, that water cue right there will be heard. Now, obviously, they're not too sure which way this one's going to be ending. Plopsky and Linus, if they keep control of lamps, and LDLC take side control and then evacuate back and play passive, this is still on for the Ninjas. So bomb will go down. They're allowing it at this point.
Yeah, Lambert's got a lot of responsibility here. If they go looking, he just needs to be able to punish and neutralize that threat.
Are they just saving? Device has been naded down to 25 and they're already dropping them back. I think this is a save call.
Interesting.
What an odd round. We got a bit of a unicorn round in play here. Nobody might go down whatsoever.
I don't see any reason.
Close.
Everyone's got their hands off the mouse and keyboard at this point.
Yeah, there's no point pushing in. You knew that they were there. They smoked it off, so they know that Plopsky's at least in there on his lonesome.
Now he was spotted out early in the piece.
They have sight control.
All right, and we just back on out. It's a full unicorn round.
All right, boys. Why not? NIP aren't in any rush, right? They have the double dip, right? You take everything you've just invested, reuse it next round, have a better crack. Trying to retake that site. There was a world, but they had the hope a lot of frags came their way. Bomb goes off, lots of damage has been taken, and we don't get the perfect unicorn land, but he grabs one. That
Mac 10.
Yeah, it was picked up, and that's great news because it means that Plopsky can now drop across his sidearm. The Digger gets to go back to Linus. He'll be equipped with a weapon for this one. So things actually worked out pretty good. And if you are LDLC, you're not too sure what the force... Sure, you know pistol upgrade. Sure, you know likely that scout on device right there. And now you know there's a Mac 10 in the mix as well. So back underway we go. Round number 18. Same Molotov coming out towards that top mid position. And I guess they're just going to use that to condition here. Heading over towards A this time. Lambert doing the same thing. He's kind of doing that in-game leader job. Rez is over in Donut. You've got Device as the next rotation point from middle, but they're just walking on in. Sixer here leading the charge, AK in hand. No dramas whatsoever so far for LDLC.
Rolling on in.
Oh.
Bit of resistance found, and down goes Rez. Did tag up Kios. Could have, or rather Lambert actually, softened up for the potential scout. Hadji and Sixer advancing into Temple. What a find. He actually hits the head. Dumping his util. Sixer does have to be careful. He's trying to maintain control of deep towards this Temple, and he's quite happy to tuck on in.
That's good protocols to have right there, and good priorities to have on this T side. You could see the utility usages. This one should just simmer out here. If you're NIP, you're looking for an exit, maybe pick up an AK or two. The fight's coming through CT, and Kios is even taking it. They're fighting down the lanes here.
Good to see. Very good to see. And a bit of a confidence-boosting round for Kios. Just Plopsky sneaking on out and shut down towards that donut.
Man,
lovely stuff. Okay, but that was, of course, just up against the Armored Deagles, as we discussed, the save from the round prior. But it's going to enable LDLC to at least start closing that gap.
Yeah, so 12-6 is the scoreline here, and the guns will come out. Lambert can hold on to this Mac 10 if he would like. There's 2 sets of head armor, so 3 opponents here that he could shred through. Device on that AWP, Rez into an AUG. And in terms of defuse kits right now, not a single one in play here for NIP, so this one could get interesting. Some mid-smokes coming out early.
Lots of util.
Yeah, that's...
They smoked off like full, like shelf side.
Ooh, that's not a great mid-smoke there. That's a bit of a problem. That could be one weight over the top of. They're going towards A, so this is not what we were seeing out of the Ninjas. Oh, Rez here. Trained on our organ hand. Damage done. 6 of falls. Another found. He's going to fall back and play this one passive. The crossfire with Hampus is in play, but Hampus has dropped.
Oh dear. 4 on 4. Rez still in Temple. Does connect onto Kios. He's got 2 kills to his name so far. If he could just find one more, LDLC in trouble, and they are. Bomb not only loose, but in Rez's control. Maka stepping up to the plate. He needs to bring some degree of frags to this, and they just keep walking on in. Devices found the next. One by one, they fall in a dream for Lambert. If he could just try and find that rifle. 13 found in a matter of time. Certainly does seem to be the air in the room of NIP. And we do have a B-Stream update for you. Now, this is exciting for Bad News Bears, our North American representatives who've been hyping, or been hyped up. You can see Mouse Sports as well. Their first performance. Get to see BMAS on LAN, Acor Frozen, you know, we get to see those boys back in business. That's over on the B stream. You can check that out just by going to the B. There's 3 streams running for our day of play. You can add a B or a C to check out all of those others.
Same molly landing again top mid, so clearly...
Oh, damn. Do you see their health? Ouch!
Lambert's been chunked here.
That double HE, it must have been.
Boosting this one up, so the AWP of Maka here will have a chance to pick on him, but this is well known. I wouldn't expect... Oh, Device is just going to come and pick on in here, I think.
Yeah, but the flash was there. He gets a lovely sound cue. Falls off the... If they re-peek this should be Device's favor. The molly may buy him time to re-peek in. Okay, lovely stuff. He's at least posted up. If Device has another go, I'd argue it favors Maka. Re-peek Device to punish.
Oh, the little games right there just to reset Device up, putting his life on the line. Linus, a teammate you'd love to have, and that's a huge opening now. This one should just peter out for LDLC. They're going to walk on in, try and level up the playing field.
I've seen some players really
Barrel spotted, barrel spotted. They know Device is watching over towards Cave. Kios is calling that now.
Lopsky does, once again, hold strong. More on that ramp. The nade hurts. It really does. Sachi and 6 up, softened up. The M4 headshot now, just 1 bullet required. Ahead of the smoke. Tagged up in that smoke, and Hachi's caught on the cross. It's just not looking like LDLC were prepared for a tier 1 game on Ancient.
No, they're getting pushed around right here. Look, all their util has just been limped onto the site. 6 of the secondary AWP now has the big green in hand. Lambert was limping from those nades at the start, and with 20 seconds left on that clock, this one is looking done and dusted. Round 14 will be NIPs in any moment.
We have got another Device performance that you'd hope to see. 17 and 7, keeping that KD strong. Wants to be, I'm sure he'll be battling for some more MVPs.
And if you just take a look at the rest of the scores on the doors for NIP right now, you've got 16 for Plopsky, 16 for Rez, and 16 for Hampus. So right now, the contribution is a team effort. Linus, sure, he's got 9 frags, but the scoreline is 14-6. It's not like he's even had to do a whole lot right now. So this is looking like a bit of a walk in the park here. Things not going fantastic for LDLC by any means. Kios, he's leading the charge on 15 frags. Yet to get double digits on Haji, Sixer, and Maka. Oh, I think we can hear a little bit of what's going on over there in the booths.
That's cool. Atmospheric. I can hear I bet French. That sounds like French, not Swedish to me.
Oui.
Oui, oui. My favorite French word is grapefruit.
Okay.
Pamplemousse.
Okay. All right. Explosive.
Pamplemousse. It's just there's a lot going on.
There is. What's it in German? Grenade apple?
I think you're right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Grenade apple.
Yeah. I don't know what it is in Swedish or Danish. Let me know. Send a tweet.
What's your favorite word in French? Oh, a close second, l'oiseau.
What does that mean?
Bird, I think.
Wow, you're learning. You're expanding. Soon Alex is going to be able to speak German and French and a little bit of English.
Let's not exaggerate. I really cannot speak any of the ones you just listed. Maybe not even English.
Well, here we go again. And back over towards that B-bomb site. Kios and Lambert, they're doing their best to get control. Device has taken the AWP over towards...
Dude, A is wide open right now. Look how passive these CTs are playing. Is Rez just jiggling from CT? I think he is. That's the whole A hold. Yep. Oh, timing. Oh, it's a hard shot. 6 has whiffed it. Now Rez has control, and the AWP has been recovered. Maka equipped with that. Weird smoke. Gap. Lambert holding. Oh, and Device will knock him down. 2 opening frags for the defenders. Looks like 15 looms. Lopsky using that smoke to maneuver into the tight left. I don't know if Kios is ready for that. Ooh, warning shot. Hello. Oh, and a big find from Kios.
He's looking comfy.
Yeah, I mean, that could at least give them a chance into this round. The bomb's loose. They boost their way through. Kind of cool.
Deeper clear, I suppose. But all in all, nobody's showing their heads now. Rez, who was towards that A site's now over towards Donut. You've got Device still over towards this cave area with that AWP. He can take another shot and fall, so this is perfect. Just playing these lines procedurally. And Linus to support from the back of the site, so this one is looking great.
That line is as well. Just it's like a perfect cutout for it. Oy. I don't fancy their chances. Peeking back into an AWP though. Maka, quick reactions from Device. You'll get another. That's 2 kills so far. And a third on the list as well. Finally, it's Hadji all alone to defend his honor. Back turned. Linus collects his 10th, and NIP with a whole handful of opportunities to put that best-of-1 win and to maintain upper bracket prowess in the play-in. There'll be one best-of-3 away from the main event.
Oof, right now we've just seen the buy come in here. Six has gone straight into a Galil with armor behind it, which means there's going to be limitations on even what utility they're going to have. Other players are going to need to dip on into their bank balance and set that up. And grabbing the replays just here, just looks so easy.
He's looking real quick today.
Yeah, up to 20. It's a great start, right? This is the dream start. If you're the favorite team, you want to come on in and well, keep yourself a little bit blue, Alex, as Hampus goes down its middle. And yeah, unfortunately for LDLC, little gambit pick here of Ancient is not going to pay off. His Device for some more. Linus is taken down. It's just one man, Maka.
And as he falls, NIP with their debut on LAN convert up against LDLC. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. Device just 3 months with the team and now on LAN posting their very first W. It's a big start for the Ninjas. LDLC on the back foot. We'll be taking a break, and when we come back, analysis and your next game on the way.
Test.
Our goal for this tournament is we have very, very high expectations. We try to put very high expectation into every tournament we go into right now. I think getting top 4 and the grand final is our goal. And losing to any other team outside of the top 5 would be considered bad, right? Then you have teams like the team we might play in the second man, Mouse Sports, who has been playing really well. It will be a tough game. But we have to have high expectations. We will expect to win versus these teams.
One B rush.
Oh, this is so uncomfortable. I'm gonna have to mute them.
Noise B.
Yeah, I'll be
sorry. Pushing it.
One towards bench.
Shoot. Tap it in.
Dead one. One more side. Side.
I'm pushing. Nice,
man. Nice. Triple nades. Ow. 2-8. Big nades. He's one.
Yeah, smoke with it. No! They're mid!
2 mid. Nice smoke, thank you. Escaped.
Mid
Flashing the smoke. Reloading.
Nice, Harry.
Out. Both there. One pals 2.
Maybe flank.
Jungle. Nice.
He's a boomer. Come on!
Nice. 1 HP.
I thought it was on.
Nice! Let's go!
Harry, please don't scream again.
Nothing AA's, but
50.
Half HP B rush, still apartments. AK-47 acquired.
Nice try. Jungle, he is all blue.
Ramp could be out Tetris. I don't have vision.
Ooh.
Nice, Chad. Good half. Well played. Oh my god. Look at the despair on Harry's face. He can't
Lots of pressure here.
Out
one middle, one triple.
Default.
Yeah, close.
CT.
Oh!
Lucky.
I got jammed on the wall. My boomer movement, man.
Two mid.
Where?
Two mid.
Cool shotgun. Rush one more.
B. B plant. Backside. Coming left.
Let's go!
Ooh, nice try.
there it is. GG's exchange W's also on the board there for the Ninjas in Pajamas to find success and rhythm over LDLC to start off the run here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Trace, this is Maniac, and alongside me is Yanko, but like sort of digitally, so he's just like over there somewhere. Yanko, right out of the gate, was this a real test for Nib? Oh.
You know what? That's what LDLC did.
He's
He didn't
speechless.
show up. Speechless. Didn't know what to say. Didn't know what to do.
Yeah, absolutely speechless. No, I mean, for us to honestly look at this and say, like, okay, for LDLC, this was an uphill battle regardless.
It was. It absolutely was. The problem is that I feel LDLC never got to the point where pressure could mount it for NIP. They never got there. If you think about the first half and some of these situations, NIP just got away with all the clutches, all these post-plan situations, and then it was LDLC fighting back. And then as soon as you see NIP just going through the motions, that is it. There is a world of difference in terms of individual level. You could see how fast it goes for NIP. If you're LDLC, if you cannot manage to plant the seed of doubt in NIP, that is it. You're going to be run over, and that's what happened.
No, it will catch up with you, certainly, especially for LDLC, who showed just a couple glimpses there of like, hey, you know what, we might want to get aggressive. We might want to try some things that normally we probably wouldn't feel comfortable with. And, well, guess what? Didn't really pan out.
No, it didn't. And I actually have round 8 that I think we can bring up right now because it compensates what you were talking about, which is LDLC being aggressive and being punished. And that was the theme of that first half. At least at the beginning, they tried to be very aggressive and they got punished for it. As we can see here, the scoreline is 3-4. So they were still in the running, you know, they had a chance, and now we see Chaos and Lambert being aggressive towards that land position. They get punished. Notably, NIP are only playing with Deagles in that round, Trace, and that is the problem for me, because you're about to see LDLC being just a little bit overzealous, you know, peeking angles and shooting. We see Hampus finding a kill. Even though Hadji is able to turn out here, the bomb site has been lost. Just like that, NIP have full control of the B side. And this clip, it shows us what happened in the first half of the game, which is LDLC trying to take the fight to NIP, trying to be aggressive, but making mistakes, not finding the right moment to be being punished and then turtle in.
Well, let's follow up a little bit with that there, because if you're LDLC, let's just put you in their shoes here for a bit, Maniac. I know you tried out for this team, didn't really go.
I did a little bit.
So if you think about this aggression and it doesn't really turn out the first time, and if at first you don't succeed, then do you continue to try again?
The problem is that you have to find that entre deux, you know, that middle ground between. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you with some of these. You know, you got to be ready for that one. You're gonna have to have a backup plan that does not include just turtling in the way LDLC did, because that's always the risk, right? You start off with aggression. You start off being really out there, taking the fight. You lose them, and then what happens? You just walk back. You walk back, and you give all that map control to NIP, and you never know what's going to happen. Think about Lambert when he's coming in from behind on the A side, and Plopsky just destroys him in half a second. You could see how it impacted them psychologically. Like, hold on, maybe we cannot push. But that's it. You've already lost the battle. You have to find ways and timings to be aggressive and do it in a better way.
And I'm pretty sure it was Rez that happened to just be turned around.
It was Plopsky destroying him.
It was Plopsky, yeah. Plopsky.
An absolute plops in the face.
Yeah, that's not really how you want that one to turn out. For us, though, we do continue down this path. I mean, with Ancient done 16-6, this is something where LDLC got that rip-roaring start that they needed right now, because now they're just one loss away from elimination.
Let's just say that the fairy tale could continue, or could actually start off with LDLC, even though they lost that first game. We know they still now are in the realm of the best of threes when it comes to the lower bracket. Their first game should be a bit more attainable, because I think it's fair to say they play one of the very best teams in the world in NIP.
Yeah.
Not a good start, not one you want to follow up on if you go on to the lower bracket, but still, let's just say a baptism of fire.
Yeah, trial by fire, they even call it. And for us, we get the opportunity to hear from the victors, and that's what we're going to do via Frankie. What's going on?
Much last night. Were you surprised by how nervous you were before today's match?
Yeah, I think I was a little bit nervous. I think it's just good to be back, even though the most experienced guy in the team. It's still like, it's what we live for, and I guess I was just really nervous. Like, it just was in the stomach, and yeah, I had a hard time sleeping.
It must also feel very different for you. This is your first LAN, obviously, not on Astralis, but in an NIP jersey. Did you feel the difference?
Yeah, I mean, of course, like, you travel with other people, and it's totally new for some of these guys. Ellen said this is his first big LAN, and actually also Hampus' first big LAN. So yeah, it's a totally new journey for me. I'm happy to be here, obviously. I'm looking forward to also seeing the old guys from Astralis, get to talk a little bit with them. But yeah, it's a totally new feeling for me, and yeah, as I said, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy we got a good result in the first match, and that it's looking good for us.
We did speak to Linus before today's match, and he said he was feeling a bit nervous, wasn't sure how he was going to react. How did he do you think?
He's amazing. He's, what do you call it, a sponge? Like, he just learns so quickly and is one of the most motivating young guys I've been around. Really pushes himself and us others to become better. So I think he did great. Obviously we won. I don't really care that much about the scoreboard or who did good or not. It's just important that we won, and we won in a comfortable way. So yeah, I'm just really satisfied with him and in general the performance.
It was a comfortable performance. Ancient though, a little bit of a risk. You don't actually have the best win record on it, so why risk it in a best of one today?
I mean, like, I don't want to go too much into details about our map pool, but yeah, of course, like, if you look at the statistics, it doesn't look good, but it's a map we like, and I think we figured out a pretty good way to play it, and yeah, it's also like Fred's specialty, playing new maps. He uses like 5 hours a day to try to look at new tricks and stuff. So yeah, it's a little bit of a, what can you say, like, credit to him also for us being so comfortable on the map.
Well, congratulations on your opening win here at IEM Cologne.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, thank you very much.
Threat with 5 hours at least minimum.
That's a lot.
Going over Ancient and like what kind of nerdy stuff you can do right there. Obviously it pays off. Maybe they didn't even have to use any of the tricks that he's kind of sorted out to this point.
Oh my.
Wow.
That was how LDLC felt against NIP. You're right here.
Yanko, are you with us?
Yes, Trace, that was the sound of me coming back into the show.
I thought the studio caught on fire, man. Holy smokes.
So let's hope I don't have any of these tech issues, but that doesn't mind. But what's important is that the first game went without a hitch. Well, at least for NIP.
Yeah, it definitely did that. I mean, what's your take right here? This wasn't a stress test for NIP, was it?
No, I think it was just what we talked about in the pregame, right? The level of opposition was something that LDLC wasn't really prepared for. I think individually, just you could tell the skill difference between the two teams. And barring a couple of, pistol round here, deagle round there, LDLC didn't really even get their foot into the door here.
And yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've had the opportunity to kind of catch up on some of the other games that we have going on here, Yanko, maybe even
a bit.
Bad news bears Mousesports, just concluding. Mousesports having taken the victory there. There was a lot closer of a score line. At 16-7, it doesn't really indicate that. But Spirit versus MIBR. Now, that one's real close, Yanko. I know you know a thing or two about the MIBR brand, so what do you think?
Yeah, that one comes as a little bit of a surprise. I'm thinking that Spirit is going to translate their form pretty well on LAN too, but MIBR didn't really make many waves with this particular roster. In this best one, though, they're doing great. I can see that SHZ and Exit are leading the way. Exit had the first ace back on LAN in the third round, I believe.
Yeah, that's pretty legit. We're going to have to keep our eyes on that, a side eye even, because our main attention is going to be going into a break so that we can come back with another matchup. We're going to look at the Renegades taking on Vitality. It's Cologne. It's the Intel Extreme Masters 2021. We'll be right back, y'all.
I mean, what's there to say, really? I think Team Vitality is an incredible team. Obviously having one of the best players in the world, Zaiwu. So I think it's going to be a true test for us and myself to be AWPing against, a player of this caliber. So I think it's going to be a tough matchup.
down, but where's Zywoo's fragged? He's got to start posting something, but from where? He's just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. Zywoo won for another ace, another clutch. It's Perfecto hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet, and he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before, and it doesn't stop him again. Zywoo!
I think our goal would be to make it through the plane and actually qualify for Cologne. I think it's very possible. You know, we have a best of 1 against probably our toughest opponent of our matchups. So I think it's very possible, but our goals would be to make it to Cologne and through the plane.
In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. By that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming. Shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster. I got smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky, alone among the stars, without forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get
All right, let's go. First attempt.
Oublie pas sur le chat. Hein.
Ouais, ouais.
Je t'ai casqué de quoi? Quoi? Bon, je crois que Deagle c'est ton arme. This guy is freaking strong with Deagle.
Kill me, maintenant.
Uh-huh. Break this? Oh, okay.
Where are you?
Here. Can we change weapon?
Let's change weapon or...
Ah ouais, j'ai oublié que tu pouvais. Bon, on va se calmer, Kevin.
Ah, t'es pas tout.
Nice, we'll come back as well. Bon, clique.
He's playing on my PC, that's not normal.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Oh. Non, 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 tout.
Okay.
T'es sûr?
I'm back. I'm gonna fuck you up. Oh.
Okay, nice shot.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. With you. Fuck.
Right. What the fuck? Ok, ça va être...
Chill là, pas vrai. Hein. Pourquoi on a pas ça, nous? Ouf. Nasty.
I need another weapon. I'm not good with this.
Don't kill me, Mo. Qui m'a toujours arrivé, coming.
I'm coming also.
What? So fast?
I'm gonna win this.
Okay, just lose.
I'm gonna lose this.
Yeah, I don't know. Playing like online for so long, it's like I don't even know if I can play LAN like anymore. You don't know what it's like to play LAN for so long, but no, it's definitely exciting for sure. Like being able to play LAN, and I think LAN is like the highest level of competition. So definitely excited for that for sure.
Yeah, I think the last LAN we played was IEM 2020, which was like a long time ago if you think about it now. So it'll be good to be back in the atmosphere and just in the studio and seeing like all the faces and stuff. And yeah, I'm super excited. Hopefully we can verse Meow so we can get some revenge on Dexter.
My story is funny because back in Australia, the first LAN I attended, I can't remember what year it was, 2013. It was the bring your own computer LAN. And at the time I didn't have a computer, I had a laptop. So I brought a laptop and I played on a laptop. It's kind of crazy.
Nice story. I think my first LAN was like a national event. It was like 2015 or something, I think. And I remember before that, everyone thought I was a cheater, like online. I got banned from like the Australian competitions basically because they thought I was cheating. And then it was just like super satisfying going to LAN and just like actually beating these teams who were like the top Australian teams at the time. And I think I was like 16 or something. Yeah, I don't know, it was super fun.
We are ready to jump into the next matchup of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Vitality taking on the Renegades. For us, all eyes peeled right here on Cologne, the Intel Extreme Masters on LAN. I'll say it again, local area network, LAN. Let's go ahead and hear from some of the experienced players on LAN. And in doing so, we're going to have to take a peer over into the Vitality side. It's going to be that of Shox.
It's hard to believe that Masuta joined the team after CS went online. So what have you been doing with him and Kyojin to get them ready for this LAN environment?
Basically, not especially a lot of stuff, except I mean, speaking about them, how LAN basically is going, what are the restrictions, how the game is going to be played, stuff like this. So they are not that much surprised when we are coming behind the PCs and they know how it's gonna work. But expect from that, we are more like it's your first LAN, so just enjoy, because we all remember our first LAN, and the first one, you will remember it for all your life.
Tell me about your first LAN. What was that like?
My first LAN, whew, you have to go back 15 years ago. I was 14. My father just brought up the PC computer of the family and the monitor in the car, and he brought me up to the LAN, which was 2 hours from our home, and I played the entire weekend. I slept like 1 hour. I played maybe 40 hours of CS, and I finished second, I think, in my first one, and yeah, it was amazing. But I had a lot of back pain for sure, because I slept only 1 hour on the floor. You know, it was the beginning of the LAN, so it is how it is. Nostalgia, but it felt really good.
Well, hopefully you've all had a lot more sleep for this one. Do you have a backup plan in place for if any of the team gets nervous today?
Not really, that's not the point. We know there's gonna be a lot of hype, a lot of emotions, but it's all about good vibes. We have been waiting this for 1.5 years now. So the key word is just to enjoy, basically. We don't really care about the results, honestly. We have been waiting for this for such a long time now, so just enjoy.
Surely you want to do better than IEM Summer, though we saw a resurgence in Vitality's performance. You want to continue that upward trajectory. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, it will be good, but as I said, we don't care about the results, honestly. I spoke with the coach yesterday, and we had the same feeling as honestly, we don't care even if we go out in the play-in, if we go out in the group stage, if we go out in the grand final. I mean, we just want to enjoy. It's the last event before the break. We have the chance that it's in LAN. We still don't know if after the break it's gonna still go back to LAN because the situation is unfortunately unsure. But so just enjoy this moment.
Thank you very much, Shox. Bonne chance.
Now, I'm willing to bet that Papa Shox is very happy about driving those 2 hours to get him to his first event. Now, he did say you cannot forget your first event, and rightfully so, because look, it was what happened now. You know, we are well into the evolution of LAN and Counter-Strike and esports and all that, but now we've got a matchup on our hands. The continued gist of it, we've got Renegades on the other side of Vitality here, and alongside of me on the desk, we're looking at Yanko and Maniac. Gentlemen, where to even begin? I think so many question marks around Vitality and how these two rookies are going to come into LAN. I call them rookies because obviously they've never played LAN before.
They are. I think Kyojin and Misuta can be qualified as rookies. I think you're right, Tris. Vitality is a team that as a whole encompasses what's going to happen with this IEM Cologne, which is on one hand, the rookies have to deal with the pressure. They have to know how to bring their A game when it matters the most. And on the other, you have very experienced players. Players like Apex and Shox. They've been around the block. They've been on the big stages, even in Cologne, live. And you're hoping that an event like this is going to bring the fire out of them, a fire that we haven't seen when it comes to Vitality for a while now.
So I look at you, Yanko, and I want to understand kind of the situation that we find Vitality in. What is it that exactly? Sorry, I was wearing the dress. Don't worry about it.
I was like, you're way too close to me, Trace, even though we're 2,000 kilometers apart or something like that. But yeah, I think for Vitality, we were talking about it during some of the online tournaments. I think they have a good mixture of experience and new blood. But the thing is, you would have liked for them to have at least a couple of LANs under their belt for both Misuta and Kyojin. I mean, we talk about Misuta. He was the reason why Vitality had that deep run at IEM Summer. You can see here, right? This is the first event actually where he had an above 1.0 rating, right? And he ended up the event with a 1.27 rating, was definitely the second star of the team alongside ZywOo. So this is almost a prerequisite for Vitality if they're going to even make the main event and then have a deep run. They need to have that second star. We were thinking it's going to be Shox. It still might be him now that we're on LAN, but I think the fact that Misuta had a consistent tournament throughout and had a great performance definitely helps Vitality a lot.
Now, we're going to fly the vetoes in real quick just to kind of look at them. This is a best of one, but all things considered, Maniac, these guys have been playing on LAN, albeit in a boot camp environment. They haven't, just been sitting at home all separated for this amount of time.
Yeah, and you would hope that, as you say, now finally being brought back together, that it would ignite some sort of spike. I think that is what we are hoping for this IEM Cologne. Now we can just brush through the video. I've got to be honest, I thought Dust 2 might be where we end up, so obviously I was wrong on that one. We go to Overpass, which is a map that Renegades had a tendency to ban in the past, so I'm not exactly sure where they land on that one. For Vitality, it's a little bit in the middle of the pack. Their CT side can be quite strong. T side, they've seen a little bit out of solutions at times, but it should still be enough for them to get the better of Renegades.
Yeah, Overpass. Yanko, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I think you can get, deceived by the stats from Renegades a little bit. They're undefeated on the map, but the only team they played outside of their region is Team 1 in that Katowice play-in, and that was an overtime win. So definitely Vitality, a more seasoned team on the map, more experienced team, and I think it's good for them. I like the fact that Vitality didn't fall into the trap of letting Inferno go through. Potentially, that's a map where Renegades have had the most success internationally, and also some of their closer games, even in their losses. So I think Vitality won this veto.
I agree. I just want to put a caveat on that matchup, right? We just had NIP going up against LDLC. We talked about Davey versus Goliath. We are in something a little bit similar, but not as much. Because Renegades, remember last time they were over in Europe, they were playing the Pro League 13, and they were not ridiculous. Granted, they didn't win a tremendous amount of maps, but they pushed it to double digit at times. They've made life quite hard for Heroic, for example. They bid big. So they have a bit more of that experience, right? This should not be a walk in the park for Vitality.
Yeah, but it almost seems like every time the Renegades come to play on the international stage, the pizza party's over. They're getting their lunch almost, and there's a little bit of a disconnect there. Yanko, how does that happen? How does a team find themselves in such a, precarious situation?
I think for Renegades, at the beginning I was saying as well, okay, let's give them a little bit of time. They lost their in-game leader, right? They just need some experience with this lineup and so on and so on. But right now, you need to show something, right? Like you need to show us a good result. You need to show some good wins. Otherwise, you need to look inwards and see what are the roster changes that we need to make, because I bet these guys aren't just satisfied with being the best in their scene. They want to at least, cause some waves in the international scene, in the tier 1 scene, which is what they were able to do before on some occasions. So I think definitely a tournament for Renegades where if they don't find any success again, they have to start looking and thinking, okay, what's the changes that we can make to get to that next level.
And it would be really cruel for them, right, Tris? Because one of the consequences of this online-only area is that the regions have been segregated. Every region was just playing on its own. And now you have Renegades, and you look at their stats, and it's only green. It's a sea of green. They're just winning the matches they are playing. So how do you get better? How do you improve if anything you're doing is kind of working? Because individually, you got really good players like Sequel and Malta, for example. But where do you find that extra game, that extra detail? This is the moments where you realize, but unfortunately, it's already happening live, so you don't really have much time to address these issues.
Let me tell you about something else that's going on live right now over in the C stream. So there's this Spirit MIBR game that's now in overtime.
Ooh.
You want to talk about being alive? Bolts just kicked off the first round of overtime with a 4K. Double nade kill.
That's not too bad.
You got to, obviously. But yeah, that one's a little bit unexpected. Yanko, Spirit and MIBR, how does that one look?
Yeah, it's definitely a close one. MIBR was up 15-11 even, so Spirit had to grind their way back to take it even into overtime. As you pointed out, close game, 16-15 now in favor of MIBR. And that's the winner of that game faces the winner of this game. So, potentially Renegades, all they need is a best of 1 upset, and they could have themselves a best of 3 against a team like MIBR to book a spot in the Cologne main event, which would be, the best case scenario, I think, for either of those teams if they end up meeting to make it into the main event. So it just tells you how cutthroat these best of 1s can be early on, and, you can't really allow any slip-ups for yourself. Going into that lower bracket, there's a lot of good teams. You might get one easier game, but that game to get you to the main event is definitely going to be against a really, really solid squad.
And you talk about slip-ups, Trace, and when it comes to Spirit, that is the story. That is how the cookie crumbles for them. I'm just looking back. I had some memories, right, and I wanted to make sure. The DreamHack Master Spring opener, Spirit is going up against G2. They have a magnificent lead. They end up losing in overtime with Dexter 40-plus kills. That hurt. You go then to IEM Summer. You play against an EG that should be easy, and they lose it. So Spirit have a hard time beginning this tournament.
Yeah, and you know what? Things might not be getting better for them. Pinning the outcome over there on the C stream. If you are interested in Spirit, MIBR do just that. For us, we look at Renegades taking on Vitality in a best-of-1 to start off their journeys here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Overpass, the port of call, and the callers are going to be Sponge and Machine.
Vitality Renegades. Thank you very much, boys, at the desk, setting the scene for this one. And I have an Aussie as well, not just in the server. He's hanging out with me in person, Chad Sponge Birchall. You got any hope for your boys?
I actually do. I think there's a real chance for an upset here. Now, that's not predicated on the fact that I think Vitality are going to be slouches. I think Renegades on a map like Overpass have a pretty decent chance.
Got a power level to it. Okay.
Especially getting to start on this CT side here. 1xBet odds at the top of the screen favoring Vitality as Malta takes a couple of pot shots there as crossing towards Party. 3 of the members of this Vitality squad quickly over towards Long. They scamper. They're getting a lot of map control here quickly. So
Malta's going to hear this.
Yeah, well, he's under pressure now as well. They're coming through the bathrooms, through the upper section. Lots of pressure over towards A. There is the P250 with the smoke and the flash on Apex. That's the utility that's being rocked here from Vitality. And now they have the control they want. They're heading back down towards
It's around the world.
This is being heard. Hats is going to hear this through Connected. They're noisy.
The very powerful position. If Sicko takes first contact, Hats is going to be set up for success. But it is all just smoke and mirrors at this point. Vitality just sticking together as a pack, power in numbers. Shox has kind of cancelled his, what was just a B lurk, looking to catch any CT aggression there.
Inz is coming over now as well, and Shox has rotated back, so this is just going to be an A hit right now. Renegades don't have enough players on the site.
Malta, he might be that first contact. Nothing spotted, but a lot of pressure about to show. Good shot. Takes down Kyojin, smokes are in, and he's just pulled the plug. He wants to play for the retake. Oh, a chance from ZywOo. He upgrades to the USP and will not make that same mistake again. Bomb going down. Hats has a chance here. Head off of Apex. 3-on-3 for this retake. There is still a kit in place somewhere. I think it's on Inz, and oh, damn, ZywOo's making that USP sing. Masuta locked in on Long. 2 advancing, the 2 remaining from the Australian squad. Another body dropped. It's all onto Sicko. Look at that open plant. He's got very little opportunity. Vitality will take the pistol, starting as they mean to go on.
Yeah, good stuff right there. And it's great to see ZywOo kicking off with some big frags. Masuda as well. We know that he's been starting to grow on us, or at least grow into his shoes in Vitality, right? When he first joined, we're going back to when the online era kicked off. This kid picked up, you know, what did he have? He had a couple of highlights on YouTube from FPL or something along those lines. And now here he is, being one of the star players of this Vitality roster.
You don't get much of a chance, do you, to shoot back at ZywOo? That's a solid start. Good to see ZywOo on LAN as well.
He was the MVP of ESL1 Cologne back in 2019 when it was on LAN.
True.
So let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, I've seen that footage of Apex just like in disbelief as he shares the stage with ZywOo. We'll see if we get more of that action. IEM Cologne 2021. Mad, really. January of 2020, we got to see Renegades on that LAN.
Leipzig, I think it was.
Right. Deagles and Armor, though. Full investment, of course, looking to return the favor.
He's going to get a rude shock here, Alex. He saw one head. They're already past. This is going to get awkward.
Yeah, they're already closing the gap. A good chance, though. Sicko's caught the tail of the snake. And now if Inz can play around this smoke, a little damage. It's not enough. They have full control of the site. But 2 members of the CT forces are coming in from Long.
They're getting flanked by Shox.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's going to beat them there. They are slowing down. Their chance hinges
around
on
the corner.
This. Yeah, this is the end of that. Hello, boys, and goodbye, Sicko. Second chance, not so easy. There it is. The Galil's not best at range. Consolation frag. He'll take one.
This one's fallen pretty flat here in the force buy for Renegades. There was that moment. Shox's flank on the flank was, well, the deal stealer as Apex rips off the header Malta right there. And cruisy stuff here for Vitality. Now, are going to come into a couple of dramas when we get towards that first gun round for AWPs. Renegades, they've changed things up in recent times. For the longest period, it was Sicko being the primary AWPer. I do believe that Alistair has taken over that duty, Sicko doing the secondary. And obviously, Dexter, who's playing for Mouse Sports, you guys would have just seen if you were watching the B stream, took down Bad News Bears. He was the in-game leader and, I would argue, the star player of Renegades once upon a time. So they lost a lot when Dexter made that trip, left his family back in Australia, said goodbye. And now I think Inz is doing the in-game leadership job. So lots of moving and shaking for Renegades. They even have a new coach. Mitha was the coach when Dexter was back there. Now Mitha's the coach of Mouse Sports. Kingfisher is the gentleman standing behind the Renegades, and Xtaz on the other side of things here for Vitality. Now, again, I'll make the point, in case you missed it, coaches, when we've been in the online era, have been in the server. Other than the RMR events, where it's a no, 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 but everyone else, they've been in the server. Now, you're standing behind your troops, right? You're having to see the emotions. You can try and adjust and help. And I think we have a little bit of a technical timeout here. You can see Malta just receiving a little bit of assistance down the end there. Hopefully this one won't drag on too long, but it should be that full eco from Renegades here.
This is going to be super telling as well. I don't want to be too dramatic about it, but I do think when it's this opening best of one with so much weight on it and it's so much anticipation about your first game, you know, your first rounds, the maps, everything's coming into fruition. Starting and being able to stop, a Vitality run off the break here is going to be so instrumental. Like, Renegades cannot afford to be staring down a 0-7 and they suddenly stop blacking out and realize they're halfway through the first half.
It goes so quick, right? Like, look, obviously I'm reaching at this point. When did I retire? What was it, 2016? So we're going back in our time machine right now. But even then, when you're coming up into these matchups, this would have been my boys going up against Kenny S, and Kenny S just decimating us, right? Now, in this, Renegades are much more refined than we ever were, but the game can still just be gone. CT side of overpass, right? They're going to see a full eco right here. So we're looking at 3-0, right? Realistically. First gun round goes, okay, now we're staring down the barrel of 5-0, right? And then the next gun round, maybe some saves. They're not getting any frags. The game, the half, it's almost feeling over at that point.
Yeah.
It's all right. There's teething issues everywhere, Alex. We're getting used to our environment. You are wrapped in your chair. This is, you need to get, yes, all righty. Oh, that's a clutch maneuver right there.
Was an absolute shambles.
Oh, dearie me. It's all good. We didn't break anything yet.
We're used to, I mean, we've lived in a kind of a little caster box.
Yes.
That little room in Cologne where we've...
It was our home.
Exclusively lived, really. It's quite exciting to be getting on planes and seeing the boys in person as they do. I believe that's the friendship dance.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
I've been working on that one for a while.
Surprised I didn't someone come in with a stick and tell them off right there.
The do not touch bat.
Well, there's also, during these technical timeouts, no conversation or communication of any variety is to be had, right? We're going back to all the old school rules as they were, right? So there's going to be a lot of relearning to be done.
True.
So there's all of that to keep in mind here. But I wonder how much control we have. Oh, look at Zywoo's keyboard. Is that...
It's very fancy.
It's very French.
Is there a French theme? I saw blue, I saw red, I saw white.
Yeah, that's the flag, right? I didn't mess that up.
You're on to that.
How's the keyboard cameraman?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we've definitely...
What's going on there?
Is that I'm going to sound like such a Neanderthal. Is that the correct order of the colors?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
It's pretty.
It is. It's this nice looking keyboard right there.
Like, I mean, of all the people to get a custom jobby, I'm sure Zywoo doesn't have to. I think he probably just wakes up and he's got 4 custom keyboards in his mailbox, you know?
Start off on speed dial, then to build it for him.
Yeah. Is your cable braided, mate? Let me braid your cable. Don't know why he's from East London, but that's not what James Bardolph sounds like, but much love to him all the same.
James has got some really quirky, I don't know, hobbies, collection.
Honestly, he is an individual that...
like no other.
Like no other, truly, but a very kind soul and someone that if he's interested in something, he doesn't care about anything. Anyone wants to say about it, he finds, something to be... I don't want to use the word obsessed with, but he does. It's like, oh, I fancy going to learn how to scuba dive, and then he's just, in a World War II wreck, 60 meters down.
Loving his life.
Swimming with sharks. Not my thing. But fortunately, Counter-Strike is. And as we discussed, to get us back into the game, it was a 2-0 start. Vitality, a solid pistol. We saw them do the round the world. The flank from Shox put the second on the board.
I want to keep my eyes on Kyojin here. Now, I know it's early. I know it's only round number 3. But so far, he's the only player on his team not to have a kill. And he's the newest boy, right? So he's part of the anime weeb team, I'm calling him. Him, Masuta, and Zywoo. They've all got very anime-esque names.
Sure.
Kyojin is the one here who hasn't been with the team for a very long time. So I want to see how he kind of settles in. We have this 4 grenades set up over towards this B site. Zywoo, he might cop a couple here to the dome. They're a bit deep right there, and Zywoo's ahead of them. Only gets chipped on down to 95. He's even going to get a couple frags. So, honky dory as you like.
HE's looked promising. Zywoo's not really been deterred by that, which is a surprise. And now Apex bringing that long-range duel monster side back in a way as the hunt comes in. It's only a USP. They shouldn't be able to voice too much more of their concerns.
Call the stack as well. They just need to get the bomb and get out of there. Oh, that was two. Keep on walking into the dungeon. Zywoo taking down another. Apex finds Sicko, and now it's just Malta.
He'd have loved to have taken that rifle away, but not to be. Galil recovered, Zywoo takes the frag, and that 3-0 is locked in.
Ooh, all right. Well, it does say paused again at the top of your screens, ladies and gents. So let's hope this one's a quicker one. We can keep talking about fun stuff.
Maybe they're freaking out because they've been playing in Australia for a whole year.
Yeah.
They're like, something's wrong. Like, my shots like instantly connect. Like, there's some sort of like, it's like almost 0 delay.
Yeah, that would probably be messing with your brain.
Freak it out. They're like, wait, I don't have to like aim at where he's going to be.
We've had a couple of players who have been happy to discuss the difference, right? Like, obviously online, when you're playing with higher latency, depending on the angles that you want to hold, like, there's certain positions that you're not going to get away with on online that you would on LAN and vice versa.
Do you buy into the whole, you know, wide swinging meta, as in, like, in online, it rewards more of those swings, and then LAN, it's easy to punish, or am I making stuff up?
No, like, I think there's certain angles on LAN that if you were to just hold a line, you're going to just hit that shot, right? Yes. Whereas online, you're getting baited out with the jiggles or the wide swings that maybe somebody has 70
That's
ping,
when
right?
that delay makes a big difference.
Yeah, and look, I was a player who had to play with 70 ping a lot. It almost works in your favor sometimes with those wide swings. You almost feel like you have a shield, right? But you're also delayed in a lot of environments. So look, there's the pros and the cons, but I guess the biggest pro is the fact that now this is the reason everybody's so hyped, right? This is the purest form of competition. This is the level playing field. This is the moment where everybody has the exact same conditions, right? Yeah. There's no excuses at this point. So coming on in, there's the disparity, definitely so. Vitality are the heavy favorites in this one right here. But Renegades, like what we had with the LDLC discussion, there's an upset potential always in these best of ones, but they need to show up on the scoreboard. And so far, Inns and Alistair get to frag. So I'm curious. I'm very curious to see, because when I watch games in Oz, it always feels like Hats is a mad fragger. But then, you know, he has a bit more splotchy games overseas. I would look towards, I think Inns is like the real deal. Like, we know how Dexter's kind of...
Was that the kid that was talking about people thinking he cheated?
Yeah, when he was making that reference, I was like, did I ever play against it? I don't think so. I think at that point, we were probably already off on our little adventures.
But that's like, I mean, that's always been a badge of honor. Like, some of the very best players in Counter-Strike historically have always been the ones that people accuse.
Yeah.
You know, you're just like, who is this person? It's impossible that he could be this good. Rops is an example. I remember JW was, you know, really unconvinced by his, like, who is this kid? This is impossible. And then...
You know what's funny about that is JW back in the day was accused of his team was accused of cheating by like Pasha and stuff.
True.
Back playing like a CPL mill game, and this is in like very, very early CSGO days, and I think that Pasha and co thought that they were cheating then, and then they went on to be the team to win the first major.
Went on to do the same thing to someone else. I mean, it's a vicious circle.
It's a cycle.
Yeah.
But look, we're really in a technical issue here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to mince words with y'all. We're fixing some dramas. It is one of the Vitality players now who is not in the service, so we are missing one. Do we have any other talent that we want to talk about? Bardolph has so many things we could go into. We could talk about Anders and his Skybox.
I mean, fair play. I was just actually, you were flying around on Skybox earlier.
Yeah. I can bring it up now. Not for the people at home, but for us.
But just, I think it's incredible what Anders is and his team. I mean, it's not just it's not just him sitting
Anders does it on his own.
On X8, like on a notepad. He's not just creating an entire product, but yeah, it's amazing what they've managed to create as a team. And it's like, I remember what it first looked like. Do you remember when they just saw like little alien men walking around in like a spaceship?
Yep.
And now it's a full-on replica of every map live.
It's so detailed now.
It's nuts. Really, really sick. And I hope you'll be seeing a lot more of it as this event continues. For those watching at home, I just think it's great for those contextual replays flying through the very same plays we've seen. It does look a little baffled. I don't love to see it. Apex just sending out a tweet just before they went live. He was talking about his excitement to be back surrounded in that environment that, you know, that was where he cut his teeth. That was where he created his career on that LAN.
Shox was talking about that as well with the BYOC, right, with his dad and the PC and stuff. For the sources, look, I don't want to... Look, we're going back like 10 years now, but for the sources, they were doing it mainly in BYOC lands, right? Whereas the 1.6s were at the bigger events like the WCGs, the ESWCs, and they were less of the BYOC variety, right? But... that old transition. I'm trying to remember some of the big source lands we had. There was like the Experience was one of them.
Yeah, Tex, dude. They had.
Was that where it was at?
Tex, was it AEF? Did you have any source at AEF? No, maybe that's Antwerp Esports Festival.
I was one of those who went to source because of the money. Because there was the 1.6 and source situation going on at the same time, and CGS picked up source. That's the Championship Gaming Series for all of you out there. That was back in 2007. So if you remember that, you're old. Welcome.
Yeah. Well, we had that realization when Linus was just, you know, he 18?
Yeah.
And we realized that this kid's like going to his first LAN, and then Shox just said, oh, my first LAN? Yeah, 15 years ago. It's like his first Linus was 3.
Yeah.
He's 3 years old. I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you walk and talk at that age? I don't even know. Like this kid barely could hold. He was definitely not holding a mouse and keyboard. And now he's, on the same event as each other. This is the full circle. We were doing the same thing when Taz was still playing.
Yep.
You compare Taz and Forrest, and you compare it with the new kids on the block, like Rez when he was first arriving on the scene. We had those head-to-heads. God, I remember that Epicenter game. That was nuts. Do you remember Epicenter? Was it Epicenter? Was it?
That 2017?
Yeah. That was like NIP, VP was still there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm going back.
God, wow. I just teleported over to that Ukraine hall.
And we were just talking about it before. The last time that we were at a LAN event, at least with the players there, was Katowice 2020, right?
Yes.
But that was a year and a half ago now, right? And then you were thinking, when was the last time I casted a LAN event that was in an arena with spectators? That was in 2019 for you.
Oh.
Right? That like, blink and you miss it. Like this time, it's been not fun. But
That was when we had Buckethead.
Yes, we had Buckethead. They loved Buckethead.
Oh, the crowd. And now, instead, they just spam weird champs in the chat.
Yeah.
It's not as fun.
Well, that's their version of Buckethead, I suppose.
So, no updates as to yet what's going on. It looks like the headsets are going back on with the players and some buys are being made.
You notice how Apex was like very inquisitive as to what was happening there. I was always like that because like as the in-game leader and I'm a bit of a sticky beak.
Desperate want to talk or?
No. It's like because you want to know what the problem is so you can fix it. Because you're like teammates down there and you're like, what's this bloody clown doing here? Let me get on there and fix it. No. You want to know what's going on at all times. Now, let's just have a little bit of a look here. Apex is in the middle.
By the way, a little private mission of mine is to see how many people have fully embraced wireless gaming mice.
Okay.
I just saw a bungee on Masuta.
There's one.
I've seen a bungee on Masuta, but everyone else looks pretty wireless.
Inja's got one. Hats is on the wireless bad boy right there.
I want a hand warmer.
They're actually on this time. They're plugged in.
Yeah.
Normally, I think the players just unplug them and send them to one side. All right, here we go. Fist bumps are in.
Game time.
Action's back on, and guess what, ladies and gents? Might be the first gun round. Here we go.
Ooh, our first gunny. Now it's also a chance to see Alistair on the AWP.
Yeah, be curious here. I think Australia's always had a problem of having everybody who wants to be a secondary AWPer and not a primary. So let's take a look how Alistair wields this big boy.
That's true. Yam, Havoc, they all...
Nobody wanted to do it.
No one wants to do it. Let's see what the Vitality boys are cooking up to start us off here. First gun round of Overpass. Best of one, this is crucial. I mean, if you're an underdog such as Renegades, if you can catch Vitality now in the best of one, you save yourself so much legwork in that lower bracket. Best of threes against potentially some huge names after these BO1s conclude. Just the first round, don't stress. They're going for a boost. It was a bit loud, it certainly is now. ZywOo clunking his way around. They could go for the stack nades. No one's home.
So they're going to lob a couple in.
It might be towards like barrels as well. This could do a lot of damage to Hats and Malta. Bang! Ouch! 1 HP! Masuta catching Sicko as well. They're down to like 3.1 players.
This is going to get really rough right now. Vitality can just play with them here. Leave shocks parked over.
They could run into Alistair's AWP here, dude. Unless they go long. That's the issue, and that's where they're going. He's considered it.
Spot. Does he play retake? Does he play the site? He's sticking around for now, but he needs to hit a couple here. One's not good enough.
And I don't think there's any rush for Vitality. They've just got so much map control. The pick on B, now chilling and setting up for this A take. Alistair. A lot of responsibility. That's a big find. The fact he hasn't been traded.
Still coming though.
Gap is being closed. He hasn't considered it. I don't think he spotted anything. One close. Can't hit the shot just past the hip. Masuta evades the loss of vision. Now swinging into the side. Inns has got way too much on his plate. Hats contributes. Masuta with the pin in his hand. Damage onto ZywOo. It's Hats that's connecting in a very big way. And now Malta, the 1 HP warrior. He really would have to do something spectacular here. One bullet will do it. Any weapon, any time. 4-0. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Renegades still yet to break them.
Yeah, got a little bit dicey there, considering the start there from Vitality was fantastic. But they get it down, they get it done, and wow, they're keeping Renegades very, very quiet here. This was the double nades that came in as the opening. Down to 1 HP, and yeah, Sicko went down in the meantime. So they're getting a little bit curious towards Connector. That was the death of him, and this is a big one, right? You saw the shot from Alistair there, just a little bit off to the side, not where he wanted it. And Masuta continuing good form. This is great to see him on LAN.
Bro, I don't know how I feel about Vitality having not only ZywOo performing well, not only Masuta performing well, but then it seems like Hyojin may very well be up to the task as well. 0 frags for him so far, but the rest of his squad haven't required it just yet. Can't blame the guy for feeling a little out of his depth at this point.
Now, this is the hole that we're talking about with Renegades, right? Is the fact that now they're just back down to pistols. They didn't save a gun. You know, they don't have an AWP to work with or a saved M4 or something to keep things dicey. Right now, they're just gamble stacking 4 players over towards this A bomb site and just hats towards B. So unless somebody is able to step up with a multi-frag, this is another round that should just simmer on out. And we were talking about it before. The reason this one might feel longer for the players than it actually is due to those tech timeouts. Otherwise, it's very likely here just to be 5-0. It's just clinical, walking on in, taking off heads. ZywOo with the trade. There you go. Bomb will go down any second right now. So no dramas whatsoever. ZywOo even wants some more. The guy's getting aggressive. Another head lopped on off. And that's the backup that's necessary. The utility holds them at bay, and there you are. No worries. The problem is, with starting CT side and winning knives on this, that's the stronger side. Same thing happened with Ancient for LDLC. It's like, we want to pick the stronger side, but if you get off to a slow start and you're being dictated, then you start feeling, because it is a best of one, oh my lord.
Jesus.
Well, that was quick. But yeah, you start feeling like maybe you have to take a risk or two, or do we do an aggressive play now? We're going to be 6 rounds of play. This is the second gun round. The first gun round, they didn't even get to play at normal. Sicko got picked and Malta got naded down to 1 HP. Right, so like they haven't even felt like they've had a chance to defend fairly at this point. Injet to frag, Kyojin the same.
I mean, this is them
on the board.
This is what you would typically expect, right? When you're looking at the play-ins, you're going to have those that look destined, you know, with the history and the capacity for full main event performance, and to test those in the main event. And Renegades the challenges, LDLC the challenges. I do think the best of ones is where you'd start to see, you know, that's where you'd start to see a potential underdog story manifest. Right now, LDLC, no. Renegades, no. But MIBR were really pushing the boundaries of team spirit. I didn't get to check in on that.
Over there? Let's
what was
have
the
a little
conclusion?
bit of a look. Let me bring that one up.
But yeah, there is a B stream and a C stream, by the way, if you are interested in checking out all of the games. If you've got 3 monitors or 3 eyes.
Won.
They did?
22 to 18, only
Bloody
just.
hell, okay.
Yeah, with a big performance.
That was a comeback as well. 15-11 in favor of MIBR, so they couldn't quite throw that knockout below. Keep an eye on the South Americans now thrown to the lower bracket. ZywOo, 9 frags. Alistair, 1. But he does have his signature AWP. Oh, big chance. Hats has drawn more blood.
You like that, don't ya? Just through the smoke, easy as you like. Okay, we're going to peter out.
Can't miss this. And he doesn't. Nice. Takes the head off of ZywOo. Second weapon round for the Aussies, and already double opening.
Yeah, not a bad start on this one.
Alistair, careful now. He's in the open, and he loses his life, trying to transition out towards long. They can't let this one slip.
Well, here's where the problems lie. Kyojin's going to keep pushing forward towards long and would have to clear out Sicko. If he gets past him, there's still ins on the site, but they are just continuing this walk over towards A.
Sicko cannot lose this duel. Way too much pressure on ins. Oh, and Sicko goes down as well. Kyojin's done all he needed to.
Oh,
no. Renegades double opening frag, and it's just been pulled from them. Kyojin's first frags of this game, and it's round winning.
It should be a save call right here. There's no way in the world that Hats and Malta should be looking into this one. They've lost the site. They have a kit, sure. They have flashes to work with, but the post-plant situation's already being set up. The bomb's starting to tick on down. We're 3/4 of the way left.
Catastrophe.
Yeah, just hold on to these rifles, boys. That cannot happen. And you can see the intent right there. Flash Alistair out so he can escape. Well, he's gone down in transition. Sicko needs to be converting that kill. And then in steps on in. Thought he was still over towards the left side, top bathrooms. He gets destroyed as well. So that right there, 2 opening kills and another round lost. 6-0. That hole is getting deeper and deeper. Even get an AWP for ZywOo.
Like, I hate to say it, maybe a timeout after that one, boys.
Oh, they just called one. It's like,
you're right, you're right.
We whack another one in, or, you know, like, that's going to be very, very frustrating. Very frustrating. It's not like they were rolled over by a pack. It's not like they were even rolled over by an execute. It was just Kyojin taking off heads.
And you know, Dan, like,
hyping him up.
Apex is going to be saying a lot of words right now to Kyojin. He wants to get the juices flowing for his most recent addition to the team. So this was the catch. Hiding behind in the off angle. Alistair assumes it's clear, and Bob's your uncle. Doesn't even pull the trigger. This was a bit of a shame. Not even the headshot, just full body shot. Sicko knew he was coming, had the advantage, and the fact there's a third is just salt in the wound.
Yeah, he was noisy about it, right? That's
Look
the
at
problem.
Vitality. They're throwing in the full boost. Anyone towards heaven will find out. ZywOo's going to be at the top of the totem. And he could catch perhaps a glimpse. Oh, that's nuts. Malta just on the jump for info and catches a bullet to the belly.
Just before the train came in as well there. So timer on that one, but Inns has a chance to get on the board. Masuda looks ready.
Yeah, they are aware that there may be some risks taken. They full cancel. They're heading towards B. Makes sense. It's only up against the Deagles, but this flank could be quick, could be swift.
Well, Hatz has got the AUG here. He needs a couple.
Oh, if he could. The flank would actually be so much more potent. He's actually just playing to survive as opposed to anything more. Now the heads come in. Nice find. Shox is his first victim. Hatz nearly stabilized. It's only Sicko and Alistair, only Deagles. This one's going to peter out to a 7th. Alistair chance into the head of Apex. Yeah. Little sketchy, but it's an AK-47. No armor.
It's max loss bonus, so the AK would be nice. It's not even essential at this point. He'd be added by next round either way. Damage won't matter either. But he's actually having a look on in here, Alistair.
Element of surprise from Masuta is just a little too much. There he goes. 7-0.
Oh, okay. Well, this is not going well at all, is it? This is fantastic for the French. It's great to see, right? When you think about the transition that happened back in Katowice 2020, that's when Alex said, see you later, boys, I'm out. Remember? He didn't want to travel a lot, and then COVID kicked off, and then he didn't have to travel at all. Look at this, just scanning around. ZywOo finds him. That was just before the train coming in. Inns is having a rough go of things here. It would be great for him to be able to get one on the board. And at the moment, this is just looking like another day at the office. Eyes on Alistair here. He's aggressive with the AWP. This is so risky.
I love it, though. This is trying to just keep his mojo flowing, right? He's tried to take an aggressive line. I don't think it's going to cost him. He's able to retreat now to that toilet line. Vitality's a bit slow and steady, but every round has had a different flavor. Like, Vitality are kind of flexing on the Renegades here.
Yeah, and they're not doing it with pace either. They're just kind of going through these defaults, allowing their players to warm on into this, and, well, it's going great. Here's Sicko. It is the double AWP setup, and both holding A. So this could throw a spanner in the works. Run boost, miss shot. Sicko has to fall all the way back towards the site now.
Yes, they're looking really well drilled, dude. It looks like Vitality have got a lot to prove here. Not just in this game, of course. I'm talking about IEM Cologne. I'd also put them as a team in the list of teams that perhaps I'd expect more from on LAN.
Just take a look at this. Alistair and Sicko were watching the same position just there. So things are looking very, very clunky right now for Renegades. They're both looking like at divider. So it's odd scenes. And now they're both shy on the site. Gearing up for a B execute of Vitality. It's definitely B. 35 seconds.
That clock running down should give a slight advantage to this B defense. There's only 2 of them there, though.
Monster.
They're walking through. Oh, no, not both of them. Okay, Hatz. He's got so much to do. Tucked in on the sandbags. They know where you are. Swinging through the site now from Pillar. Sicko to support. Can't seem to find the angle. Hatz a second. He's doing everything he can to help the Renegades post around. Bombs down. Man advantage for the CTs. That's short-lived. Nice find. Apex eventually deals with that short, and he's not quite done. Alistair returns the favor.
Inns needs to get something done here. Needs a kill.
He's taken the place of Hatz. Coming in from short. Oh, and that's the end of Alistair. Just not ready for ZywOo as he posts his 11th. 11-2 for ZywOo.
There's no bite in this at all. This is not scary whatsoever from the Renegades. Look at that. Masuda too easy. Just peeks on in. Head goes off. And 8-0. The half is won. You don't want to be saying a 16-0, but I know we have 8 more rounds necessary to make that one happen. But if things continue like this, this is going to be a quick day at the office here for the Renegades, I think.
Yeah, like Vitality look like they've got like full carnivorous teeth. I'm talking canines. I'm talking sharp, pointy, scary, loud bark.
This is like my grandma's dentures right now.
Yeah, or like, you know, like a goat teeth. They're just like squares. They don't do anything. They just.
Like, what are the whales? They just have like, it's more like a comb, and the krill just comes.
Yeah, maybe more of a comb, yeah.
Oh dear. Well, back to the Deagles.
He's got this, I reckon. I changed my mind. I changed my mind. Kyojin's really bullying these poor boys. That's another one for him.
Where's any elements of trading or team play or?
You had 5, like, no, I was about to say 5 minutes. Let me stop exaggerating. About 20 minutes ago, you were saying you believe there was a chance.
Yes, but with new information, Alex, I'm allowed to change my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying, like, it's crazy how quickly, you know, Renegades have lost the belief of the analysts.
Yeah, that was. I actually thought, right? I've been hearing some good things.
Yeah.
It tells you that Prak is.
They're on a domestically. They're on like a win streak. They've been doing very well over in the Oceanic region, but unfortunately, and you know better than anyone else, when you're only practicing against your domestic rivals, you know, there's only so much you're going to learn from a 25-5 scrim.
Yeah, and the thing is, one of the signs which, look, we're going to have to watch them play a best of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the signs that kind of takes a little bit more air out of the room is they're quite easily the best team in Australia, and only recently Order, which I think we would say is the second best team in Australia, has been starting to push them more. So that tells you how shallow.
And I'm not making it up, right? Aside from their trip to Malta for the Pro League,
yeah,
these boys haven't had like European competition regularly.
No, that just hasn't been possible.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
We've had, because of the stringent lockdown in Oz, borders are closed, stay on out.
Right.
There hasn't been, it's super easy to travel. So getting them out of the country has been a mission within itself.
So this is just a completely different brand of Counter-Strike. It's like they're walking through the supermarket in Japan. They don't know a single product. They don't know what they're looking for.
This is like back in the day when I'd go to the early majors and you'd come in and you would have something like you would veto down, but it was out of 3 maps, and then it would randomize the last map at a best of 1, and then the other team would get to pick the side, right? And you were the underdog who never gets a chance to play, and you just get owned. This time around, Renegades get an even chance in the veto. They won the knife. They had to pick on this CT side, and it's 9-0. So very, very deflating. Maybe we have to take a little bit of a look in on those B and C streams.
They're 100% win rate on Overpass, though.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's about to be broken. This is huge for Vitality. Zywoo's just taking a lot of damage, and Masuda's copped an 8 as well. Apex a little bit chipped on up, and Shox is just going to have a look here. Why not? Keep it loosey-goosey.
Ooh, that's a big find. Shox actually has gone down to Sicko, blown up the door, enables him to hold short. And I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch here for Renegades. They've previously found 2 opening frags and had it taken away by a cheeky Frenchman, Alistair, watching Masuta slither as he descends. Double in that connector. They are digging their heels in here. Apex well aware and positioned in a very tight line to punish. Ins is tight. Apex is ready. 5 versus 3 becomes 4 versus 3, and it could get worse. Ooh, timing's good. Favors the chance onto Malta. Needed that head and has found it. Just 2 remain. It's Zywoo and Kyojin. They do have names like anime protagonists. Let's see if they can fight like anime protagonists. It's just the 2. No smoke. Ooh, 1 provided. Molly on the bin, and they want the plant. A slight gap for Malta. Should be their first round. Kyojin thrust into an impossible clutch. Full health. And the first frag. Didn't cost him too much either. Another head spotted. He's got a good idea as to where the majority of them are. And still 25 seconds to work his magic. Another head. Not this time. Hat delivers, and Renegades break their silence.
And they pick up double AWPs there as well. If Kyojin got another kill, that's the magic number we talk about during the cast, getting 3, and that would have done absolutely deadly things to Renegades' financial situation going forward. In still getting caught off there. That almost opened the door. That Apex kill was almost enough. This is very curious to see an AWP push aggressively like this on Alistair, but they found what they were after, and they backed on out. Essential kill here from Malta. This one here takes down Zywoo. And I think that when Zywoo's out of the picture and Kyojin's left in the clutch situation, we haven't seen him on land, so it would have been a tall task in itself. But they've broken the levy. Let's see how many more Renegades can leave this first half with. Double AWPs. Oh, Shox spots the dome there. It's the MP9 for Ins. Main lands a little bit of tickle damage, and oh, Vitality are just as a pack rolling through this connector position, clearing out the corners. Masuda leading the charge. Apex keeping things busy over towards Fountain. There's nobody up close and personal. Until then, Alistair with the AWP strikes. Masuda's down, so this is looking good.
Not to see that flash. Vitality just pack rolling, and this is something that we credited them for, you know, getting away with online. It'll be interesting to see how much it deviates when they get to these testing and trying LAN games, but it's a strategy and it's a style that seems to really fit the individuals in the Vitality jersey. Sicko, double AWP, don't forget. So this is posted up on long. Alistair's already drawn blood toilet side with his. Oh, pot shot, nice. Just a little bit of tracer fire from Shox, and that's all he needs. Takes down another. Zywoo looking to line up a smoke. Kyojin to support him. Ins, that's a big find with the MP9. Renegade just bringing the fight to them. 1 by 1 they fall. Spotted on long.
Pressure on Alistair here.
And Alistair tucked in, close quarter AWPing. He needs to survive. He's being hunted down. And Kyojin can't find it. Lovely stuff. The AWPs connect. That's the double AWP. Sicko and Alistair doing the lion's share of the work. But 2 in a row, they might be able to start reaching into some of the Vitality bank and making a 3rd or 4th less troublesome.
Yeah, one of the problems is because there is a decent chunk of money left over for Vitality, as this tail end of the half comes in, if they lose like a couple more rounds in a row, they'll be in max loss bonus territory, and then they'll be all good for buys towards the tail end, especially if we get a couple of plants here, there, and everywhere. But that's great from Alistair. That is huge stuff right there. Really, really good stuff. He's the newest addition to this team, right? When Dexter went out, Alistair came in. It's big shoes to fill. And obviously some changes in how the team is structured. Taking a little bit of a look, you can see on the right side of your screen here, the buy will be coming back in. Zywoo on that AWP. I forgot we even had this because we didn't use it because we didn't have player shots on LAN.
That's true.
We've got the...
That's a LAN exclusive.
Yeah, you're getting that one back in your eyes, ladies and gents. And this is it from Alistair. Just walks on in, easy as you like. The shot through the smoke, brilliant
There was
stuff.
a flash. There was a flash. I'm lying. Apex actually got a flash assist onto him, so perhaps just didn't catch that AWP line. But Alistair, 3 and then even a 4th as well. So a lot of impact from that AWP. That's going to be a confidence booster for him. Yeah, there you go. So his first reaction was a little tame. The second, now he starts to believe. Let's see if he can convince anyone else.
Oh, just shy there of doing a nuclear amount of damage.
Oh, yikes from me.
There's a smoke there anyway.
I know, but it still doesn't boost me with confidence, you know? I'm not overwhelmed with excitement after seeing it. Let's see what's...
the tightrope, huh?
Looks like they want to boost and... For info, no one's ready to contest on toilets. It's more passive hold from them. CSGO posted up toilet side. He has the support of Ins as well.
Alistair's position is great here over towards Sandbag, so if the door gets swung open, he might be able to get a bit of a freebie. Oh, so much pressure on CSGO here. They're coming.
Good, punish this. Good timing from him, and CSGO does connect. It's nearly a second. Shox, however, popping off. Malta returns with a double of his own. Man advantage, they're closing on the side. Apex, that's a quick headshot. And it's opened up the chance and the avenue for a plant. He'll use the smoke as well. Unpredictable, won't find it through the smoke. Now the retake. It's an odd plant. Where do they want to hold it from?
Well, they're getting aggressive towards Bank. They're both going to fight.
Oh, chances. Alistair swung on, baited by Apex. Masuta throws the blow. Pushing on the flash, looking like a good chance, but it's Apex that puts them back down in the dumps. 10 for Vitality, 2 for the Renegades. And that CT side, short-lived in their success.
We've been talking about Zywoo and Masuta getting the job done. Apex, the in-game leader, up to 13 kills for him. Now, sure, the scoreline is 10-2, but that's really good signs, right? To see Apex stepping up in a big way. Kyojin was sitting on no frags for some time there. He now has 9, so things are looking very, very good. And even when Renegades put up a bit of fight like this, could not convert the necessary kills. All right, well, they force sport. So this really is the tail end of the half right here. They lose this one, and things are going to simmer away very, very quickly. Looks like back towards B straight away. No hesitation from Vitality here. All 5 members set up in towards the backyard. Oh, they're just going to walk in.
That's playing with his deagle. Now he's got to try and find some... Oh no, not at this moment. He's dropped his smoke. The flashes are in, and he just needs body shots. Look at the damage. I think 3 shots connected onto 3 different players. The nade dunks on Masuta. They are absolutely broken. Look at their health. They have to retreat. Waving a small white flag just for now. 20 points of health between Shox and Zywoo. It's not going to be fun, and Apex is going to have to step up to the plate. He did just previously. They're going to pause. Maybe it'll be Apex that goes for a walk. It actually looks like Shox has been dispatched for a stroll towards the other side of the map.
We're talking 20 HP for Zywoo and Shox here, so it's just about the actual numbers.
Right, but so these guys are going to pause, right? Completely cut noise. Shox is going to go as far as he can. Ins goes looking.
Real problems now. Real problems. This mid-round, that kill is everything.
Imagine if he doesn't check long.
The HP doesn't even matter anymore. Oh, he slipped the net. Shox has slipped the net.
Doesn't even look. He does. Oh, okay. Spots his thigh, takes him down. Big relief for Renegades is now focusing their attention on the right place. Malta.
They're creeping through.
They're both through. They're both through. Still Zywoo falls. Apex can't do anything. It's Malta with a triple. Renegades at least posting some resistance there. Got a bit sketchy towards the end. Vitality making something out of nothing.
Yeah, and you're right, with that pause, they were even gifted a kill there. In's getting, inquisitive. Curiosity killed the cat and all that. But that's 3, so the best they can muster here will be 5. And this is Hat swinging on in. You can see that damage. He has no idea that he did so much damage to the smoke right there. Oh, that's perfect work right there. So look, they're still a little bit strapped for cash. You can see Alistair, no utility going into a round like this, and Vitality, they can keep the pressure on. Back over towards B. This could have some more pace behind it.
Renegades would take 5. Any day of the week.
Alistair's rotating over immediately back towards this B bomb site, so job done from Vitality, at least drawing out the rotation, and now they're going to continue a bit of a default crawl. They were denied the B access that they were looking for. Now they're searching out over towards A, and the problems for them are they have to worry about clearing out all these corners, but Renegades haven't been aggressive towards long, they haven't been aggressive towards bathrooms or party. It's only really been connector. So just by clearing out now, like they've done over towards Playground and Fountain, they know that there's no super early info for Renegades to be holding onto here, and that's keeping Alistair moving around. He's now rotating back towards A. This is falling back and forth to Renegades, and that's the big problem because the B hit is still coming.
Yeah, Zywo just getting not only the info, but dropping the util to keep those CTs in swing. Suter, bomb on his back and walking straight in off the flash. No resistance. Hats is found. He does manage to take one down. Bomb loose. And a 1-for-1 so far. Still 4 hearts beating for either side. Good damage through there. No one down. Malta for more resistance. This silenced M4. It's worked for him wonderfully in the past. Alistair Zorp connecting onto 1. Apex has gone
weird.
So far through. This could be a weird flank. Malta onto 1. They have no idea of Apex. Sicko's caught him. And it does look like the Renegades have done enough for a 4th. Zywo to change my mind. No, it's not going to happen. No issues here. He's hit for 30 and shot in the booty. Needed that. Renegades take 4. Apex, though, there was a world where he starts ruining everyone's day.
Yeah, the fact that he got so far up there was awkward, right? I'm not sure they were aware behind those smokes how many players were lying. It may have even thought to them a bit of a retake setup here. If Apex gets through and denies Sicko, that round completely shifts. Zywo under the pump. This is the frag here from Sicko, so let's catch this. Oh, quick reactions there from Sicko. You can see not ready for that type of maneuver. And the final round here of the half, Vitality's money has been broken. We've got an AK, a Galil, Tech9, Deagle, and a Scout in the mix. Looking like force fight territory indeed.
Apex and his Scouts. Why
is
he so in love with it?
Extra movement.
Imagine if he actually just proved us exactly why he likes it, but no. Up against the AWP, an aggressive one from Alistair. Masuta, he's probably the most well-equipped. That's the only AK-47. He's going to have to be careful, catching a little nade. Sicko warded off by that Deagle. Inns is actually in a position to support, so there shouldn't be too much of a threat from Party. I say that, I think Shox may have even got the info on his jiggles. So, final round of this first half.
Oh, this is dicey for Alistair here, or it's Sicko even.
Oh, he's so blind. What are you supposed to do? Does the dance, goes down, and now there's an AWP in play as well. That'll be retrieved. Inns could perhaps contest this. Masuta, great find and a quick react from Inns. If he can just play the numbers game now, they have surely done enough. 4 versus 3.
Oh, they're noisy about this boost here as well.
It just seems like they're flustered.
Nothing's clean, is it? So I was jumping.
1-for-1. Swinging out together. Inns does go down, but Alistair quick on the trigger. Yogen just crawled straight through that smoke. Oh, he's in the blind spot and even hit a headshot. Where did that come from? Zywo's Galil, I believe. Finishes off the job. So Zywo thrust into a 1 versus 3. Looking to break the hearts of an entire region. You wouldn't hold it, would you? Nope, just trying to draw those fights. And actually, the first is found. There it is. 10-5, Renegades. They recover. It's competitive. And the second half, well, remains to be seen. Will Vitality be able to close it out clean? First opening game of IEM Cologne. Lower bracket condemnation due for one of the two. Gagnant. En hauteur.
Corne.
Bon.
Super l'open corne
Nice.
Merci.
Now, my French isn't very good, but I think they said nice. Good job.
They were happy. I think that's happiness.
Yeah, definitely. And we're into overpass. It's our second half, ladies and gentlemen. First round for both of these squads. Renegades all the way from Australia. They have been locked into domestic rivalries and games against everyone within that Australian scene, but there's a very different kettle of fish now in the server. They're up against Team Vitality. There isn't a ZywOo in Australia. They don't exist. And now he's very well in the flesh on the other side of the arena for this head-to-head. They managed to claw 5 back, Chad.
Yeah, and look, I think it was 9-0. It was doom and gloom. I was like, all right, well, let's talk about the best of 3, shall we? But now, let me spin you a new one. Renegades come in here, they grab this pistol round, they convert, and the scoreline could be looking very much like a 10-8. And now we're back on. So things... Well, the cliche as it goes. This is a very important pistol round, one might imagine.
Oh, yeah. We're allowed to get back to the cliches now. I think we're allowed to go full circle. It's been a while since we got to throw them out. I do want to draw attention to Inns and Sicko, more so Inns, just because I believe he's a component that typically is a lot of the firepower.
What about Navera, though?
Oh, rest in peace. The 6-man operation was short-lived, but exciting.
Oh, dear. We'll get that one fixed up. There's a wireless mouse for you, Alex. Who do you reckon that is?
Another one.
Alistair.
Everyone's joined the gang.
All right. Yeah, look, Inns needs to come alive. I think as the in-game leader of this team now, he was a star player before. Now he's doing a lot more duties. It's not easy. I thought Molta, the man on your screen right now, would have been the gentleman to take it over, plays a bit more of anchor supportive roles.
I'm not making it up when I think he tried, didn't he?
I think they
definitely... When they were doing their Pro League run.
They gave us the we're not going to tell you who the in-game leader is, and I just think they didn't know who the in-game leader was going to be at the time. So that was fun. But they didn't learn from me by any means. So, look, I think it's one of these situations where...
But, Chad, you've just told me they don't really know who the in-game leader is. They're secondary AWPers, primary AWPing. Like, this doesn't sound like a recipe for success already.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But they're the best team in Australia.
Yeah.
What is going on, Dan?
It's a mystery. Look, you like you said, there's no ZywOo in Australia, right? We got a lot of mythical creatures down there, but we don't have anybody that is an animal like that.
Huntsman spider, the one that makes a little like trap and jumps out.
Oh, what's that one called? They got that in a funnel web spider.
Yeah, that's spooky. And the one that uses its butt like a door, like it burrows down and its butt kind of like covers.
I don't know. I stay away from them. I stay away from all those things, and I would try and stay away from ZywOo as well because he is an absolute monster here.
Now we do look like we're just getting ready for our second half. Why don't we take a quick dip into those B and C streams? You can see Sprout, one of the qualifiers through the German Meisterschaft, and you can see Big Clan as well, 14-6 up as well. So okay, a bit of a domestic rivalry for some of these.
Big normally have a difficult time with Sprout, so it's good to see that they're just cleaning house here, and there's been a lot of conversation about Big, obviously, the Germans on the line, but looking really easy for them just
Oh, bro, I just completely forgot. Xantares is on LAN. Like,
oh, yeah, 21 frags for him, 21 for Tabson as well. That's looking crispy.
That's something very exciting. If Xantares can hit Xantares LAN form, we may have a very different Big Clan to get excited about. Like Tabson, when they were talking about it in that footage we saw earlier in the show, I think it was Tizian just saying that Tabson is their LAN player. But if Tabson's doing what he does on LAN and Xantares keeps the performance like that, we could have a real contest from Big Clan here in the play-ins.
This is just another technical issue, ladies and gentlemen. We aren't intentionally not starting the game. And as I say that, the game starts. So here we go. Underway. Pissed around second half. Renegades must win if they want to have any shot here in this best of one. T-side, things are only going to get more difficult now. This CT side wall can be put up from Vitality. Let's see what the French have got to offer. Apex, of course, into that utility. Smoke double flash for him. The rest are looking into Kevlar with their USPs, but plenty of nades over there for Renegades. Having a little bit of a look here. We've got Smoke, 4 flashes and a molly. And the 1x bet odds definitely favouring Vitality here. This is looking very much like our first game, NIP versus LDLC, as far as that is accounted for.
So, bread and butter pistol here. I was going looking short, which could certainly spoil the party. Hello, Alistair. Bomb spotted every info they could possibly have found. And here comes the commitment. Blocks versus USPs, and already it's a lot of blue on brown in the feed. Another body drop. ZywOo 2 on the USP, and it's a third as well. ZywOo just decides he wants to end it right here, right now. 17 frags for him. CSGO, bottom of the scoreboard, and now just the only one with his heart still beating, as he's about to get run down by some rather vicious Frenchmen.
Wow, mincemeat right there. So 11-5. This one is going to cool on out here for a couple of rounds. Now, the response is very interesting from Renegades. Will it be the force buy, or do they want to take a bit of an eco here and get the guns out in the next? Because they're not going to have too many opportunities. Look at that. Just quickly clipping off a couple of
I reckon he might
there.
have got both of them if Masuda hadn't stolen that away. His crosshair was on both heads in quick succession. Damn. 3 from him, and it's nice to see them all smiling. I'm sure this is just, like, these opening games are going to be crucial to build morale and to build the foundations for the run at LAN.
That round was 3 for ZywOo and 2 for Masuda, right?
Yes.
The first half pistol was 3 for Masuda and 2 for ZywOo. So ZywOo and Masuda combined have won both pistol rounds.
Imagine if that's the deadly duo that keeps delivering here in Cologne.
Oh dearie me, it is going to be the force buy. So Alistair's held on to some extra cash to get an AWP out for that first gun round, which would be 2 rounds away from now, assuming this one falls flat on its face. The rest in with some deagles and light util. Now, they need to take up a lot of ground here, and Apex is already cheating his way back over towards this A site. Shox is in an aggressive position towards the top bathrooms. ZywOo to help oversee things. There's a warning shot, so they know what they're dealing with now. The scout has been called in play. This flash is going to set Shox up. Here it comes.
Got so much info. He's even ready for Malta's flank. Oh, the turn, and still going to try and find some damage. Bit shy of the mark. ZywOo far from that. Does find a response. Malta caught out. Nade looks very good. CSGO, watch yourself, son. Down to 2.
Very good for Vitality here. They're set up. That smoke's going to delay this. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock right now, so... Oh, he's going to catch the leg. Apex too easy.
Swings into another. Finishes off the job onto CSGO. ZywOo's M4 is just the perfect weapon for this range. He does break 20 in his first game back on LAN. 500 bloody days we waited. And now ZywOo starting as strong as you would imagine.
Well, now it's going to be Renegades in that situation with another full eco, Alex. So, yeah, look, we're just getting through the business rounds now, right? We need to wait to get to this gun round in what will be round number 19 to see if there's any fight left. Flashboard in. There's, what do we got? A deagle. Make it 2. It's not a lot for Renegades to work with here. Aggressive Molotov lands. It's going to hold them at bay. They can't risk running through that. And if they hang around, ZywOo's nade is going to do a whole lot of damage. Not to be the case. Aggressive play with the SMGs. Here they come.
Malta with a Glock. Oh, and it's going to be an SMG fiesta. Everyone's going to get their kill reward. 4 for Masuda as well. He's like, I think he's just trying to chase ZywOo, having a competition within the game just to see who can find that frag total.
Yeah, it's good as well for Kyojin. I know he only has 11 kills right now, but that's good. You know, it's not like he's slacking or anything like that. So his first game, this is going to be great for his confidence. He can hang with the team, he can get it done. This is a really good game for the favorites. When we would look at these, you know, back in the day, it'd be like, yep, this is a nice confidence-building one, just to get any of the issues out.
But I mean, also just putting myself into the shoes of Kyojin, even Masuda, I think I'd throw into the same category of like, holy moly, like now you're at LAN with them, you know? You're walking to them, that's a big find.
Just throwing Molly there, that facilitated the pick.
Hang on. That boost as well got rumbled by the nade. Masuda and Apex have swallowed 50 damage a pop. A big test for them.
That's such a huge find to take down ZywOo. Oh dear.
Oh, what a horrible pop flash. Hats had no chance to react. Good response. Finishing off the job of the nades started. In through the boards, takes down Apex.
Shox is pushing long right now. He could spoil the party right here. If he continues to push, he might catch Alistair and CSGO in the back. The bomb is still down towards T-spawn. There's no decision or indication where Renegades want to finish. And I think Shox is in a position to ruin everything. They're basically giving up the A bomb site, so Shox can play spoiler late round as part of the retake. He can flank them quickly if they do go towards B. And now he's starting to look for a bit more info.
Mouth is moving.
Malta's getting the bomb. Is he going back towards B or is he going A? Because he'll have to get past Shox. Oh, shots fired.
Where he is now. Oh, ins with a huge double. That's the site open. That's the round. They'll surely take the bomb back. Yeah, Malta pivots immediately. And Shox, that flank looking to play spoiler, now just going to have to do it all on his own.
Oh, you know what this means. Bit of a save situation. They know where he is. He knows where they are. Gonna have the standoff indeed. And well, if he could take any guns away, that's the positives. But Renegade should play this super safe.
What a glimpse there.
I am curious. Ooh. Okay. I am curious to see how much saving we do get on LAN, because when we think about some of the things that we've seen online, the game is being refined to such a point that it's no longer just Astralis playing the percentages, right? Gambit have taken that to a whole nother level, right? Yeah. Saving in situations that you would never think a team would be saving. This is the opening pick. This is huge. And this is through misthrown Molotovs, right? You can see there, Alistair standing behind that with no dramas. So yeah, getting back to the slow play, right? Will the CIS teams be able to keep it slow with the pressure of being in a LAN environment? And how much saving will we see? Those are two things that I really want to be keeping an eye on here. So we get back underway. Another round of play. And the guns are out. Zywoo into the big green. Rest into the M4s. One kit on Masuta. So they have everything they need. Apex is about to get pushy here.
Take a 1-for-1. Yojin up on jail, powerful position. Often see an AUG though, it can be difficult to control with that M4, long range. He's got his zoomy glasses on though.
Looks like he's taking a couple of RPK's special spots, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I imagine there's quite a few RPK demos he's had to trawl through. Now the bomb's loose, standard setup so far, the default just housing Apex's aggression so far. That's his chance, and that's his frag. Need that trade, Malta!
Wow.
Nearly going down. Kyojin's so aware. He switched on, that's for sure, and now a real dire straight for the boys of Renegades. If CSGO can't find Shoxy here... Oh, the shadow advantage. He knows he's coming, and he controls the spray in just the right way. 19 HP, doesn't finish off the job. Alice is the only healthy member of this two-man unit now. He's got such an absence of information. If Shox tries to time him, he's actually just burrowed into the smoke.
Can't rescope now.
Nope. Shox around, straight behind Alistair. And if he does go, I mean, all the way around the world, that's going to be a real sour tone. Oh, he is. There's no way Malta's expecting this unless he hears him.
Get to the site.
He hears him. Nice, that's the headshot. Malta takes it, and now the site is theirs. Zywoo to rotate, Masuta on the flank through toilets.
Planning safe.
Bank side, that should enable the plant completely. A big round for Renegades if they can just convert. Malta just caught in transition, looked a little lost. Alistair to come up clutch. One on either side. Eye press to the scope, he can start his walk, hunting now as Zywoo advances back towards the stairs. If there's a timing on this, Alistair could catch him. Oh, just a little too late. Problem now, target to find, it was Masuta who falls, or shuts him down rather, 14 for Vitality. And Renegades, another chance, just falls by the wayside.
Yeah, this one's simmering out in a big way here. Money is starting to become a problem over there for Renegades. This was great. The dink on the second player, or maybe just the damage done as opposed to the dink, was great. Shadow really helped Shox out here. I think CSGO was expecting Shox to be more flustered in that moment. It was great from Malta to be able to steady. With only 15 seconds left, that's a hugely important frag. But this was it. Coming on in, Malta's too low. Easy for Masuta to finish that one off. If Alistair gets the kill on towards Zywoo there, the 1v1's very playable, but missing the shot, giving up a chance. And
it was that 1 second hesitation. They didn't continue down that angle. It's crazy. This game is decided by the smallest margins at times. It really is. 14 though for Vitality, just looking to finish off the job, keep themselves in that upper bracket, and then there'd just be one best of 3 away from a spot at the main event.
So it looks like the buy is back out for Renegades here without too many qualms. Utility on hats is a little bit light. You can see it's just a smoke and the HE, no Molotov or flash. CSGO missing a nade there as well. But they have the big green, so they need to make it work. Kyojin's down to an MP9. This is a good opportunity here to kind of keep this economy of Vitalities honest, and you can't really drop any more rounds at this point with the scoreline up to 14-6. But here we go.
Oh, boost short. They're coming as well. They're not going to be ready for this. An old school throwback, but it still hurts just as much. The nade is on his way as well.
Perfect.
There's a potential trade. Look, they're not ready for that. CSGO! Oh, it's fallen flat on his face again. Shox on a recovery mission. And Alistair, all the sound cues in the world, but he's got to go close quarters toe-to-toe with Shoxy. Not fun. More teammates dying now. All right, Alistair. Give me something. Oh, the no-scope's just off the mark.
He's very ready. Malta's not long for this world. Masuda will finish him off, and there you have it. 15 rounds for Vitality now. Masuda up to 22. Zaiwu on 20. It's quite nice to have. Apex there on 17. Everything going very well for Vitality here.
I think Masuda is my most pleasant surprise of this last year.
Yeah.
Like, I did not have an expectation of him, I'll be honest. Like, I thought this was a Vitality misplay at times, especially during his debut, especially during the early fledgling, like 4 months, 5 months.
0 and something, 0 and 16 or 18 or something on Dust 2 against Spirit in one of the... We casted that game, and it was like, oh, this is going to look rough. But he has really evolved.
But also, don't forget how clear Vitality made it that this kid had a lot to learn.
Yeah.
And, well, he had a whole year to learn. It's been great to see him forming into the true player people saw the potential in, you know, the rough diamond they've managed to chisel away at.
This is a B hit. This is an all-in.
Here we go. Zai was close in on the site, has no issue with the first. Hat's forced to watch as his team look to extend play here on Overpass.
They had to go. They have no utility left. That was it.
That was it.
That was it. Now what? Oh, boys. Oh, boys, oh, boys. This is done.
Shox has got a real quickie onto Alistair, loudly stampeding to return some map control. And Sika, you can see that smile of almost disdain as he realizes he's about 1 minute, 59 seconds away from their best of one, sending them straight to the lower bracket.
Yeah, this one is done. There's no way back into this. Absolutely none. With 3 players alive. Got the low HP of Ins here. It's really not going to go well whatsoever. The last bits of utility being lobbed on out now. And they would need a miracle here. Malta's gone down, just 2 to find. Ins is that low HP member.
Vitality versus Spirit today.
Okay, that's not bad. Oh, Shox has spotted that.
Could be very interesting.
Sicko's down. 1 man to find. It is just Ins. UMP and 4 HP.
And down he goes. Vitality 16, Renegades just 6. And now they are locked down to the lower bracket. They'll be playing MIBR for survival. One of those two will be going home, but Vitality, business as usual, mission accomplished. We'll be seeing how they shape up versus Team Spirit a little later on in the day.
Hey Future Pros, welcome back to Overpass. Today we have a quick little pop flash for you to learn. It is a CT flash for inside connector. To do the flash, drop into this corner. Aim at the intersection of these lines. Then underhand throw the flash. This should give you an easy kill to anyone creeping up connector.
So the results are in, and it would seem that Tarkov had a wipe last week, but that wasn't the only thing getting cleaned out. The Chads of Renegades get beat up on Overpass by Vitality, and that's going to be their opener, not going the way that they would have wanted it to. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021 on LAN. And I've got Maniac, and I've got Yanko. Yanko, how are you feeling over there, man? I know there's quite some distance between us.
Yeah, Trace, I'm feeling miserable, to be honest, that I'm so far away from you. It hurts my soul with every passing moment. But yeah, I think that's probably the sentiment that Renegades shares with me at this moment after that beating from Vitality. And I think it was just very clear, even from the map video, you could tell it's not really, Overpass is not really where you would give a good chance to Renegades to have an upset.
Fair enough. Maniac, where do you take it from there?
Tough. Really tough for Renegades, honestly. I kind of prefaced that game as it's not David versus Guile, but actually it was. It purely was. Vitality head and shoulders above Renegades. The only really resistance we saw was from the snipers on the side of the Aussie, right? They fought back at the end of that CT side. It was Alistair with the AWP, making the best he could on the A side. Let's put it this way. He stopped a couple of attempts from Vitality, but besides that, I mean, both pistol rounds won by Vitality. Kyojin starts fired up. Misuta is coming in with frag. Zaiwu is just doing Zaiwu very silently. We don't even talk about him, but he tops the charts, so everything is green for Vitality.
So we look at this. We look at the eye test, Yanko. We came into this matchup knowing that we had some rookies in the server. Now that we've gotten that eye test, what's your initial thought?
I think initially, great sign for Vitality is the fact that Misuta had another great game. As we talked about in the pre-game, one of the main reasons why Vitality was able to make that deep run at IEM Summer. So he definitely needs to keep that one up. And from Kyojin, I still think, at least for me, the expectations are fairly low. You just want him to, you know, have some good rounds based off of his mechanics, like we saw that one round in the first half. Mostly it's going to be focused on the CT side in those anchor roles, right? We saw it, for example, on Inferno, he had a lot of multi-kills, right? So you want to see basically just more of that, some improvement from him, and really not ask pretty much anything of the kid as of just yet. Very inexperienced, very young, and you just want him to be comfortable and let him develop with each game.
What you want from Kyojin is to be able to allow Apex to play his own game without having to micromanage him, right? That used to be one of the issues when you bring a youngsters, and it was the case with Misuta at the very beginning. We know Apex is spending a lot of time and energy trying to help them know what they have to do, coming in with the details, with the strategies. That's not supposed to happen. You have to have an Apex that can just focus on his game. I think he had a decent amount of success in that game. He found the impact he wanted to, and that's going to be one of the points we need to keep an eye on during this whole event. Is that now Kyojin has been here for long enough that he knows what he's supposed to do up to an extent, and then everyone else can just focus on their game.
So, albeit everything was escaped over there, at least you know, certain tragedy in the first round of this play-in, especially when you start to think about how this one's going to go. Spirit MIBR went into overtime. I think MIBR sat on some like 5, 6, maybe even 7 map points. You know, that's a bit of a heartbreaker for your MIBR. You look at this sets us up for Spirit to take on Vitality. Now, is this going to be a mismatch sort of like what we just seen, Yanko? What are we expecting?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure about that one, Trace. I think time will tell.
Yeah, fair enough. You got any thoughts about it?
Look, I think that the only question in that series is going to be, what phase of Spirit do we see? If we see the good Spirit, the one that completely speedrun Na'Vi on Dust 2 in that CIS style at their final, or rather upper bracket final, then why not? I think there's a shot. I think Spirit, with the momentum, when they play the good Counter-Strike, they have enough players and they have the talent, but we've also seen Spirit completely miss games. So to me, that's going to be the one question.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks still to be answered. We're going to continue on here with Cologne LAN Edition. That's right, we're back on LAN, and we've got more games coming your way. You see the Evil Geniuses getting set up shop, and that's going to be FaZe Clan on the other side. Yanko surely to have many words about this one when we return.
Heh.
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 Nice, just had a really rough game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to make he takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
got met with the brick wall of the Fnatic stack out towards B then. And my God, 14-14, nerves, pressure, everything is now on the line for both of these sides. Fnatic won this done and dusted. They got the first map, they won this over with. Dignitas are fighting for everything now. Look how many players are here for Fnatic. Fetish has got his foot in towards the site. Pronax finds Zipnik's not the best of starts. Flusher gets Dupree. Bomb is going down. Device still kicking as Fetish waits and waits. Finds himself a little bit of smoke to hide in, but it's a 2v4. Desperately hard to hold on to. Device around the world we go. But the defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh! Just about gets it as the flames come in, and look at the little dance of happiness. That is how to control your nerves in a situation. Dance it out, but my God.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you a setup Heroic used to get a free cheesy kill on a CT playing towards B short boost spot. Overpass has a lot of double and triple nade possibilities, but let's start with this one. For this pro tip you'll need 3 Future Pros, 3 HEs and 1 molly. Future Pro number 1. You will be throwing the short molly to stop any CTs from pushing and one of the HEs. To throw your molly you will need to stand on the edge of this shadowy area. Aim at the bottom center of the B, then jump throw the molly. Next, make your way to the surf ramp. Look for this dark line and stand in front of it. Aim to the right of this grade along this line. Then simply running jump throw the nade and you are set. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other HE. Head to the same surf wall and position yourself between these 2 white cracks. Aim along this line of the grate halfway to the right side. Then running jump throw the HE. Future Pro number 3. Guess what you'll also be throwing? A HE. To throw yours, head to the surf wall with your other Future Pros. Stand over the bottom corner of this red smudge. Aim along the second line of the grate close to the center. Then running jump throw the HE. If anyone is close to the boost, they will take some hefty damage. If they are unlucky enough to be boosting, well, you probably get 2 free kills. Happy nading.
Days that are searing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenity. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come set me free.
My first LAN was with Complexity in London, 2019. It was like a pretty big event. And I didn't feel too much pressure because it was the first LAN and there wasn't too high expectations, but I had a lot of fun that tournament. And we could have done a lot better there, but yeah, it was a fun first LAN event for sure. I think the way I am, or maybe just for me, it's I enjoy like the pressure or whatever you want to call it, and just like the high pressure intensity matches.
Actually, the funnest fact from my first and even second tournament I play on, it was that my mom said I cannot like go there because it's too far from my city. Like from my city to Warsaw, it's like 4 hours by drive, by car. And my mom said, no, you cannot go. So my father just decided to take me to the car and we just drove there together. Also, he had to like sign some documents so I can compete in this tournament. So that was the funniest story. Oh yeah, of course. My parents are watching every match I played for like last 5 years, I would say. And even if they cannot watch the game because they're working or whatever, they're trying to even watch the replay, or they even follow my old streams every day. So that's so nice.
And that be the lesson to all of you out there, if you're just listening to Mihu, or however you want to say it. If you don't get what you want by asking your mother, go ask your father. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. We are on LAN, we have Yanko, we have Maniac, and we're ready to dive into what is going to be FaZe taking on the Evil Geniuses. Interesting matchup, but why, Yanko?
I think the reason why it's interesting is because we have these teams who have more veteran players and who have been, lighting it up on LAN at different times and have been struggling recently. So two teams with similar storylines pretty much who are looking for redemption in this tournament, and for FaZe pretty much, something to hold on to coming into that second half of the year and the second season.
So the real question here I'm also looking at for the other side would be the EG side.
All right.
And Maniac, I'm trying to understand how you get into such a hole and such a slump that there might not even be a ladder to grab you out of.
Yeah, look, I think that the very recent signs we've seen from EG is slightly better, but the expectations were tremendously low. That is the landscape. That is how it turns out for EG. The last time I saw them play, they did put up decent fights. I think they pushed Gambit to double overtime, which was not too bad. Now, EG is a team that had to undergo a lot of changes just to reach the point where they're at right now. We're talking about there's a new coach coming in. Daps is behind the boys right now. We have, obviously, Obo and Mishu, I think, two great additions for the side of EG. But the question is, what about the veterans? You talk about experience, you talk about people that need to put up the frags. I'm looking at Breeze and Cirque. These two, if you go back in time, in your time machine, as Chad would say, to when EG was winning, Breeze was in the top 20 2 years in a row, and Cirque was a very potent AWP. Where are these players now? Would that be the scene? Would that be the context we need to see them shine again?
Yeah, some of the changes around this Evil Geniuses lineup will leave you wondering. They'll make you wonder what the future holds for this team. And right now, it's not looking so bright. Now, one thing that could look bright is us comparing some of these players. I think the easiest way to sort of sum this up and look at it in the biggest regard would be seeing Twist over on FaZe, and then you combine that with some of the changes that we've had on the other side. I don't know, but we're going to find out. Let's do it right now.
Two North American stars will collide in this best-of-one opener as energy meets experience. After an extended break in 2020, Obo showed he wasn't slacking on his return to active play with Evil Geniuses. His off days have been rare, but have also resulted in disaster for his inconsistent teammates who rely heavily on his star performances to keep them in the game.
Incendiary right onto Obo's toes. He still stands in it. Cautious about short, but they're crawling through this contact. Hello! Oh, Obo! 4 in total, but a lovely finish.
On the other side of the coin, Twist has been vocal about his potential to step up and frag out. No longer Liquid's passive insurance policy, FaZe are looking to him to make the most of his newfound freedom and find multi-kills from the shadows.
Oh, Twist with the backstab. The timing is great, and he gets 2.
Two star players with pressure on their shoulders as their teams try to get the tournament results that have eluded them so far in 2021. But which one will have the greater edge?
A lot of questions. Who's going to be on the greater edge or have the greater edge? Maniac, what's your thoughts? What do you get from that?
I mean, the main question I have is regarding Olaf. And that is the one player I'm going to bring up straight right. I'm a big fan of him. I'm a big fan of the legend. When he comes back to FaZe, this time around the narrative is that's here for long term. He's here to stay. This is the lineup we're going for, which I appreciate. But we've only really seen him as coming in as a substitute, as a mercenary to save FaZe, and I think he did admirably at time, you know, considering he hadn't played a lot of Counter-Strike. This is a different context now, Tris. We are at IEM Cologne. He had time to play the game before, and this is where we ponder how doable, how feasible it is for all of Meister to shine again at the top. And that is one of the questions that I have for this series and this event. I want to see him do great. I think he can, but a lot of questions to be answered.
Whole lot of questions. What are your questions, Yanko? Do you have any over there?
I don't have as many questions. I have more answers for your Trace. You know, talking about all of Meister, I can tell you firsthand, you know, that guy is just invaluable to the team. The experience we talk about, it definitely shows on the server, not afraid to take risks, you know, go for those space creating plays, right? And it was a big loss for us when he decided, well, I thought he was retiring. Basically, he was taking a leave of absence. And you can see in the recent results for both teams, a lot of L's there. I mean, some tough opponents. I think that's for both of these teams, right? They've just played these tier 1 tournaments. They haven't gone that much to, you know, the tier 2 tournaments to maybe farm the opposition a little bit, get their confidence up. And, you know, for FaZe especially, you could see a lot of 2-1s. I mean, looking at their maps as well, talking about the Vito, like, oh yeah, they didn't win a single Dust 2. Well, all of the losses are 16-14. So it just depends on the way you look at it, right? It's only one round here or there could have changed their fate by a significant margin.
Well, fate would have it that this is still a best of one, you know, so this obviously keeps things very, very compacted and very compounded into what can happen within one map, and that could be a whole lot, especially when you think about what happens on the other side of it, Maniac.
Absolutely, and Yanko is talking about these losses from FaZe that were way closer than what this graph was just talking about, and I agree. The question is, how much confidence do you come into this IEM Cologne, right? You have a best of one ahead of you, you have 16 rounds you need to win, but what if you've been only losing 14-16, 14-16, 14-16? I'm hoping the LAN context is going to help, but, you know.
Yanko, what's up, Yanko?
Yeah, we can go to the Vito as well, but what's interesting here, Trace, is the fact that, you know, you talk about this in FaZe and now it's LAN, and it's like that's their last saving grace almost, right? Everything has been going wrong for them. So it's like, okay, now we're back at LAN. We have all these experienced LAN players, but if you flop here as well, you know, how long before you really start getting inside of your own head? We could see it from this interview, that interview, right? We know we're close, you know, we know we're making some basic mistakes, but at some point, you know, will they be pressured to show some results?
Yeah, and at some point, you have to wonder what that breaking point actually is. We're going to find out what map we're going to, at least in this best of one. What about a Mirage? Does that fit the narrative here?
I'd be surprised to see EG allow Mirage to come in, but maybe you have information that I don't, Trace. Maybe you're seeing into the future now. I think an Inferno and a Nuke could be right there. That's been removed by FaZe as the two maps. And then, would you look at that?
Wow.
We have a Mirage coming in. I'm still new to this. I'm never going to doubt you ever when you mention a map on the Vita from now on. That's it.
Look, the internet is full of spoilers. Yanko, Mirage for both these teams. Is this a good pick?
I think maybe you would have preferred EG to go for something else. Like, it's a good map for them too, but it has been FaZe's best map throughout these tough losses as well. So probably tells you they're well prepared for it.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder too. Okay, so we've got on one side, we've got Stan. We're looking at a Kerrigan on the other. That alone, that's got a little bit of a head-to-head girth to it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think in terms of IGL, very potent one. At least cerebrally, if I can say it. But in terms of frags, we know Counter-Strike is about kills, and I do believe there's a timer on both of them. Honestly, when you look at how much killing they're putting on the server, there's going to be...
like an expiration date as to them in the server and them applying themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't think it's going to be enough to, you know, just have good ideas and being at the helm for the future, at least, for either of them, really. Kerrigan, his journey is quite interesting. He wasn't FaZe Clan, right? They lost hope or trust or confidence in him. He goes into mouse sports. He brings up that project. It's great. I mean, even more so to the point that his stock market just rises, and then they are considering, wait, hold on a minute, we made a mistake. Come back, we believe in you again. But that credit is going to go down ever so gradually by every result that is disappointing. And I'm scared that we are getting there already for Kerrigan. And this would be the perfect event for him to, you know, put all these doubts to rest. Because if they have a good result right here, that is it. He's legitimate again. But it's been complicated the last few months.
So, Yanko, I look at you with the same regard and the same question here in terms of the IGLs. What are they doing the best? Who's got the most strength in terms of using their pieces of the puzzle?
Yeah, I think for FaZe, those pieces have changed a little bit with Cold being benched and Oldmeister getting back onto the team. EG also having their roster changes too. We also have to remember we didn't mention Daps is now in as the coach of EG, and he knows all those players really well, so he could perhaps help Stanislaw speed things up. But also in a lot of the interviews, Kerrigan has been saying individually the players haven't really hit their peak yet, right? Someone like Rain obviously has had some of his best performances while Kerrigan was the in-game leader. So really hoping for a bit of a resurgence from Rain, right? And hopefully if he can put better numbers, we know how he could be, the destroyer, almost winning rounds single-handedly. And I'm interested to see Twist on LAN performing in his new sort of a star role, because we know that mechanically he's very gifted. So can he translate that to having a lot of impact in rounds?
And I mean, he's got the role for it right now. When you listen to the interviews, when you read the comments he's making, he's got positions and roles where he can decide whenever he wants to fight. That is a different role he had in Liquid, which was way more passive and way more waiting for the round to come to him. Now he can decide when he needs to be activated. He can take these duels whenever he sees fit. Now, that's a little bit of pressure, but I believe that he's got the shoulders for it. I think he's got the experience for it, and this is the best context to try it.
So, Yanko, when we talk about roles and we talk about duels, how about Brokey versus Cirque? What are you thinking, Yanko?
Well, I think Brokey, he has been developing ever since he was given the role. So he was the full opper since the start of 2020, right? So it's been a significant time period now. I think with Brokey, it's just he's very fast, he's very quick, he has good mechanics. It's just sometimes about being a bit more patient and allowing the game to come to him, so to speak. And with Cirque, we've always regarded him as a very strong opper, one of the guys with the best movement out there as well with the AWP, but he has as well fallen off in recent times. So really hoping now with maybe this return to LAN, he finds his groove again, because he's one of the more exciting oppers to watch in the scene.
Look, Cirque has been insufficient recently. There's no other way to look at it. And the reason I'm being so harsh is that I know what he used to bring and I know the impact he used to have. You're looking at the events he's had very recently. IEM Summer is the only one who is above 1.0 rating, and he did quite well. I think EG were a positive surprise right there. And the reason I'm frustrated is that you have this EG roster who's now been revamped with Obo, obviously, and Mishu. You need the old guard to chime in. Because if you do so, if you have your Cirque fragging, if you have Breeze returning to somewhat of a gray state, then you have a roster that is quite deep and is evenly distributed. You have the rookies fragging, and then you have the experienced guys also filling the holes. But that's the second part. That's the latter part of the equation that's been a little bit struggling recently. And this could just be a very complete roster if it were to happen.
And, yeah, I think that's something to just hone in on right there. Yanko, how big of a deficit is it if someone like Breeze doesn't show up in the server for EG?
Well, that's a good question, because what I think we need to remember is that EG recently switched things up, in terms of roles, in terms of positions as well. We see Stan now playing that lurk role as the in-game leader to some extent, similar to what we see from Blame F in Complexity at times, maybe Hampus a little bit in NIP, right? And that means, Breeze doesn't have as much space as he used to have, right? That's the main reason for him not putting the same numbers that we're used to seeing from him. He was and probably still is in that transition period. So we don't know until we talk to them and see, does he feel like he's had enough time to get used to that? If he has, then we'll see what sort of performance he brings. But that's the problem for EG, is like how you need to figure out a way to structure this team. I mean, Breezy was an incredible player when EG was playing well, when he was at his peak, right? He was the difference maker. And I think you don't want that guy to have to be the one to take a step back, really. And they've put themselves in a bit of a conundrum with the roles, it feels like. But hopefully they can figure it out, and Breeze can go back to being the star player that he is.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a give and take. When you take a player and you change his role, you're trying to maximize the overall input of your team, which I can understand. But the question that you have to ask yourself is, how high is the high? And for Breeze, we know how impactful he can be. Absolutely, extremely high. Actually, top 22 years in a row kind of high. So that is the impact that he was having. Now, I appreciate the fact that when Obo and Mishu comes in, you try to give them space you know, to find their footage, to feel comfortable. That's great. I think in Counter-Strike, we have moved away from this era where new players were just put into a box and they say, you know what, just be happy you play with us right now. This is the best you can do. You have 5 square meters to play, and then, you know, we'll come to you.
Out, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we come to you when you need. This is not the case anymore. I think teams are trying to help the rookies find their groove as fast as possible, to be impactful as fast as possible, but it's got to be a trade. It's got to be a trade.
Yeah, and that, you know, that is kind of a testament to the teams that need to play to their strengths rather than kind of maybe plug in the holes with duct tape, Yanko.
Yeah, indeed. And I think the struggle is you just look at the EG roster, right? Like, who do you move around? Mihu, he's the entry fragger, right? Obo, very skilled mechanically, a young player. You want to give him space, right? You want to give him room so that he can perform. He can also have some really good games. You move on to Serg, he's the opper, and then you're left with Stan and Breezy, right? And that's why in most situations you have the in-game leader be the one that's taking the step back. He's the part of the group, so to speak, right? In the 1-3-1 standard default on most of your T sides. But if he goes to that lurk role, then someone else needs to be in that group, and it makes it like more difficult for everyone. That's why you always have this sort of a glue guy, someone who is taking that step back. And if Stan wants to play in this role, which is not necessarily a bad thing, we see how much impact Blame has in Complexity playing the same role. Well, then like, do you change a player? Do you change a player for someone who's more comfortable being the support, or you just have a star do it for you?
Is that the last alive most rounds role? Is that what that is, or no?
The last alive what now?
Yeah, I was just curious.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised you're familiar with that concept. You usually die in the first 15 seconds.
Well, I figure I can either run out and get like 2 and we might win, or I just die and then probably won't win anyway. So now pushing that alongside, where are we going with it?
Look, just to bounce back on Yanko's point, I agree, but this is also where the versatility of the players come into play. This is where you actually, nowadays, in Counter-Strike Modern Era, you need players to be able to perform in different roles. I think we've moved away from having one player in one category and here's going to peak. Because Counter-Strike is way more fluid now, and you're supposed to be way more unpredictable, and the scheme of the games, the structure of the game is going to change from one map to the other. So now you have the best teams in the world, and I'm talking obviously about the Gambit, you're talking about the Heroic, you're talking about the Na'Vi, where the danger can come pretty much from anyone. And they'll be very fluid in how they attack. It's not always going to be the same guy in front. They're going to switch around, and everyone will do a decent job at that. When you have a team that is so structured, then the risk is, oh, if this guy is not actually performing, he's not really doing the other thing well as well. So that's complicated.
Yeah. So then what are you providing? Yanko, what's up?
It's true. It's true what you're saying, Maniac. I agree with that 100% about, Counter-Strike evolving and players need to be able to execute multiple roles. But the teams you mentioned, Gambit has Inters, Na'Vi has someone like Perfecto, Boomage to some extent. So there's, even in these teams, you have players who are, taking a step back, basically. And I think with EG, like, sure, maybe Breezy is the guy who's doing it right now a little bit, maybe Obo a little bit. But to me, when I look at that team, the only player who I can see doing that and think of it as kind of natural would be Stan. Everyone else, you're thinking, well, they can be more useful to the team with having more space to work with.
Yeah, this is where you look at a team, and instead of looking at the superstars, I usually go bottom up, right? I start to see stats-wise who's at the bottom and how do they do. And this is where you can realize some teams have a very narrow distribution in how they play. I think Heroic is a good example. They're pretty much all in the same pocket of how strong they are individually and the frags they put, which means that the danger is not coming from one player. And that, to me, is kind of the model that teams are going towards right now, is having everyone being able to do that. Obviously, when you have the Simple, when you have the side, well, there's not going to be any question. You're not going to be up there with them, not on a constant basis. But we bring up Gambit, obviously, 3 and 4. I mean, Hobbit is already in 3rd position with 120 whatever rating, which is already ridiculous.
So when you go to put your hands in the middle, Yanko, I mean, obviously what we just saw there with FaZe, at what point have they been doing it for too long? I'm just curious. I was trying to put like a meter or a gauge on it, but it's kind of impossible.
Yeah, you usually just come up with something quick, snap. You want to hype everyone up before you sit down and start
like break the money
playing. But I think this is how crazy. This is how crazy it is. Been thinking about FaZe. Obviously, there's been roster changes that happened without the players even meeting. Kirby was a part of the team, then left, then removed from the team. He didn't even see anyone in the lineup, right? Even when me and Nico moved on, that was almost 9 months, I believe, that we didn't get to see each other. So for them just to be, in the same room competing, not only like, I know they had a boot camp, but this like just to be back online, especially Carrigan, Rain, and Olof, and Robban, for that matter. I think for them, the feeling is just going to be so great that, that might be what they've lacked, what they've needed to push them over that hump. I know it, like Maniac knows it. Sometimes you just need a win or two to get the players' confidence up a little bit, to get them to realize, hey, we still got it. We're still those players that have won championships and so on. And that might just be what happens here for FaZe.
Yeah, and I've got my eyes peeled on it. One thing we did kind of touch on is the idea that Evil Geniuses and sort of the cohesion that Daps brings to the table, having that familiarity. What about over on the FaZe side? And I kind of look at both of you. I'm definitely looking at you, Yanko, and trying to understand about the relationship between Robin and Kerrigan.
I think Kerrigan has a lot of control when it comes to how the team is going to play and so on. I think Robin is there to help in any capacity that Kerrigan wants him to. Robin is great for team atmosphere, right? He knows all the guys really well. They've known each other for a long time, so he's really good at just discussions, resolving conflicts, like keeping things, how they say, not letting things escalate out of control. So I think they're all a lot more comfortable now in this sort of an environment. I seem like from the outside, the Twist fits in well with the rest of them. Brokey has been with the team for a while now, so it feels like on that front, energy, atmosphere, cohesion within the lineup, like this 5-man roster is the best for them right now.
And I think Robin's beard as well is quite an element that we have to bring to the table.
Addition,
I mean, for FaZe, really, when you have that beard power behind you, maybe Forrest could challenge it at some point, but I'm just a little bit jealous. If I was trying to do that, that would look like nothing. I could never get a beard like
Mine grows
Robin's.
a little bit like Joe Dirt. I don't know if anybody's familiar, but yeah, it's not pretty.
it's not
Patch
pretty.
Adams, no Robin Williams. Let me put it to you that way.
This is not good.
Speaking of patching it up, it does look like we're ready to get started here in just a few seconds, which I'm sure that's what you have all been waiting for eagerly and anxiously. As have we. Sometimes, even on LAN, it just takes a few extra minutes.
I thought it's all about us. I thought it was just about us talking about Counter-Strike. Is that not what we're doing right here?
Well, that was the thing, Maniac, when you said, hey, man, I need to drag this segment out and kind of make it so that I can continue to talk, because I'm not ready to start the game. That's word for word what Maniac said to me. Yanko knows better than that. He would never do that. So.
Cool. Thank you for putting that kind of message out there.
No problem whatsoever. Again, if you're just joining us, this is LAN. We are watching the players who are in Cologne, but fear not, Poland, we are here in Katowice. That is we, the talent. And now we're getting ready to jump into what is FaZe versus the Evil Geniuses in the first round of the play-ins. Both of these teams that you'd kind of situate already in the main event, now just trying to get themselves there, and I think that's going to be one of the toughest tasks, Maniac.
I mean, both teams realistically could not make the cut. And this is where you see the overall level of that play-in tournament, which is quite cutthroat, is that you cannot guarantee anyone right there that neither EG or FaZe will 100% make it to the main tournament. And for these teams, for household names of Counter-Strike, that would be a mega kick in the nuts. Not making it to the main event, that would be uncomfortable, to say the least.
And, that kick in the nuts is probably uncomfortable, too, if I had to guess. But nonetheless, the brackets do look a little bit like this. Play-ins. So the way this works is we're going to be sending 4 of these teams into the main event. Now, we've already had some games going down. That's going to put Spirit, Vitality, NIP, Mousesports. They're all moving ahead in the bracket. Meanwhile, the teams that they played against having caught an L down to the lower bracket. And then that sets us up for the continuation right here. And honestly, probably business as usual up to this point, other than the close MIBR game.
Yeah, and I wonder if for Spirit that's not going to be a mental hurdle that they finally get a hold on, right? Because I mentioned how they were having issues starting these tournaments, usually with an L more than a W, and finally they could survive all these match points, as you mentioned, against MIBR. So now they're going to be gearing up against the likes of Vitality. Could be a good sign, a good omen for Spirit.
One might say they're feeling revitalized now after that comeback, Matthew. And I told you, I'm feeling Vitality. Yes, it was a convincing win against Renegades, but I think Spirit is going to ride that comeback momentum. They're going to beat Vitality today, and I don't know how the bracket looks like further down the line for Vitality if they end up losing that game. But I'm smelling a disaster. I don't know why. I just have a feeling, Trace.
Yeah, that's rough. They would actually drop down.
Also, you're going there right now?
I'm just
on
curious.
Air, mixing up brackets. Here we go.
There are brackets. They're already kind of written out, not scripted, but it's all kind of like put here, illustrated at least.
Illustrated is the word.
It would look like they would have their hand at Spirit perhaps, or not Spirit, wow, Sprout. So Sprout Spirit, potentially, if that were to happen.
All right. So
But
whoever loses that.
Well, I just forget everything that I said.
So you have any other comment you'd like to add, Janko, about Vitality making it through or something like that?
They can't lose the Sprout. The bracket was favorable to them. Vitality will make this event.
And that is
we
pretty
can
much
move on to a different topic, Trace, please.
Yeah, we can. We could definitely do that. The topic being, it's time to LO3. Start game, analysts stop talk, but we're not actually.
LO3, that is an old saying.
Live on 3.
Live on 3.
We don't do the restarts anymore.
Yeah, we used to do them manually in the console, right? You put it on.
Yes.
But talking about this game, looking at how it's Mirage, when Kerrigan rejoined FaZe, looking at some of their early games, you could tell a lot of the mouse sports, right? The Kerrigan mouse sports coming into FaZe, really. And what that means is early on, it's pretty fast-paced. It's, a pretty loose style, a lot of aggression. I mean, on the T side, just not afraid to take fights, try to take fast map control. And the key always against that, even when, I was in FaZe and we would play mouse sports, is you need to get that under control early on, and then it's much easier to play, right? Because after that, they slow things down, they start playing more methodical, right? And it's easier to play against them with that style. But if they just keep winning rounds based off of that aggression, some, explosive contact play, something along those lines, then it can be really, really annoying because of the individual skill that is there as well, right? So that's the name of the game for EG. No matter which side they start on, right? You want to try to weather that early aggression. If you can do that, then it's going to be much easier for you to play out the rest of the map. But if you can't weather that early storm, you're just going to drown, Trace. You're going to drown.
Oh, no.
Don't like that, especially drowning in a storm. That probably means biblical level flooding, which we don't need.
It's going to be biblical.
It's going to be biblical, almost like our commentators. Let's go and bring those guys in. What are they doing? Let's check in with Sponge and Machine, guys.
What's good?
What's up over there?
We just stand by at attention at all times, waiting for the game to go live. We haven't moved, waiting for these players to join. So I want to let everybody at home know that we don't have everybody in the server. So as soon as we do, we can start the game. But I have a very important topic. And let's look.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the coach that you guys just saw on the screen right there, Daps the Defector. Do we welcome him? Do we welcome him back with open arms?
I certainly think we should. I think, my personal stance is that Daps, Stanislaw, working in unison. It's like there was tension there. Now it's all happy friendship club.
Best pals.
Yeah, look, I'd be interested to know how the dynamic is, right? I've speculated about that before. I know that's not a fun thing for you to hear.
I also think Stan is quite an opinionated leader, as in it's his way or the highway.
Yeah, but what about Valorante? That's what we're talking about here.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right.
He's back.
Yeah, but I don't think it was due to Valorant not delivering, more the fact he had a chance, an opportunity to actually succeed in the coaching role.
He said he wasn't enjoying it, right? So
yeah, he said he wasn't having fun. Counter-Strike, he didn't. Valorant didn't bring what Counter-Strike did in terms of the competition, right? So, yeah, we should be forgiving, I believe, Chad. We should welcome him back into the fold, maybe bring a couple of other sheep that made the same mistake with him.
Drone just got dropped from TSM. He might be back soon.
And they got that player in Valorant, Ethan. So I guess if he needed to go to EG, there's an opening
That's
there. That's
crazy, actually. Wouldn't that be a twist of fate?
That would be
quite the twist. Guys, I would like to get us in the game, but I don't know if you have any more gibblies or wibblies over there.
Speaking of twist, I don't know why we have you discussed it at length? The fact that this guy's actually playing with his team for the first time on LAN. He has played with them for a year without meeting them, without playing and bumping fists hand.
That little boot camp they had, I don't know how fruitful it would have been over there in Serbia, because things like, I think Janko and...
It's very fruitful over here, Chad.
Well, probably so, but I mean more in terms of those results you guys were talking about, right? Do we expect...
Well, yeah.
Because Olaf in that interview piece we saw said that he thinks Twist is the one who's going to have the most on LAN for them, right?
Add Carrigan saying he thinks this might be one of, if not the strongest iteration of FaZe Clan. Now that's from scrims and practice and some officials for sure. Does that land on any of your ears at the desk? Does that land on your ears at the desk as an odd one?
Well, Janko, please do take it away.
I mean, you have to hype your team up, right? You can't go out there and say, yeah, we suck and we're going to lose every game. I think they believe in it. And I think, I see sense in it as well. But what I want to talk about really here, Trace, when you mentioned the word biblical is, Chad, how do you feel about being the Messiah of Counter-Strike?
The Messiah?
How so? Is it?
How did I get that title?
Go on.
Yeah, I don't know, like you know, the savior, the chat is coming up with all these little things, right? Like, how can we make this ecosystem work?
Like Danger
How
Zone.
yeah, like, you know, working
Oh,
on the danger
Danger
zone,
Zone.
trying to bring it back, right? Like doing all these things for the communities. Like there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
Well,
chat.
bitching and moaning is really easy, right? And I did that for a very long time. So
I am the master of that.
so now I'm trying to do something a little bit more productive. Yanko, I spoke a lot to you. I spoke a lot to Matthew as well when we were in Cologne. You've seen my musings as well. And I put post-its up on windows, and I try and come up with things. Now, I don't know if I'd take the title of Messiah.
No, but I mean, you are trying to save Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you're a voice for the game.
Now, hold on. When you say save it, now, are you saying, like, you know, there's a chance that it's deteriorating?
No, look, we're not going to have that discussion. That
okay.
one
Yeah,
right
I didn't want to say
Someone
that.
shut
I'm
the
not saying
microphone.
that at all. Like,
Can I just give it...
I just wanna throw it out there. Can someone just do a Photoshop of Chad, like from the beautiful mind, just writing on the wall, like the formula,
all
is
going
just
on
Chad's
around him
face,
everywhere.
just writing the circuit for Counter-Strike. Like, we need to have these tier events.
We already have a
tier 2
Moses, though,
events.
right?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't go... My name is Sponge.
We have a Moses.
We do have a Moses even en route here. I'm not sure where Moses is. I do know
hopefully
he
on
has
the way.
He has to work
We
today.
lost him.
So
Yeah,
we know that.
He's supposed to be working today. I saw his Instagram story. He was taking like 4 flights just to get here. It's a whole... I think it's because he lives in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, he does
Like,
live in
he has to be like a little biplane. It's like a 2-man
Yeah.
plane.
It's like a Cessna
from the
from
mountains.
Michigan.
They take off in the middle of the jungle.
Yep.
And he's got to go, and then he gets to Charles de Gaulle. It's a whole thing.
Oh, you don't want to end up in
No
Charles
one
de
wants to
Gaulle.
be in Charles de Gaulle.
No, that airport is not ideal. I want to update everybody at home. Right now, we have 8 players in the server.
Nice.
Not bad.
It's better than 5.
But we had 10, and then we had 9, and now we have 8.
But I also, and I'm not making excuses here, but I had just had a brainwave that everyone running this event, from players to the staff, haven't done anything like this for a straight year and a
Or
half.
ever.
I just realized.
Like ever, with all the protocols and
the
things
admin
that's
wearing the
going on.
gloves.
You know?
That's
The guy wearing the gloves out there every time.
And he's, like when he's trying to be an admin and help them with their PC, he has like arms behind his back. He's like, "Could you click the?" You know, like when you're with your nan,
Yep.
and you're like, "No, the Windows button, the one that
Scroll.
looks, it's like a square. Click the squarey one."
So that middle
No, with
thing.
your mouse.
From
I
a meter and a
can't
half
touch
away
it,
as
but
well.
yeah.
It's like
Could you-
not even close to them when he's saying
Yeah,
it.
if
So
you
it's
could
like a whole
just-
thing.
yeah,
Really.
We were noting though, right? Because some of the things that like we've been noticing with the cast is like with the player shots, then the HUD that comes up now, we hadn't had that for a year and a half. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's there. But one cool thing here in the bot that they've coded is the players can request things
This is a
from
joke.
player management
Yeah.
at any point. So if they want a beverage or a banana,
remember this.
they put
In-game?
dot request, and then whatever they want,
So you
and
know-
it comes to them.
You know, like how you have dot pause to pause?
Yeah.
They straight up, can you imagine if that was like in your ESEA game? Just
Ma'am,
dot request, popcorn.
You know, maybe even in Twitch chat, maybe they hit like dot request start match. you
oh,
know,
I think they're
perhaps.
doing a lot of that.
They're probably doing that right now. Now that I think
Yeah,
about it.
analysts, stop talk. We control the show. That's
Yeah,
right.
I'm going to go ahead and take control of the reins here, guys. Thank
Can
you
we
very much
leave?
for joining us. Yeah, you go ahead and get out of here.
Bye.
We're going to get
Oh
out
my
of here
God.
as well. There's a break on the horizon for whatever the reason may be. We will be jumping into the game momentarily with FaZe taking on the Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on, 500,000 mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring water to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way When the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight forever.
It's a big one, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe Clan up against the Evil Geniuses. The international roster, Carrigan back in the jersey. Olof, a year away from play, just deciding between his options. He was weighing them up. He really did take his time, and it turns out he's back in FaZe.
Remember Cologne last year? We were talking with Olof on the broadcast, and we're like, Olof, what are you going to do? And he's like, I don't know, just going to take some time off, you know, see what happens.
Dude, I DM'd him. I was like, you going to come do desk work? He was like, not yet.
Okay, well.
Got someone else in plan, someone else in mind. Maybe it was making a deep run at IEM Cologne 2021. But standing in their way, at least in this opening game, is Evil Geniuses. And it is a new look to Evil Geniuses. You've got a lot of familiar faces in there. Of course, the departure of Ethan hit them hard. But to fill the gap is a plucky young Obo.
Yeah, Obo's a good little pickup there as well, and so is Mihu. But long have you waited, server activated. Let's get this one underway here. 1xbet odds pretty even as we get this one underway, looking like a bit of a B execute on the docket here.
Yeah, but
with a fake.
Full util fake, or they meet him through mid. Let's jump in. So the smoke is in the air, the flash is 2. Carrigan calls for help. Brokey to support Twists, immediately taking a look. Oh, he actually jumped straight into them. That's info at least. But that's a quick early casualty. EG sees the man advantage. And they're going B very quickly. That short play may not last long. 2 up short, 2 through the app. Train, a lot of chances, nothing connecting, and it's Olof to step up in a very big way. 2 headshots, maybe even a third. Couldn't stabilize. Mihu, blind but alive, not for long. Brokey challenged out. Long range on the Glock, leaves it in a 2v2.
Oh, Olof, he wants some more here. They know where he is. He's having a peek on in. He's aggressive. Has assistance in Carrigan, just by his side. They're just hitting pause right now.
Nice find, 1-on-1. It's Mihu to finish. Spectacular. Little finished 1 and 2 on the Glock, a third as well. That long range opener from him up against the USP. That's a solid start from one of the newer additions.
Oof, it felt like Olof did enough there. The fact he gets a 3rd kill from that position, burrowed in deep on short, was great shooting. But 2 individuals with 3 pieces, just not enough contributing on the side of FaZe Clan here. And this was the opening.
What did you make of Twist jumping so lackadaisically out of that window?
I mean, being a bit saucy about it.
For the info, I understand the jump, but straight out the window? Didn't really get a chance to put his boots on the ground. We'll get that round timeline off your screen ASAP. S'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup.
And all that jazz. As the mid control here, as we do have a force buy from FaZe. Brokey onto that scout. Going for quite a heavy lean over towards the B site early. They've given up a lot of control in mid here. Olof's the only one with any eyes on it whatsoever. The molly towards window.
That should be Cirque's sign to move up.
Yeah, and it also indicates to FaZe that nobody's taking control of that just yet.
Okay, so Obo is going to be a constant presence. Ooh, spotted out. Does that bait the smoke? Not yet. Mihu
nice
up
nade.
short, though. Yeah, he's had his health taken away. Cirque as well swallowed it. Here's Obo's opener. Oh, and a third is on the cards as well, because it's Brokey's scout, and a good tag, and that's all he can report. Just the Deagles and those Kevlar vests remaining for Rain and Twists. No real hope here. Oh, Obo's Galil looking very potent. That's his first contribution into the game. Second round, 3 frags. Love to see it.
I wonder how Twist can see the screen there. His hair's almost over his eyes, isn't it? Is he looking through those locks?
We were talking about the anime protagonist names, Infiojin and Zywoo. Twist just straight up looks like one.
He's got the hair for it. The glasses match.
The scorpion on the hand.
That's true.
You know, like, I reckon that lights up. Like the outline slowly fills and then into the mouse hand as he starts clicking.
3D or headshots.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Wow.
See it. Someone get working on it. We don't know what we'll call the anime, but we can sell it. I'm sure we can sell it. Yeah. There's that many different ones out there.
Like he looks cooler than his CT model, for sure, for sure.
Well, when he rips that mask off, you get the whole look. All right, well, 2-0, and great stuff. And maybe just a quick conversation about Obo, because he is a babyface killer. Now, if you haven't kept up with Obo's career, when he came into Complexity, he played early with the team on LAN, and he looked bloody brilliant. It was get schlattered was the motto being thrown out from Rush, his teammate at the time. Aggressive kid who they were using for his mechanical brilliance, right?
I mean, yeah, but the fact that he got locked in Europe as, what was he, 16, 17 at the time?
17, I think, yeah.
17-year-old, you know, away from home for the first time, and it just was too much for him. I'm so glad he found a home where he can compete at this level again.
Yeah, so looking pretty comfy there on round number 2, and I think here they'll just continue with more of the same. Obo on his lonesome, looking for B presence. There is Stan trailing behind. Mihu working up this mid control.
Reminder as well, there is a Mirage game going on at the same time with that Vici Gaming. I'm very interested in the result of that.
Winner of that plays winner of this.
Oh,
so,
bang on.
Yeah, they play into each other. And Obo's opened up onto B bomb side again, so it's going to be curious if they want to go over there time and time again and punish Karrigan.
And small world, it's Obo's old team that's taking on Vici Gaming there, and I'd love to see,
that'd be a nice
the Chinese up-and-comers actually do some damage here at this tournament. It's been a long time they've been unable to play against this kind of competition. I've heard whispers of good talent coming out of that team.
The fact they're here and not Tai Lu, that says a lot, right? Because regionally speaking, it's been Tai Lu for the longest period of time, and Vici always nipping at their heels. So this one here is going to peter on out. How much damage could FaZe do? Oh, there goes Rain. Cirque's going to be farming some of that cash money up with the MAC-10. He's AWP becoming more and more likely now. Ooh.
Hello?
Obo, but
it's a freebie, though.
Yeah, Galil's nice. As long as Brokey can survive. He's got plenty of money for his AWP in the next round. The play bomb goes off, and that's the third round on the board. So looking good. Oh, that's a nice little picture there. Gives you the full view of everything. We've got Robin in the back line. This really is an old-looking FaZe Clan roster. He's back.
Also, it seems like everyone's gone back to the old-fashioned trend. I know people were getting experimental with it, but putting your in-game leader in the middle of your 5, just not only enabling him to see the most screens, but also being able to interact and feel like the center of attention. Karrigan, you can see, is doing the same thing there for FaZe Clan. Stan in the center for EG. Look at that. That's an old boys club if ever I saw it. Karrigan, Olof, and Rain.
Yeah. Oh, looks like a smoke's missed here. There's a smoke over the
and a whiff molly. This could get chaotic. We've got the MAC-10s, Galil's a bit of a bonus for EG at this point. Let's see if Twist can make it costly right out of the gate. Olof was supposed to be the bait and the trajectory of the nade. They know you're there. He's doing the flashbang dance. He's not long for this world. It's Mihu with a double opening into our 4th round of play.
They're scrambling right now. What can FaZe do? Karrigan's going to push up towards short. Rain's looking for info over towards Palace. Karrigan will be the first man to find contact here.
That's a double upgrade as well. Brokey on that AWP is going to have to hope that Rain and Karrigan can at least make a competitive round out of this. Otherwise, he's just going to be forced to save that AWP.
But think about all the places Brokey has to watch right now. They can come up connector, they can boost window and a ramp. He has to worry about all of that. He is left upper creek without any kind of a paddle.
You almost kind of hate that Rain's in Palace. I mean, he's there to contest A, but it leaves a lot open for poor Brokey and that AWP. The fact that Cirque hasn't moved a muscle, by the way, kind of odd, considering the MAC-10. He's got a Desert Eagle. That enables him to take that duel.
Still cheeky, though, and Karrigan. He's thinking about it.
Oh, Cirque does get tested. Here comes Mihu, number 3, locked in. And now I'm afraid the conversation will be more about saving than it will be about doing
Oh, they know the ops in play.
Damage, and he's just fired off a warning shot. They're not going to let that go easy, are they?
Stan's going to start calling the hunt right now. They've got 2 MAC-10s, or they had 2 MAC-10s. Cirque's still wielding that Deagle right now. They may as well hunt. Try and take this AWP away.
Smart boy. Even delaying the plant just a little. Obo crawls to connector. Surely you want to try and break that Palace with at least the MAC-10 and the Galil.
Well, the 40 seconds have started now, right? And Obo's pretty close. You can see the chase. Look at the radar right now. They're just all fanning out through middle. Pushing towards spawn is Mihu. Stan's going through the underpass just to be certain. Cirque backing up. And Breezy, well, he's clearing out over towards Kitchen. They can invest these lighter weapons. Oh, Cirque's found himself an M4, so maybe it is just Stan. But he's still hanging around towards B, looking for another upgrade.
They've got peanuts in the bank account, dude.
I guess they're more than happy here, but Mihu's starting to clamp on in. He's coming through spawn. Obo's over towards ramp. It has to be Palace. They know.
Yeah, I mean, walking into that AWP line is not going to be fun. As soon as that bomb explodes, I expect to see a couple. Oh, even the smoke. They can't really challenge. He's got vision. Misses his shot. Obo might take a chance. Oh, and they have found both of them.
Oh, and it's the ace.
Ouch. Mihu takes all 5, and FaZe have got nothing but peanuts and pocket lint to spend into the next.
Oh, that is huge. That was methodical. For a moment there, it looked like they were just going to pick up the bigger guns. But let's see this one again. Mihu with the opening. You're right. The grenade trajectory, simple as you like. He didn't get flustered. He didn't try and jump. He just took the fight. Karrigan caught off by the timing. Smoke lands. Again, perfect for Mihu. And then on this chase, hello, back's turned. I'll take the ace and those guns.
Oh, that's amazing. And that was through the smoke as well. He pushed straight through it. EG are looking good, dude.
Yeah, this is a great start here. 3 players from FaZe yet to frag. Karrigan, Rain, and Twist yet to find a kill short. Only 4 rounds played, but that's brought out a bloody timeout already. So things not looking great. And they're going to go for one of these partial investments. Obviously, the loss bonus now building on up. They can invest a couple more pennies.
The Scorpion's on his keyboard arm.
Oh.
The anime's cancelled.
Oh, maybe that'll help.
We'll work it out.
Right. What's on the other hand?
I think he's got a full sleeve. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. Maybe
I'm not. The Twist fan club will respond. I'm sure they'll know.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's see what's going on for this scout. So they brought down to 2K. You saw Twist immediately just going for that scout to try and contain middle as best he can. He's already rattled off a shot. Obo is to be tested early, and his crosshair couldn't have been any better placed.
He's destroying them over towards B with these picks, right? Early within that anti-eco rounds, they were just heading over towards B. And again here, if they keep just getting away with kills on Obo on his lonesome over towards the B side, that's going to be a pressure point for the remainder of this game. And Yanko said, starting to run out of, he didn't use the word excuses, but starting to run back of things to fall on our phase, right? If they get blown out on LAN, it was like that was the last thing that yeah, we're a LAN team. You know, we got all this experience. If they get pantsed here, not going to be looking good whatsoever.
And Rain and Olof have been put in similar categories in terms of just being such good teammates. Like, every person that plays with them says they're amazing.
Yeah.
And yet sometimes it seems that the statistics are starting to run away from them.
I'm sure I was a great teammate. I also didn't get any kills. So kind of important part of playing the game.
Well, Mihu's definitely not struggling. 8-0 at this point in time, the newest addition to Evil Geniuses. And I also want to say, Mihu has been plagued by just unfortunate team maneuvers. I cross my fingers and toes that he gets a real chance to show what he's capable of in this team.
Yeah, he went to VP when they were dying, and then he went to Envious when they weren't actually running a counter.
And they were envious,
team.
yeah.
So, yeah, it's a bit rough.
Excuse me. Rain on to Stan. Here we are, speaking of the devil.
problem here, and everyone's here. This is a chance for FaZe.
Oh, a real chance. Even Twist tagging him up with the scout. If he could just find one more, Brokey's Deagle has found two. This could be it. Finally breaking him. It's Brokey's Deagle with the triple. And combined with Rain's double, you've got yourself a round. Finally, they break their silence, and they do so with a half buy.
That almost just felt like the time being the biggest issue for EG, right? They didn't leave themselves enough on the clock. That opening kill onto Carrigan, Obo found that very, very early within the round. So limping on out right there, and, well, a great bounce back from FaZe, and a good one to win, right? That's going to get the confidence going, hey, we've just won a low buy. We can definitely get into this game. And that's going to level things up here, at least as far as the economy is concerned, because a little bit of extra money left over for the likes of Rain and Olof going forward. All power for Cirque, same for Brokey. Fast on towards mid, and there's Brokey. He strikes. Finds that opening, but look how quick Breeze is, straight down towards his connector position. Has to be careful. They immediately lean over towards B. Brokey's dipped over towards Kitchen. Twist is now tasked with connector and the window boost. Rain solo in towards that site. Now Carrigan's in transition, so keeping things very mobile right now, this FaZe CT side defense.
But also, notice EG have definitely got a penchant for mid. They love it.
Yeah.
They bloody love this three-man early mid, one through the underpass. It's just a typical default. Smoke off the connector. Short info is completely absent. Olof is holding it passively from B. They have completely foregone any info as this crawl towards connector takes shape. Now, Twist is there to receive. Carrigan watching that window boost. It's not even a boost anymore, as that bench has been around for forever nowadays, as most of us know. Twist looking for his first, and there it is. Knocked Breeze on his bottom. Mihu's through. Considering a plant, he's lost all of his teammates. Maybe he can do some damage on his way out. Only the one. First death on the board, or excuse me, his second, but reaching that double digits as FaZe do convert off the back of their force buy.
Yeah.
Excuse me, their second round win.
Yeah, so this is not looking too bad now. I think at this point, EG, we'll get to see how they want to pivot going forward. If they go back to bullying that B site, because this is what I want to keep as a bit of a theme, right? Carrigan just there, they were doing a standard setup. They had Carrigan over towards the B bomb site. As soon as that mid pick for Brokey came in, they'd rotated the CT setup around and played a little bit more transitional. So let's just see how that continues to shape up. Brokey towards mid again with the AWP. This time not going to find any connections. Rain and Twist holding on towards that A site. Does sound like a deadly duo. Breeze and Cirque looking through Palace. And now Cirque has that AWP on the other side of things. So this is more of just a slow default spread.
Olof is playing with a slither here. And Obo, as we've discussed, a bit of a master so far in not dying and being a threat. Constantly just poking and prodding, doesn't let you get anything for free. He's keeping two CTs busy as the rest of his team are miles away. Not a single point of damage either, as the entire kitchen sink of utility is thrown his way. Chilling and potentially killing.
Okay, well, they're faking out this mid presence again. We just saw that connector smoke getting thrown on out.
Oh, first blood drawn. It was actually Olof. The double orbs starting as they mean to go on.
They're staying very transitional.
Oh, shadow advantage. This should be Rain. All day, every day. Two-man advantage now into round. Maths is hard. 7.
Is it a save call? There's 35 seconds left. It's difficult to get into this round. And selling a fake is Obo. And, well, that's all he's going to sell. Carrigan gets him. He knows it's not the B-bomb site. A's on high alert right now.
Bit of a role reversal.
Yeah, they're saving. They're saving.
Two saving in Palace.
Yeah, probably don't want to lose these ones now, boys. As you can see Cirque tucking on Instant. He's going to join him. And Lost Bone is starting to build. There will be a buy into the next round. Unless Rain can deny some weaponry here. He's not going to get too close, I don't think. The time just not on his side to... Or maybe. Maybe.
He's feeling himself.
Is he going to run?
Little look, little look. Oh. No more casualties for now.
Okay. Well, this is interesting to see what the shift up is, right? Because this is the T side for EG. They're the ones who get to dictate where they want to hit. Now, Mihu having some fantastic individual rounds, right? The pistol round and then the ace he got within that gun round. That's great. That's how they've gotten to this mark of 4 rounds. But it's now 3 on the trot for FaZe. And, well, Shu on the other foot, EG will be taking a timeout. It's just this map having Mirage in play right here with the type of players we have in server, it's going to come down more to, I think, the individuals than the tactical nuance, right? Like, I don't think that either team are going to be able to call circles around each other, even though Stan and Carrigan are very good in-game leaders. The map just, I don't think it will facilitate that, right? In terms of maybe pacing, right? Or when you throw on the odd execute. Here was the opening from Olaf. This was Rain cleaning up a quick one with that shadow you mentioned. We're about to get this one back underway.
All right, big one. Out of the gate, you see the window smoke, or is it just for the cross? It's cross instead. Window will not be blocked just yet. Twist straight down. He wants to try and aggress, or at least considers it. Does tuck in. So they're aware that there's an AWP in play, a double AWP, excuse me, in play. And that will influence the decision-making. Obo swallows a bit of shrapnel. Down to 73, more to come. Smokes bloom, there's no info for connector, nothing in window. Bomb starting to maneuver towards the second letter of the alphabet. Oh, there's a timing here. Oh, great camera work as well from our ops team. You can see no info for Carrigan and no health or head either. Great find. Mihu's opened up proceedings for EG here, and he had to, considering even Breeze just working with the Deagle. Mihu's done it again. That's supposed to be the star of the FaZe Clan show. He's just lost a straight duel with Mihu in his EG jersey.
They're going to go B here. Stan has the bomb. Obo and Circa with him. Breeze is coming back as well. Olaf has a lot to do.
He's looking the wrong way. Timing's not going to favor him here. He has just got his scope pressed on the right location at the right time to jump across. And now he's lost his vision and potentially the sight. Needs to tuck in. Stan throws away the bomb. Olaf looks away at the wrong time, and this feels like it's just the end. Slowly, methodically going EG's way. Brokey not looking the right way. Does react accordingly with a quick one. But there goes another. EG, a slow finish. Sends it to 5. I assume they won't keep both of those, right?
No, I think Stan will probably pick himself up a AK on the way out the door here. Also just denying it to make sure it can't be picked up, throw it away, so when the bomb blows it, it doesn't go anywhere. They don't want it to. So you can see there he's just dropped that, and they should be able to survive just here. HP is looking honky-dory. Mihu with another fantastic double opener there, right? If he's going in and getting you 2 opening kills, you have to be converting the rounds. There's no other way around it.
Yeah, and as we discussed earlier, you know, I'm sure every second he is playing on LAN with Evil Geniuses, never mind top of the scoreboard, this is like a, you know, this is a dream becoming reality for Mihu. So many, you know, that Virtus Pro roster was just so underwhelming. He never got a real chance. Like, sure, we got to look at the top. He's always at the top of the score. Oh, and, you know, Reddit makes a post. 37 frags from Mihu. That's about as exciting as it gets. Now, he's only gone and won a round on his own. Twists, long range, losing his head. And FaZe Clan concede 2 in a row.
Yeah, look, we can chalk up so many of these rounds to Mihu already. An ace, a double entry just there, and a 1v2 on the pistol round, right? We can just start stacking those up. So at this point, things are going great as... So we're heading over towards A here. Execute is coming in.
Brokey smoked off. He won't be able to take a second shot from Ticket. And Stan taking some liberties through the flame. Half of his health sacrificed for space. Oh, he's trying to plan. There's no way Carrigan's going to let that happen. Tries to molly default. Stan's opting for triple. This should go down. They can't contest, and now ticking. Clock halved by that bomb plant. A 5-man retake, though, from FaZe. Olaf's still pulling up his socks on B. They need to get their ass over here. Great find over the smoke. Rain finding Cirque. That's the AWP presence down. Molly's off the close. Stan burning all the way down. Rain with the double so far. They're running out of chances now. EG, the bomb is their best friend here. They just need a couple of frags. Maintain the chaos. Maintain the uncertainty. Getting awkward. Nade onto Obo's nose. He still hits the shot. Time is a matter of... The spray. Oh, Mihu's done it again. I don't think there's time.
There's no time.
He's only gone and clutched again. 1v3 from Mihu. It all happened in the blink of an eye, but he did enough. Obo contributes as well, but that's another one for the list you were talking about, Chad.
They just keep popping in. The bomb wasn't even planted.
I need to see it again.
Right? The bomb was planted safer in towards the site, and he still manages to get one through the smoke. So, oh, dearie me. So this is Rain starting things off, right? He gets a nice one. That's Cirque down, and then he uses the Molotov close. Stan doesn't have a chance, right? He was already low from that util usage, but this is what it's all about. Obo grabs one. The smoke lands. The time is already an issue. The fuse coming in, and oh, no way.
Animal. And the fact that he even has the presence of mind to just be ready for the default swing, then adjust to deny the defuse. What a presence he is in the server tonight.
That was rough. That was a 1-on-4. That is wild.
It's just going. Here we go. Another round right out of the gate already. Bloodshed on both sides.
Mihu's already down now. Who's going to be the difference maker for EG?
Roki, considering his options. He will molly him out of position, I think. Oh, saved by the Extinguish. Through the
Sorry,
smoke.
what?
Roki can see through smokes too. It's not just Mihu. Stan a bit lazy on his clear. Does go down. Stairs a problem. Obo down, and we have a round. FaZe make it 4.
Bit of a tempo to this one, huh? It's quite quick. It's quite pacey. We're getting stuck in, and the frags are coming thick and fast here. So back and forth we go.
Yeah, it's rare. It's rare that we're already coming back out of a replay 10 seconds into the round and there's already a double frag.
Yeah, the way that Counter-Strike's been playing for the online era has definitely been of the slower variety, but we have two teams with a bit of tenacity about them, right? When I talk about Stanislaw as an in-game leader, he's quite good at the pace changes, keeping it quick, keeping it slow. And over there on the other side of things for Carrigan, well, he's got some, at least of the past, some studs. This is looking like a B exec. This is fast with the pistols here. Smoke's coming over, flashes are coming in. Through the flames they go.
He's going, look at him. Breezy flying out of the apartments. He's already towards kitchen and he's cooking up trouble straight into Twist. AK recovered and Rain's not his next victim. Shut down and FaZe immediately have found the round. It's only Mihu, a lovely little P250. Thought he could cook up a little more. Look at the speed by which these rounds are going down. These last 3 have lasted about 1 full Virtus Pro round.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, now let's see what EG are going to have in store for us here, because that was a Hail Mary attempt, right? I think we'll get a breath now. It should be an eco, but just so quick. This is Breeze through the flames. His teammates extinguish for him. Yeah, the flashes, the smokes, it works out perfectly. He crosses all that way, and poor Twist runs straight into that Tech 9, but back underway, and yeah, you can see on your screens here, it will just be a couple of light upgrades, only 1 P250 onto Breeze, the rest are on Glocks. This is not going to be a round where you'd be expecting too many shenanigans. And a chance for FaZe to tie things up 6-6. So that great start from EG, it is still a very good T-half so far, right? This is a map we're talking 9-6s, 8-7s. Those are the most respectable scorelines, the standard scorelines as it were. And this is where you might see EG go for one of those options. Because the economy over there for FaZe, it's not built, right? We're talking 5-5 at the high end on Olaf right now. On the low end, Carrigan only has $450. So this is one of those situations with these ecos where if you can rinse out all these grenades, make sure they expend all that utility, they have to reinvest. You keep the economy humble, and maybe you can break them for the tail end of this first half. I think someone was going to steal his kill right there. Yeah. Twist was quick to fire as soon as he saw the tag come in.
Oi!
This is an individual you want to get activated though, right? Twist, mechanically speaking, an absolute monster. That's costly. That's very costly.
Let's go down. That's not bad. Taking 2 full rebuys forced onto admittedly some of the more wealthy members of the squad.
That was only a $300 investment and 2 kills. So I'd take it if I was EG. You got to be happy with how that one petered on out. And now they can get that buyback in. Cirque won't have enough money for an AWP. So let's see if that changes the way that Stan wants to call this one, if it might be quicker again. And Olaf yet to invest. Maybe there's an AWP on the ground for him. I'm just having a little quick scan around.
Daps looks like a new man as well.
There is an AWP on the ground for Olaf. Okay, so all is well.
Back in business, baby. And he was always considered one of the greatest minds in North American Counter-Strike. It was just the fact he couldn't throw the punches as well as have that mind.
Yeah, he did a bit of coaching and then he went back to playing. So now he's back in that coaching role. But this is miHo's impact so far. This is the ace where he managed to really just rob these last 2 guns, and that put FaZe in an awkward situation going forward. They did bounce back with some pistols after that, but the clutch right here, the 1-on-4 coming on in, the kill through the smoke, Olof head down, bum up, trying to avoid any bullets. He's gone, and well, here we go, back underway, 6-6.
Best game of the day so far, this one.
Oh, for sure. The others were average at best. They were just, well, they weren't for half of the server.
Hold on. Twists over the smoke. Oh! Double through the smoke. Great control.
Just the crab walk back.
Yeah, fully moving. Well, that's going to sour the tone.
So that A split we were going to do with 3 coming from A and 2 up connector, we're probably going to call cancel on that one, boys. Yeah, definitely now. Breeze goes down. Rain grabs another. This is looking clean from FaZe.
Dirk has been kept quiet so far, and that trend does continue. miHo, on the other hand, has been very loud. I wonder if he can do himself anything in this one. Not to be. Clean one from FaZe Clan, and that's a nice alternative to what they started Mirage with. Actually taking the lead at this point. 7 now to 6, round 14, first half. This is best of 1, the opening game of all play-in matches. Best of 1, then win 2, you're in. Lose 2, you're out. It's as simple as that. You've got 8 teams waiting in the main event, and 8 to be locked in over the course of these opening games.
2 best teams in the world, Gambit and Na'Vi. So going to be excited to see Gambit on LAN. I know that everybody wants to see that. So pistols again. Back towards mid they go. A couple of HEs. Scuttled on now. Not too much damage being done. Brokey will cop that one on the nose. And Lobo's taking space.
This is your chance. Your culmination of all of that hard work you've been making over the last year and a half. Roster changes, crazy roster changes if you think about it. Like, if you tuned out at Katowice and you tuned back in now, you'd be looking at this roster like, what is going on, Dan? Twists in a FaZe Clan jersey, Obo in EGs, miHo in an EG jersey. A lot of people were scratching their head. Here we go, though. Brokey to deal with the A-take. Armored pistol.
Look away.
Breeze has actually taken down Twists. He's managed to find them a way in. It's only the AWP to contend with now.
He should get the bomb down. Yeah. Oh, dink.
He's on half health. He's on notice. That Tech9 could have. Doesn't. It's miHo instead with the P250. They can't win this, can they? It feels like they might. But Olofs is so detached from the pack. He's even whiffed his shot. And Cirque's caught another. Only really Olof to make an impact now. It's double AWP retake. 2v3. This was supposed to just be armored pistols. Never mind a full conversion. It's coming through. EG to equalize. Double from Breeze as well. He caught Twist well out of the gate, straight out of Palace. And Olof doesn't get to keep a thing.
Okay, well, that's EG getting theirs back, right? FaZe had one of those rounds a bit earlier in the piece, but that all happened so quickly. That Breeze pick, that's what we call in the business a hard clear, right? I would love to see that from his POV because he's just come straight out, hard clearing that
position. He's turned his back to jungle, CT, just fingers crossed, boys.
I think by the time Brokey, or it could have been Rain, look up at Palace and see that, it's like you're expecting, you're the bait, right? That's where he should be clearing first. Sure. But that was fantastic work there, and we're back underway here. Looks like more of this mid-control from miHo. Just activate him, right? It almost is the story of miHo and EG's 7 rounds within this half here. He can find more impact on these mid-entries, especially slinking up Catwalk and taking vent room control. That has already been identified as a massive problem for FaZe Clan. They don't have much presence on mid, so they're searching for info here over towards A. Brokey and Rain in tandem up close. Twist with a lot of work to do over towards middle. He has Olof to help oversee business from that catwalk position. The double AWP setup still in play. And just working on this control. You see the smokes getting lobbed on out. Connector about to land. Window smoke in play. Flashes to help Breeze. And they've just pushed FaZe back with utility here.
Should be Olof's. Oh, the timing, an absolute demon. Fortunately, Molotov did arrive prior to miHo's swing, but Olof's got a lot on his plate here. He's got Karrigan in support. He has to focus apps, and Obo's been very good at his angle management.
Oh,
and
catch that!
Nade right on the legend's face. A quick response. He mantles the barrel. Blood is drawn. Obo neutralized.
That's a lot of info there as well. The fact that Obo, that leg on the extremity, is out of the picture, they can turn their attention over towards A. That's the bench smoke, I think. They're going to try and scale up site here.
Ooh. Rain and Breeze have had a bit of a head-to-head here. Previously, the Shadow favored him. Now it's the smoke. Breeze strikes, twists, responds. Bombs loose connector in 20 seconds. They have to pick up the pace. I say they. It's only Mihu, but it's Mihu. We're talking about 15 seconds. It shouldn't be anything, and it isn't. 8-7. FaZe will take the half, and they were the ones starting 5-0 down. Quite a response. I'm looking forward to the second half, and I'm sure you are too. This head-to-head, one of them going to be condemned to that lower bracket. We'll find out who when we return. Mirage, second half, after the break.
Hey Future Pros, today we'll be smoking mid-short on Mirage. This smoke will allow you to take top mid control even if an AWPer is holding the angle. To do the smoke, hop onto this bin. Aim at the top right antenna all the way to the edge. Then throw the smoke. This variation gives you a small gap to the right for you to utilize.
Citrus. One pass, one more ramp. Default. Default. Tetris. Is hit.
No! Let's fucking go, boys.
Together.
Woo, okay, FaZe Clan, yes, they had their moments, and indeed, so did Evil Geniuses. In particular, Mihu has started this game strong. 18 frags boasted at the half.
Yeah, I think the next closest on this team is Breeze with 8. So that tells the story, right? We had a 1-on-2 on the pistol round. We had an ace on the first gun round. We had him come in with a 1-on-4 situation, and then he had a double entry round in another key gun round. So right now, EG need to be thanking their lucky stars they picked this man on up, but you're going to see some other individuals needing to contribute here on this CT side. Let's get the show underway.
I'm interested to see what Karrigan's T side looks like. He's always been known to cook up a little bit of a mixed bag when it comes to his calls, often a lot of pre-planned maneuvers. And in fact, I'm seeing 2 smoke grenades deployed straight towards the A site. No game sound for a second. Stan, however, has got a lot to say. Completely smoked off. Bomb going down. It is going to be a full 5v5. You ready for some deathmatch, Chad? It's about to get chaotic.
Oh, they're up close and personal towards spawn here.
CT, a
comes
flash.
the flash.
Oh, the timing on this could be everything. There's 3 of them ready to gobble it up. White screens galore. Oh, here it comes. They're waiting. It's a bit late. Mihu's already done damage, and they've lost their potency now. A lack of vigor for the remaining 3. Breeze is struggling to put the bullets in the right place, but Mihu isn't. He's done it again, Chad. Triple kill from Mihu. It's all EG. He did it in the first half as well. More impact from him, 21 total, and an important pistol goes their way.
Oh, well, he picked up that kit. He was the one who was tasked to do that. I'm not sure if I would want to be in his situation right there, seeing he's the only one really fragging right now. But all in all, he did the hard work before that final kill needed to come on in, and holy moly, 21 kills already. This is what we call like a hard carry performance right here. This is some wild scenes out of Mihu. Seeing a rifle buy coming in strong from EG. They haven't opted for any SMGs. We've got an AUG, we've got a M4, but we have a hero AK for Twists. All right, well, once upon a time, was a star of Liquid. Let's see what he can do. He's been entrusted here.
He's still in the conversation when people talk about best aim. People still throw Twist's hat into that ring, and there's a reason. Let's see if he can back that up with this hero AK. Karrigan has invested all of his funds into an otherwise economical decision. And that's his chance. Zobo, the sitting duck. God, it took a while.
Oh, he's chipped on down to 31 here. That's going to be rough for Twist to function with right here. He's the only one with armor.
I'm afraid my hopes and dreams of that round have petered out with Twist taking such a heavy blow.
Well, they're not making this smoke here.
Yeah, there should be a chance, a very big one. He does get a little alerted to the potential. Pre-aiming and toes are spotted. Olof does respond.
All right.
A 2v3. We can work with that. Oh, he's very loud about this. I'm not sure about this at all. And what is that from Olofmeister?
Look at the wrist.
Yo, at least rolled him back the years. He has lost Twists, and the nade could finish him off. That was ferocious.
Very spicy. Lots of damage done.
Nothing left in the tank, though.
But this is job done. If he can get another kill, if he's able... Look, they've already done enough because EG have to reinvest in the next round. And FaZe are going to buy, right? You look at the money for the FaZe members, they're going to buy themselves. So this has been a fantastic round just off this dropped AK.
Breeze is there, and he will finish the job. Great shots, as you said. Job done.
Very costly. Very, very costly. Okay. This is going to get interesting now because, sure, it will be Karrigan operating with very little, but everybody else should have what they need. The AK is being bought up. Karrigan is going to operate with a MAC-10, which is perfect because I said it was a heavy rifle buy. It wasn't light investments from EG. They went all in, opting for FAMASs, M4s, AUGs, and they lost a lot. This one was great, but this one was something special. Just the flick into the head of Cirque right there. Jesus.
All right, Olofmeister, he's been on the grind. Good to see him shaking off any ring rust that may have been present. And Reese bringing the fight to middle. He could have taken them both. Brokey with a crucial trade. Stan advancing. He heard him, though. Karrigan with an audible. Teammate trying to bait a swing out of Karrigan. But he's got on recovered a weapon, so all is right in the world. Karrigan's hero AK has not cost him anything in this 4v4. In fact, the bonus round now from these CTs in the FAMASs, the MP9s, this is a product of the damage that was done previously from Olof's Eagle.
Yeah, so this is going to get a little bit rough for EG, but on the other hand, if they're able to weather the storm with these lighter upgrades, they're going to walk away with a bunch of AKs. So, important one for FaZe here, especially just to keep it level 9-9. Back over towards A they head. Karrigan being parked over towards top mid. Twists has been in Palace this whole time. And now Brokey and Olof will be working on that A ramp position. They do have some smokes to work with, too. One for Karrigan over towards middle as well. Molotovs and a flashbang.
40 seconds. Karrigan's deployed his smoke towards short, but Stan's looking for his walk-up. FAMAS versus AK. And Stan doesn't even get a bullet thrown his way. Big find. Man advantage now for EG, and it could get worse. Brokey's clearing sandwich. It's Mihu to take contact on default. Just the tip of Olof's head. Full vision denied, and it is only Olofmeister now who will be bowled over by Mihu's frag. Big finds as EG do find the double digits.
Okay, well, big problems here for FaZe now. Because of that earlier investment, right now they have to go, okay, well, we took quite a few members then again, but we can't really go for a force buy. They only can go for this Deagle upgrade with Kevlar behind it, which is a bit of a FaZe special, right? I don't think it really matters which iteration of FaZe. They need to get this one rolling, though, as EG are looking great to get to 11 here. Still, Breeze is only operating with an MP9, but might be the perfect weapon for the job here. Just holding that B bomb site. Rain immediately dissuaded by an aggressive ramp molly. Smoke over towards Palace. Ooh, Twist had a chance. He's ahead of the molly. Breeze is still jump peeking here. This is very brave from Breeze. Oh, and there's Mihu again on the other side of the map. Gets himself a frag. Carrigan goes down over towards Palace, trying to get a little bit cheeky through that smoke. Mid control has been granted.
To change that is Rain, just posted up. Stan's been very, I was going to say successful, but he's been very consistent in terms of presence here, and this time tested by that Deagle. All-off swing is met by the Kalashnikov as well.
Good double. I think that's going to do good for Stan there. Doesn't have the most kills to his name, but they're important frags he's had over towards Connector. Now they really just need to make sure they keep the lion's share of their members alive, and that's indicated by Stan dropping out of that window room. Doesn't want to hang around for any silly business. Has done the job right now. Is just the clock the biggest enemy. 45 seconds is Brokey trying to bait out a bit of a peek. Obo having a look.
Huh? Keota?
Well, hit is on out, 11-8, and looking very, very good for EG here, but lots of rounds of Counter-Strike still to be played. Curious to see what the first phase full gun round is going to look like. Right. We did have that MAC-10 for Carrigan before, and now the AWP is out for Brokey. So this is everything they desire, right? This is what you want it to look like if you're running your ideal type of rounds. Your primary AWP with the big green, utility for everybody, AKs are plenty, and away we go. Top mid smoke thrown on out. No mid control, just circle the AWP, but Brokey too, Mihu's gone.
That's a big find, dude. The prize pig shut down, 25-11. At 11th, though, could very well have ramifications. Back to B, it seems. Twists to lurk in the apartments. Dead silence here on Mirage now. Command advantage, FaZe can use their numbers. You can notice that they are all partnered up. There is trade potential on anyone that's currently in pursuit of combat. Run boost, just in case there's an AWP posted up. There is nothing to report in that regard.
Where are they headed, though? We're at 50 seconds-ish on the clock, and they're feigning this mid-control, right? We've just had the smoke towards Connector, Rain with the molly towards window.
I think they're trying to make it feel like an A. The fact that Twist was flowing flashes as they smoked off Connector, it feels like that typical mid setup. But here they come. Breeze. A lot of contact. Carrigan tagged, but it's Breeze that's sent down.
Should be a safe
I think they'll just call it, yeah.
Yeah, that right there, it was all on Breeze, right? Because you could see the stack was quite heavy from EG over towards that A bomb site. So if Breeze gets 1 or 2, then yeah, maybe we consider going for that retake. But if he goes down in that type of situation, has to be the save call. FaZe are going to respond right here. And if we can take a little bit of a look at the cash right now, you can see residual money right now for Breeze is 3,500. He'll be able to buy in the next round. Stanislaw has to stay alive. He needs to drop a gun for Mihu. So cash has already been siphoned away from EG. And a couple of those earlier rounds, there was a bit of damage done. But this will be the first to respond. Now, in the first half, EG started with 4 on the trot, and then FaZe responded. Same deal here in the second half. 4 out of the gates from EG. When you consider the scoreline now going to be up to 11-9, EG with those pistol rounds, that is a massive step in the right direction to closing a best of 1. In a best of 3, right, the pistol rounds, if you lose every pistol round in the entire series, then sure. But in a best of 1, in that just that microcosm, you know, losing both pistols and conversions, that can be condemning. You're talking 6 rounds. You're talking at least 6. And the fact they were even able to get those first gun rounds. So here it is.
How much can he see? Oh, yeah. Those young, youthful eyes through the flames. He's got his shaders on high.
Yeah, it's not an easy one for me. I got to squint. I got to get my nose real close.
I need like the milk bottle glasses, I think. That's my future.
Even then, I don't think I'll be able to see it. But here we go. Smokes towards window, and oh, it's going to be Cat straight away.
Double mid smoke. Don't forget how the pace of some of the rounds earlier in this first half. Like when EG were on that T side, they were throwing some real pacey shots. What is that? Cirque's actually tagged him through the stairs, and it enables Olof to take that AWP down. Cirque has not had a fantastic start here in his debut LAN game. Back. 6 frags from him and going for a very aggressive CT AWP maneuver.
Yeah, they put a lot of eggs in that basket, right? Obo was with him, but unable to trade, and now it's going to slow down again. And the way that FaZe just played that mid-round, it looked like they were going to commit to B straight after that kill from Brokey. This time round, it looks like they're heading back towards A, but could all be a ruse, because had similar scenes last time round and then pivoted for an B split even. This is definitely looking like an A player, and this time the stack of EG is in the right place. It's Breeze on the site, it's 3 players on A, and here comes the piece. Smokes in this air, flashes to follow.
Nice crossfire though. Mihu distracted by the Molotov. He has his back turned as they flood through ramp. Obo in the flames for 1. Not enough. They really want to keep that smoke so they can't push it. They keep refreshing the molly in front of that. You can contest with the wall bang. It looked good. It looked promising. Nothing to report though. And Breeze, as we discussed, left on B, won't have anything to contribute. So FaZe are keeping this gap close. We've got a real competitive game here. And both teams, I'm sure, are on the lists that people made for potential qualifications to the main event. I think some people have high expectations of EG out of the break, but also FaZe Clan have high expectations set of themselves. I don't think they'd consider this a mission complete if they aren't in the main event.
This game's on the cusp, right? And it looks like Breeze is going to go down here. He's been spotted. Oh, the double. That's not too bad. Might get to hold on to this M4. There is Olaf, who was coming through the B apartments. Looks like he's just going to hold on to that AWP. But yeah, I think EG and FaZe are the teams who are on the cusp of that top 8, right? So for them, either team, to win this opening game, it actually means a lot. Just taking a look at the way that lower bracket's going to play on out, and it can get dicey. Very, very dicey. You do have Complexity versus Vici going on one of those streams as well. The score over there, currently 12 to 10, I believe. Got some great entries from Rain there. Here we go. So just this saved M4, a Deagle for Obo, a P250 for Mihu, and a bit of frustration there from Cirque.
Yeah, that aggressive maneuver, I mean, especially considering that was a full CT buy. You don't get to see all the bells and whistles all the time for the defenders, especially when you get to the tail end of the game. So losing that opportunity, and the fact he's tagged him, like -90, just feels like a bit of a plum. Ooh.
All right, well, this one here should be FaZe tying things up at 11-11. Unless they manage to walk on in and impale themselves on Breeze's M4. Great trade. That's what you want.
Oh, Breeze, he's bringing a bit of pain to the M4 train.
This is doable now for EG.
Yeah, it's just that single M4, but he's worked wonders with it. Olaf, expecting the trade, Breeze elsewhere.
Obo just picked up the AK in mid.
Worked well with that. Breeze, a chance perhaps for another. Even dinking Olaf Meister, he is a real threat. Oh my lord, he spots them all. He confirms 3 on A, but it doesn't matter unless Obo's AK can do the rest. He's got no armor behind this, so don't forget aim punch is going to be a real problem. If they shoot first, call it done. Olaf gets the info. He knows where at least all 3 of them are. I think he spotted out ramp as well, at least a premonition as to where they are set up. And Brokey's posted up. Real nice play from FaZe Clan. They're looking drilled. Certainly on this T side. A lot of those practice dry run sessions, you're seeing all the util in the right place, and it has been quite suffocating for EG.
Yeah, this is now looking very, very good. And another timeout called from EG here. So if we're doing the maths on that, they have 1 left, 1 remaining here. And as we get towards the tail end of this half, the CT side economy, when it gets broken late, that's the worst place you want to be in, especially when it has been this close. This is what you want, right? This saved gun. So I know that Stan, he just dies, but the trade is there, and this was brilliant, because when you know where the M4 is, you're trying to take space before it can come back and re-establish. So I think Twist is making the right play, but Breeze was just too quick and too good in that moment. At the end, it didn't matter. It was of no consequence. And oh, really? Okay, Brokey. The timing on that, looking good. And here we go.
Perhaps asking for another timeout, gets it, and now head screwed on tightly. Perhaps this is it. This is the kind of breaking point. We're at round 23 in a best of 1. If you want to continue that upper bracket run, if you want to be just 1 best of 3 away from main event, you've got to take this one. And as Chad has discussed, on the cusp, I don't think anyone's expecting a guaranteed spot for either of these names, but they can certainly take a leap in the right direction with a best of 1 win here. What's the plan, Stan? Double smokes deployed.
Yeah, being a real nuisance delaying this mid-control is Breeze, but he's a little utility. Look at Twist. He caught him.
Yeah, but they're also mid-round aggression. Look, Olaf
Obo has no idea. Twist can just walk in.
You're right. You're absolutely bang on. Breeze pushing mid for Olof. There's so many engagements at the same time, but Twist is the one behind enemy lines. You have to focus on this. Obo has no idea.
Oh, no.
No, and just as he retreats, Olof, patience is rewarded. Twist reveals his location. Obo wondering how he let one slip the net. And is it all smoke and mirrors? Karragan's going back. The bomb's in Palace. Mihu takes the bomb down. No, he didn't. Oh, good goodness. They were on top of each other. So Rain and Brokey were on top. Rain's gone out. This is a real fruity round, Chad. Help me screw my head on tight.
Stan just pushed underpass. Obo's trying to still isolate Twist, who's been in this bench position. He'll get away with that, but it's just Mihu now on the site, going to get clamped in from 3 directions. Olof up ramp, Brokey Palace, Karragan connector.
And Mihu gets another. The man is having a game here. Finally, Karragan finds him, and they're making it a little calmer here on the A site. Cirque is going to challenge from CT. Brokey, smooth move to get the bomb into a safe plant spot. Does he want to try and get it down? Another fight taken. Obo's fallen. If he hits the wall bang, we're cooking. One more chance. He can see his bottom. Now a chance. Does connect. Cirque to come up clutch. He's had a quiet game. A clutch now at this crucial juncture could be making or breaking Cirque here. He's not anticipating jungle. Oh, what a reaction. Cirque finally comes alive for EG. Makes it 12, and exactly when he's called upon.
Didn't see that one coming at all. That was lightning fast from Cirque. That is a huge round to win. That was so wild, right? You're right, there were so many fights, right? The fact that this is FaZe trying to take advantage of timings, because I don't understand. Like, Karragan's walking out Palace, but Twist has already walked into B. It's like, what is going on?
Do you know who plays like that? Heroic.
Yeah, like, very reactive stuff.
Well, the fact that Twist had just had that gap and then they took contact Palace. Look, let's see this flick. Look. Bap.
Oh!
Down.
He was strafing back. Whoa.
Oh, that's going to be a really big confidence boost. His first LAN game back, you want to be hitting a couple of them.
Yeah,
you want to be hitting a couple of them, for sure.
And the thing is as well, Cirque didn't have a kit, right? So you consider it as a 1v1. If Karragan gets away, then he can toy with him, and then the clock becomes a problem. That's a huge shot to hit.
Yeah, and the fact that Brokey was actually going for the triple box jump up, he didn't expect Cirque to be mantling onto Ticket. Lost the duel. I'm sure he's thinking about that right now, actually. It's probably running through his head like, did I need to take that fight? Did I need to take that fight?
Especially if he can hear this pensive music that we can hear. So, okay, money in an odd spot now. There's still plenty of cash over there for FaZe to get a buy in this round, but they're starting to siphon through it quickly. They're going to get the AKs out, the AWP back in Brokey's hands. On the other side of things are omissions. We've got Breeze onto a Famus, Stan yet to buy. Oh, all right. When does Karragan hit that big red button? They've been gifted a couple of opening picks, right? Brokey's had a good chance of a few openings. Olof had a huge one against Cirque in that underpass push. But if those kills stop coming in, if they stop getting the openings, how is this one going to shift and change? I think this must be a technical timeout here.
Yeah, it's longer than 30 seconds, safe assumption.
Yeah, so no conversation to be had at the moment. Now, as soon as we get back underway, which we can see the teams in the server asking to get it unpaused, freeze time will commence. And what is Stan going to buy? Is there a gun on the spawn? I'm going to fly on over there and have a quick little bit of a look. See if I can get there in time. Yeah, M4 for him. Here's that masterful round from Cirque, and a much needed one. Oh, is it?
I don't know what he's like.
Yeah.
What was the cue?
I don't know.
Did
Karragan hesitate? I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but huge stuff nonetheless.
It's like just timing. He was like, okay, if he's not going to be peeking me now on connector, he has to be coming jungle side. Just a beautiful find, and looks like Stan has started off in a similar facet. Taking one, found immediately, deleted. Rain with a bit of a throwback here.
He's still going.
Yeah, the Norwegian is a very sharp tool in the FaZe Clan shed when he's on.
He still have 3 over towards B. Breeze is here, Cirque and Obo.
And Breeze will not be fully aware, especially considering I imagine the event isn't broken, that Rain has to be here.
Wait, this is the mind games right now. FaZe are evacuating. They're not going in towards this bomb site. Heading all the way back, Twist towards top mid. Rain has just parked himself, and he can play with a lot of audible sound cues from this position. If they're loud on their rotations, Rain will hear a lot. But retooling is what FaZe have done in a lot of these scenarios after the opening kills come in. They just don't keep their foot on that W. Breeze versus Rain could be the fight, and that smoke indicates a lot.
Yeah, it's a huge gift for Rain as well, because now, as it fades, regardless of his actions, it will be an uncertainty as to his location.
But they're not playing 2-2. EG are sticking to their guns. There's still 3 players on this B bomb site. They're calling each other's bluffs right now.
Yeah,
like, FaZe are hoping that EG rotate around the map, and, well, EG are hoping they still come in towards B. Here they come.
Oh, all right. Bloodbath on B. Get ready. Strap in. Rain from short, the rest through B apartments. Great molly, that's gonna force the fight. Reese is looking the wrong way, Twist draws blood. Cirque to respond, burns down himself. Mollies are working well, they do now with the UMP. It's not the best weapon for the job, a dink isn't enough. They have the sight.
That should be that. Surely not.
Unless he 1v3s for the 30 bomb.
Oh, he was thinking about it for a second there.
Yeah.
That little look in. Brokey also considering a chase right here, and it's going to be called off.
Any AWPs that are like away from this whole thing?
No, no way in the world. No way in the world he's going to get his hands on one of those. Money is a real issue over there for EG now. Look, sure, it was great that Cirque won that round, but the fact it was a clutch and he was the only man staying alive, the economy not looking good whatsoever. You can see in the next round it's only going to be 1,900. It almost, they have to hold on to this to give themselves any options. And Rain's having a look.
Having a crawl. They're coming. More than just one as well. Olaf, low HP. This should be the end of it. Look at him. Look at him. Brave soldier.
Wow.
Oh, so mad, dude. What are you up to? He does keep hold of his M4. Everything's fine. 12-12 the scores on the doors.
Okay, this has to be a save from EG, which is going to give FaZe back the lead here, unless Mihu can have another one of his moments, right? 27 kills. He's definitely cooled a bit in the second half. This was a great kill here from Rain. Just looked robotic in that one, and all that space he had facilitated FaZe to be able to play out that mid-round. Stan's grabbed a couple of flashes here.
They boosted him?
Oh, this is just a fast beat.
They
This
put
round's
Mihu
already
on
done.
short.
Wait.
Shut up. They're going to do it. Watch this. Mihu about to body bag him. Oh, I lied.
I like the excitement.
I just wanted to see it. You know, maybe like they say you have to believe it's going to happen.
You were believing.
Yeah. It wasn't going to happen, and there's the bomb plan. Okay.
Alrighty then.
What do the USPs do though, right? You may as well throw your bodies into the
exit kills.
Into the rocks.
Exit kills aren't bad. Grabbing an AK or two, not
awful.
Terrible. Yeah. So the fact that Carrigan's had the audacity to call that right there. No, it was Mihu, right? So you know that he's traditionally that A anchor. He was close. He was very close. So if they miss smokes on their execute, maybe he grabs a couple.
Is it still a flashbang on Stan? Maybe he's got a big player. There it is. Bop. Go on, lads. One for the USP and a second read with the USP. That's more than enough. They might get even more. Breeze, AHP on Carrigan. They can't finish him off. The bomb might.
Everyone goes down. That is successful. That's successful. They take them all out. Look, they have to reinvest at least. If this game continues back and forth like it is, that might be a factor.
It might be.
That might be a factor.
Let's not hold our breath, but it could very well play into it. You can see the investments have put some down into that 500 region. One flashbang and some USPs, and it leads to the destruction of an entire fully bought up T squad. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Obo just bopping him there. So, look. No, yeah, look, it was a nice couple of kills. We'll see if it has ramifications. Looks like FaZe are setting up, heading over towards A. They're feigning this mid control and they're creeping up A ramp. They've got Olaf and Carrigan in tow. And the flash from Brokey to facilitate this.
Interesting that it's not Brokey, of course, does have that AWP. I'm not sure how he's going to be able to contribute if it is just an all-in on A. At the back with the bomb on his back. 3-man setup from EG at this point in time. Mihu responsible for ramp.
No Cirque up again.
No info in middle right now. No one from Evil Geniuses has got a single peep.
Here they come.
Jinx. Mihu tucked in.
So blind.
Ninja, they don't. Carrigan's back, fully turned. There should be the trade, and it is there. The Swede strikes. Smoke arriving towards that connector. That should give them some space. CTs to return to CT. Oh, they can take contact at the same time here. Stairs, CT, both just swinging out at the same time could be a bit of a problem for them. Here's Olaf. Oh, and Rain's actually going to signal with them. Perfect timing. Rain through connector. Obo responds. Fully blind. It looks like a man advantage. Short-lived as it's equalized. Cirque with the M4. And only Twist looking to come up clutch. He's hunting. Cirque playing with the sound cues does well. And a second as well. Twists secures a crucial round for FaZe Clan. That's 14. 1 versus 2. And an immediate timeout call just to celebrate.
That was a big round right there. That got so dicey. Both teams didn't want to give it up, right? If you're EG in that situation and you lose the site, you've got two choices. We back off, we play retake, or we get stuck in. And they tried to deny that the whole way through. Cirque did a great job, copped that goose through the box. And that right there is what spurred Twist forward. He was just going for it. He knew he was low, knew he could isolate him, and then just spray from long range. See you later, Alligator. FaZe looking good to close this one now.
This started so strong for EG. They're going to feel a little hard done by if they can't.
Both pistols, man.
Yeah, both pistols and some conversions on top.
This is great from Cirque again. Look, 6 bullets left. He's just trying to delay, hoping he gets some help. Not a lot he can do there, and then that smoke, it's going to be making things very difficult for Obo, so that's huge.
Probably gray screen for the majority of that contact, yeah.
And now we look into this next round of play. Money, not great for EG whatsoever. The loss bonus isn't there. They're going to have to opt in, just
Oof.
a bit of a partial investment here. It's almost like they're playing for overtime.
Or not. They're testing twists, and, well, he's passed it with flying colors. The teacher's got the green pen out for that one, I think.
That is going to relieve a lot of pressure here, because if this continues in the direction for round number 27, FaZe are going to have 3 shots at closing out this map.
Forces gathered now towards A. Who's got way too much on his plate. Palace, an unknown entity. Ramp, one's already slipped the net. He does seem to have a premonition. Timing is everything. Couldn't quite time it right. They're in. And there is only 2 Deagles left to resist.
Oh. Okay. That's something.
So they will fall, and Obo is going to retreat to see what he can save. Now, my question is, when you've got this many, it's only a handful of opportunities to close out the best of one, to stay in the upper bracket. If you're Carrigan, do you call something a little out of the box now?
Look, this is always the argument, right? I think when you have so many rounds to work with, a fast round, right, is one that could catch them off guard. And if you get that entry and you snowball into the site, it's done. It's just done, right? But you have other teams who go, okay, they're the ones who have to take the risk. They're the ones who have to go for the aggression. So let's sit back and wait for it. Let's wait for their play. The thing is, if you freeze up and you go into those default rounds, by the time you get to the last round and then you throw in something fast, they're expecting that, right? So you can make arguments both sides of this. But as the timeout will be called, the last one from EG, they're going to be talking through what type of defense they need. Cirque has gotten the AWP. Great. There's a defuse kit for Breeze. Fantastic. At least they're not in trouble with the defuse kit. That's good news. The utility's there, but they're a little bit light on. Cirque only has a smoke to work with.
And I don't think we're going to be seeing Cirque dive into the underpass this time.
I don't think so either, right? Look, if you want to throw one of those spanners in, I get it. I definitely get it. But it's such a risk to take here as you're staring down the barrel of losing the map. We're underway. FaZe are fragged as a unit here. It's been a team effort to get them to this point.
Early mid control is gained. No one really willing to contest. Dan's dropped a very early smoke of his own design towards Connector. Bomb's leaning towards A. Olof to be tested here. Stan is holding the right line.
No.
Olof punishes him. And now the in-game leader from Evil Genius is forced to sit by the sidelines and watch as potentially the final round of this map concludes. I shouldn't say map, I should say match.
They got all the space in the world right now, FaZe. So much room to work with here. Breeze is the only one close. He's pushing in towards that vent room. He could play spoiler.
Yeah, and as the smoke fades, they do seem to be pre-aiming that exact angle. I have fear for Breeze's life. Sound cues do indicate his attention in that direction. It looks like Mihu's down as well. The star of the EG show will not be able to contribute. FaZe just 3 frags away. Breeze with something of a rebuttal. Cirque needs more. That AWP is in play and a chance by the wayside. Long-range spray. Breeze keeps EG in contention.
They can get the bomb down now. There is a bit of a gap here. That smoke is perfect for Twist to plant on in. Olof has the rotation covered off. This is a retake right now for EG. They're under the pump.
Hits on Breeze. Coming in from window room, Olof to contain him. It's all about timing, and the peek comes in, baits the shot. Breaks the vent, trying to plant the seed of doubt. Olof, eyes on that screen. doesn't want to blink at this point, and there it is. Breeze with another impactful frag. Can he stopped? It looks like Twist could stop him right there and then. And now a one-on-one. The two AWPers, FaZe to finish. Cirque has to defuse that bomb. Holding it, checks the way, and FaZe will do it. That's a big one. First glimpse of this new FaZe on LAN, and they take down Evil Genius. It's a strong start as well from the North Americans. Mihu, a standout performance. But he'll have to continue to work that magic in the lower bracket. FaZe keep their heads held high as they take Mirage and are locked in to continue their adventure in the upper brackets of Cologne 2021.
Hey Future Pros! Today I enlisted the help of Chad Sponge Birchall to bring you all this train one-man execute to take Ivy. To do this mini execute, you will need a smoke, flash, and a molly. First, you will use your flash to stop any aggression from the CT side. Then hop onto this railing and jump over to the other side. This will make you much harder to hit when crossing. Once across, wedge yourself into this corner. Line up your smoke as shown and run a few steps and throw. After, hop up onto this railing, line your Molotov up with this light, then throw the molly. And just like that, you should be able to take complete control of Ivy in a very safe manner. Let us know how it works and good luck.
Summertime has passed us by. Too fast for me to keep the sun. I can't wear the yellow colors, but they don't make me warm inside.
All right, so that does it. FaZe versus EG, and it's FaZe to take the way all the way to the dub. They're going to stay in this upper bracket. EG are going to have to regroup in the lower bracket. They do find themselves situated exactly where they probably didn't want to be now against the VG Gaming. But that's for another time. Let's talk about what happened here. When I say us, I'm talking about Maniac. I'm also talking about Yanko. From a distance, Yanko, are you happy with the result?
Yeah, Trace. Why wouldn't I be happy? I think we got the closest game so far. in this best of one opening series. An exciting game between EG and FaZe. I think FaZe did a great job in the second half to grind the game back, to come back. On the T side, it's always more difficult to do, and they've had to actually play a lot to win a lot more gun rounds than EG did, simply because of the pistol rounds and the way the economy game went.
Yeah, I think that's the key. You're looking at a scoreline of 16-12, but then EG won both pistol rounds and converted behind it, and the first gun round as well. So that's a 4-0, 4-0 lead, virtually 8 rounds that EG were able to grab from these beginning of halves. And then on top of that, you had Mihu, who had a monstrous performance. And this is not a decent EG. We just have to respect and commend Mihu's performance in that game. He was so massive. Ace in the first gun round. He had key clutch situations that he won on his own. So this man right here, I think he's kind of smoke screening this whole scoreline because he saved EG on multiple occasions, Tris.
Yeah, there's quite the disparity when you just look at the individual statistics. But, you know, the proof is in the pudding, as someone once said from somewhere. I don't know why they even said that to begin with. It shows. We're looking at the highlights of Mihu just on the pistol round alone. Gets the 2K to secure it, and that's pretty much where EG start to make it look convincing. Then it starts to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, the ace in the gun round as well, but then the FaZe Eagles come in, and I think also, I don't know, I just don't like the way EG has set up their roles right now. With Stanislav, I mean, even on the CT side, he's playing connector, right? Which is the star player role. You know, Nico plays it, Elige plays it, and so on, right? You have meanwhile, Obo is the B anchor, like Breezy's playing cat. Like I think they need to switch things up a little bit. You know, I understand that you want to take these positions maybe as the in-game leader. You want to be more active, right? You feel like you can have the better call. In terms of with the information that's being gathered, like what the best play is to be active. But I just think that, you know, there's more skilled players on the team, simply put, that need to be in those roles so your team can perform a bit better.
So we did kind of talk about it beforehand, the idea of Brokey versus Cirque. We kind of got a little bit of Brokey, Cirque a little bit later on. Still not enough from the Cirque side.
No, it's not enough. I mean, it's not that I want to attack Cirque at all on a personal level. It's just Counter-Strike is what it is now, Tris. It's op-centric. We know snipers should have a lot of impact in that game, and unfortunately that wasn't enough. I mean, the round that we are seeing right here is the one flash in the pan for Cirque. It's going to be that crazy 1v2 that he's about to win. This round as well tells the story of FaZe playing timings left, right, and center. That was so hard for EG to keep up with the pace. FaZe were finding timings. It would twist on the B side. It was all of my on the A side. Here is Cirque actually showing us what he can do with that AWP. Is going to be able to bring that 1v2 home, which is really the only highlight that we can mention when it comes to him. And I still believe that this is a problem. This is a deep problem for EG. The fact that in many of these situations, he's not able to have that kind of impact.
Yeah, and that's something we have to kind of keep our eye on. I mean, this isn't the end of the road here for EG by any stretch. They do drop down to the lower bracket. For FaZe, they get to stay alive. They get to go forward, and we get to hear from Kerrigan right now.
A tough start. Did EG's T-side pace take you by surprise?
Not really. We knew they like to play really fast, but I think it's a little small jitters. You're back on LAN, the band is back together. And also, it's tough when you lose the pistol round, right? So we're behind 4-0.
Okay, no, I was going to try to, like, mimic.
I would have loved that.
But I probably actually just freaked out the audio guy back there when I was... What I'm saying. No, so we'll probably try to hear that from Kerrigan again. From the meantime, though, Yanko, did you kind of, like, become convinced now that FaZe are taking a step in the right direction?
I think what was the most interesting for me was how FaZe approached this. You could see every time they would get an opening, they would slow the game down to a halt. They were expecting EG to react with more pushes, being a man down, but because this was simply what was happening during a lot of the online games, right? Like people just kept coming at you time and time again. Players individually kept pushing. So you could see a lot of times the round would just freeze, so to speak, for a little bit. But, you know, they exerted patience. They handled those like mid to late round situations really well on their T side. You know, it seemed like pretty clinical. I think it's a good word to use.
Clinical.
Yeah, I think it has to be the MO phase just in general in these T sides. If they're able to reproduce that, you know, that blueprint, which is basically facilitate Rain or Brokey or Kerrigan to find early frags and hold on a little bit, punish the aggressions coming in from the CT, and then let the individuals figure out when they have timings. And I think that's what we saw in that game. We saw Twist on the B side. We saw Olof and Rain on the A side.
Yeah.
They know how to do it when they have the advantage. So let's make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, we saw instances of Olaf getting out of Palace and making some space right there in what otherwise looks like kind of a lockdown situation, Yanko.
Yeah, I think that's where the experience kicks in. You know, I'm going to say it about all of time and time again. Having him on the team really does help a lot. He just is really fearless. You know, he doesn't care about the score, if he thinks there's an opening, he's going to try and take it. And having a player like that really is invaluable to the team, to the in-game leader as well. Having someone you can rely on and not having to micromanage everyone and just calling off of your players rather really is a big help.
Yeah, and you know, it's all motions forward here for FaZe. EG drop down the lower bracket, and we start to prepare ourselves for the first best of 3 of Cologne. For us, we're looking at a little bit of Nip versus Mal's action coming your way after the break, so make sure you get your lickies and chewies and your popcorn and join us when we return for more Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021.
What you've witnessed in this tournament is a broken NIP team managing to resurrect themselves, and Exist picks up 2 kills. Forrest with the shot as well. Olofmeister goes down, and here it comes. 2 on 5. JW and Flusher. There is nothing they can do any longer. NIP have won Gamescom 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, 16-13.
Только в голову.
Справа.
Клатч. Попал ему гол сейчас?
Не. Да, 10 хп у него.
Будет долго. Очень долго, пока патроны не закончатся.
Короче, не фликуй же, спокойно так, наведись пофиг, он не победит первым выстрелом. Вот так вот.
Он так релоудится забавно.
Справа. А, типа хедшот он ли?
Да.
А я думал, почему все в тело стреляют, не попадают?
Как же тяжело по сидящему в дельке попасть.
Сверху у тебя что-то там.
Сзади пришел.
Ты.
Снизу.
Я кое-что понял.
Понял он. Да.
Где второй?
Ковбой.
А мы на скольки играем? До 10.
Типа кто 10 возьмет?
Да. Да стан же!
Давай просто спрямилась.
Подожди.
Рискните.
Пойдем. Иди сюда. А она будет засчитывать? Что это такое?
Ковбой.
Да, меня убивают.
Леха, иди сюда. Так нечестно.
Отдохни.
Леха, мощь с револьвера вышел.
О, на черте Санджа слева.
Двое слева. Пролетел.
еще один ковбой в команде. Нормально. Нам еще 6 раундов. Жека, спасай. Найс.
Справа один.
Слева.
Справа.
Индиана Джонс.
Хороший.
Слева один. На серфе вроде.
Справа идет. Слева. У меня снизу уже тип.
Что ты плачешь, Леха? Меня уволило.
Been locked inside, as you said, for almost a year at this stage. Maybe you've gone to boot camp and stuff like that, but it's not really the same, right?
It's been tough. Without LANs, tournaments haven't been the same, obviously. Now on a new team as well. So just excited to be back. Don't really think too much about the past. Of course, it's been tough. It's been tough for everyone around the world. Now we're here in a new world, so to say, where we can actually have LAN events, and just excited to play.
Yeah, like I guess I'm a little nervous since I think everyone is on their first big LAN, but I think it's you're still playing CS. You're still playing the same game as before you joined the Tier 1 team, so I think that's something you can't forget.
Yeah, I mean, my first LAN so long ago, it's like 15 years ago, something like that. I was 12. I remember we beat a team with some of the best players in Denmark, and some guy came up to my PC and kind of like just pulled me away from my PC and checked it for cheats. So I was 12 at that point, so that wasn't that funny. But that was like, yeah, it's so long ago. But yeah, I think it was the same as you said, like you have some experiences against some of the top players. I mean, it's also a different time at that point with LAN events, which is like you bring your own computer and everything. Here is everything, like this is the top of CS up at Cologne, and I think that here nobody's really going to be that starstruck. Like Linus said before, it's Counter-Strike, you play the same teams you always do. It's important to remind yourself that these are just people. Don't stigmatize like any player you might look up to. I think that just go out on the server and prove that you're here to stay.
So is this the kind of advice? He's telling you this every day now? Is he just hitting you with this constantly?
Yeah.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021, as if it needs any introduction, we're going to give you one anyway. We've got Ninjas Pajamas sitting aside, waiting along to play Mouse Sports, who are there as well. Nip having played LDLC earlier, Mouse Sports take down the Bad News Bears. That does set us up for a best of 3. But where are the Mouse Sports, and what are they up to?
Our team's recent performance, like obviously we've been playing online only so far, and with the little practice we had, I would say I was pretty satisfied for myself at least. Like obviously we won a Flashpoint tournament, but now coming to the LAN tournaments, it's gonna be a completely different thing, right? So I'm just looking forward, like how we're gonna do. We're gonna gain some experience and just face the best team in the world on the LAN environment.
You're going to have exactly that. Tournament placements here for NIP. Yes, that's right. Device on the cards for this team. Does bring a little bit of excitement to the NIP side. They have found a little bit of footing with him, and of course picking up their first win here on Ancient earlier over LDLC. Maniac's friends, kind of to be expected. Speaking of Maniac and all that biblical talk we were having earlier, we've actually also brought Moses in here, which is kind of cool too. Jason, Lil Momo, Tool, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm good.
Hey.
Hey, it's good to see everyone again. This is weird.
It is. It is. I haven't seen you in a very long time, both of you, so I'm like just enjoying the moment, basking in it.
Like, I forget what they call it when you have like premonitions of things. Having one of those right now.
Okay.
They call them premonitions, maybe?
Yeah.
Dreams, hallucinations?
Premonitions.
Okay.
Look, Jason, you've had a long flight. You don't have any luggage.
I am in a very rough state right now.
Could be worse.
Yeah.
You look good. Honestly, all that considered, you look kind of cool.
It's the jacket. I mean, look at you. You just put on its magical trace.
Yeah, what's
well,
happening
look,
with the
there
jacket?
used to be a different rhythm to these things, right? You didn't just show up wearing pocket squares on day one.
He's right. We did do that.
Yeah, but I have my own codes. I'm sorry. Like.
So how are you guys going to up it at the very end? Yeah,
I have this shirt behind it, and there's the tie coming over. There's an echelon that you can go up.
Well, I'm gonna get a new pair of socks hopefully when the luggage comes in. So
what? You're not gonna wear the same ones tomorrow? Kind of gross. Nonetheless, what smells also is not just Jason's feet. I can tell you that. We got a best of 3 going on here in our midst. We've got Mousesports taking on NIP. Both teams having found success in the first round of the brackets here for the play-ins. They're now gonna get that opportunity to just cement them going into the main event. Now, Jason, you're of Liquid fame. You've played Counter-Strike for a while. Right from a surface level, is it still weird seeing Device in a NIP jersey?
Yeah, a little bit, but I think also, I mean, kind of with the context of everything else going on with Astralis, it sort of makes a little bit of sense from that regard now. I think what's interesting about it is that's going to be, I feel like that's a really tough integration to make work when you bring a player of Device's caliber who's got that kind of respect and you bring him into a team, because he's going to influence a lot considering the fact that he's considered to be one of the best players we have in Counter-Strike. So it's not bringing someone in and fitting them into how you want to play the game. It's now bringing them in and he's got ideas that you're going to want to take from him as well. So I think that's going to be much tougher than just any random person coming in. And obviously, there's been some time behind it. It's been almost 3 months now.
Yeah, and that's something that's beneficial to both parties. If you think about, just the transfer of information, Maniac.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, for Device now, we've talked about it on multiple desks already, but it could be the start of something new in his career and his legend, right? Because there's always going to be that shadow. If you look at the past few years, people would say, yo, you know what? You were part of Astralis. Your system was the best. Yeah, you were doing okay, but I mean, never to be in a conversation with Zaiwu or Simple, whatever. But now with NIP, if he starts shining again, if they start lifting trophies, then he could be the reason why they actually ascended to that level. And for him, that he would be, I think, the first player to surpass the team he was in by a long shot, because he becomes something just better than what he was in. So that is quite a big feat and quite a big challenge.
Yeah, and we look at the game from earlier here with NIP going against LDLC on Ancient. It wasn't that there was a big stress test put on NIP in this LAN environment, in this new sort of realm that we find ourselves in. Now, going a little bit further, you look at a player like Device, you start thinking about, who he compares with and who he stacks up on the other side. And I've just got to say, it only makes sense for it to be Frozen.
I mean, not with the gun, but with the skill. That does make sense. And if we think about the impact that they've been having, look, we've covered Device. For Frozen now, when it comes to Mousesports, he's been the X factor recently. Frozen has been the main reason why we've seen this Mousesports lineup coming together, actually lifting a trophy at Flashpoint 3, which was kind of an accomplishment if you think about the lineup, bringing in Dexter as well. So for Frozen, can he maintain that level?
I think the step up of Frozen is fantastic, because I look at this roster and I'm like, if you look at this, these players, I feel like where conversations around them in the past have all been about potential, right? Outside of Rops, everyone is like, can Dexter actually come from the Australian region to be an in-game leader and effective player in European Counter-Strike? Can Frozen step up in that way? Is Acor going to be able to transfer his phenomenal opping that we've seen against, some lower quality competition in different Flashpoint events to now bring that into professional Counter-Strike? And that's the conversation around them. So when Frozen starts to meet those expectations, then you can start to develop a little bit more how we consider Mousesports and how dangerous we can see them becoming.
Like what they have to offer going forward.
They're meeting their potential now, or at least Frozen is.
And that's the idea. And you also look at it from the Dexter point of view, right? So he comes in, he's got to take over steering this ship. Do we feel like that's kind of showing the fruits of his labor so far, or not yet?
Yeah, I think so. I think their T sides have been quite good. Honestly, I had my reservations when they brought in Dexter, I'm going to be honest. From the level of opposition that he was used to go up against and the game plans he had to build, right, because of the weaknesses of the opponents. Now, you transfer that to the top tier level of Counter-Strike, I thought there might be cracks. I thought individually as well he might not be up to par. Turns out I was wrong. At least on the very short term, he's been enough. He's been sufficient. He's done his role very acceptably. I'm not sure about the long term, but they are here to prove it.
Yeah, and there could be some of those cracks that we just don't see. I mean, it's going to be a process for him to figure out exactly how he wants to work with his team, because, he has an experience on this level too. So, I mean, all of it is going to be learning for all those guys, kind of figuring out how exactly they want to play together.
Well, perhaps you're watching for the first time today and you're wondering, okay, is it going to be best of ones all day? No, actually it's not. This is a best of 3. So the veto changes immensely, and then the outcome and, sort of what happens on the other side of it changes too. You get a spot in the main event.
Yeah, there's already a change here if we are referring to that Flashpoint 3 Grand Final, which is Mousesports this time around deciding to remove Overpass. Obviously, the Mirage is coming in, and you have Ancient as a pick from NIP. That is not exactly something that I had expected. I thought Nuke could be a pick. They've been pretty good on the map. They actually go for Ancient. So is that NIP now making a statement that this is part of their portfolio? Like, if you leave it open, we're going to pick it?
Maybe, but I mean, also, take from what you will, the charity event, the Gamers Without Borders that they just played in, Mousesports actually beat them 16-6 on that. You can take what you want from that result, but I think also from NIP, if you're going to lose that game, and then all of a sudden you come into a tournament like this, I think that's, yeah, you turn it around on them. You feel like you're the one who's going to be able to take that map, and you seem pretty confident on it earlier today as well in a victory.
Yeah, and you start out the tournament feeling better rather than fighting with your back against the wall the whole time.
And also, let's not discount the idea that, you know, we've seen it every single time when a new map has come into the pool. Like one of the first teams that are able to establish dominance and success on it generally find themselves having success in the tournament overall. So if NIP can show that they can actually play Ancient, and there's some other teams that are feeling, you know, wavering on it or maybe not feeling super confident on it, that's a benefit for them going into a veto process. That's a benefit for them if they want to pull it out as a pick.
Yeah, there's a whole train of thought right there too in terms of what map. If it's new to the pool, are you going to play it? Do we try to get ahead of the curve? And for NIP to do that, that's admirable, I'd say.
You've got the people on NIP to be one of the front runners on Ancient. You have Threat, who's considered one of the best tactical minds that we have in Counter-Strike and has been considered that for years. You have someone like Device, who's came from a highly tactical environment, who has a highly tactical style of playing with the AWP compared to some of like the crazy battle oppers that we have in other squads. So you have those pieces that can actually build good game plans and can build good setups before anyone else picks up on them.
And what I really like about Device on Ancient, and I think one of his attributes, is that his ability to evolve with his uncertainties, right? When he's not sure what's going to happen, Device will still hit the shot, and he's been doing quite so against LDLC.
Well, we're going to let you guys take your shots, but maybe in a different server. We're ready to get into the game, it seems. NIP versus Mouse Sports. And we're going to be doing it right here, right now, with one of these teams going on into the main event at the conclusion of the series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A best of 3 and a spot at the main event. Certainly a whole lot to look forward to. We're starting back on Mirage. Certainly just had our whistle wet with the first game between those two. EG, of course, falling by the wayside there. Let's get this one started. Machine. I got Chad Sponge Birchall, the smarty pants.
1x bet odds their favorite Mouse Sports in this one, so we'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. I think this is a highly contested affair. 2 smokes for Mouse, both thrown on out. One towards window, one out towards connector, and now mid control being garnered. BMS and Frozen through the underpass. Dexter and Acor quickly scampering up Cat.
Full mid control, heading short perhaps. There's a bit of a stack though. CT's expecting a lot, and it's going to be LNZ with his first crucial opener. To pivot to A. And double nutmeg, look at that, straight through the smoke. Oh dear, Hampus has hit another scorcher. So they've got map control, but
A's open.
They're running out of players. Bemis claws one back, needed that. The bomb's loose, and everyone that goes near it is being beheaded. Nice chance for Robs. He's just a P250, had Util alongside, and taking his opportunities when they come. Device is so low! Oh no! Acor's Glock is all alone against 3. Multiple targets, shot in the back, and there it goes.
One of the really, really weird things about that round, and the reason that Mouse Sports looked so hesitant getting into that site, is that they did not meet any resistance. It was a 4-man B stack from NIP towards the other bomb site, and then you had Hampus lingering around window. So you could see right there, when Acor died, he's looking towards a ramp. Because Robs came through Palace, they didn't know that A-ramp was clear. You would assume that they went aggressive, not that they had a 4-man B stack. So that was really janky for Mouse just because of the CT setup from NIP.
And they won it so easily.
Yeah, sure they had to hit some bangers of shots right there, but you could see just what that was doing is chipping away at Mouse. They had the doubt. And we're back underway with a 4-spy here. AK, 2 Galils, couple of Deagles. Mouse Sports want to get stuck into this one here early. Robs with the biggest weapon of them all, and his entry success has been phenomenal. Clear indication they do want to head over towards this A bomb site.
Okay. Device. Spotted out one, and more than that, spotted out now. He does connect the scout shot. Dexter working with just 18 points of health, and they start to congeal around this bomb site. Will they get a bomb plan? That's up to them. Yeah, looking good. Even trade so far. Bomb's now loose, and Hampus commits to the spray through the box, leaving just Frozen. Very quick dispatch of a couple. Nice find onto CT, and he can't find him. Linus just in the smoke as it fades. Has the advantage and quickly finishes it off.
Ooh, kept costly there, but no plant. This should be the eco from Mouse Sports, regardless of those kills coming on through, and NIP getting a chance to take a bit of a breather here and establish that CT-sided economy. Going to see Plopsky buy into an MP9. There's rifles for the rest. Rez or are easy, as he's been dubbed, into that FAMAS. And this is a round where you need to keep it clean. The Swedes, plus the Dane, wanted to keep a clean sheet in this one. And on the other side of things, Mouse Sports looking to do as much damage as possible. 3 Deagles, a P250.
Ooh-wee.
Oh, okay. 2 Deagles, down to P250. Round number 4. Yeah, this one was quick.
It was, yeah. Those Deagles have not found anything. And I mean, in Mouse Sports, looking at the names on that list, I would fear the Deagle rounds of Mouse Sports.
Especially Rops, you know. He was the one who kind of brought it into vogue, the sliminess of the Deagle to the belly. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so all in all, this one's just a clean sheet, a quickie. Frozen trying to jump Deagle. It's new in the meta. It's something that we haven't seen fully established just yet. But there you have it, 3-0. And the first gun round about to get underway here. AKs to be equipped. Utility will be light on for Mouse. And no real need for NIP to upgrade. They can keep that MP9. They can keep that FAMAS.
That shot again from Rez.
Oh, okay.
First bullet out of the FAMAS, still moving as well. Brilliant stuff. And as you said, yeah, a little light. Actually looks like a pretty damn good buy for Mouse. Coming into our next round of play. Round 4. And the bombs towards A. Dexter to contest middle. Nice little window smoke and molly connector. Yet to see impact from him in the fragging charts, but the in-game leader proving that the Oceanic Counter-Strike brain can translate on a European level. Here he goes. Here he goes. Oh, a freebie, Rez! Pushes his eardrums into Dexter's AK. And there's another potential on the cards. He hasn't been shot at. Plopski, I think, obscured by the smoke. He can go for some safe and silent info there, jumping against the wood.
Short smoke's going to help him here. Ako's just thrown that out. Perfect time. Dexter gets a chance. Doesn't have to worry about his behind.
Yep, it's fading. This is his frag. It was his chance. Device quick to take it away. Big find.
They're going A.
Yeah, from the Dane. This looks problematic. The smoke will enable a little more of a cross. Device to upgrade.
Oh, Ako just took one down mid there. That rotation's been dealt with and Device is on notice. It's all on Hampus.
Hampus has got a lot to do. Frozen is on that default plant. He's trying to punch in the digits now. No one. Oh, from CT they contest. Bemis does connect, but it's onto Hampus. The bomb still goes down. And only 2 now for this retake. There should be no way in. An M4 would certainly go a whole lot further than the MP9, but looks like they're going to be heading away for the save.
Yeah, get on out of there. Linus was the man who took the MP9 off of Plopski in this round, so happy to get an M4 back in his hands and now stay alive. And considering Device was in the thick of it for a moment there, the fact he's still alive walking away with an AK is good scenes. But a buy, it'll be possible in the next round. NIP can drop things across, get that AWP out, and start looking good. Now, Ancient is map number 2. That's quite the curious second map. If we get to see it picked a lot, right, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's really good to see how that's continuing to develop here. We get Barrage, the most played map. It's been here forever, versus Ancient, the newest. That's the first round for Mouse Sports here. And the flash through, you can see Dexter's probably a bit further forward than they were expecting. So that flash has popped above him, and it's not done anything whatsoever. And that kill right there from Ako was basically the one to seal the deal. The rotation that was desperate from Hampus, doing his best to deny the plant, see if he could drop that on the ground and keep it interesting.
It's a very luxurious position to be put in as a T-side AWPer when you've got enough frags on A that you can just sit mid and catch the rotate. He loved it and profited from it. Let's get into our next round of play then. NIP. Try and bounce back.
Pressuring B here.
Yeah, quite quickly. Look at this flashbangs. They're all just flying through, and so are the bodies. Plopski's lost his vision. Dexter's lost his head. Even trades. One more to find. It's LNZ, and he does stand and deliver. Oh no, is he planting?
He's planting.
He's assuming Device is gone, evaporated from the site, fires off the shot, reveals his location. A missed shot now. Rop's yet to frag at only 15 points of health. No hope. Nice use of the USP, not taking any chances there. Device secures it. NIP send Mouseport straight back down to the doldrums.
Yeah, look, NIP, since Linus has been a part of this team, every time I see teams going B against them, Plopski from shore is like hammering down a couple, right? It's been a pretty potent crossfire, considering we know that he's only been thrown into this team with limited practice at the start. So the fact that, you know, that hold was already working in the beginning, they can grow and they can build on that. So the B bomb site, going to be a difficult one to crack if you are Mouse, but back underway with the buy. Deagle for Frozen, or for Acor, so things are as good as they can be with the money. Slowing this one down, no clear indication of an early hit. A bit of a default spread. Dexter and Frozen down towards underpass. Acor and Bimas towards top mid, and Rops, well, in his palace. You'll see him there time and time again.
Get to see Rops in that kill feed, early days. Run boost for safety. And mid-control gained. Smoke towards the window to follow. DTs respond with one of their own, and that should just lock out any crawls that they were considering. Even Device posted up over it as well. They go for the boost. He was holding that light. That won't end well. Frozen is up, but His cross currently being held. And as the smoke fades, nothing to report for Rez. More trajectory, might go hunting, might be drawn into the shots.
Big gap in that.
Huge gap in that.
Needs to be called from Frozen.
If you get gray screened, it's a really weird angle for Rez to play with. Oh, and Acor spots him out. Good awareness. Puts us in a 5v4.
Rop's toes can be
They're wrapping into A. He's tracking his toesies. Oh, Rops, that's a horrible death. Hampus has caught him. And now Dexter with his back turned finds Hampus in response.
They went and stacked over B right now. They can get that bomb down quickly if they move. Mousesports with 30 seconds left on the clock are looking good, but Cat Device is about to pick it to Acor here, and too good. Acor just controlling these rotations in mid. Will deny, and that should be the round for Mouse.
The most impact we've seen out of a T-side AWP on Mirage today. I mean, just already, just starting to be a crucial component in the Mousesports T-side. Very early days, admittedly, but a second round locked in. It does seem like NIP are very quick to be ready for a response on B.
Yeah, thinking that bomb site might get bullied a little bit, maybe because of the lack of land for Linus. Maybe, I don't know how many teams will be trying to go for that play, because it's not like...
I wouldn't blame them.
In the opening best of one against LDLC, it's not like he was a slouch, right? He didn't need to do a lot. The team was getting it done. So that would be a curious strategy to go for. Especially when you have rookies yourself. BMAS, right? This is his first land, right?
Genuine Counter-Strike question, though. When you're in Rops' position, because I always feel like that sucks because I get shot in the toes all the time, as he did, he can see his toes. What's he supposed to do? Just go for 6 toe shots? I mean, like...
Yeah,
right. Is that? Why does everyone go for that angle to hold ramp when it feels like it favors the ramp?
Well, that's the problem, right? Is we saw in the last game the shadow advantage that Rain took advantage of. So you either walk in, give the shadow advantage, or you hope you play the little toesy game.
And he's not clearing it enough.
Yeah,
okay,
right?
Sure.
So...
yeah, look, here, this is exactly what we're talking about. And he committed to a spray. Hampus is... That's audacious, is it not?
Yeah, and like the shoe on both feet there, right? For both of them. So it's just that Robs decided not to go for it, whereas Hampus committed and was able to pull it off in a big way. Robs didn't even get a chance to shoot him, like, even though we saw him first.
Yeah, and tracked those feet and those NIP brand kicks.
Well, Hampus getting aggressive over towards the ramp here, and Dexter working middle. Oh, Dexter's about to get a lot of company.
Yeah, tucks in nicely. That smoke will be a temporary wall. Oh, I don't fancy his chances of getting out of this one. Plopsky. Trajectory indicates his presence close short. Dexter.
Hefty's cool.
Yeah, he has, but it's not over yet. More pressure into mid.
That's still alive.
Finally, he falls. He was in limbo for so long. Just in no man's land. Robs is actually kind of dipping his toe into this Palace aggression. We haven't seen him leave all too much. Vice exposed. He's safe in the knowledge that Hampus is controlling that Palace angle. It's a powerful position to be in Hampus. Just a little headshot angle, quite hard to knock you off, assuming they're pre-aiming CT.
This does look like it's going to be an A finish here. Rob's being so far forward, he can swing on this A-ramp contact, and now Hampus tucking in towards Dark under that balcony. That silenced M4 could be a real nuisance.
Really could. Hampus playing around with his nades. It's good damage. There's more to follow. Ouch! He peeks upon it. Big damage from Hampus. Double shutdown. There's more to come. Bomb loose. They know what's going on. Res to support from Palace. And only Frozen remaining. Many, many men's. A whole 5-man squad waiting for him. And as soon as he rounds the corner, they'll all throw their bullets down range. All right, NIP looking very rigid on this CT start.
The fact that they went for that second flash peek on middle to deal with Dexter was great. The first one, and he's hiding and using that smoke as a shield, it felt like Dexter had done enough. It's like, okay, they've had a look, they've cleared it, they've seen nothing mid, now I'm going to get a bit of room to work with. But they went in again, and on that is normally when you would expect one of your extremity players like Rops to go for a peek, because so many forces are being dedicated towards mid, but they didn't jump through that hoop, and they had to operate with that man disadvantage. Lots of talking here. That's Myth of the coach in the backlines there, and the same for Threat on the other side of things. These are two coaches who I think will have a lot of say within their teams. You've seen it online, especially at that fantastic facility NIP have. They all take their headsets off and they look at Threat. This time round, as I've mentioned time and time again, the coaches are not in the server. The best they have is they're behind the players, they can see the screens, they can talk in the timeouts, but not all the time. So we've gone back to those stringent rules on LAN. Be interesting to see how it affects some squads.
And talking about that Dexter exchange as well, Plopsky, by mollying back mid while the smoke was still up, he knew process of elimination, his fight as the smoke faded had to be in that open area. Rez towards, oops, a bit of a whiff nade. He's not going to be too upset about that. He might be though. Bemis is going to be a little upset. Flashed by a teammate, jumping into the jaws of Rez. An early disadvantage. Mousesports looking a little wobbly now.
They're going to need to try and claw this one back, but when they're in the 4v5 in the previous, it was very, very flat. Dexter is the one who's still alive now, though, so the in-game leader being able to pull the strings.
from the front line.
Yeah, exactly. Now another connector smoke thrown on out. If we're keeping count, 3 left now for the Ninjas. Rez is on his lonesome here. He does have the crossfire with Plopsky. Barrel, I think, is spotted here. He's talking a lot. Rez is talking a lot right now. He's seen it. Oh, and that nade as well.
Right on him. Doesn't force Frozen, though, into the angle. He knows to manage his angles well. Dexter could catch him as well. They molly him out. That's a really big find from Dexter. He's up short. He's maintained control, and he's pulled us back into a 4v4. They have full mid control, but where do you go from here? Who's holding that window push? Absolutely no one, dude. This is not a bad call. If they walk up connector, however, a very different fate. Hampus, nice angle found. Pre-aimed now, and Rob slipping in pursuit of his first frag. He could go 007 here.
Oh.
Akor's fallen. Looking great. It's Hampus who's just working wonders from the default box. It's not supposed to be a power position. He's making it look like one. Oh, God, he's got anyone else on his left eye peaks endlessly. They spotted him. Okay, this is Rops's frag. This is Rops's frag any day of the week. He'll finally get it. That's all he'll get. No 007 today for Ropsy, but 6 for the Ninjas. And I'm sure this is very good vibrations for the boys out of their boot camp. They're all packed up in their NIP tracksuits. It's good vibrations. It's fist bumps. This is going to be a really, really big make or break moment for the NIP boys.
Now watch this with Hampus, right? He is just re-peeking into this angle, right? You normally see an AWPer transition to this line once you know mid control's taken and they want to play more of a heavy A lean, close-up palace, close-up ramp. Hampus has done that, and he's had full faith that Device would not miss the shot. Oh, we're straight underway. Dex has found Device. That was the player behind him, right? Oh, that was top mid. Never mind. I'm getting a little bit caught off guard by the pace just there.
It was quick. You can see the B-Stream update. Oh, that's going to be a good one too. Damn. Team Spirit, Team Vitality.
Okay.
Dust to the map. Check that out if you want to add just a B to your URL you're currently watching on.
Now, this is around where they could actually pressure Linus, and they are.
Okay, let's knock on the door, see what Linus can do with this kind of pressure. His first S-tier LAN event.
Oof.
And Rez is right there in support. Okay, I've come, I've done the damage, you'll handle the rest. See you later.
Gets to lob out his utility now as well, so this one should just peter on out.
The bomb's on B side though, so Akor clearly had intentions, and Plopsky's caught another. Dexter trying to worm his way through that mid boost. Yeah, this one's just gonna peter out into nothing for Bemis. Plopsky definitely looking a little bit revitalized since his return to LAN.
Oof. Yeah, look, I think with new players coming in, and remember, Plopsky years ago, we were talking about him in Malmo, the fact, you know, look, that story, you guys have heard it a million times, but even still, with roles getting changed, what feels like, not often, but often enough for keep things interesting at NIP, it's going to be difficult to constantly be getting either the position you're most comfortable with. There it is, so closing things down, 7-2. This is getting away from Mouse Sports here. We will be getting into another gun round of play. But it has just been the mid-control, right? They limp into the mid-control, and then if they lose the opening pick, they fall back and try and hit a bomb site. They need to maybe have a bit more conviction in their play. Maybe something, you know, with a bit more intention behind it.
Yeah, it's odd. I mean, just like, I'm going to be completely honest here. Pound for pound, like the names on paper, I've got Mouse Sports every day of the week. Like, I have such high expectations of Rops, Frozen. Akor has really impressed me at times, admittedly not consistently. Bemis has so much flair in his game, but so far, it does just feel like a one-horse race. Akor's changing things. Good find.
Yeah, if Rops can get activated, it being on 1 kill for him and it being a kill of no consequence, right? That's where we need to be turning our attention here. Obviously not all the pressure on him, but definitely needs to contribute his bag.
He could be waving goodbye to the Bad News Bears as well. A lower bracket, best-of-3 elimination game taking place on a C-stream.
Watch this crossfire here. Every time Plopsky and LNZ have been hit, I always see him get a couple.
Okay, full blind, but he's tucked it on bench, and it's always Plopsky, as you highlight. A real problem. And a nice chance. Device has not been able to hit the shot, though, and they are in. One towards the van. Bemis connects. A flash for his advance. And that's going to put Linus on notice. Rez still trying to keep them busy. A high flash that could enable a fight here. It's Dexter to defend. And now only Device and his AWP. Surely he's not even going to try and contribute to starting to moonwalk out of there. Hesitance to get that bomb down. They don't know where he is. I think he's already fired off a shot.
Look who's coming behind. Rops is here. He's going to hear all this. Easy as you like. That is a very, very simple second kill for Rops there. And that's a big one because it takes that AWP away. So now we can start asking some questions. And the fact that they keep Plopsky to just 1 kill, they didn't rush it, right? They get the space, and then they're able to trade that out. Plopsky, as I've been talking about, go watch some of his recent highlights, multi-killing from that position.
Yeah.
So very good job from Mousesports to limit him to just 1. And it does look like a little bit of a technical timeout has been called. We just saw Hampus talking to the admins just there, so bear with us. Obviously, there's a couple of extra kinks to get out of the system with this one, ladies and gentlemen. First time back.
Have you got all of your kinks out of your system?
Not yet. Got a couple more. I think we lost Rushley. He went home early, so we got Jakey observing. Just giving him a shout out.
No, that's worth doing. Yeah, absolutely. Jakey's on. Rushley, just easy shift for him today.
Okay, 3 best of 1. See you guys.
Yeah, peace
Have a
out.
good one. Alrighty. Rush has got the bloody dream, doesn't he?
I think we've got the dream. We've got a best of 3 LAN game, and it seems like NIP definitely just carrying that online performance. We've seen them, finding their footing. The fact that Device has joined this roster and immediately they've seen an upswing. It's going to be a very different kettle of fish now with Device giving them, I would imagine, even more support when they're in that LAN environment.
Remember middle of last year, we heard coming out of the player break that NIP were the team to watch, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And then I think I did a podcast or there was an interview or something with Threat, and he was talking about how having to plan their peaks a bit better because it went into like Cologne, into event, and he was like, well, I just planned for 1 event. I didn't kind of plan for the season.
Yeah.
So now they've got some extra sharp tools. And I think that they're obviously going to come in here with this one. It's the end of the season. This is all the focus. So this could be the perfect storm.
It's super interesting. That's a conversation topic that was being thrown around. I was in Berlin for League of Legends last week. And a lot of the best teams in the league are having bad starts in their season. And a lot of the conversation is they're realizing we can't be the best the whole season.
Sure, you got to time your peaks.
We just need to, as you said, time our peaks. And it seems like NIP definitely are going to be peaking at the right time here. And talking of peaks, from one side to the other, a different spelling. Rops has a look. He does find nothing. Acor quite comfortable to just stroll out mid. He's not expecting any resistance in that window. He's well aware of the NIP setups, and it seems like Device is going to be leaning B this time to support on that short side. It does leave a bit of a vulnerability towards that A, should Rez or Hampus have any early exchanges.
Look at Dexter taking so much space again. He's just creeping up on his lonesome here. Acor can't really help him if he swings this corner. This is the magic line, the line drawn in the sand. Dexter cannot round this. Damage done. Now he's going to put some pressure on.
Oh! Acor did not get much time to get his eye to the scope there.
Okay, well, Dexter's been able to take room off of this, but the rotation from NIP is coming over. Plopsky and Device are making a move. They're playing retake A here, Ninjas.
Yeah, so there's a lot of space for them to stretch their legs. Util will be dropped. There's 3 CTs coming in thick and fast for this A defense.
Plant open. There's the avenue to do so, but you can see how worried they are.
You have to drop it. Burning does have to deploy his smoke. They know there's one tucked in ticket. Pipeline held by Device, but here we go. 4 versus 5. The advantage, at least in the men, is NIP, but that clock ticks in favor of Mousesports.
Look at all these nades left over for the retake. NIP have a lot in their back pocket.
Look how patient they are. Rez is still hiding on the window room. He's going to have an element of surprise for sure. I don't think they're expecting this at all. 2 backs turned. He hasn't checked his right.
Here comes the surprise.
Yeah, Rops is going to be confused. Oh, Rez distracted.
Oh, the footsteps.
Yeah, he's focusing on Dexter instead. Will strike nicely, but it's Mousesports with all the frags necessary. Not bad.
Oh, the thing is, that right there from Rez could have been the difference maker in the retake. But the fact that it falls apart like that, the fact that he gets lured in by Dexter, it looks like we just focused on the complete wrong side of the map. Yeah. But that was the most pivotal part, the most pivotal section in that round. This is the other angle, right? Frozen up here in apartments.
But this is where you'd see him swinging out jungle right now. He'd kill Frozen, Rops, back of the heads. And then, oh yeah, wow.
Dexter baited him, he didn't even know. Dexter won the round with sound cue, didn't even have a clue he was doing it.
That's some nuance. That's some Counter-Strike right there. And fair play, NIP playing for retake, they had so many nades, just couldn't quite shape it up.
Hold up, what's this push? Frozen, you're about to get an ace, my friend. These guys are all just on USPs.
All right, so 300, and that's where it stops. Okay.
Oh, well, he can call all that info. This is NIP broken already, right? So this is Mousesports going to hopefully just take that bomb over towards A. There we go, Rops. We'll pick it on up. Don't know how many Frozen saw, right? Because in that blur, when they come around the corner, the info, they're still going to worry about a couple of sneaky beaky CTs around, but now it's just about avoiding as much damage as possible. Rops seeing where's covered. Bomb will go down, and looking good for the 5th. So Mousesports 7-2 to 7-5. Keeping it going.
Dexter's keeping up with his young guns so far here on the scores. Speaking of, get his 7th as well.
These are everybody's favorite kills.
Yeah. Where did Eco Cobra come from?
I feel like it's American.
Is it American?
I feel like yeah.
I've heard Yanko say it. I've heard Jason say it.
It's yeah. I'm not certain exactly.
We'll have to get a history lesson with Yanko.
Etymology.
Etymology, certainly.
Damn, the brain does work occasionally. All right, well, Rez will hold on to that AK, and that's not too bad because cash, not fantastic for NIP. We've got 4.9 for Hampus.
No AWP for Device.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, if Rez wanted to be a very selfless man, he could have dropped one, but he needs armor, he needs some nades. Now okay, well, Hampus is going to be gifting the AWP across or using it himself. So it looks like that'll be the case. Hampus is going to wield the big green.
Last cannon, interesting. Hampus, I mean, there's no slouch on it. Definitely not, but let's see if this one is a bit quicker. It looks that way, at least shaping up that way. Mousesport's trying to feign the same mid-control, but this time only Acor. And look, what is he up to? He wants to peek window side, even posting up for Connector, expecting no resistance. He could peek over the smoke. Just in the nick of time, Rez tucks back in towards the ticket side.
He's on his lonesome here.
Completely, but he's selling it. He's trying to sell it. And Device isn't buying.
That was his own smoke with a huge gap. That's a big problem.
Ooh, Rez lucky to be alive after that one. He catches a dink through the box. Hiding in the smoke is Plopsky, has a slight angle, commits to the spray, it doesn't quite convert, Frozen lives on. It's smoked off, there's no way for them to contest from Connector side, there's 2 of them there, they re-smoke as well. Oh, what? Straight through the smoke, we've lost Beamus. Problems now, bomb ticking, Dexter the one to punch in the digits. Now we have after plant set up, Frozen re-smoking Connector, that's 3 smokes we've seen from Mousesports in the same location, and a glass cannon AWP is not the weapon of the choice. Quick find, converted off the flash. A second in the smoke is Device. He's crawled through. Oh, now a problem for Dexter. They know exactly where he is. Time is not on his side, and neither is Rez. Shuts him down, and IP make it 8.
Phew, that one got very, very dicey for a moment there. That find through the smoke from Device was great. Like leveling up with a bit of a freebie, you do love to see it. And now they're going to be able to keep themselves above water. That's the half win right there. 8 rounds to the Ninjas. And that has forced out a timeout. So this is the gap, right? We saw Acor take all the space, and then he threw his own smoke towards window. Just not perfect enough. And Device, an absolute menace. Look at this, Rez on 8 HP as well. So good impact here within the late stages.
And rounds at this level of play will be decided by the tiniest of mistakes. I mean, the fact you have a gap in your smoke leads to your mid-presence, your rotate, your AWPer, all gone.
That's the thing, right? Acor's going to be kicking himself because they gave him a lot of space there to hopefully find a pick, and just to know, oh man, I flubbed the bloody smoke. Like that was something that you feel like you could have avoided, right? It wasn't like he got swung on or anything strange, just a bit of a gap in the smoke, not going his way. And now Mousesports had a timeout, had a conversation. They still have a full buy. AWP back in play, rifles are there, and things are looking better for NIP now. Utility good, kits are in play, and look, the AWP is back in the hands of Device now. So normality restored. Quick window smoke. Molly towards Connector and a couple of flashes over. This mid-control. Oh dear, not looking good at all. Acor again goes down to Device, and Device wants more. He's giving it a re-pick on this. Dexter gets dropped, and that's 2 big openings.
Yeah, I thought it was very brave of Dexter to keep that swing. Knowing he's up against an AWPer, not any AWPer, it's Device. He's not going to let that go. Acor caught with his knife in his hand, not looking fantastic. Round 14 already. Looks like a Ninja's 9th.
Such a luxury to have Hampus on your team. Oh, we're going B.
Here we go. Frozen clearing. Nice find. He's burning a little. Doesn't clear his right side. It's Linus who's been quiet. Angles are held. Beamus found. Good find from LNZ. Even Frozen's so low, he could finish the job here. And he does. Another body down. It's only Rops. A 1v4. Very tall order. And there are already 3 of them on the site. He's not ready for this. They'll take contact at the same time. Apps, short, and sight. Sometimes he's robotic, but even he can't handle that.
They had him absolutely booked there. Rez was so quick on that flank through the underpass, but he wasn't even needed, right? That right there for Rops is a nightmare scenario. The fact he had to worry about market, the fact he had to worry about the apps position, the guy in sight, and then Hampus coming up short. This here, this is Mouse having faith in their utility. That's what this is, right? Dexter, surely he's not going to re-peak, right? Okay, now 9-5 and looking very likely to be a 10th here. Going to get this one back underway with what should be an A execute. 4 members setting up util now. Frozen selling a bit of a fake over towards middle. It is just Hampus on the site right here, so there is a bit of a timing. If they go now, they might be able to isolate.
Fast. Hampus back turned. Timing usually favors him. This time it's Bemis. Hampus slumped into a pile. Device hiding, retreating from the smoke. They want a fast plant here. I can't fault them. They just want to play some sort of favorable 5v4 for once. It's Deagles and AKs. Don't forget, 3 members with just a sidearm. Frozen late and mid. This arrival from Frozen could be everything. If he could just get the dank flank onto Rez, even Device, it's about timing for him. Here comes the NIP retake. They're going for around the world for the after plant. It's not ideal. Here we go. Plopsky in. Hiding in the smoke is Dexter. Smoke onto the default box. Rops to contest from Sandwich. It's already Dexter down. They'll clear Rops out as well. Does well to find a single head. It's not planted for you, Acor. It's not planted for you. And there they go. Just Bemis does knock him off the bomb. It might be. I'm not sure. It's really close. I think they have it. Oh, heartbreak. 10 for the boys. Ninjas in pajamas break the double digits, and we'll see who's going to take a leg up in this best of 3 for a spot at the main event.
So teams which I think gonna get out of playing, I would say, obviously I'm gonna say us, but I would go with Spirit, NIP, and I would say FaZe, and Vitality as well.
Pink. Bra, hur bra är du Hampus?
Fett bra Hampus. Vi möter noobs.
Rez is reclining. It looks like headsets are off. The
That's always a good sign.
Yeah, well, hang on. They like to have their conversation. That's how the boot camp vibe went anyway.
Oh, dearie me.
The second half is surely looming. Mouse Sports taking on the Ninjas in Pajamas for a spot in the main event. They both won their respective best of ones. We saw, of course, LDLC in their opening game struggling versus the Ninjas in Pajamas. Ancient in a best of one. That was their game.
And Ancient up next as well. So we're going to see it twice in a day, at least out of the Ninjas, which quite is curious, I think. I think I saw Matthew making some tweets about the veto, which, you know, it is an interesting one because NIP have been playing a lot of Mirage. So to see Mousesports go for that pick, that's curious in itself.
Worth mentioning as well, like this has been a really slow start from Rops and Frozen on Mirage, but also they were the highest performers in their victory in their best of one versus the Bad News Bears. Like I'm talking 1.5 rating. They really had no issues with the North Americans. It seems like NIP a very different beast. They've kept both Rops and Frozen very honest with a 10-round half, and that's now, of course, swapped over. We'll get to see Mousesports taking to the defense. And NIP on the attack. So, Linus given a smoke and a flashbang. Everyone else is equipped with the Kev. 5 sets for the USPs of the aforementioned armor.
1xBet odds now favoring NIP here. It makes sense with the 10-5 half.
There's 3 CTs in middle. They'll be able to respond quickly, but they'll be smoked off. Linus plans to smoke it off. They'll either have to charge through it or go all the way around the world or wait. And here comes the entire squad. It's just Bemis screaming for help. They're flooded into the site, and it's lost. I mean, what do you do? Wait, respect the smoke, or play for the retake? Acor,
that helps.
You could just shoot through it, I guess.
All right, well, that's a great way to open things up, but the bomb is still down. Rops has found another here, and he's looking for more. This is Rops coming alive.
Damn! And Device to respond. What more has he got? Just one with the Glock. Yeah, that's going to leave a mark. Ampus gone too. And NIP, you got everything you wanted there. The smoke worked, the players were locked out, the bomb went down, but then Acor and Rops just happened.
Yeah, we wanted more from Rops, and that was great. A huge double right there, and this is where he's going to do his best work, right? The CT side, this guy, absolute monster. I'm going to need to see that level of performance here. Loser of this one will drop on down to play the winner of EG versus Vici, right? So that could still get dicey, right? Vici, that unknown bit of a curveball. It's been a while since we've seen them on international soil. And EG, look, that game against FaZe, they won both pistols. So maybe, and Mihu was contributing a lot of rounds there, but they're no slouches, right? We saw them in recent times having some decent performances, at least performing, I think, above anybody's expectations. But the force buy here from NIP, facilitated by that plant, 2 AKs, couple of Deagles. Oh, this is aggressive, Frozen.
Yeah. Taking some liberties here.
Very aggressive, and now playing an off angle. How far is he going to keep creeping?
I think you'll have heard that. Ampus just gets a freebie. Oh,
that's a
dear.
That's a half right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you dream of. In a Deagle Force, or rather, yeah, it is. Deagle Force.
Spotted.
Realized.
Still some gaps to work with here for NIP. If Rez makes his way into vent room, he can chill out. We have a minute left on the clock, so there's no dramas as far as time goes. Pressure is going to be on Dexter. Smoke's going to be fading. A Molotov. Oh, it's about to land. Dexter's going to burn.
He's cooked. What do you do? Stand and deliver. That's what you do. Great find. Burns for his troubles, but that could have very well been a problem. He does well to find 2 frags prior to his death.
And Rops was there babysitting. He was looking up towards that vent room. As Dexter's getting those kills, Rez has picked the vent room, and he's gone down to Rops here. So now it's just the new boy, Linus, or LNZ. 35 seconds would be some clutch. Would love to get his hands on one of those AK-47s, but he's not going to get a chance as Rops swings on out, takes him down, and, well, considering Acor went down for free, they kept that one pretty tidy, Mousesports. They're going to be able to get up to 8 rounds here, as it should be the full eco coming out of the Swedes +1. Do we just say he's an honorary Swede? I guess the Danes won't like that very much.
No, but no one's going to be upset when you refer to the NIP squad as the Swedes.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Honestly, if anyone is, they're a pedant, and they've got nothing better to tweet.
Oh, okay. Troglodyte was the one I was running with in more recent times.
Sounds nice.
Yeah.
I don't know many words that end in dite. Oh, and Frozen. Good night.
That's interesting, because he's done that 2 rounds in a row.
Yep.
So let's keep our eyes on that if he's going to keep going aggressive in that B apartments position, because if you're coming late, or maybe if your default doesn't have your eyes trained on that jump over towards Van straight away, Frozen can get across. Oh, Acor, you're not having a good go of things in window, are you, mate? No. 2 rounds in a row, you've just been slapped.
That Deagle really bangs. Device the 2 Deagles in play. His more than capable, and nice jiggle from Plopsky. He's actually just drawn enough shots out of Rops, building a bit of a mental picture as to where they are located. Frozen's abandoned the apartments, but that doesn't mean Mousesports have. Dexter's actually going to push on in. Oh, that's a shame. Dexter crosshair in the right place, just could not react in time, and Linus with just 10 HP has got himself an M4.
The B-split's coming here, and There's 2 players close enough, Frozen and Rops. They can shut this down and they need to. This would be a terrible round to let slip.
They can't afford to lose this one. They're about to close the gap. This needs to reach 10-8.
Oh, what?
Good. Frozen just lined him up on abs. A quick response from Device. His Deagle's not done. And Plopsky, don't forget, has an M4. He could respond. He can't. Great react from Robs. Quick into the head, but a little sketchy. You can see Frozen's not satisfied with the dirty 0-2 at the end of that one.
Yeah, that's going to make things a little bit harder, right? Mouse will be able to buy, but that feels like it could have been avoided. Really good shots here from NIP. So the best of ones, almost acting as a warm-up for both of these teams, right? Bad news bears for Mouse Sports. We saw NIP take on LDLC, and now this is where we get the big boy games in play. And here we go, the guns are out.
This was the double from Frozen just to secure the round.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that, did he?
Take it any day of the week. And that's a big start. Rops as well. One of the superstars now shut down in round 19's opening 10 seconds. And Frozen was there with him. They were supposed to be sending both of them for some sort of aggressive maneuver. It has been cut very short. Now, an unknown entity in Hampus and Rez. He doesn't know where they've gone. Have they abandoned middle?
Okay, if Frozen pushes and clears this, Dexter can rotate back towards A, because Dexter just flashed over top mid, and now Frozen is pushing. So the further he goes, and if he calls this clear, at least there can be a 3-player stack over towards this A site. It has to be an A hit. Plopsky is still in apartments. There's no real reason for NIP to change their tact right now.
Frozen.
Look at this.
Presented with an opportunity for mid-flank. He's going around the world. He's going full T-spawn flank. He's going to be careful with his steps, so he may be a little late. Plopsky bringing the bomb through Palace, and Beamer's pushed up ramp. This could go from 0 to 100 very quickly.
Dexter's about to be in trouble.
Strap in.
Smoke's fading.
Here it comes. Dexter does deal with the first. He's anticipating a second. Rez just tucked in. Oh, the element of surprise. He does strike.
Here.
They do. Frozen has already taken down Device. Plopsky tucks into balcony. That should be the finish. Rez with another. Now just Frozen. Up against it. First of the 1v3 found. There's too many heads. And he burns to a crisp. NIP make it 11.
Oh, that one got super dicey right there. The fact that Bemis and A-Core, they're the ones rooted in on the site. They're the ones who should be good for like 1 apiece, or at least 1 between them. Don't get anything done there. So NIP, very diligent onto the clear. They walked right into the lion's den of this stack.
The fact that Rez has lost a teammate there and doesn't just immediately pull the trigger on the swing, it's just smart play. You can see that at that point he was drawn to hunt, starts looking, and at that point he's just not ready with his crosshairs. So, eco time, as Zeus is in play.
Well, that's exciting. I haven't been able to do the sound effect in a little while, so let's see, Robs.
Our first LAN Zeus of the mainstream.
Let me get ready.
Your vocal warm-ups.
Oh, this has got a timer on it, doesn't it, Ropsy boy? That smoke in window fading might cause disaster. Bimas spots one towards connector.
He's got a smoke to play in, though. Here it comes.
Here he comes.
Nice. Oh, wow. You have been practicing.
Yeah, on my off time.
That should be it. I'm afraid that's where the fun stops. At least for Mouse Sports, I think the fun... Oh, saying that. Bemis' Deagle is connected into 2 heads, and Dexter's dinked another. This is getting weird. It's getting fruity. Rez with just 17 points of health. A-Core could throw anything at him. That USP actually will work wonders here if the nade didn't land right at his toes. Knocks his shoes clean off. Frozen's USP still a threat. AK to be recovered as well. He just has to time this right. Plopsky's looking the right way. Triple side, and that's a problem.
It's been spotted.
Yeah, that is a real problem. Maybe the smoke will be safe haven. Oh, how kind of them. Give him a wall of smokes to try and maneuver through. Safe plant triple. Not like he can be wall banged.
Needs to get his hands on that AK to make this viable. Plopsky's aware of that. Oh, can't quite get it. The Go-Go Gadget arm's not in play right there. And NIP, they deal with it. They get themselves up to 12 here. 12-8 the scoreline now, and that was the save, right? So that got interesting all thanks to this man on your screen right here. Bemis with 2 big Deagle kills, and obviously Rops with that Zeus. Here it is again. Just leaping through the smoke like a bloody gazelle.
He used that flash as a cue, right? He knows that's the sound of someone stepping straight out into line of fire. All right, fist bumps exchanged, a big round ahead of us. A-Core's not been having a lot of fun in middle so far. Rops is burning, he's so flashed, he doesn't know. Oh, NIP popping off to open up proceedings here.
This is brutal right now. Bimas, you are in a lot of trouble.
Oh, he's got some tenacity in him, but it's just falling apart. Dexter, however, recovers, taking down Rez's aggression through window.
If Frozen clears this, they're on.
That's big if.
Oh, the timing. Oh, he almost had a chance. He's not going to expect this. No way.
Can't adjust in time. Only Dexter, and I think he's short-lived. Yeah, Plopsky makes short work of him. All right, NIP 13. You can see I'm like, if I'm living in my empathetic bubble where I'm just Linus for a second.
Okay,
you know,
all right.
Like, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for him. Not only has he won the best of one, but he's come into the first best of three, and his whole team, you know, it feels like the same NIP he's been playing with online. There's nothing weird about it. He's managing to keep a consistent scoreline. He hasn't been exploited on B. Like, there is nothing but good vibrations for this kid right now.
Yeah, and he's actually being quite vocal, right? Which is
that's
good,
what I'm saying.
Like, he's getting fired up with it all, and those emotions, you know, if you can ride them in a positive way, if you're able to harness them in your favor, it's going to help out a lot here. It's also going to do a lot for your team, you know, especially if he has a big play. But we're taking another timeout right now, and Mytha, he's having a lot to say again. This is 3 rounds on the trot, money in the bin. You can see here, bottom right-hand side of your screen, we've got 3K at the high end for BMAS. At the low end, it's Rops there, who's already invested into a Deagle. He's only got 1,700 left over. So as this loss bonus is starting to build, sure, they can have a gun round in the next round of play, but that's 14 for NIP already put on the board. Frozen's going to try his luck this time round on that Zeus. But some resistance is necessary here, and having your AWP player on the CT side just getting slammed round and round again. Look, he died with a scout against the Deagles. He got Deagled again by Device later in the piece, and just there, absolutely flattened. Would be nice to find him an opening or two here.
Yeah, had much more impact in that first half. The CT side, he's been humbled.
It's just such a horrible spot to play, right? The fact that teams can throw that window smoke from spawn, get that cat smoke to land, they're always molly and connected, the flashes are always there. What are you meant to do, right? A wise man, it was simple, you know, once we were in Dallas, I think it was, we're all sitting around the pool, we're having a bit of a chat, and he was talking, he said, you know, as an AWPer, what do you do an open window on Mirage, right? Like, you're never going to get away with anything. Now, that's me paraphrasing. Simple did not say anything like that, but he was basically saying, as an AWPer or Mirage, like, what can you do, right? So,
I think he was, yeah, that was when you were arguing as to why he wasn't playing the AWP Mirage much. He was like, what do you need to do? Sit and stare at smokes in window?
Crazy, that was like, what, 3 years ago now?
Shut up, it wasn't.
Yeah, 2018? Or was it early 2019? Either way.
By the way, Hampus has got 2 of his 3 frags direct through smoke in this round. Hasn't required to see his adversary to best them.
Now, we all thought that the power was with Glaive, but the power was actually with Device. He makes it so the in-game leader of the team can see through smokes. He carries that along with him.
Frozen close, not far off. Trying to get that aim lock look. Close.
I don't think he gets a chance now, does he? Range is well and truly out of that. Need something now. Just having that pistol being the only real CT rounds with the conversions, and those conversions were dicey at best. His the Hampus smoke kills again for everybody playing at home. Give you a bit of that smoke cam, and oh dear.
Like, this was Mousesport's pick, right?
Yeah.
Mousesport's picking Mirage. They've got Ancient to go up against them next. I'm not sure how much historical Ancient they've even played. I'm going to double check, actually.
Take that Gamers Without Borders result and chuck that in the bin.
Yeah. Oh, they're all Gamers Without Borders results. So we haven't seen them in an official yet on this on the next map of play. So this is going to be very interesting if Mousesports cannot recover a competitive Mirage.
At least they found an opening this time around. Hampus, the nuisance, has been taken down, but 3 players coming over towards B, and it is just Dexter here on his lonesome up towards this balcony. Smoke fading. He's going to need a couple of kills.
Nade looks promising, you know. Good chip damage. Puts 2 members into that one-shot headshot radius.
There's a lot on him right now. The rotation from A-Core up short is going to be dicey as well, especially if they smoke him off. And there are, or is, at least one smoke in play for NIP here. A-Core now just sauntering on over to help out the in-game leader of Dexter.
They burned through their smokes, didn't they? Oh, and Linus giving us a little tutorial. You could call it a Linus tech tip.
Yeah. Well, that would have smoked off A-Core, but he's ahead of it now. Here we go.
Dexter. Oh, good find. Only one. They were lined up for him. Device responds quickly. Plopsky's into the site. And A-Core trying to escape. Its Device is having some issues with Rops. But his AWP on the repeat, just a little too strong. 3 versus 3. The bomb yet to be planted. Looks like LNZ is getting it down. And 3 all coming in from market side. Yeah, and no kit either. A single flash perhaps for the cross. They know Device is going to be posted up. And If they just go dry.
This is over.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Ooh-wee, maybe not. Frozen Tap found it. They have to hurry up. It's a 10-second defuse, boys. Go now. Bemis falls. Plopsky locks down the round, and there's nothing Acor can do. Just hold on to his AWP, give it a kiss, and hope it will save him the next.
Oh, and as well, he might even get hunted here. They've spotted him, surely.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash and fight, I think.
Plopsky's locked him in. Nades are coming.
He's not going to keep on to this. They're coming. Baits the shot. Swings in. Nice catch. Acor will at least maintain the AWP.
Oh, dearie me. Plopsky just being a real thorn in the side right there. Money in the bin. I don't know how Mouse can bounce back from a 15-8 deficit here. This is looking like this one is done. The fact that Acor is not able to contribute anything from short there, and Rops is fighting on his lonesome right here, that's the problem, right? They're still stuck in apartments. Acor's not able to get anything done. He's just having to play behind that smoke. You don't want to combat AWP, but sometimes you have to.
Yeah.
Staring down the barrel of it, here it is. Mouse Sports limped on in. MP9 for Dexter. They've got kits this time round. Maybe that's the difference maker here, but it's a tough one to swallow.
Seven map points for the Ninjas in Pajamas, and it's on their opponent's map pick as well, so this is going swimmingly. Ninjas in Pajamas, definitely some history in the Cologne Hall of Fame. Oh, and just the tip of the head.
God.
Rops handed out a haircut.
It's not going their way at all. BMS and Acor, it's all on you. They're coming.
Here's the pins pulled. There's going to be a lot around the corner for BMS if he leaves that default box. They know exactly where he is, trying to throw anything through the smoke. They're so set up for success. He can't even show his head again. He's been dinked down. BMS does so well to find one before the nade finishes him off, but they're into the site now.
They know where Acor is. Now it's just him. He can only come from A ramp. He can only come from Palace. This one is looking done and dusted right now. NIP just need to plant the bomb. Acor, a 1-on-4. What are you going to do? There's no way back into this. They're going to lock him out of this completely. Go around the world, but you have 40 seconds, and that starts right now.
He'll give it everything she's got. Captain. And he's been spotted. No fun to be had here. NIP. Quite a clinic on Mirage. Hunted down with his knife in his pants around his ankles. NIP take map 1 of the best of 3.
Hey Future Pros! We all love doing A executes on Mirage, so I thought I'd show you a slightly different approach to help secure the T-side pistol round. This strat is almost as old as Mirage, but it's effective and still used by some pro teams today. 100 Thieves playing under Renegades at the time will be my pros to help guide you through this execute. The idea behind this strat is to take CT control using smokes and flashes, which can give you a nice and easy post-plant situation. For this execute, you'll need 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and at least 4 willing Future Pros. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the jungle smoke along with 2 flashes. To throw the jungle smoke, hop up here and line up with the left side of this thing. Line your crosshair up so you're in line with this brick section and also where the post meets the wood. Then toss the smoke. Jungle is a right pain to smoke, so be aware there could be a slight gap on the left side of the smoke. After you've thrown your smoke, hop down to this door. Get in front of the left side of the right metal grid. Aim to the top of the lamp and throw the flash. This will blind anyone looking at ramp from the CT side. Then make your way to A main with your team. Once the coast is somewhat clear and you have a teammate close to triple box, pull out your flash and lob it into CT. This will allow your teammate to bring the pain to any defender in CT spawn. After you have some ground towards CT spawn, make sure you plant the bomb for this newly acquired territory. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the stairs smoke along with 2 other flashes. Do I really need to explain the stairs smoke? You guys already know this, but if not, hop onto this ledge, Aim at the middle of this thing, then place your crosshair in the middle of the lower part of this gap. Then just toss the smoke. After you've thrown the smoke, head to the ramp and lob your flashes towards jungle. This should flash anyone playing close to the smokes and buy you some time before the CTs try to look for a one-way or push the smoke entirely. After this, just hold towards CT to support Future Pro 4 from afar. Save your second flash as maybe you can get some use out of it in the post plan. Future Pro number 3, your job is to take Palace control. Make sure to be aware that a CT player could be pushing Palace. Once your team smokes come in, this is when you can peek out of Palace. Keep an eye out on the jungle smoke and also peek CT when needed. If everything is going well, make sure to stay up in Palace, as this is a very useful position. Future Pro 4, you are the point man for this execute, so make sure you did at least 4 hours of DM prior to this round. You'll be pushing towards CT spawn with a flash from Future Pro 1 to assist you. Your flight path for this push is important. Fight your instincts to push onto the side, instead push in front of the triple boxes to get close to CT. When you are close, call for Future Pro 1 to throw their flash. You can now explode into CT and take as much control as you can. If you need another flash, call for Future Pro 2 who will have a backup flash. If you have all made it this far, you probably are set to win the round. Make sure to keep control of CT as it will make any kind of post-plant situation so much easier to win. Good luck, and I'm sure you can nail this after a bit of practice.
GGs have been exchanged yet again, but not entirely for the whole series. We're looking at Nip, who take a commanding lead over Mousesports and solidify that first victory in this best of 3. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, and we're not in Cologne, but this tournament is in Cologne, let's be honest. I got Jason, and I've got Matthew. Guys, pretty dismal stuff right here from Mousesports, but I'm just going to kick this one right over to you, Maniac.
He's got a thing to say.
I know.
He's been heated.
The map pick.
Yeah, listen, I was a little bit bamboozled about this Mirage pick. Some people came at me on Twitter and said, what do you mean? NIP is not good on Mirage. The story is that when these two teams met in the grand final of Flashpoint 3, Mousesports removed Mirage as the first ban. So now there's got to be some sort of next level 4D chess when you don't expect NIP to be ready on Mirage, but you use the word commanding, and that's what it was from NIP. There was really no doubt. You look at the CT side, it's all under control. They leave the A side quite a lot. They know that their retakes, the protocols are good enough to retake the bomb side, and if it isn't for a crazy res going in behind someone else in the CT spawn, that is it. NIP had everything on lockdown.
And, you know, Jason, I'm looking at you to just kind of echo that a little bit, especially on the T side when it came to like a blistering pace right here. It's kind of undeniable Nip had that.
Yeah, they did a great job on their T side, and a lot of it came down to some of that fast control, which I actually thought that'd be an area where Mousesports would be a little bit better at, considering they have some young fraggers that like to get stuck into action super quick. But I think also the strategic side of NIP showed up really well, both on the T side when you see them like really constricting on bomb sites with their mid control, with their they had the double lurk in towards connector one round that they were able to make really effective and make sure that attacking that A bomb site is like a 3-pronged attack at all times. And then they switch over to well, I mean, on the CT side in the first half as well, they just did a really good job too. The retakes were strong, and you could see Mousesports try and set up similar retakes on Mirage as we see frequently and all the time with different teams, and just none of them were really successful. And I think that's where we really saw kind of the experience and the poise of someone like Device with the AWP, like setting up to like cut off an angle on a retake and support your teammates is like, that's his bread and butter. That's where he makes his living, and it showed here today.
That's such a key element that Jason just mentioned here. The fact that Device is like an insurance.
Yeah.
You know that if he gets to that position, he's not going to trade you anything's going to happen. We had that example right there on the B side when he's in that window.
Yes.
Once he hits that spot, that's it. Kitchen is off, and he's not going to miss these kills. So he gives you a sense of certainty, a sense of security when you have Device on your team. And it is getting more and more apparent. And it's going to be the case on Ancient. I don't want to jump the gun here, but that's the same story. Yeah. Whenever he finds the angle, he knows where to be, and he doesn't miss these easy shots.
Now, inversely, we look at Mousesports, and I start to ask questions like, yo, where's Acor at?
I mean, I have an opinion about it. So I don't want to sound like a broken record. I think that Acor still has to work on his game against the top elite tier of Counter-Strike. We've seen, and we've talked about it, Jason, we know what he was able to do at Flashpoint when he started with the Mad Lions at the time. He was amazing to watch.
That was way back in Flashpoint 1 as well.
Yeah, exactly, that was the one. But he was so flashy, right? He was so skilled mechanically, perfect movement, you can name it. But I always thought, can you replicate that against the top? And it doesn't seem to be the case.
Even at that tournament, that was kind of the conversation we were having around it, was like, how cool and how exciting is this player, but will it actually be able to be replicated when you face the best teams in the world over and over, and you face the high-tier competition competition. And I think his struggle is going to be not only figuring out himself how he likes to play in that scenario, but to play that kind of a style that Device is playing, you got to have a team that's understanding of where you're going to be and what angles you're going to be watching and how you like to be positioned. And that's going to be the other step of you also have that untested and unproven in-game leader, and Dexter's still trying to make that happen. You still have a lot of these players that are like potential players, as we talk about, that still need to learn how to be able to incorporate that style.
So we'll keep it pretty quick and concise here. We're going to the second map of the series, Ancient for the second time today for NIP. That's got to feel good if you're NIP.
Yeah, it has to be. And Jason mentioned something in the video where the fact that these two teams met during that charity event, that Mouse was actually won, but to what extent is that just Threat setting up a trap when he knows that they can bring something different to the table on Ancient?
Yeah, I don't want to read too much in. I don't know how much it would be like a trap, but like certainly, I don't know. It just feels like Ancient is still just such an unproven map that I think it'd be a fun thing for NIP to come back into, and you know they've probably worked on it. Yeah. You know all these teams have tried to come up with things on Ancient, and again, we can have the conversation around like not showing anything off in the charity event, but still, this is going to be a fun showing for NIP.
Well, we definitely heard them talking about Threat putting in countless hours on the new map and trying to get ahead of it, which is exactly what we might get a testament of for a second dose today. Even NIP are going to have that opportunity to put Mousesports back down into the lower bracket. We're going to be going to a break and we come back with that second map of the series. It's Ancient, everybody. We'll be right back.
Nice, just had a really rough game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. To the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to IEM Cologne 2021 and a return after a 491-day absence. LAN is back. Stands for Local Area Network, for anyone that's not quite up to speed. From our machine, I've got Chad Sponge-Birchall with me, and the players are, once again, doing battle in person. You can see Coach Threat talking to the boys, and it's NIP fresh off of a victory on Mousesport's pick. My first question to you, Chad, is was the veto an eyebrow raiser for you?
Yeah, it was a little bit strange, right? Look, at the same time, I'm not quite certain where these comfort picks lie for a lot of these teams, because these events, for some of them, have been few and far between. We also had that charity event in there where maybe they were testing out a couple of bits and bobs. I don't know if anybody, like, I've asked this question about a lot of teams, like, where do their map pools lie? Like, what are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? So here, yeah, definitely a little bit interesting because NIP seem to be no slouches on a map like Mirage. But at least, I think, Ancient's going to be a bit more competitive. I think what we saw out of NIP to kick off the day, it was just more of those B plays, more of those B leans on their T side. Device after the interview, though, or, well, not after the interview, in the interview after the game, was asked about the map, was asked about letting it go to Ancient a best of one. He said didn't want to say too much about their map pool, but they're feeling comfortable on it, right? So if they've been honkering on down, they've worked out a couple of new ways to approach it, which is still being established, then maybe that's why they're happy to pick a map in a game like this.
Something I want to outline that stood out to me from our first glimpse of NIP's Ancient, I think for me was that they were very willing to take B control early with 3, which enabled a bit more of sometimes, it was often just LNZ on his own, but also it was enabled perhaps that mid player to lean early, and they were taking space on A whilst holding full B control as well. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how the A defenders handle that when NIP do take to the T side. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Map 2, best of 3, winner goes straight to the main event. Mousesports on the back foot. Get to take a look at what they've been up to, what they've been doing in the Ancient Lab. We haven't seen Mousesports play an official on it in the last 3 months, but let's take a look at this one. Gamers Without Borders, of course, not currently counted.
Yeah, I don't count it. If you do it at home, that's cool. I don't.
That's cool.
It's not. It's not in my my repertoire of tournaments played in recent times.
You see a boatload of util for the Nit pistol. Check this out. And LNZ's already dumping some flashes off Hampus into the Lamps area, and a fight on mid as well. What's Frozen up to? He wants to bring the fight, immediately body dropped, and they're about to commit to B. There's so many players in Lamps, 3 to be specific. Plopsky's got the bomb doors, and Rez is even duking it out with a USP. That's Frozen's, and he's used it to shut down A-Core.
In fact, he's upgraded from the P250 into that. Now Rops has to deliver. He hears Rez running very, very loud, and bullet to the side of the head. There's another for Rops, and 3 huge kills. Rops to shut this down.
That was lovely. Oh, good to see Rops is back in the server. I think he's about to equal his frag total after the half if he's not careful.
This is a big reposition. I don't think Hampus will be ready for this. This could be the Rops ace.
Could very well be if they're bringing the bomb as well. Plopsky's maneuvering in that direction. Rops with 3 spectacular heads. He hasn't even reloaded. Look, this could be a 1-clip ace. This could be a 1-clip ace.
The boost as well.
Sound cue. Will he hear it? Oh. Rops nearly does it on the single clip of his USP, and he saved them. Don't forget, double opening for the boys of the Ninjas in Pajamas, but quick response. Despite what Rez started with, it's only Hampus to try and finish.
Hampus has to make audibles here, and I think this is going to be heard from Dexter. That donut position you can hear a lot. It almost feels like Hampus has to go towards A, trying to transition now out towards Shelf. He's going to get spotted. He's passed.
Just about squeaky bum time. My God, he's
might
dead.
get the plan
he's
here.
Not going to get a bomb plan. Look at that. They're already there.
Oh, he didn't drop the smoke. Oh, that one got very tight in the scheme of things. Rops bailed him out in a big way right there, and Mousesports starts thing off with a huge pistol. This got very odd, didn't it?
Uno. DOS is lovely, and there's our third as well. Just first bullet out.
Oof.
He's going to feel a bit hard done by, isn't he?
Yeah, the ace would have been fantastic, wouldn't it?
Let's see his reaction when he didn't quite finish it off. Yeah, he knows. He knows. Lovely stuff. Mousesports will take the pistol.
Okay, well, no plant. So NIP going into a bye with no plant. Do they want to go for it, or do they want to take a bit of a save here? NIP have shown a lot of different faces in how they do these rounds over, look, threats return. I think we have a bit of a technical timeout again here, ladies and gentlemen. So bear with us, right? Just stay calm. Everybody chill on out. And in-game, it even says communication is not allowed during a technical pause. Just to remind everybody. So Frozen's going to take this time, take a little bit of sip of that coffee. Maybe it's a tea. Maybe it's a hot chocolate. It could be anything. Speculation at an all-time high. But Ancient is a map, if you're just tuning back in, I was reading some comments of people saying, yeah, online Counter-Strike, I didn't watch any of it. I wasn't interested. Well, if you're just coming back now with LAN,
oh, true.
Get bloody interested in Ancient, because obviously the newest map to the map pool, it reminds some people of Cache, or Cache. And look, we love it, right? When these new maps come in, it's refreshing. It adds something new. You get to see these players starting to innovate, coming up with new ways to solve problems. Big smile there on the face of Dexter. Interesting as well, he's got his teammates or his ex-teammates in Renegades in the building with him, right? So probably the first time that he's going to have any chance to wave at them since this whole transition has gone on down, because think about it, with that team for a very long time and then gets the call up. Look, this is quite a funny story. Dexter in his Twitter profile for the longest time had that he was a dad. And I just believed he was a dad.
Because, you know, why would you put that you're a father in your profile if you weren't?
Yeah, towards the tail end of the profile, it did say something about him being a troll, but at the same time, look, I just thought it was real. So I remember when Henry was putting together the Cloud9 roster, right? We were having a chat about some players, and
like,
what about Dexter? I was like, oh, yeah, he's got a kid though, so I don't know if he'd want to come live
relocate.
I don't know if he'd want to. And then we had Dexter on one of the HLTV Confirmed podcasts, and we asked him, and he was like, no, I'm not a dad. It's like,
oh.
Okay.
Obviously haven't missed out on opportunity.
No, nothing like that. Like, but now, look, he's in Mouse. He's showing what he's got. Mousesports have had some decent results.
He's got huge shoes to fill as well. Like, let's not look at like the players of the rest of Mousesports, the leaders they've played with. Carrigan's got giant boots, and I don't fancy his chances of filling them immediately. But he's got new ideas, and I think the integration process is going to be, you know, a long one. He's definitely had the time now to kind of have his game communicated to the rest of his squad.
It didn't look good in the beginning. No. Like it didn't. They didn't take like a duck to water, right? It was actually a slow transition, and not only would it be for Dexter deciding on what they're going to implement and the tools that he has at his disposal. Dexter was one of the stars, or if not the star, of Renegades when he was on the team. So before it was, okay, I need to be a big fragging force. Now it's, I have Rops and Frozen in my team, and I need to make this work, right? And then you have to adjust to the punishment that is European Counter-Strike. Just, you cannot make mistakes. They do not exist, right? They don't exist whatsoever. So there's been that adjustment period as well. This is called the floating head res cam. We've been working on this one. This is one we've had in the lab.
Yeah.
And just listen in. Oh, here, that is actually probably Rez's in-game head. This is one of MC's little jobbies, isn't it? He loves these.
Is he wearing sunnies and a balaclava? That is a full commitment to the anonymity.
It would be hot.
Yeah, no
Wouldn't it be bloody humid?
Yeah, and a real sweaty face, especially because it's, you know, it's a pretty tropical location.
Yeah.
Sun is shining. This guy's got it right.
Well, he has a beard, though. The beard gets itchy. It definitely
in the heat?
It definitely gets itchy. Prickly, itchy.
Yeah. For anyone that's just tuned in and sitting there going, casters, stop talk, please, start game, I understand. It doesn't quite look like we're ready to be going just yet. It's a tech issue delaying us at this point in time. And I will admit that this is probably, you know, two teething pains day one.
Yeah.
Everyone's computer's just blowing up compulsively. Everyone's config's got a fruity line of code in it. It's going to take a day to get everyone settled into the environment.
This is the thing. So let's repeat this. Unless you're a team who's been playing in a bootcamp environment, which a lot of them have, right? Most of those bootcamp environments that you'd see, like maybe for MIBR, right? Or maybe for EG, they're not permanent bootcamp environments. They come over, they have to set everything up. So they're familiar with the similar studio type setup that we're looking at here with this event. But for NIP, on the other hand, hand, they're in their space, they're in their office, right? Your PC is your PC. It's like, Linus, here you go. Device, here you go. And you're set up with your config, you know. So when you come to these events and you have to reset everything up and, you know, maybe you've forgotten what your launch commands were, or now you're using in-ears. In-ears is something with these helicopter headsets that we haven't been seeing a whole lot of. Obviously, they just haven't been a necessity. You're going to be a couple of little issues here.
Yeah, you saw Device's sleeve as well. That's from a very famous tattoo artist. If you haven't seen it, it's beautiful work. It's by a man called Mark Wasgerau.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's he from?
I believe he's Danish.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
All of the Danish Counter-Strike players follow him.
Okay, is that where like Config has some nice tattoos as well, doesn't he?
Good shout. But yeah, it's like the statue of David. It's got all of that going on.
This is a nice camera angle. What would you call this one?
Atmospheric. Ooh.
All right. Ooh. Look at the glove combo. That must be, I think that's frozen there with the tiger tooth.
Got a blue theme from someone as well.
I think that's BMAS. Who's gone the red theme? Rops, of course. Oh, I guess it's a pinky red theme.
I do think that is the prettiest of the USPs, though.
All right.
The Neo Noir, though more expensive, looks worse than that one.
Yeah.
What's it called? The one with the brain, I have it.
The one with the brain?
Yeah,
is that the Tin Man?
Tin Man? Don't think so.
Or is it the Scarecrow?
You doing for like a Wizard of Oz theme?
Yeah, I was thinking about which one didn't have the brain.
The
Lion
had a heart, didn't have a heart.
Wasn't it?
Or Courage?
Courage.
Isn't that yeah, okay.
I know, that's where they lost me.
Tin Man.
Someone wanted a heart. I guess
Tin Man wanted
Tin
a
Man
heart?
didn't have a heart?
Yeah, if I only had a heart. That was what I did in my Wizard of Oz performance.
Okay, all right. How musical was that
Oh, dude, there was a dance routine. So the Yellow Brick Road,
yes.
myself and Amelia, my first crush,
okay.
Doing the Yellow Brick Road dance.
All right.
Music stopped. Live performance.
Oh, no.
The theatre full of parents.
Oh, no.
And I, being the superstar I am, continued the whole performance.
What about
Amelia sat there dumbstruck.
Oh,
She let me down. But there I was, off the Yellow Brick Road, left and right and left and I got a standing ovation.
Well, I'm glad that the support network was there for you.
Yeah, Alex the Tin Man. Then I got bullied. Everyone called me gay and I quit.
Oh, well, and here you are.
Here I am. Everyone calls me gay and I'm not going to quit.
Well, just a note so everybody can stay up to date with what's happening here. We're restarting a PC.
Oh,
so
classic.
Bear with us. That's normally the IT comes in, they go, listen, mate, have you tried turning it on and off again? It tends to work more often than not. You would be surprised.
Except you're not allowed to say that in tech support now.
Really?
Yeah, because
it's a bit
that's
condescending.
it's patronizing.
To be fair, when I'm on the phone with the internet guy and he's like, have you tried restarting the router? And I'm like, mate, are you bloody killing me? I've got packet loss. You think that I haven't restarted the router?
Yeah. But instead of saying, you know, is it switched on? You say, is the power light indicator currently lit?
Ah,
you
okay,
see what I'm saying?
all right.
You see what I'm saying? You got to really spoon feed them. Ay, ay, ay.
Good to see Jason.
Jason Moses is so tall in the flesh.
Yeah.
He's probably having a nap now. He's had 1 hour's sleep.
He has to be watching, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, that's his job. Touche. Let's get a little litmus test. Hit us up on Twitter right now if you think this is going 3. Because I'm about to ask Chad, and I'd like to have other people's opinions in my Twitter box to bounce off of. Is this going 3? This is NIP's pick. They've already won it on LAN, the first ancient LAN game. Up against LDLC. Now, I will admit that I think Mousesports is a very different beast.
Indeed.
What's your expectation?
Mirage was limp, especially that second half. I didn't like it. I didn't like what I was seeing. Acor was getting absolutely manhandled in middle, right? He was almost a non-issue.
Yeah.
He was an issue for Mousesports, if anything, right? He was just getting picked off left, right, and center. 1-0. Look, let's go with it's going 3. I don't know how much I believe it. Like, I'm torn. I'm very... oh, now Hampus has issues. Okay. Oh, never mind. Device is trolling us. Maybe we're going to get back underway. 16-14. Number 1, Team Spirit.
Okay, to be fair, Spirit's Dust 2 is dirty, but that's against Vitality.
Yeah. And they look good in their opening game against Renegades.
They really did.
Yep.
Oh, man, if Vitality don't make it to the main event, like, I don't know, I just have an expectation of seeing more of them.
I'd like to see the Woo. I'd like to see the Woo getting a step further. Look,
did they upgrade the Candle Flame yet?
I
think they did. I mean, we weren't that close before. No one could. You physically cannot get that close to it as a
you would
player.
burn.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's like a Bunsen burner safety flame. I think you're gonna be totally fine.
Oh, I remember the Bunsen burn.
Yeah, you remember everyone on your safety flames? There was always that one kid who'd put it on blue and but his hands, I don't know.
Science was weird, man.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like we did a lot, but I don't know how much of it I retained. It was interesting-ish. Primary school was better for me, right? I remember we learnt like compression in a bottle because we made bottle rockets, right? So we did that.
We went out to the field.
Yeah. So you get to pick what you wanted to do, and me and a couple of other boys, we did bottle rockets. That was fun. What else did we? Mia gets 31 kills.
Yeah, but 7 kills in the last 2 rounds.
That's
and it was a
nice.
16-14. So he just basically
won them the game.
Well,
it's good to see Mir performing well, right? He was obviously in that Gambit roster for a little period of time there.
Am I making up his time in Gambit Youngsters? It didn't ever happen, did it?
No, it wasn't Gambit Youngsters. He was in part of Gambit with... this was back... Jeez, I think we're going back to the tail end of 2018, I believe.
He has worn that jersey, yeah.
Yeah, he did. He did for a little while there. But I think he's really looked more of himself before and now after.
Yep.
I think in Gambit,
and Spirit's Inferno on LAN I really enjoy watching them play that, and I think Chopper's a underrated talent in particular. Seems to still be able to, keep up with the fragging capacity required of him. So that's over on the B stream. Obviously, while we're having this tech issue, I wouldn't blame you for going and check that out. Keep your eyes on the screen. I feel like the majority are rocking a second monitor setup now.
At home?
Yeah, I reckon it's like 60-40. Of our viewership. What do you reckon? Is that a bit of an assumption?
Well, that's a question as well. You still think the lion's share of viewers are watching on a PC or a TV?
Ooh, I think about that with when I used to just, accidentally squeal down the microphone. I realized like that if you're on a big TV setup, it's a whole house, What are you listening to? Turn that off.
Yeah.
I think it's, I reckon that with the whole Chromecast lifestyle we're living now, like the modern world where you can just beam 60 FPS, 1080p from your
any device,
your little square of light to your other square of light. It's pretty lit.
Yeah, look, I would probably still hedge that most people are watching on PCs because Counter-Strike, for those of you who aren't, look, I was going to say indoctrinated. That's probably the wrong way to go about it. The games take a long time, especially with tech pauses like this. So you can keep busy, I think, in a game of Counter-Strike. You can multitask. That's why it's the perfect game for our generation. You can do multiple things. So I reckon most watching on a PC, maybe even playing while watching on that second monitor.
Yeah, I can't do that.
That's too confusing.
I just can't multitask like that. I even struggle when I'm watching 2 streams and they're playing the same map. Like my brain just, like if I'm watching one and then I look to the other and my brain just farts. Can't handle it.
I'm receiving news that all 10 members are back in the server, and that news is coming live from the server. So any moment now, we'll be getting this one underway. I hope you've enjoyed what we used to do all the time. I didn't think we'd do as much of it casting as we did on desks, but today we've done a bit of it.
Yeah.
So filling is something that we've done a bit of in our time. Once upon a time, there was an ice hockey locker room where I think you, me, and Yanko were locked in, and we did like hours worth of fill.
That's right. And the fun part of that was it was an entirely Russian-speaking
broadcast
production.
Right, yeah.
So there was one person who was actually, but he wasn't even hired as a translator. He was like hired as a talent manager. And ended up
working in production,
exclusively talking to us so that we could
have a run of shows,
know what was going on.
All right.
Oh, Counter-Strike.
Well, it's good fun. We've had some crazy stories. We were with Carmack last night talking about some of the stories over the esports journey.
The old days, yeah, dude.
Come a long way.
It certainly has. Certainly from some of the Quake Live stories I was hearing. I mean, that's a while away.
Okay,
sounds like.
Yeah, looks like.
I see both sides typing R, which I believe, and I'm no expert, stands for ready.
I hope so. And the match medic looks like it is done. So those click keys that you are hearing is just one away as freeze time is now ticking on down. Round number 2, getting ready to commence. And, well, we'd have to take a little bit of a look at the buy situation for NIP. What are they going to be opting for here? No surprises, it will be the force buy. I think that was the discussion we had just before we found ourselves in these technical woes. Were NIP going to take a save, get the AKs out the next, or were they going to try and jostle for control? And looks like they'll be jostling. Okay, smoke on out over towards that lamps area quick from NIP, and it's all a bit of a ruse. Device will be holding this rotation over towards B just to make sure there's no early info, and we're setting up for an AXQ. There's 3 smokes.
Back-to-back 4Ks from Rops. What do you think? They come in his sight. He's got an AUG, Chad.
Perfect weapon for the job.
Burst found. Do you really want to keep pressing the issue against Rops? With the biggest gun in the round. Another warning shot hit and another body dropped. Hampus and Plopsky meet their demise. That's 3. Device tested by Linus. There we go. My brain struggling.
I felt like we teleported there for a second. They know where Device is and they know where Linus is. So at this point, all the info on Frozen's pushing middle right now. Getting a bit kinky with it.
And Z.
Oh,
Two bullets do connect, and if Device had something more, they could have had a competitive round there. The end of that, Bemis makes short work of him. Okay, mousesports, they convert, they deal with the armored Deegs, and so they should be able to get the third a little less resistance.
Did that feel to you like it was a little bit less wonky and worrisome than the ones on Mirage? Because remember, Mouse had similar problems. They converted the CT pistol and then they lost a couple. So I think this one right now, where it is just Deagle and P250s in the mix, they need to keep it as clean as possible, right? Losing 2 just there. Still, good damage. Here we go again. No delays this time round. As all 5 members of NIP are heading over towards B.
Double nades, that could really chunk them. Ouch, Hampus left with very little. Dexter trying to keep him honest as best he can. Does look funny without the assist, doesn't it? I just realized.
This might be a nice nade coming on through. Bit more damage done, and now eco farming. Dexter's taken down Linus. The only one to get any damage done previously. Plopsky up to the plate. Batter up.
Batter, swing.
They should just get minced here, right? There's no armor.
I mean, I don't blame Plopsky for just standing still on his D for as long as he can. Just hoping the CTs overextend and give them that snowball they can eventually turn into an avalanche. Here they come. MP9 should be, whoa, very quick. Dexter for a reactive flashbang. They're even smoking them off. They don't want to give them anything, and I don't blame them. Sport's already in the hole. Mirage, their pick, falling pretty damn flat at the mark.
Well, this is one of those rounds, right? They want to bait out all the util they can. They're doing that. They're still in a threatening position right here, but they would have to convert a couple. And with Rez and Hampus, well, and Device, already the walking wounded, this one should be 3. It'd be great if they could keep everybody alive here for a bonus round going forward. We want to see a competitive series. There it is. Perfect stuff. A-Core to finish things off with that MP9. Going to give him lots of cash money now to invest in that AWP. And CT side AWPing, if A-Core can start to find some traction, that is one change that we didn't see in map number 1. NIP will have their option now to get their buyout. And just to re-establish what we've seen from them so far. They love getting the smoke over towards the lamps position from spawn. From there, they get the B lane control. They have somebody babysitting towards middle or over towards that A main area, and then they just continue with their default from there. But this time round, all 5 over towards B one more time. Early Molotov over towards that B long position. And lots of players from Mouse dealing with mid. This is looking like they might just want to set up and execute over towards this B side
Feels like
early.
Frozen's pushing middle, or at least flirting with the idea.
Maybe they saw LDLC get away with it?
Yeah, maybe. It's always a risk. Definitely some reward in tow. So good on the pop flash, but they still react. That was a great one from Bemis, but Dexter loses his life off the back of it. And advantage now for Nip.
Same molly we saw earlier there, getting rid of any close control. They're going to pop flash and fight again. Get ready for this. About to get real messy over towards B.
Flashing out, they have full control of bedroom, but the smoke's exchange, you have to go through it. A-Core's not looking, they could still punish. Bemis is there to house them, and a great chance through the smoke. It's Linus to find them both. And the defenders fall, so does the round. Frozen's still there to contest. Rob's a little late from Shelf. He could perhaps get his way towards Lights. He has a good weapon for this job. Clear out long, the angle's being held. It's Hampus just toying with him. Good precision. If he can find another, game on. Both tucked in on Cave. Frozen's got so much room to stretch his legs. Rez tucked in on that box. It's an easy clear. Oh, and he's found it as well.
Got a kit.
They can wallbang. Plopsky, patience, doesn't want to reveal his location just yet. He's doubled up on him. Oh, this is perfect from Plopsky. He has to time it right. And he's denied it. Plopsky 19 HP in the pre-fire on Robs' swing. NIP will make their first round known. And have a solid comeback as well.
Robs almost did enough to pull that into contention, right? And it felt good from Frozen too. The fact he gets that dink off, I'm pretty sure it was Frozen getting that dink off from site. You thought maybe Robs can come in and convert. BMS was scrambling there. A-Core and BMS isolated. These 2 kills here puts us in that 2v2, and here it is. So, yeah, it was the dink of Frozen. Very quick on that. Well, that was a bit of a bonus, so Mouse will get another crack at things. Frozen with a deep smoke from spawn. That'll be landing over towards these B doors, and it's actually a bit deep. I'm not sure if that was the intention. Smoke's being dropped out from both teams here and creeping up. Rez is looking for a head early. He's just going. They're going through.
Straight in. Dexter's still got smoke in his hand. He's being swung on. Quick react, though. Oh, and the leader steps up in a very big way. Double from Dexter. NIP falling one by one. Collapsing. Hampus is next victim. He doesn't have the bullets. He does have the support. Rops is there, and Hampus just locked in. NIP, they just throw every resource at the B site, and it comes up null.
That acceleration right there, you could see the intention behind it because Rez is trying to extinguish the Molotov so he can go. So you can see it's not the perfect round right there. It's just a call, hey, let's just accelerate on this B bomb site. And Dexter getting away with 2 from behind that pillar. I'm not sure where that smoke came from, that he was playing around here, if it was one of his own, but that was great. It really helped give him a buffer.
Yeah, a little bit of freedom. You can see it there as on the aforementioned smoke, just on the replay from Rops.
Oof, yeah. Big one from Dexter there. Needed that. Well, we're back underway here.
You were talking to Hampus, right? And his suggestion during the podcast was that Ancient at the moment is a very B-orientated map. Well, we're seeing evidence of that in his calling.
See what he's talking about, but I think there's a few more nuances to it. This boost. Oh, Acor ready for that one.
Fuming it.
That's what you want to see. That flash is not going to land where they wanted. The re-peek as well. Brave from Dexter.
Pulled out of smoke, though, very early into the piece. I think there's going to be elements that carry over from the likes of Inferno, you know, contesting for that banana position, holding on, drawing out those CT smokes. Rez has taken down Frozen. He's got a lovely lineup. Where's that off to? All the way from Shelf.
Don't think that quite landed where he wanted it to, actually. Rops has continued to push forward and take mid-space. So the smoke, I think, in that mid-house is just off to one side. Acor's cheating towards B now. They know it's going to be a B finish. Mouse have everybody here. Rops will be able to lock them in from behind as well. We can see they're basically playing retake A. Oh, BMAS just thrust forward off the flash. Good teamwork from Mouse, really starting to come into play here.
Oh, he's looking great on the AUG. Bemis catches a good timing. Device looking the wrong way. Should be another for the Mouse Sports boys. It's only Klopsky, and he's not long either. 5 early for Mouse. They're running away with it at this point in time. Saved their schmeckles, though. We'll get to see NIP full invest off the back of a timeout threat. Given a chance to voice his concerns.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the 6 rounds of play, they played too many gun rounds, right? Yeah. So no warning signs just yet, but if they're unable to stay competitive and keep getting those plants, you got the max loss bonus. You want to make sure you can keep facilitating those buys time and time again. No T-side AWP necessary here. They will be operating with 5 AK-47s again. And yeah, look, if you are one of the A defenders, like Rops is, I think even at some point we might see a secondary AWP come out, but the AUG is the perfect weapon for the job, because if you think about some of the ranges of the fights, it depends on the CT setup for sure, but if they get donut control and you are on the side, the AUG is perfect to take fights down that long corridor. You can play retake in certain situations, and you can take those more longer range fights, but this was Rez. Lovely shot here onto Frozen. Been some, instant frags that are coming in, and this is good to see. So Acor,
that 3 ping.
Yeah.
3 MS, definitely do see it in some of the reaction times of these players.
This is their default right now. Hampus mid, Linus worrying about the A push, and 3 players getting B lane control. Plopsky just swallowed that, didn't he? Down to 43. But they do have the map territory they're looking for. Oh, they might get a kill here. Device. Around that smoke.
Device actually spurred forwards. He wants to catch him on the retreat. Dexter's so lucky to be alive. One more bullet could have locked him in. And this is obviously a very favorable AWP angle, that fallback AWPing style. You can take that pretty much for free, as long as you're starting to touch that A key.
Here we go.
Double scope, no, he's willing to peek over it. NIP's starting to walk middle as well, and it's timed to perfection, that nade. Despite being smoked off, a good read. Frozen contains them with damage. Battered, bruised. Advantage Mouse. Oh, and a good timing for that incendiary. That will force Rez off the line.
Acor's had to dip back to watch mid. They know Hampus loves to lurk around that position once he gets control. That could be good night for Mouse.
40 seconds, dude. If Dexter drops that smoke at 30, they're going to run out of time. Nice shot from Bemis. And now NIP, they have to respect the smoke. They're going to have about 15 seconds. Hampus's flank may be the determining factor here. 3 hitting from the front, Hampus from the back. Frozen to contain it. 20 seconds. They're going to have about, 15. And damn, Plopsky quick on the react, and Hampus suddenly fills the feed as well. NIP can do this. Acor still posted up on the ramp. The pre-fire is good. Device shuts him down. Bomb needs to go down. They could deny it. Spraying into the smoke wildly. It's Hampus' flank that ruins it all. And he's put NIP straight back into contention.
Props is 14-3 right now, but even he is going to think better of going for this one right now. A 1-on-3 situation. The round...
Mouse did a lot right there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Hampus is making a bit of a signature of that move. Like, we've seen it in the past where he gets through and he stops the rotation, but there he actually just barreled them out in a very, very big way. He takes down Frozen, he even comes through, and Dexter, he's trying to deny the plant, right? That's why he's spamming through the smoke. He could have stayed alive, he could have hidden, but either way, he's kind of pinned.
And he's also been handed, like, a dud situation, which he has one possible chance to deny the entire round.
Yeah, so look, you have to really big thumbs up to NIP for not losing their cool, because you were right, the clock is such a big problem, but it's almost like they're just playing one bomb site simulator at that point. A wasn't even a concern. Now, headset off from Hampus, we are seeing what should be another technical timeout here. And we'll see what nuggets Alex and I have in the back of our brains.
Oh, by the way, I got some responses.
Oh, nice.
A lot of people saying that they're watching on their PC. We've even got someone showing off a triple monitor setup.
Ooh, getting real fancy. In the hotel room, I had 2 monitors, and then I plugged the HDMI into the TV. So I had like a 2-monitor, 1 television setup going on. I don't know why I needed that, but I don't have it anymore. Any other juicy comments in there, or what's going on?
Justice says, I usually watch on my TV and my neighbors can hear you squeal.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, actually, your neighbors don't hear us. They think it's you.
Yeah, that's true.
They think it's you losing your mind. So you can thank us for that at any time. This is Hampus on the flank.
This was his 2nd contribution, his 3rd as well onto Dexter in the end.
And Dexter low from that early device exchange where... Now, that actually is a good thing that we can talk about here is that deeper smoke... Oh, we're back underway. Never mind. Don't worry. We don't have to get into that conversation. Thank you. Default spread. Same deal from NIP here. 3 towards B, Hampus mid, Linus over towards A. This is the standard from Ninjas.
It's very interesting. Acor only hangs around mid until Frozen's tucked in on towards Donut, right? Then he can start to back up B if there's any whispers of aggression from the Ninjas in Pajamas. Bemis pushed up a little. Linus, again, on his default, is responsible for the A-halls. He wants to make sure no one starts taking early info pushes if Rops was to go for something like that. They'd lose a lot of ground very, very quickly.
We've seen NIP already today be diligent in the clears here of the Lamps area.
Can't hold the line. That's a great Molotov. A smoke response does deny.
Oh, but they have to back off. So territory's almost granted to NIP, but that smoke might slow them down, going for that aggression. Dexter on the jiggles with the flash. So yeah, you bang on, playing it very much like the top of Banana, just so you can't get executed on without info.
There's the re-smoke.
That smoke right there is the one I'm talking about. I think they're throwing it like that intentionally so they can creep down behind it and they can peek up more towards the back of the B lane. If they smoked off doors, they wouldn't be facilitated with a play like this.
I'm with you. And you can peek above this box. He's chosen not to. What is he up to?
Is he going to get flashed? Are they going to flash for him?
Flash would be perfect. They're all looking. He does push it in. Device, not another. Rops, in the meantime, did knock down that A lurk. Klopski's pushing into the side, though, and he's not going to stop, especially now Acor's missed his shot. Rez taking a bit of a chance, and he's found Acor. They're into the site. The smokes will bloom, even a deep dropped as well. Rez for a 3rd. Device denied. It's not Device, it's Dexter. What am I talking about? Regardless, Klopski and Hampus make it just Hampus. A smoke shot from Rops. He's really farming now. I think his performance on Mirage bothered him. 17-3. And Hampus, that bomb's ticking in his favor, but how is he supposed to contain this? 1 on the defuse, 2 to defend, multiple angles. Frozen would need to die now. The swing comes in. Robs will make it 18. As Mousesports secure another. That's 6 now on the... I was going to say on the trot. It's only 1, of course, in response to NIP's 2nd being posted.
18? Wow.
Yeah, it does.
It did look like a lot before, but 18?
Well, don't forget,
8 rounds.
You got, what, 4 on the pistol?
Yeah.
Then he got 3 on the second round.
Yeah.
And the rest has just been a consistent double frag every time he's come to a retake.
18. All right, then. Well, good stuff from Mousesports to keep this lead. And again, the buy from NIP looking a little bit sketchier. AK for Rez, pistols for the rest. Well, Hampus is accelerating very fast.
Great Molotov, but Device is taking a risk. Bemis handles it.
slowed that one down in a big way.
Yeah, Device really wanted to try and punish. If there was no one there, imagine the map control you've got.
Well, they're coming through.
Here they come. Bemis does get 1.5. And jump.
Oh, Jesus. This is all on Dexter now.
So fierce. He's got a great shot. Rops will shut him down before he can do any more with it, but Linus is doing the same. If he gets another... Oh! Okay, LNZ now with an AK to play with as well. Everyone's deagle is so potent. Rez started. Now it's up to Linus to finish. He's playing the waiting game. I wonder if Frozen will just overcook it here. He might. He's got a lot of questions. If he pokes his head out of that groundhog hole, and Z can play whack-a-mole. 45 seconds. By cutting his noise, he could be all the way towards A by now. Frozen's going to call his bluff. Hits pause himself. Now the question is, on your first S-tier LAN, can you pull that 1v2 out? Makes it. He peeks it! Oh, so close, dude! That's a heartbreaker. Fair play. Nice try. But Frozen extends it for Mousesports. He'll make it 7.
Oh, that was a great attempt there from Linus. A very, very good crack of the whip right there. And those shots with the Deagle were phenomenal.
Look at this one from Rez. Bop!
Oh, he's just yeah, he's on the jiggle with the pre-fire there. And this is it. So Linus 1 on 3. Second shot is an absolute beauty as well. And this one right here, he's booked it. He's absolutely booked it.
Oh, it's so odd. I think he was still moving because it looked like his crosshairs on the head. His bullets start connecting to the legs. It's a tough one. It's not going to break his mental, but Frozen did find a crucial frag. In fact, was that his second?
Yeah, that's what we talk about with impact kills, right?
Yeah.
Because winning the clutch like that, that's very, very important to do so because money over there for Mousesports, they're having a conversation right now about how they're going to drop things across. So, look, it was important to be able to convert that one. Look, at this stage, 7-2, it is feeling like the first half that NIP had over there on Mirage, right? I think we had a similar scoreline, and then Mouse were able to battle back and get 5. Let's see if NIP can do the same. They kept it costly. And here come the AKs again.
Have we seen them try A?
Other than that force by round where they went for the execute and Rops mowed them down, no. It's been more of that B lean. This time round, it is a different looking setup. 3 close towards middle. 1 over towards B lane and 1 back out towards the B backyard. 2 in Donut here.
That's a super passive A-hole, but makes sense because they can both be so responsive to mid. And A hasn't really been too much of an issue. Rez is lining up something nerdy. That should cover off A-Core's angle.
So the thing is, with this passive setup that Mouse are doing, it allows NIP to creep on out, right? They're able to mantle up towards Shelf and get B lane control, or more so from this direction as well. Or they can push up behind the smokes and they can wait for them to fade and try and take some more favorable jewels here. So mid's clear. Dexter playing behind this smoke again. Surely they know about the gap here just to the left.
Yeah, and that trajectory is very clear indicator that he should be expecting some trouble. He wants to play close. He's being hunted. He stuns his ground. Device deletes him. Now already 2 men to the good for the Ninjas. Bemis claws one back with a very aggressive push from Rez all the way through red, flanking in towards B. And it's only Bemis here with 20 points of health. What's he supposed to do? What is he supposed to do? He's eaten 2 flashbangs. I'm sure they'll clear. And that's the round. NIP looking to put this one into a 7-3 score.
Well, Frozen probably should want to save on this one here, unless they just want to hang around and see what they can find. Those bullets through the smoke let them know they're close, and that's a big shot. That might open the door here. I say that, Rops is backing off. Rops is going the long way round. If he went up through Shelf and tried to help contest B that way, then maybe, but now the save call has definitely been made, and this is just for the longevity here within this first half.
You've played more Ancient than me, Chad. You know those water steps everyone's kind of keeping their eyes on?
Yeah.
They're only audible if you're pushed up mid, right? Or can you hear them if you're pushed up like Hampus in position?
I think what they're saying is that it's buggy in the sense that if you make water noise anywhere, that it can be heard. Whereas that's why you see them
bug.
Yeah.
But it's not like it's not going to happen every time.
Look, I don't want to make a comment on that because for me, when we're playing it, we don't actually get players rotating back through there that we notice, right? When they leave spawn, they leave spawn. So Look, I think I saw Stiko was tweeting about it quite a lot, so if he's listening, I'm sure he could maybe give a bit more of a detailed explanation that we could get out there for all the people at home. I don't want to comment on it.
No, but I also completely echo the sentiment that, you know, in a official map in the pool, there should be no chances for that kind of thing to be happening, which it can, you know, the fact that it could ruin a round, that's the part that bothers us.
Even with the spam, right? Like a lot of people, a Reddit thread gets made every week at this point, and I tweeted it out the other day. Valve have told me that they are going to fix the wallbangs in the next update. We just haven't had
the next
another
update.
update.
So 2022.
Okay. Well, it might be sooner than that.
Oh, that's a oopsie from Linus. I think he just went for a unnecessary reload, overly exposed for a second, and Rops knocks his head off. He's been previously occupying that A-halls. This time, Rops has gone for a very aggressive maneuver, and now, let's just quickly look at where he is. He's gone, pushed A-halls, got the frag, and he's practically fully pushed into mid.
Yeah, reason for that is if you're NIP, you don't want to retake those A main corridors, right? This is not a fight Frozen wants to take here. He just needs to jiggle this or hide and tuck into a corner, because that MP9, not good at range. They've actually crept past him, and Rops is ready for this. Frozen has been spotted now. This is about to accelerate.
Yeah, Rops is ready. Previously in the A-halls, now ready to deal with them. They're not looking. 1, 2, easy as that. Acor shuts down Rez, and now just one remaining device. Oh, deleted. Klopski left to his own devices.
Nice round. There was a couple of MP9s in the mix there. They're able to pick up some AKs, get their buy looking a little bit better. Good start from Mouse. They've won the half.
Also explains why Rops is throwing a little aggression into the mix. He had the big gun, had to find that opening frag, and did.
What's he up to now? 21, 162 ADR. He's only died 4 times.
I mean, impact just all over the map.
This is great work, yeah. It feels like he should have had the double there. Acor snatches one away. I think Acor is the name that I need to see warm up a bit more, right? Because he's having a rough go of it in some of these fights. And another limped in by NIP. Look at this. 2 Deagles, 3 AKs. Very few full buys we've seen them have.
That's true. Not out of reach, though.
Especially not with the pre-fires on this B ramp position, right? We've already seen Linus and Rez hit a couple of absolute bangers.
Yeah, I look forward to the first, like, ancient pre-fire map, actually. That would be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, actually. I wonder if that exists yet. I wonder if Casey Foster's been working on that one.
Oh, so blind. Not spotted. Beamers just took a jiggle. They are walking on in through lamps into cave. No resistance at all. Now, that is a lot of ground covered without any hard work. Beamers is tucked in. A very potent 3-man crossfire here on Ancient, but the smokes will deny a lot. It may just leave one man on his own. Beamers could be isolated here. They respond with a Molotov. It looks like they want to push ahead of the smokes. They've even got a gap there. They'll block it. Oh! Beamer strafes through the flames. Stands, delivers just the one. Plopsky with the trade.
The smoke's going to be fading soon. They have to re-smoke it.
They can. An underhand jobby. Linus to plant. Can't be denied. That's a good dink from Frozen, but not enough. Damage inflicted. They are low. But 3 members of Mousesports quickly put even lower. 6 feet lower. And that's the end of that. 8-4. NIP respond in kind. If they can close that gap, it looks like we could be seeing a very competitive half. It's good to see NIP's Ancient tested. The fact that they were willing to bring it into a best-of-1 environment against the underdog implied they had confidence in it. But now up against a well-drilled Mouse, it seems that their practice over at the Games Without Borders, they were playing it a lot. I think that's a great opportunity for them to have a kind of quote-unquote, air quotes, official on the map. It's definitely looking like Mousesports can at least play their own game here.
Rops has brought out the AWP here. Acor's just down to a Deagle, so they have 4-spot in Mousesports. Now, I don't mind this. I don't mind this at all. It doesn't make, you know, a lot of the time you think it might not make sense to the primary AWP not having it, but Acor's playing B. And I feel like once he gets smoked off, he's useless. And that's not because he's useless. It's because the gun within the smokes, you're going to have a really rough time.
And Rops can guarantee no A plays, and he can probably save.
Yeah, right. He's in a position where he can play for a lot of that info. Speculative shots through the smoke there. They know something is up. And Bemis, he's not backing down. He's just hanging around in this one.
Dude.
Oh, they're doubling up.
Rez. This will make and break him. 2 targets to find. He could get 1. Dexter with a crucial trade. Faffing around with his nades. Costs him his life. And Acor, loud Plopsky advancing towards his location. Readies himself with the armored Deeg.
Acor needs this. Oh, no. Nightmare.
Will do nicely. If he could just somehow not strafe into devices. Oh, he will. And so B looks undefended. Rops is on his way. He looks like he wants to at least try and have some impact as he gets smoked off, though. Ooh, does he? No gap there. He's posted up in time, doesn't pull the trigger. He's been spotted. He will peek into Device, and that's the end of that. Frozen, very disconnected from the pack. Bomb going down courtesy of LNC.
Frozen probably not going to want to save a FAMAS here, but he may as well. This is where the game goes from looking like a very, very strong first half from Mouse, as Device will finish off Frozen just there, to a very close scoreline, right? It will have to be the eco. Mouse Sports have no choice. They have to take the save, and then next round, the final round here within that first half, they'll buy back in. But it's just, look, now you've given them 6, and then you're staring down the barrel of 8-7. So what was a good half is quickly getting closed on down as far as the scoreline is concerned. Here's the problem with this for Dexter. Because he's gone to pull out a nade, he had the CZ. And as we all know, that gun takes a bloody long time to pull on back out. So as soon as he gets caught in that limbo, that's it. If he was granted an extra second, maybe he can smoke it off. Or if he kept his pistol up, maybe he gets a second kill. But either way, he found himself between decisions.
It's a nice little boost angle for Frozen to have a pot shot. But yeah, there's a reason Henry used to call it the IKEA pistol.
Look.
You gotta build it every time you pull it out.
I understand all the reasons for nerfing it. When JW had that in his hands with the AWP before it got that nerf, it was absolutely ridiculous.
Whew, Device given a warning shot across the bow. That's if he was smoked. But he's a human man.
Across the Frau?
Frau? Like the woman?
Oh, no, brow.
The bow. That's
well, the bow of the boat, but the brow.
Oh, I like what you're doing. My brain couldn't quite compute it.
Well, I said Frau when I meant to say brow, so
yeah.
we get there in the end. That's the German coming on through.
Across the Frau, that would be a very different shot. Yeah.
Execution here. Hampers only has 5 kills.
Yeah, but some impact.
Hail Mary Zeus attempt there.
All right, so we got our final round of the first half of our second map of our best of 3 here at the play-ins.
You can see with the updated HUD in the top right, because I saw some people asking about it, you know, whose map is next, who picked it, who won at the scores, all that information. Tidy.
Top right?
Tidy. Can't miss it.
Only you'll see that at the start in the strat time every single time. Ancient and Dust 2, should we need the decider. Speaking of Dust 2, I wonder how the B stream is going for map 2. The Vitality Spirit going down on that B stream if you're interested. And, I mean, I don't have to tell you, NIP on their standard default.
Yeah, this is just what they go to time and time again, and actually Rez is taking a lot of liberties here.
Yeah, but Frozen's tucked in. This could be a
Hello.
freebie. Oh, Rez does go checking it, expecting more company in middle. Acor lured out of his lights angle. Beamus baits him with the step. Plopsky between 2 different fights here. But he's gone across. Tiniest margins will separate these angles here. Ampus looking to rejoin the pack, so regrouping for the B finish. And it's not like Mouse Sports are absent of players and presence here. Dexter to be tested now. Smoke's deployed. He can't be caught with another nade in his hand. He has to just keep that gun on. Acor tucks in to respond, needs to support him, good find. Dexter unloads the mag, a second, not quite. As Plopsky tagged to 6, will be able to get that bomb down. Unable to contest, 3-on-3 after plant scenario. Frozen coming in from shelf. If they could just, take down Device, the rest are so low, that's perfect. Rops has taken the only healthy member down, the rest just falling into place. And Mousesports looking to extend their lead going into that half. Plopsky, multiple angles, too many men. We will see 9 posted by the Mousesports squad, and they needed that. A strong posting from the CT half. NIP kept honest. 9-6. We'll take a break. When we come back, the second half, we'll find out if we get to see Dust 2. And one of these teams could be very well locking themselves in for the main event. Stay tuned.
1, 2, 3.
Bloxic in the past, we've seen him on maps like Nuke, a map where the AWP should not be proficient, and he makes it work. So they don't step out of their bounds unless they have a play that they can make.
Is he really going to take this fight again? It's Creed versus Orb, and precise as always. It was 6 in a row, and he's got 3 in a row. 4! Sun jumps into the jaws, and Woxic, he's so damn hungry here. It doesn't matter where they come from, and Woxic is a beast here in Odense.
Unbelievable scenes, Alex.
So teams which I think gonna get out of playing, I would say, obviously I'm gonna say us, but I would go with Spirit, NIP, and I would say FaZe, and Vitality as well.
Mouse Sports ready and waiting to convert and take us to 3. They are 1-0 down. NIP could get themselves a ticket to the main event, but they would require to overcome a 9-6 deficit. Solid half, which swaps sides. Get to see the boys from Mouse Sports now take to the attack. NIP 6 rounds posted on their attack. Ready to get things started. Ancient. Seen 2 games of Ancient so far here on the main stream, so chances are, if this is an indicator of things to come, we're going to be seeing a whole lot of it at IEM Cologne.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind. Very beautiful map, Ancient, isn't it? It's the newest to the pool. I love the color scheme.
Especially now we've had MC, Jakey, and Rush, or
flyovers,
beautiful fly-throughs. I couldn't agree anymore.
Now we got
all that util up to. Dexter and Rops have a plan. Could just be the double smokes B.
Like going towards B.
Here we are. He's got, oh god, this is gonna be quick. Oh, the util raining down immediately. Plopsky, Linus, Device, they know what's coming. And Plopsky's got a very bouncy Beamus. Oh, it doesn't matter, needs a fresh clip. Finally shut down, but the CTs have filled the feed. Blue on brown. Just Rops, Acor. Bomb on the back of Acor, he'd love that USP. He's going digging for it. Oh, we found a new bomb stuck location, I guess.
Can you not get it?
Don't think so, but we do have that replay machine audio up.
Okay, they're making it around to this.
Yeah, that felt long range. Rez all the way down at the back of mid. And Rops is taking space. He's just beaten them to Temple, and that's a quick one from Rops.
2v2 now.
Yeah, they've turned this around. It's getting competitive once again. 23. This is his map right now. He's got all the headshot angles. He's very comfortable with his angle management already on such a new map in the pool. Here we go. 2 pushing in. They got a kit, but they're not hurrying in straight away. Rops will knock him down. Get out of his server. Ancient is his map, and Mouse Sports is his team. 10 to NIP 6.
Having a bit of a game, old Ropsy boy here. If you missed the first pistol, we almost got an ace on that one. 4 massive kills when they were down in a 2-on. It was a 5-on-3 situation, and here able to, with Acor in tandem, get themselves back into another. So NIP, they're in a bit of trouble now. We'll be going for a 4 spy, and maybe if we do get an eco after this, I can just speak through what Steeko has been telling us about this water bug situation. get through this round first. Straight out middle, miss smoke from the CTs. Nade on the feet of Frozen, chunked on down to 48, and the frag for Hampus is quickly traded back. A-Core to respond.
Okay. Full investment, NIP keeping it level. They won't be complaining. It's certainly not a weapon to be retrieved, but a body drop. The Spirit Vitality game is as close as can be over on that B stream. Looks like we're going to be seeing Mousesports just take a crawl towards the much less popular site. Now, Device is in Donut, so anybody makes a sound cue, he will be able to communicate presence.
This is a good call with the weaponry that they have, right? Rifles are good at range. Reza Smoke might delay this. There's no way they push forward here. It would be such a risk. Oh, they're going!
Here we go, straight in. That's brave. Rez is holding a nice line. He can't finish the job. Does on the third. Dexter down. This force bite looks like it's got some teeth, Chad.
This is big problems. They need to get tempo control here. They can't plant the bomb.
This is the swing. Rez, if he can just find Rops, that's quick again on the Deagle. Double from the A defender. The bomb is down and ticking. Beamer's clawing one back, looking for the 2v3. 1v3, A-Core steps up and knocked down. They are going to respond quickly. Seems the Swedes are not interested in letting Mouse run away with it.
Oh, dearie me. Rez right there. You have to know when you're going into that A site that those long-range fights are a possibility. And I thought that that was going to work in their favor, knowing that they had the rifles. But it felt like they weren't awares of these angles, and Rez is able to profit.
Look at this onto Rops, though. Like, he's not there. He's not. His crosshair's in the wrong place, and that is hot.
Yeah, great round here from
Indisputably
Rez.
hot.
Beautiful round there from Rez. And now, well, they got the bomb down Mouse, so they should be bouncing back with a force buy of their own here. It makes sense just to keep this CT economy under the pump. Yet to see them buy, and oh, actually, it looks like they're going to be going for an eco. So I can let you know what Stiko said. He's responded. It's crazy that he was actually watching and listening. Well, actually, it's not crazy he was watching. It's crazy he was listening, right? We know that most of them put us on mute. So Stiko has said, bug is random. It happens very often, though. If you are running, jumping, okay, there you go, perfect example, in the water, there is a much higher chance of triggering it compared to walking. Worst is you never hear it yourself if you trigger water bug, but teammates' opponents can. It's heard across the map.
Yeah, so something similar to that overpass nonsense we had
when you drop in the water, yeah.
You know, where like the whole camera sounds like it's underwater, but another one.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. So, because that's the thing. We have played an awful lot of Ancient, whereas for us,
Well, you don't hear it yourself, right?
Yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe it's not something that even came across our mind here, but that's good. We get the pros on the goes and get the official statements coming through.
I definitely don't argue that until it's resolved, why not just remove it, you know? That's if that's something that's going to be happening here at IEM Cologne. A real shame. Bombs loose in mid. Beamers and A-Core just left to go ahead and just see what they can do. The double Glock party.
If we're really quiet, we can hear the players communicating.
Hey, really?
If you put your ear up to the television. Yeah, that
I did hear it.
Sounds like a World War II radio.
Yeah.
In the distance.
In the other room.
Yeah.
In the room.
But they're there. They're just there.
Oh, imagine if we just monitored
Well,
that audio
we're
reactively.
tweaking things.
Yeah.
We're tweaking things. We're gonna get it tweaked, and I'm sure that we're getting more and more of that plugged into everybody's eardrums.
Certainly.
Or ear sockets.
Do we have ear sockets?
Well, that was because you get plugging it into your ears, so ear sockets.
Like a kind of meta dad joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fair play. Fair play.
All right. Well, guns back out.
So, standard, very similar default. It seems like teams have cracked it in that sense. Just go for that 3-1-1, makes a lot of sense. And we're off to the races. Well, Beamer's just pushing straight in. He's gone. Oh, and another. Linus finds himself a double and immediately seizes control of the round. Round 19, already issues. A-Core's brought a T-side up. He spent all of his pennies, and now he's going to have to try and fill the role of what previously was 3 on that B side of the map.
So the mid-smoke being lined up here from Dexter, so they can take some space. But it can't just fall to Rops. He can't be the only man dropping bombs. He just limped out. Did his smoke miss over towards A there? It's not looking great.
It would be rather upsetting, wouldn't it, if we not only see Mihu have a superstar LAN game and fail, to see Rops have a superstar LAN game and not get to see him do it again on the third. But NIP, definitely looking competitive on this half. We could be looking at Ninjas in Pyjamas fully upper bracket run to that main event.
It would be great to get it done in one day, right? You just come in, you play both your matches, you through to that main event, you get that day off tomorrow to kind of relax, go over anything new, and watch the other teams play here. 2-on-5, not looking likely, especially now that that smoke has dropped. Is the save going to be called here? They can just live in cave, right? They don't even have to push onto the site. Just tuck on in, wait this one out. Oh, spotted. Device has seen them. He knows the boost is going on.
Cancel that, sir.
They're going to get locked in. The mid push is coming from Shelf as well. They might lose everything here. Not after time, Mouse. This would be an absolute calamity.
Oh, you're not wrong. They might wait. They might wait. They might wait. I think they are. They're being proper nerds about it. No, Hampus does give the fight, but they'll come after time. 2 seconds, 1 second. Rez is there. He's not pushing any further. Plopsky didn't even have any interest in it either. So they'll get away. No stress. At least they get to maintain their weapons. But Linus, let's not forget, that round was determined in the opening 10.
Yeah, great double from him, right? And that position, especially if teams aren't smoking it out the gate like we see NIP do on their side, it's a pivotal position for the CTs. Because if you can control this and they're giving you the avenue to fight, you are denying one key way to get over and take that top mid control. So great stuff here from NIP. And it's forced another timeout out of Mouse Sports, who will need to talk this one through. With those 2 saved guns, the money isn't there for the rest of the players on the team, but this is the problem. Right now, for Rops and Acor, there's no loss bonus, right? So unless they can have a threatening round with these 2 saved guns and plant, then maybe you're better off forcing behind the AWP and that AK. These are the questions and the conversations that are being had right over there on that Mouse camp, as smiles on the faces. Threat is loving it.
Love that I can hear him.
Just clap louder. All right. What are they going to opt for here? The conservative approach is probably where Mouse Sports will lie. You can see slight investments. Frozen's into a Deagle. P250 for BMAS, a little bit of U2 and a P250 for Dexter. So they need to make sure they keep this one competitive. Otherwise, the save is almost in vain. Let's see how much they can milk out of these 2 rifles. Over towards A they go.
Interestingly enough, Plopsky's not chosen to play anything more forward on that B side of the map, so there is no info for the Ninjas at this point in time. No sound cues for Hampus in that donut either. He hasn't heard a peep, just that smoke. Rez currently surveying the perimeter, and if, as it fades, Rez is exposed, I imagine Acor, with his eye pressed to that scope, has a pretty damn good shot at opening up. Fires off the shot, doesn't connect. Rez probably calling for backup now. One of the 2 weapons is there, and oh, they're all there. Device catching one on the cross. More bodies dropped. No one's on the boost just yet. They're considering it. Hampus crouch, does strike, and down goes Rops. This round has fallen apart. It's only Acor. And damn, Device ready for the fight. 10-10, as you discussed, not as justified in that save now.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Look at the economy on the left-hand side of your screen. Acor and Rops, because of no loss bonus in the previous, are now operating with under the amount of money they need to buy. So if you knew you were going to be taking a save, oh, they're not. Okay, never mind. I'll bite my tongue. They're going to force. And this is what we saw a lot from NIP within that first half. 3 AKs and a couple of Deagles. Well, now Mouse, they're doing their best.
Ooh. Counter-Strike news, hot off the press.
Okay.
8 minutes ago, Fnatic are doing an update to their CSGO roster. Golden moved to the inactive roster.
Well, that's kind of fallen apart, hasn't it? Frozen, let's see. Just pushed out mid, they've extinguished that Molotov, they're taking space, and that's putting a lot of pressure here on these donut holders. Rez has to drop back, trying to bait in. Yes, and it's worked.
It works wonderfully. He might even get a second here. Dexter neutralizes. Bemis and Dexter, a lot to do on those weapons. Rops can recover it if he survives. He grabs the AK now. Rez pulls out. An advantage for these CTs here, and this is it, the breaking point. Plopsky, a lot to do if they choose to challenge. Instead, opting for a stroll down lane. Heading towards ramp. That's the domain of Device. He's actually just repositioned. There could be a small window for Mouse Sports to strike. He will be posted up in time. Util deployed. Device smoked off. He could be ahead of it. Oh, spotted. Yeah, Bemis neutralized. 2 to go. Acor and Rops. The bomb's on its way in. Smoke up. Definitely locks and denies that orb. He might just take a pot shot. They're not far off. Nothing connects. Plopsky, can he wallbang and deny? The answer's no. And Acor tries to strike. Plopsky's got his head on a swivel. And Rops has just got an impossible scenario to dig his teeth into. I like the off angle. Ooh, quick and precise onto Rez. There's a world a parallel universe, perhaps, where he's already knocked Device down as well.
I can't even fault Acor for that swing there, right? As soon as a player starts committing to the spam in that environment, it's like, are you serious, bro? Like, Acor swinging like that, you're going to give it a crack. Now, that plant means everything because max loss bonus is in play. Now we can get a full gun round out of Mouse, right? Otherwise, we're probably going to be a little bit shy, just a little bit shy, or Galils instead of these AK-47s. So this coming out, this is almost the last-ditched attempt for Mousewoods because they haven't been able to set any rhythm towards this T side. They haven't been able to establish, we can take this site, we can take this map control and force you on back. Here we go. Hampus aggressive, playing behind his Molotov. The smoke will land. He's going to jump on up, mantling the boxes. Pushing on through, and he might swing with a flash here. Here it comes.
They're tucked in. Anti, no one's threatened just yet. Frozen closest to that contact.
A little bit of pace taken off this one. Minute 10 on the clock. Looks like they might just be posturing for a B hit here, but you can see how much more confidently Device is willing to pick on down that B ramp. It felt like Acor was bullied back into more passive scenarios, so a little bit of util out towards A, top mid. That's a fluff smoke, I think. This is a huge gap top mid.
No gambly. Device has head all the way back to CT. I think he was concerned about A, now through mid, pressured off the line. Linus loses info.
Device is going to pick it now. This could be big. They're not going to expect this.
Yeah, it's Robs as well to take the swing. One up shelf. That's the fight. Damn, Device doesn't miss. An unpredictable swing. Shuts it down. Plopsky's been thriving on this angle. They like to bounce their head off the door as they go through. Pre-aim and pre-fire. Frozen makes it 4v4. Linus, untested. Vision back. There's Frozen that steps into his spray. Big find, quick response. Beamers keeps it competitive again. That bomb will be going down. Acor makes sure of that.
Is there a gap here?
Yeah, he can work with that. He can. It's only the P250. He did get the head. Now maybe a 1v2 that Hampus will give a good go. He's got a smoke flash. Kit, plenty of time. And both of them in that one-shot headshot radius. Range, that's the word I'm looking for. Radius is shapes, Alex. If holds his breath. First found, one more to go. Dropping that smoke, he's just gonna hold it, costs him his life. Dexter ready to respond. And that'll make it 11-11. You know, those are angel numbers, Chad.
11-11.
Yeah, you got to make a wish, I think.
I thought that was like the bone on the leg and the...
Something about angels.
Angels, all right. Well, this was a phenomenal shot from Frozen. That was fabulous. This one here, I can't believe Device got anything. I don't even think he was aiming at BMAS. And a real crack here from Hampus, right? Not trying to be tricky with it. Just smoke defuse, call the bluff of Dexter. Dexter just straight off that swing and a big round to win. Back underway we go. Money's still there. Buys back out for both sides here, but if Mouse win this, they can break the economy of the Ninjas. Double AWPs. Rez is into a big green, same for Device. And they're going back towards A. They've had no luck over towards A. It's felt very flat. Stepping out before the U2, getting picked apart, losing a 4-spy over this side of the map, and they want to have a look in again.
Jumping for info. I think Rez caught a glimpse of it. Oh, he baited it. Acor, that is a play. Out AWPs the secondary. Rez is shut down.
Warning shot from Hampus, so they know that somebody else is close, and that's forced out another rotation here. Device second has come over to fill the position of Rez. Now mid control being taken. This is looking better from Mouse. They're playing with their rotations here, forcing NIP across the map and tucking in towards Donut. Will be Hampus now. It's a 2-2 split. This is almost perfect for Mouse. This is regroup territory, hit the side together, trade efficiently, and that should be round done.
Access through mid. Hampus, he has to hold this line, right? He has to hold at some point the cross through mid. If not, it's going to come down to his teammate Device. And so he does play a more passive line. This time peeking in, he's lost his life as well. Dexter shuts him down. They've really not got many opportunities left. Device is going to have to do it all. And if he doesn't, they'll play for the save. If he finds the first and perhaps shuts down another, we'll start to see the rotate. Plopsky, Linus, both on the way. Bomb can't be denied unless Device was to go wide. He'll wait and bide his time for a potential retake. Plenty of kits, plenty of nades.
Oh, team flash there. Device is blind up by his squad. They're coming in. They're going for this?
They're thinking about it. Robs wants to swing. I don't hate it. Flopsky spots one, Rops to swing out. Oh no! They've lined up and suddenly, yes, they will be going for it, Chad. I have no doubt in my mind, it's like 3 smokes. There's 3 players, Acor with 1, needs the AK to deny. Linus is so heavily tagged, he's still not dead.
Oh, they're
Somebody
taking
get
him
him
out.
off the ball! Oh, no! Ah, that's so silly! 10 HP, Linus clutches up. Oh, wow. I don't know what happened there. It looked like he was taking so much damage so consistently, and then it just stopped.
They pivoted to the player on top of the box at the side, right? And this here is the real drama. Rops swings out, and it just lines up for the double. That should never have happened.
It just stopped.
Oh, he's tucked in as wide as he can.
Find him.
No, no, no. That is horrible there for Mouse.
I don't think they weren't even going to go for it until Device hit that first AWP shot.
Look at this. Rez is getting aggressive now. This is the first time we're seeing this play from NIP. Is Rops going to be ready for it? He just cleared, but now he's creeping on in.
Yeah, Rops is going to do his due diligence. He'll clear his corners. Right? Whew, whew. Dink exchange. Rops' weapon's just better. Forces Device immediately to kind of forego mid completely, and understandably so. A full commitment.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is insane. Hampus is tucked in, and now he's playing passive behind the box. So they're opting to allow Mouse to execute onto the bomb site. The swing from Hampus will come late. Device can swing from Donut and be a distraction here, and they can set up a bit of a crossfire. Smokes are being lined up. A minute on the clock. They rain on out. It's going to be the A hit.
Yes, just wait, right? Hampus is just going to have to bide his time.
The rotation's coming. Everyone's going to be here.
Off. He'll play in front of it, I imagine. They are boosted up. They're mollying. Does he burn?
Not going to spread.
Oh, that's perfect. And now he strikes. Perfect chance. And he's, oh, in unison with Device. Acor spotted out as well. Rops just the late prong in mid. He's tagged him with the leg shot, bailed out by the flashes and smokes of his teammate. A good find from Acor, just as his vision was denied by the flash. If he could find Device, he's actually pre-aimed it. He's got some serious awareness, this Dane. And Device.
Oh, no.
To perfection. Pin pull just as he takes that fight. And now from behind, Rops with the first of 3.
I think he's saving this one. 15 seconds left. If he had a little bit more time, maybe he has a look in, but that's great from Device, just pivoting like that in all of the chaos. That sound cue, less likely to be heard, and a fantastic position. So great stuff here from NIP to get 13.
And seeing the timing of as soon as he sees Device's name in the kill feed, Hampus is just going. As many as he can find. Unchecked as well, and with the silencer, that's what you were screaming about, right? Like, they can't make the call.
Especially with that molly, right? Because to play the box, like Hampus is right here, it's super risky. It's a risk and a half, right? So the fact that that molly's there, he's played behind that box, they're not going to be expecting that angle. The silencer makes it harder to identify. They're already worried about so many different positions, and NIP, they've snatched away the lead, and the round timeline says it all. These T-halves have been kept very honest. Only 2 rounds so far for Mouse, and yeah, look, it's starting to get dire out here. This A bomb site has just been the devil. 2 smokes used as well right there. Flustered Mouse. They've just dropped 2 smokes to deal with 1 Molotov. That's a lot of resources to be dipping on in.
Honestly, I think that ninja...
It's rattled them big time.
It's rattled them completely. Oh, he's going to be having nightmares of that one. He's just going to go into the offline server and... Oh, it looks like we have waved goodbye to our first team of IEM Cologne. Bad news bears a short-lived trip across the pond. LDLC throwing the knockout blow. Still sitting on that boost. And it could pay off. Flashes him off. Oh no, in the totem. It's actually the base taken, uprooted.
It's crumbling here for Mouse. It's a 4-on-5, and they don't really have any map control to speak of. This setup towards B, it never looks like they're wincing, especially, I mentioned before, just Device is more than happy to keep picking. It's on Rops. He's going to get flashed. He's flying through the smoke. Hampus pushes, takes down another 3-on-5 situation here. And we're 35 seconds left. It has to be the B hit map control for NIP.
Device. Sharp. Another body down. Mousesport's running out of chances, running out of players, and Hampus makes short work of another. Between the two of them, Device and Hampus, They take all 5, and NIP are sprinting towards the finish line here.
Oof, the money situation, right? We could talk about the max loss bonus to the cows come home. It's not going to make a difference, right? We've seen the full buy rounds. We've even seen really good approaches out of Mouse. It's just fumbled across those final marks. When they've gone for the A pieces, the only one that looked good was when they had the majority of their forces come through Donut. And the reason that is because the bomb site is under their control, right? They're able to plant, they're able to get it down. They just flubbed the ending. And I feel that round, we would be seeing such a different affair out of this game.
Yeah, right.
NIP would have been strapped for cash.
They weren't even going to go for it, I promise. Device gets 1, the rest falls into place. Linus shows up in a big way, as well as that Plopsky double. Here we go. It's just going to be armored pistols, keeping it responsible to ensure they can at least put up a best fight possible from that 15, should they concede. Full 5-man gather of Mouse Sports.
What are they working with here? 1 smoke, 2 flashes. They have to hope that they're just able to run over NIP here, who have 3 players towards the site, and they've just re-smoked the top of this B ramp. So contained indeed, and here we go, creeping up. Acor, he's got 20 kills to his name. He's going to need a few more.
Good chance for Plopsky to do a lot of damage. The nade does too. Device to finish things off. He's got his USP should he require. Deagle shuts him down. Acor so low. Dexter's gone as well. There's nothing left for him there. 15 NIP, they're starting to feel it. And so are we. Great work from audio. You can hear starting to feel like I'm there.
Yeah, we're almost there with the players right now, and this is it. You're here in that LAN environment. The hype is there. The hype is real. And that nuke that landed as they ran into Plopsky, right? They were shut out at that point. Short Device goes on down, but mopping it up. Linus, he's here. There's no fear with that kid. He's happy to take the fights. He doesn't look like a fish out of water. He doesn't seem to shy away from any of these moments, which is great to see. But here it is, the last-ditch attempt.
I mean, he was the one that somehow, some way broke Mouse Sports. At least their mental. Myth has done everything he can now. You've called the timeout. You've got the full buy. As a coach, now all you can do is just bite your nails and hold your breath, because here we go, 10-second countdown before we do get into round 27. NIP series point. 4 opportunities to lock yourselves in for the main event. Threat, probably in a similar boat to Mytha now. Just wants to see it over the line.
All right, what's the approach? Early smokes out mid here. 1 towards top mid, 1 over towards Lamps. Just aiming for this control once more. Very quick on this. A little bit of damage done. Plopsky's hearing the footsteps. They know the attack's coming, and Hampus, he takes the peek.
He missed the shot. Acor whiffs the first, thankfully shuts him down. It's cost him a great deal of health. And no, he's not just going to walk through. He is, and Device is just ready for it. Deagle equipped. Treated himself to a sidearm, and it's come into fruition here. 4 frags separating them from the main event. Mouse Sports to be sent spiraling into the lower bracket. And Rez finding another. Acor will not live on. Back to B for the regroup. Linus late to the party. He's going to be the only man from the Ninjas there. That's interesting. Suppose Plopsky tucked in actually on the lights. Here it comes. Testing him just on the jiggle. He nearly gets them both, and he does! He transfers into Frozen, and Mouse Sports looking like a lower bracket. We'll have to play the winner of EG Vici. Bemis up against the wall. It's Plopsky to lock it in. Ninjas in pajamas secure themselves a ticket to the main event. Looking good and reunited on LAN, taking down the Mouse Sports squad 2-0. Convincing fashion.
Hey Future Pros, what's this? Dust 2? It's back? I don't believe it. Well anyway, here is a T-sided smoke for long corner. To do the smoke, go up next to this wall as shown. Find the left broken brick. Once done so, jump and throw the smoke. Now you can take long control without the fear of getting AWP down. Good luck!
Boom, let the war drums play. Finally, we do get to the end of that one. Mousesports really pushing a little bit more, pushing a little bit back, rather, but Nip, hot to trot. Second time they played the map today, and it shows. LNZ, or Linus, however you want to say it, has a pretty good time of it, and for Mousesports, they're going to have to regroup down in the lower part of the brackets. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Don't want to trip up and say Katowice on accident, because it's coming. It's going to happen.
You're going to do it at least
It's going to happen, yeah.
It's going to happen. Basically,
we give him like 3 cards. He can do it twice or 3 times. Maybe we should give him some jokers.
That's way too much. Just
okay.
once.
Yeah, just once and then we'll call that. Hey, speaking of which, we do have our first team going to the main event, and that's pretty cool for the Ninjas.
Where they won their first, or their only major for the organization here at Cologne.
Yeah, I lost against them, and then that's fine.
How'd that feel? You want to talk about it?
No, I actually don't. You know,
Cool.
it's a trauma that I keep inside.
Fun watching them lift that trophy. Did you feel good for Get Right and Forest? They finally got one on the shelf.
Yeah, Get Right just traumatized me on that cobblestone game at the end. Anyway, let's stay in the present, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's take the present that is Nip moving forward. Now, they had a lot of good looks right here. They look pretty comfortable in Ancient. That's going to help them out tremendously in the vetoes going forward for other teams. But Nip in the main event, kind of forecasted, kind of expected.
Yeah, and I think they fulfilled our expectations. To quickly touch on Ancient, I want to give some props to Hampus as an IGL and the solutions they were able to find, because if we travel back to the first half, it is the Rob's show. It's the Rob's show from start to finish. He's taking so much space towards on the A side. He's been aggressive, then he changes his position towards the middle. He is everywhere and anywhere. And if you're Hampus and if you're down 8-3 with Rob's having so many kills, you have to figure out tactical solutions. You have to figure out ways to dodge him, to go where he isn't. And in that regard, I think they did great.
Yeah, my focus for NIP was obvious on that CT side. They lost the pistol and they lost one other round in the half, but other than that, it was a clean sweep. And for me, it's obviously a good play from NIP to to be in the correct positions and rotations were good. I also felt like maybe this is an area where Mousesports lost track a little bit, or like maybe suffered a little bit of inexperience on the map. I felt like, you know, some of the early and mid rounds were all good, and sometimes when they got to like the later stages of rounds, they realized they didn't have like the required utility necessary to make it into the bomb site. That second round trying to attack the A bomb site felt very much like that, where they just didn't have enough smokes to block off choke points and neutralize the crossfires.
And obviously, you know, there's a reason we're watching highlights of Rops. The guy went like some 18 frags in the first 8 rounds of this map. All in vain, of course, but had a really good showing here in comparison to what he had in Mirage.
I mean, we cannot be surprised, are we? Like, Rops is a superstar. That's been established. It is bis repetita for us at the desk. The problem is that we used to mention Frozen by his side as a 1-2 punch, and Frozen ended up with 7 kills. So in here, you have a lack of input in terms of kills where the killing machines are not all present, but Rops was fantastic. And every time I see him play, I'm happy. I'm a very simple man. I see Rops, I'm happy, you know?
I see Rops, I'm happy.
I'm happy.
We're not going to be seeing Rops right here. We are going to be seeing someone from the Ninjas, and they're going to be catching up with Frankie from a distance. Let's check it out.
Linus, congratulations on a double victory today at IEM Cologne. Mousesports obviously thought that you might have some issues on Mirage today. How did you get that map land ready?
I think we had some changes ready since the last tournament we played. We had a whole new game plan of how we approach especially the CT side. And I think they might not have been ready for it if they watched our demos. And I think we just focus on playing our own game and doing what we know what we can do the best.
Are you slightly worried about playing your own game on Ancient going forward? Because we know Hampers loves going B on your T side. So maybe teams are going to be ready for you next time you play it.
I think we're really confident on the map. I think you can see that when we play as well. And every time we play it, we're just laughing because we just love that map. It's our main map, I guess.
Let's talk about one round in particular. The Ninja Defuse in that second half. Talk me through what was going through your mind.
I think it was the one when we Ninja defused on A, right?
It was indeed.
Yeah, I think we had in for the 2 people were at Donut, and then we just said that we had a lot of nades, and I just said I was smoking Donut and defusing, and then we won the round. I'm really happy that I didn't die off the spam.
How does it feel knowing that that is the round that turned the half around for you and essentially booked your spot in the main stage of IEM Cologne?
It feels really good. Like, it wasn't really any skill. I think it was just luck that they spammed the wrong side of the smoke. But I guess I'm not complaining. We're really happy that we made it in the play-ins.
Well, some might call it NIP magic. Thank you so much, Linus. Congratulations on a fantastic first day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, it certainly is that. Yes, it certainly is that. Hello?
You are here.
Okay, yeah.
And we are here.
Okay,
And we are looking at the very clip that they were mentioning right there. Round number 23. That was a 5v3 for Mousesports where they had the A side, and this is where the Ninja Diffusers come through from LNZ. Sure, we can all clap about that Ninja Diffuse, but let's not forget the fact that Mousesports had complete control of that side, and this is where you were talking about utilities and being able to close these situations. To me, that was a turnaround. This is the moment when IP took full control of the game, when Mousesports had everything they needed to set up a good pace on that second half.
Yeah, I don't disagree. This was an important round. I actually didn't feel like NIP was ever in danger in that second half of losing any kind of control. Like, there were a couple close rounds. That one was obviously extremely close. But I noticed when they went to the B bomb site a few times early on in those gun rounds, NIP handled that without, like, I didn't feel like Mousesports actually had like an opportunity to win too many rounds early on in that second half. I thought NIP just dominated them. That's a pretty big statement as well to say Ancient's a map they feel supremely comfortable. They're just laughing on that's like one of their main maps. That's kind of a pretty early point in this tournament to just call out and say that this is our map.
And let's go a little further there, too. We looked at LNZ, or Linus, however you want to say it. This is a player that came in knowing that his spot wasn't secured. He doesn't know what the future of his role or himself on this team is. Having good T-side showings, that's a great way to start.
Yeah, and he's showing resilience. I also like the fact that he's got his feet in the ground. Right? When he's answering this interview and he's talking about, that was a cool action, but I was a little bit lucky right here. There's nothing to do with skill. Yeah, he's quite realistic. He understands the situation. It was the same when we talked to him in Copenhagen. Very self-aware of the position he's in, and I think that's a huge asset to have because it is a very stressful position. He might lose his job at the end of that event if it's not sufficient. So I love to hear from him in that regard.
Well, the Ninjas in Pajamas will be moving forward into the main event for Cologne. We do have another matchup coming your way to send another team to join them. We're looking at FaZe taking on Complexity when we return here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021.
Oh, I'm so fucking dead,
Oh my
dude.
god, I'm fighting. Oh, get him.
Yo! Yeah, baby!
Oh, again, dude. I'm not going for anymore. Oh, you're next. Oh. No, that was insane. Oh my lord. Because you're insane.
Go again, dude.
Why are you so good, Bell? What the?
I just won you.
No, Will!
Bell! Like you're bloodthirsty.
No, Will, why?
Let's go, Justin.
Damn, you gotta
bitch.
fucking
Oh, they want to kill me, man.
go. Yeah.
Ah, man, I'm gonna win it. No!
Oh my god, he fucking took my ankles out.
Oh!
I've done 4 times going for the gun, dude. That's fucking Neo, dude.
Oh.
Oh my god, he pre-fired it.
Hey! You're so
It's like a pre-fire. You gotta pre-fire that thing.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh my! Oh my!
They're covering it, dude. Oh. Yes! Oh my god. Oh, 1 by 2. Oh my god.
Ah, you got him. Yes!
Well, FaZe started their day off playing the Evil Geniuses on Mirage. That one went 16-12. FaZe moving forward in this upper bracket. Now, they're going to get an opportunity to play Complexity, who also found similar success, albeit a little bit tougher of a road, having beat Vici 16-10. Also on Mirage, who would have known? People like playing Mirage a whole hell of a lot. For us, though, we get the opportunity to talk a little bit about FaZe and Complexity, and in this notion, it's Complexity that I want to start with.
I think our chances at our event are pretty good to make a top 8 run in the playoffs. We don't have a set goal. Obviously, we are expected to make it out of the play-ins. That's like the number one thing. Like obviously, make it to play-in or make it out of the play-ins. And then group stage remains to be seen for us. But I think a personal goal of mine would be top 8, even quarterfinals, semifinals, if we can. That's definitely like a realistic goal, I think, for us, because we kind of play all the tier 1 teams close. Even like the top teams like Gambit, we played them twice in the last month, and both times it was like really close. Like we could have won, but we were lost by 1 round one time. So I think we're amply prepared to play anyone. We just got to close out these games that are close for us.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Rush. For us, we do take a look at some of the placements here for Complexity, a team that was hailed as the juggernaut at one point, and they might still have a little bit of that left in their tank, or maybe a lot, depending how this goes for them, Jason.
Yeah, they looked like it as well. They looked like a team that should be called the juggernaut for a little moment there. Those results, I feel like, aren't exactly what I would expect out of them. I feel like they're a way stronger team than those results I just saw.
Jason, I think I just had like a brainstorming moment here. Yanko, perhaps you can tell me if I've lost the plot.
Yes, you have.
Okay, well, in that case, forget it. I won't even bring it up. No, what'd you call it? Little moment? Little moments with Momo or something like that? Or
I don't know what you're talking about, Trace.
Oh, forget it then. Never mind. Yanko, when was the last time you did a desk with little Jason over here?
Well, it's been a hot minute. I think that's fair to say. Even when we were full time, he kind of went over to cast. It seems like a lot of people are doing that. First Jason, then Chad. Maybe there's something in there. But yeah, definitely miss Jason as part of the broadcast team. Of course, I can't be there in person, to give him a proper welcome. But it's great to have him back. Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Hopefully. Let's take a look at the world ranking here for Complexity. Where do they stack up on our tree? You can take a look at the chart, rather. Jason, you're pretty good with charts. You passed, Michigan education. So what are we looking at?
Yeah, I got somewhere. Yeah, you can see there was a big dip down in March, but obviously climbed right back up. And I mean, they've been kind of really dangerous, and I feel even more dangerous than what the ranking kind of implies here. But I think, kind of establishing them, I think you called them the gatekeepers of the top 12 or top 10. Somebody did. That's probably a fair assessment.
Listen, Jason, I know how it is. Like, while you're coaching, you don't care about other teams. You're just worried about your own team. So I'll tell you what's happened with Complexity, right? They've become this team that plays very good up until the moment where they have to beat someone really good to make it like into the top 4 or the finals or something like that, right? And then they just lose. And this has happened like time and time again. They look really good in a tournament, but whenever it's, crunch time, whenever like they need to beat someone really good to progress further, that's just where they stop. So hence the gatekeeper tag to an extent. And to be honest, it's been a while now. It's been a lot of tournaments. I remember saying the same thing at Pro League, right? Like they had time to practice, they had everything, show us something now, beat someone, and it still hasn't happened to this date.
So the expectations for Complexity are kind of here and there, right, Yanko?
Well, I mean, it's difficult, right? Like, this is the end of the season. So a deep run here could really, give you faith or keep faith in this lineup, so to speak. But if not, how do you get over that hump? How do you get to that next level, if not a roster change?
Yeah, that is kind of the sad reality of it, right? Like everything kind of does run its course.
That's what I'm here for, Trace.
Yeah, you nail it every single time. Never really let me down, not once. Speaking of players that we don't want to let us down, I'm pretty sure it's going to have to do with the players to watch. Brought to you by Epix. Now we can take a look at these two players that have been identified. And Jason, I'm going to let you guess, or better yet, do you know who they are?
I believe one of them is going to be, JKS. Okay. Yeah, this is a good one. And I think this is kind of one of the conversations around Complexity for maybe not reaching all their potential was this kind of pickup coming in. It was a bit rough when he first joined the team, and they really did have to work hard to kind of figure out how that's going to come in. And now I feel like, after all this time, this online stretch, the way I always kind of looked at it was, everything of the online era, season, whatever, is building up to this first land back. And this is where you get to see if this addition is really going to make a difference for Complexity.
Yeah, and, we'll turn the card here for the FaZe side of things. It's going to be Olaf Meister. And why is it Olaf, Yanko?
I think it's just because the experience that he brings on one hand, and just I think the cohesion more than anything else with the core of this team, which is Rain, Kerrigan, Olaf now, right? They've been together for a long time. They've had success before in FaZe, and it just sort of bringing the band back together is what I think even Kerrigan himself said to some extent. Robban there as a coach too. So I think the atmosphere in the team is much better now with the return of Olaf Meister. And, we saw them play a very good Mirage game in the opener with losing pistols and all that stuff. Still very convincing win from FaZe.
Yeah, there's a lot of different variables and aspects to look at this with. One thing that we have to take into consideration is the best of 3-1, right? So we're coming off best of 1s. These teams now get the opportunity to play best of 3, move into the main event. We got to go through the vetoes. Is there anything right out of the gate that you two think we're going to get that makes it most comfortable pick?
I think Mirage. We have to see Mirage in this series. at some point, right? Like it's the first pick for Complexity forever, and for FaZe is their best map. So I'm just wondering if someone is going to pick it here, or do the teams just like shake hands and say, let this be the third map?
Okay.
Dust 2. Okay, that's a cool start. Picked by FaZe.
It's an interesting pick by FaZe as well. They don't have a great win rate on it in the past 3 months. In fact, they played it 3 times and they've lost all of them. They have a 0% win rate on it. So they go for it. So obviously something they've been focusing on.
That's true, Jason, but you need to do your homework properly. They lost 3 times, and every time it's been 16-14, right? So a lot of close games could have gone either way. We see that FaZe actually floats Ancient as well at the very end. Complexity did beat NIP on it at the Blast Finals, I believe. So Mirage, as we said, the common ground for both teams. And I think actually a very good pool, especially for FaZe, very, very balanced map pool for them.
Yeah, okay, so we've got Dust 2, Nuke, Mirage. Just to kind of go backwards a little bit here, now that we know our maps, I want to know about some of the strengths that we might look at for a player like Twist, for example. I know, Jason, you had the opportunity to work with him pretty closely. Oddly enough, now he finds himself on FaZe, where Yanko used to be, so we basically got it all covered here.
Yeah, well, I actually think that's a really cool story behind Twist, because that was one of the first things that I noticed when I started coaching Liquid was kind of the friction between Russell wanting more responsibility and wanting more like high impact roles and high impact positions that he felt like he was ready to kind of take on and deliver that and get away from being a little bit more of the bomb site anchor. And he's referenced that in a few interviews, and that's just kind of what my eyes have been on. Even when I got here and saw them playing the best of one earlier, was like, how's Twist doing? How's he going to do with this added responsibility? And Reigns even said that, you know, he's really impressed with the way that Russell's been able to read in the mid-round and the way that he's been able to play and the strengths that he brings to the table. So I just want to see that translate into the server in this series.
What about, say, his rotations, Jason?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was funny. We were having that conversation with the round where he just straight up jumped out of window on pistol round and got annihilated. So that was a bit awkward. Yeah, I mean, those kinds of plays, that could be anything. That could be a miscommunication from somebody. That could have been him, you know, misplaying it and getting over eager, whatever it might be. Those are things that he certainly has to work on. I mean, those are the things that changes the most for him, is how does he move around the map? How does he change his position when certain things are happening? And that's going to be his big struggle. Olaf is also a big point in this best of 3 as well, because you're bringing him back in. I know when we played against him on Liquid, he had a couple games against us that were like incredible, like rolling back the years. So yeah, he might improve the environment and he might make the team feel a lot better in a lot more like a unit, but he has to, you know, still be delivering in that kind of department, which, you know, especially on a map like Nuke, if he's still playing over in Ramp Room, that's going to be a huge position.
And Yanko, I'm looking at you now and I'm thinking, okay, with the Olaf coming back into the server, how much comfort level does that raise for FaZe Clan?
I think it raises it significantly, right? As I said, the core of Rain, Kerrigan, and Olaf has been together previously as well for extended periods of time. I know they all enjoy playing with each other and respect each other, and I think Kerrigan is going to benefit him a lot having him back on the team, right? Just knowing that he can take a lot of responsibility by himself, take decisions in the mid-round. Just if he sees an opening, he's going to act for it. If the team is very active on another side of the map and Olaf feels like he can win a fight, like go for a duel, he's going to do that. Like, of course, you don't see him as this insane player mechanically, but his, you know, game sense, the understanding of timings, right? He puts himself in duels that are not 50-50. Like, he's not going to win as many 50-50 duels anymore, but he, through game sense and experience, makes it a, you know, 70-30 or whatever you want to put it. Like, he makes it a more favorable situation for himself and is able to create those openings for his team.
And I'm looking at that, you know, one very big example of that would be positioning. I think that's kind of skating around what you're saying, at least. And then I look over at the complexity side. I think about expectations for this team, and I think, okay, so JKS has been here for a little while now. What else are the building blocks for this team who sometimes have trouble getting it over the edge?
I don't know if it's. I mean, the obvious names that you have to talk about when you go to complexity after the JKS situation. Config is obviously the big one. They're going to need him. They need their star player to be able to deliver, and Config's great at it. Blame F as an in-game leader, one of the best fragging in-game leaders. He's extremely powerful. So those two guys, I'm looking to them.
Absolutely. And Yanko, before we jump into the game, who wins, FaZe or complexity?
FaZe Clan.
All right, you heard it right there. Let's see if that's going to be... Yeah, let's. Who would have ever guessed that that's where Yanko went? We're going to be getting into the game, though. We're going to be starting it with Dust 2. We're going to be changing things up a little bit. And I believe it's Harry and Hugo. A lot of shooting going on, guys. Pow, pow.
Taking on FaZe Clan for Cologne. Oh, I couldn't be more happy with the outcome here. I am so ready. And look, we got the new HUD as well, Hugo. We've got it all, baby. LAN is back, and don't you forget it.
Wow, it does feel good, Harry. It does feel good today to be here back with more EU Counter-Strike as well. We have two of the best EU teams, right, in terms of like multinational mixes. And I can't wait to see where this one's going. Dust 2 to begin. Couldn't get more classic. And FaZe over on the T side to start. We've got Blame picking down mid. And the rest of FaZe filtering in through the tunnels. They might meet in the middle with Complexity, who are getting aggressive. It's dangerous. The P250 won't do a thing. Karrigan has got to hold on, and it's trades left and right, eventually falling in the favor of Brokey. Bomb's still under the control, but there's one more man in B to deal with.
Yeah, he's still got Blame F left to get past, and he's here with this USP trying to shut down the B play all alone. Blame F, they're getting closer, and Brokey's going to deal with him. Config has come up through middle, but he's not able to accomplish much outside of that one little kill there. And oh, we got LAN player shots, man. I never thought I would get so emotional from seeing Twist's face as he fist bumps the rest of the boys.
Yeah, at what point is he going to tell everyone to sit down, right? That's what we're really waiting for here. But no, it is so nice. It's just a different feeling, Harry, right? It's not these home cameras. You get to sneak into people's bedrooms and see what pets they have lying around. No, we're back in with LAN, with players being able to hear each other, the mental games that fall along with that as well. Screaming and shouting after every single round. And FaZe, you couldn't ask for a team with more LAN experience, could you, right? With some of the names on this roster. Even Twists included, right? The Grand Slam man. Right now it's FaZe walking into B. There's a quick flank, but there's only one man on the defense, and JKS cannot do a thing. Karrigan cutting off rotations, and even with this fast flank from Config, he will get one, but it's being considered. Double kill comes in. Config with an AK, they've got to hunt him down, and they do. Luckily avoiding the problem for now. And maybe just putting it all to rest, 3-on-1.
Yeah, Karrigan's going to mop it up in the very end. I'm very excited about seeing the return to LAN for a guy like Karrigan, sure. Right? In front of crowds, he always was someone who knew how to play up to that, like, and you know, kind of get the most out of it, use it in a very positive way. Still a little ways off of having crowds yet, but, you know, step in the right direction. And you know, I'm thinking for guys like Olaf, he's had it pretty sweet, right? Like as far as they go. Guy retired, came back out now to replace coldzera, and he's getting to play at LAN in 2021. Like who knew? Who would have known? Not me.
Playing the long game, man. Dip out for the online era, relax, play some pugs, get your aim in order, and then come back when it really matters. And boy, does it matter, right? Remember, this game is to Cologne. We're still in the play-in. Winner of this matchup, this BO3, is going through forward to the main event with some of the best teams in the world across all regions. So a lot to play for. FaZe moving up long. They've lost one man early. But Config, after taking a Deeg shot, has gone back. Rain with a tap. And FaZe, even though everyone's here and they've got to deal with all 4 CTs, they're not really armed for the job. Rain is making mincemeat of them right now, and it should be a swift and easy round for FaZe.
Yeah, man, he's got hot hands, right? Once you tap out the first player, you know, it never, I don't think statistically it's backed up, but it feels like you're that much more likely to continue to go on tapping players out of the round. So nice stuff there. FaZe 3-0. It's nice, it's clean, it's exactly what they wanted. But now we've got this purchase from Complexity. You've got the AWP in Poison's hands. You've got rifles on everyone else. And so we get like our first real clash here right now.
Yeah, Config's having a great day as well. Obviously, he played Vici earlier. It was a bit of a slow start for Cole, but once Config warmed up on Mirage, he looked so lethal, as he often does. So let's see what he can bring to this one. He's already been very aggressive in these Deagle rounds, right? Pushing top mid, coming in on that tunnel's flank. And right now, got to sit back and wait because FaZe are coming your way. They're up catwalk. Brokey's got the AWP still scoped down middle. And Config looks interested in that position, watching that cat climb. He's called to his team that they could be up. Meanwhile, the AWP sitting back, watching from the car cross. So this is all fine and dandy for Cole right now. They know exactly what's going on. But how good will FaZe's execute be? It's a fake.
Yeah, looking like it, right? With everyone staying back in middle, this isn't looking like the A follow-through. Rain's been left here alone with the execute smoke dropped, and now actually the rest of the gang are moving in to join him. So it looks like they've changed their mind here, grouping back up on the catwalk. All right, I'm looking over here at guys like Blame and Config. These are two guys who could play into this round in a very big way. Blame F with the opener, Poison with a second, and now Config pounces from the short side, but is only good for one. It's left onto Brokey, trying to navigate this 1v3, and maybe a chance at the bomb plant, but any more than that, yeah, man. Wishful thinking. Poison spams him out, and Complexity, they bring the rifles out, they get their first on the board right away.
Yeah, nice flank there from Config, right? You know, maybe wanted a little bit more from it, but with Poison hitting his shots on the cross, getting 3 on the AWP, that's absolutely fine. The fast flank is really nice. And already, I mean, you know, it's only a few rounds in, but we're seeing so much face shown by Config. He has not got those LAN jitters.
Is anyone else just freaking out about these damn videos, man? Like, this is live. This is
live,
right
Harry.
now. This is real life going on. Sat out in Cologne right now is FaZe, all sat there in a row, and probably, you know, somewhere vaguely near them, if I had to guess, is Complexity. And that's just unreal, man. Yeah. I cannot put into words how weird it feels, but how happy it makes me to see it as the glorious thing we all knew it as, man. Everyone's back. Local area network. Ethernet cables are out. Oh.
And, you know, admins are on the scene, right? We've got a tech pause here.
Admins are on the scene, and they can actually do it, because the problem used to be when you used to get tech pauses, right? The players used to have to do it themselves, and players are great at playing the game. They're not good at fixing the game. So, yeah, man, no, this is great, right? We got the professionals on standby to get out there and try and help out. But I'm kind of happy with a little tech pause. I need a bit of a
break,
a bit of like a momentum reset, because I've come in at like an 11, but it's only day one. You know, we still want to build up. Yeah. You can't go anywhere from 11. You're already off the scale.
Yeah, obviously can't be talking in those tech timeouts, right? So everyone, they're not sad. They're just waiting.
I mean, this isn't even like a rule you've really had to adhere to for too long, right? Like so many people in the online era, tech pauses would come in. You know, they're maybe still having a little chat. Not really much you could do there, but here, dude, everyone's got to sit there in silence. Y'all remember this?
That can be hard, especially when the pauses are like 10, 15 minutes. You're so out of the groove and you don't really know, you don't know what you're calling next. You can't find that out until the 15-second freeze time is hit, and suddenly you're scrambling. So, yeah, it can be hard, but it can be also good, right? We've seen players use it to their benefit, meditate, close those eyes, deep breaths, focus back in, get a drink. So, you know, we're making the most of this situation.
One of the things that is like really, really cool here is like, this is kind of a moment that in a sense we're never going to have again, in that, you know, this is the first LAN after this huge break. Like, this is a very, very special moment to everyone attending this event, right? This has taken you know, swarms of people, so much planning to even get this to happen in the first place. I can't imagine how much work went on behind the scenes just to put this together, just to get 10 guys in a room playing Counter-Strike with one another. It's a hard job to do, but we're all here, and everyone wants to make the main event, man. Everyone from these playing stages wants to be there, grinding their way through LAN for as long as they damn well can. There is so much riding on this one. For some of these guys, this might feel like a major, you know, like this is your big chance, your big return to the LAN stages. Emotions are running high, and everyone's wanting to go the distance.
Yeah, because I got to say, you got to give a lot of props to everyone in the ESL team who have managed to put this one together as well, considering, think about the amount of players that are flying out right now, right? We've got 24 teams in Cologne playing. We've got 16 from the play-in stage. We've got 8 already qualified to the main event. 8 of these play-in teams will be making it along as well. So we're going to say goodbye to, you know, half our play-in teams in the first couple of days. So yeah, I mean, huge amount of prep, huge amount of work must have gone into getting everyone in, especially, you know, considering we have almost all the regions represented right now. You know,
right.
We got CIS, we got South America, we got North America, we got Europe, obviously. So it's really cool, you know, having teams like Vici, for example, and the fact that Na'Vi and Gambit made it over with no problems. So it seems. So yeah, this is going to be such a cool event, Harry. It's
man, I mean, I think one of the reasons why, like, more so now than ever, you know, a lot of pros were making the decision to kind of walk away and have some time off, was that I think it was easy to become disillusioned with like the esports dream during the online era, right? The reason why we were competing, the reason why these big events were so unreal is that, you know, it was the people, it was the fact that you were there competing face to face, not just for lots of money, but you get like the thrill, the adrenaline of beating someone, you know, that you can see that's across the room from you. And now that Lan's back, man, oh, I hope everyone is feeling as happy and as excited as I am. I really do. And if you're not, I don't know if it's properly dawned on you yet. Maybe it's going to take a few days to really have this like sink in and be like, damn, look, they're all on LAN. They're all there. It's real. This is actually happening. A part of me is always worried that the screen's going to slowly fade to black and white. And really, this was just like one of those little, one of like the, no, dreams. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it. It was, you know, one of those like intermission videos that we have during the ad breaks. That's what I'm worried is going to happen. But no, man, this is real.
Looks pretty real to me, man. Yeah, and especially for teams like FaZe, for example. I think it was Carrigan the other day who said something about how, you know, when you play this long in that online era, you know, you remember part of the reason you're here, the main part of the reason you're here is to play in front of those crowds, to have those stadiums screaming every shot you take, every round you win. So, yeah, I think that's what everyone's gunning back for, and this is the first step in that direction. So welcome back, folks. IEM Cologne playing right here, right now. FaZe Cole. We're looking for a B hit. Reigns walked out mid. B executes, smoke's coming in. JKS tucked tight in a very good position to deal with this, and a re-smoke from Cole will keep FaZe hesitant for now.
Yeah, love this little double setup in mid, right? It's almost like a bait and switch out of Poison and BlameF. BlameF can go through this CT smoke as well, but he's never even needed because Config has beaten him to the punch, and JKS is mopping up the tunnels push. Great stuff out of JKS here to shut this round down. I've seen him give, you know, some hit and miss performances over here in this B site, but that's an important double to stop this B play, and it's only going to get sweeter. Twists helps JKS out by killing Brokey, and Complexity get that second round, only losing one man in the process.
So blind, man. So flashed out by that pop there. That's a great little B hold. Helps the Complexity. We're leaning B from the get-go, right? Not only with 2 in the bomb site, but as you said, Blame in middle, ready to help out if Config wasn't so keen, and he certainly looks to be. Every single round so far. But back in we go. A couple of rounds in a row for Cole have broken FaZe for now. We've got 2K a player, some Glocks, and a Deagle at least on Olaf, so he can maybe make this round interesting. This is a round where if Olaf's dead, you're just going to be shuffling that Deag over, giving it to the next man. A lot of nice Deag players on this team we know, but you're asking for a lot. You're asking for Cole to make the mistake of giving you those fights. They know your economy's trash right now. They're playing very passive, and they want you to execute, and that's something that FaZe don't have in the wheelhouse. No utility. Set up towards the catwalk, ready to explode. But it might all end in a bit of a clash.
It sails past. Blame me, they're coming your way. There's 2. Poison with the collateral, and the cat play is shut down. Olaf, no 9 lives. He's only got 1, and Poison's going to strip it away from him. Complexity, they get that little conversion. They go 3-3. They tie this up nice and early. Oh, one of the things that's very, very cool as well is I feel like LAN is going to make some teams. I think it's going to break others, right?
Sure.
And it's very, very exciting because it's a bit of like a Schrodinger's cat almost, right? You don't really know till you've observed it what's going to happen to some of these squads. Yeah. I think Gambit is one that a lot of people have got their eyes on as like an obvious team that it's going to be very exciting to see how they do on LAN. Na'Vi as well is another one. I think that head-to-head of those 2 squads would be a tantalizing matchup if we get it in the main event.
Well, Harry, everyone wants to see the best teams.
Everyone wants to see it, right?
Everyone wants to see the best teams. We're going to have to wait another day for that at least, but it's all going to be worthwhile when we get there. Full gun round here for FaZe. That Glock Eco done and dusted. Again, leaning B, look at Cole, they seem convinced right now, and it helps the Rush has all of the long position with Poison baiting for him. Molly close in the doors, dribble smoke in B, not going to cause any commotion here for Complexity, just dropping Molotovs. He flashed out mid, but he won't be overcommitting either. It's back to Cat, back to A, and it's the right read right now for FaZe with only 2 CTs here, but we've already seen Poison on this car hitting collaterals, right, even in the previous round, so fast fingers on the Bulgarian AWP, and FaZe are going to have to find out the hard way.
Yeah, you know, Poison has been popping up with the AWP, so we need to see more out of a guy like Brokey here, right? You want someone to be able to go toe-to-toe with Poison, because thus far, he's kind of throwing down the gauntlet on this A-bomb site. Like, he's saying, look, boys, you can keep trying these cat takes. it's not working for you. You know, I've been getting 2 or 3 on the cross every damn time. And so you're hoping that someone can cancel this AWP out, but not today. Poison's on LAN, and he's keeping it smooth. There's a third, and the catwalk push is torn apart by Poison again with that AWP in the A site. Just Twist, 0-4 in the game right now, and with 8 seconds left, Guy would have to be a straight-up magician to do anything here. It's another complexity round, and that guy, oh, pesky Poison, he's already hit the ground running, and he's loving LAN.
The guy everyone waited for, right? The guy everyone's been so patient to get him back in the server. And I mean, when I think of Poison on LAN, I think back to that debut of Cole back at Blast London in the beginning of 2020, when we had Complexity look incredible there, and Poison was a massive part of it. So yeah, 11-3, certainly firing on all cylinders. Brokey's work cut out for him. And Cole now finally taking the lead back.
You know, you say it how like everyone was waiting for Poison. Obviously, the thing Hugo's referencing there, if you don't know, Poison had like an extended leave of absence for medical reasons, right? And they didn't replace him, even though he was gone for ages. They waited, they played with stand-ins, event to event, till they had Poison ready. And, you know, one of the worries early on was like, as Poison's tenure came to like an end before he went on leave, he was kind of plagued with inconsistency. It felt very hit and miss. Since he's come back, it's felt like he's been really worth waiting for. I feel like we've been getting good games out of Poison. And with him looking this nice on LAN, man, oh, it's making me excited for what he can accomplish.
Yeah, Rush breaking his silent streak on the board now. Twist does catch him. How is that a headshot? Rush. Never saw it coming. Orb's time for Poison now. He's hit another shot. Twist on his angle. Oh, and it's attack from the scout. Close peek will spell his end. Now there's an AWP to be picked up. Can Olaf get there in time? He's still got cover, but they're going to bound out and set up the scopes. Hope that Cole give them these kills. Right now, FaZe are locked in. JKS has trapped the backline, but there's only one way to go, and it's forward for FaZe.
Yeah, JKS's info is huge though, right? These 2 players now that are in this A-bomb site know they've got FaZe trapped, and so their attention is just fixated on the cross. You're not getting past that little double hold, and even if you had, JKS would have been there to drive the knife in the back of FaZe Clan. So, with that round going the way of Complexity, they're now up 5-3. That's 5 in a row since the rifles have come out. They are yet to lose a round.
Yeah, this is a filthy shot from Twist here. Not much you can do about that one, but brush it off and pick yourself back up.
Look, man, Twist is an Intel Grand Slammer, all right? Yeah. I'm expecting some big moves out of him now that we're in this environment. Thus far, it's been that one little nice scout headshot. That's not going to make me, you know, rant and rave about this performance, though. I want to see some more out of him. It's been a bit of a quiet start out of Twist. Oh, Carrigan. I don't think that one's going to make it to his YouTube channel anytime soon. That was a missed Molotov there into middle. Still gets away with the cat control, but as really mentioned for FaZe, you know, they've had no issue getting up onto the catwalk and, you know, throwing the exec smokes. It's actually surviving the cross and getting into the site that's been the problem. I love the attempt at a response here from Cole. They were trying to pressure long, giving up this short side and trying to play retake at A, but they end up feeding the beast of FaZe at the long side. They don't get the kills they needed. And so this is looking like it should shape up to be a FaZe round.
Oh, they're killing everyone, everywhere. Olaf tucked in the corner, catching config after the flash. And yeah, get out of there if you're playing. Save your gun. This one is over. Unlucky on the long side for sure, right? There's nothing wrong with the re-aggro there for Cole. No flash, however. And as Rush gets picked, Poison thinks he has room, right? Because they only saw the AWP. He thinks he can drop a smoke, run back, but there was a rifle covering the entire time. Rain was already out. So, you know, Poison thinks he's safe to escape, and he is nothing of the sort. Flame should get away with this gun. FaZe is trying to make their own money at this point in time. They went 3-0 up and then silent until now. And so keeping a 5 alive is going to be great for the bank accounts. FaZe know that more than anyone. But already a competitive game, Harry. Already back and forth, and that's really what we want.
Yeah, you know, I'm still waiting for like the point where I'm like, oh, okay, like, because you know, thus far, while the scoreline's close, FaZe have gotten away with that one rifle round, and really, it's like on the back of them, you know, having good protocols to deal with what Complexity were doing to set up for that A retake round, right? And that's something there that, yeah, it gets you this one. I want to see them chain together a couple. Oh, I like the big smile on Carrigan. Big Finn Anderson smile. Ooh, I've missed it. It's been some time.
Yeah, just wait till it's in person, Harry. One day we'll get there. Carrigan, he's passed that long with a smile on his face, looking to do some damage. The Dane in danger, but Rain covering, and Carrigan with a quick shot. They don't clear the pit.
They didn't check.
Blame still fires off, though, so now they know he's locked in this position. They're going to hunt him down. Can they get him without taking any more casualties? They need to, and Twist will find that shot.
Oh, but Config is quick off the mark with the trade on that AWP. He got that off the body of Poison, and now JKS pushing up in middle, spots these players going back with the bomb. That's info. Config, quick, again, and the nade's not quite enough. Twists, the headshot king of NA, is going to rain down the trade in middle. Config almost making it spicy for us on that AWP.
That nade was dead on, man. That looked like a killing blow. He'd already hit 3 with the AWP. Felt like nothing could have gone wrong for Config, but yeah, you said you wanted more from Twist, and there it is, mate.
I just realized that JKS looks the exact same on LAN as when he's at home, man. Like, same like freeze frame position on that man. Just unfazed by the situation, if you pardon the pun.
Nice.
It was accidental. Brokey's holding middle. Config trying to swing the short side, does just get cut down. And so that is a big scalp to find, man. Config has been having a bit of a tear in this game.
Yeah, now there's really not much to get through, right? Oh, Rain, he tried to jump through it, I think.
Yeah, the mid Molotovs aren't being kind to FaZe right now, but that's fine.
Not the end of the world.
It's one of these things where, like, you know, if you get the round, you laugh about it afterwards. You go, I can't believe we messed the molly up again. But if you lose it because of that, then it's a different story. Luckily enough, something would have to go very, very wrong to lose this round, especially considering you're still holding on for this tunnels push.
Oh, easy does it for FaZe, back in the lead. So despite Cole's bit of a run with 5 rounds in a row, FaZe have had their answer. And Cole now putting everything in. Could even get that AWP right. JKS can drop it over if he wants to give it to Poison. Plenty of money to do so. And it really has been just the Poison and Config show, at least in terms of the kills so far on Complexity.
Yeah, considering they could have put an AWP into play here, I would have loved to have had one.
Yeah, JKS, you just might want that util for the B-bomb site, right? Buying an AWP for your teammate who then buys util that they probably won't use as an AWP player. It's always annoying. Look at the speed, though. FaZe, no fear, but maybe they should have had some. Config is at the back of Car, and he stops Carrigan getting into that bomb site. They decide to bail. The bomb's rotating out, but Poison could cut it down.
He could, and if he catches this bomb crossing, that is a disaster.
Dear.
And it drops into the doors as well. Oh no, FaZe, even gravity's against you. They do trade out onto Poison. And Rain, with a nice throwing arm, has got the bomb out of the danger zone of mid.
Oh no.
More bodies coming. Brokey rewarded for his patience. And now things get a little more complex for Complexity. They have to just wait. You know, they try to push through the tunnels, but now they've lost a B player. Now they're paranoid, knowing that this entire map falls into like a shroud of darkness, man. You don't have the info anymore. You don't know what's going on in mid. And this was a 4-on-3 that you were hoping to comfortably walk away with. Now it feels like it's hanging in the balance. Now it feels like FaZe have a chance.
Yeah, if we get to a post-plant, it's going to get even harder for Cole as well, right? Barely any util, but they've got the numbers in the right place. Flash going high from Rush, and Rain with nades out could get caught with a dunk onto the face of Blame, and a follow-up from Twist. It couldn't have gone better for FaZe. We were talking retakes. That's not happening. JKS is out of there. FaZe, brutal little A-take there in the 3-on-3. Cole had every right to be upset about that one. The nades stack onto Blame F. And FaZe getting out with 3 alive as well. 7-5, no money here for Cole. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah, it's one of those horrible moments where, you know, you probably are asking yourself, like, did we need to go for pushes in the 4-on-3? But you don't want to dwell on the past. It's understandable in the moment, trying to keep that info up, trying to keep your bearings as to what FaZe are doing, keep them restricted, hopefully keep that bomb in middle, I think was really the thing that drew them in for the kill. Someone's having a giggle. Look at it, man. Twist and Carrigan are really, you know, getting on like a house on fire, man. I never understood that expression.
No, now that you've... Yeah, there's a lot of expressions that don't really make sense, like having your cake and eating it too. If I was going to have cake, I'm going to eat it. Duh. But no, we just say them, Harry. We just say them. We all know what they mean. Right now, FaZe, they mean business. A strong T-side start here on Dust 2. But man, they picked it for a reason. And yeah, the more time we see Karrigan in this roster as well, the more we expect FaZe to look deadly, right? Obviously, having a new in-game leader, I say new or old in-game leader, depending on how you look at it, inside of FaZe's history, but bringing him back into the fray.
Yeah,
pitching his dream, his vision.
Well, so this is where I hope the kind of relative success that we've seen out of Mouse Sports since Dexter joined, I hope that spurs Karrigan on to like really try and up his standings with this FaZe squad, right? Like, you don't want to be in this position where you leave Mouse Sports, everyone goes, oh man, that team's probably screwed now. And then they start doing sick, and the team that you go to is one that, like, you know, doesn't really progress. So for him as like an individual, I feel like there's kind of a lot riding on him turning this this FaZe squad up into the team that it felt like they should have been for the longest time.
That's more like it from JKS. Flashed into middle by Config, double kill on the one rifle, but unfortunately that leaves Cole without a rifle. Back to just Eagles now. Got to hit some heads. FaZe are very spread right now, just playing everything. Waiting to see this aggression. Finally, Brokey will leave long and group back at top middle. Likely going to be running towards B, I presume, but I mean, you can wait here forever, and we certainly see snipers do. Information is key, but even more than that, if Brokey could get the pick, that would be nice for FaZe. However, nothing getting given. Eventually, you've got to call it and pick a bomb site. It will be B. Twist has the bomb, though, so yeah, I was going to say, if he goes through lower, it's dangerous. If he wraps through spawn, he's got to go quick. Config has just left that B bomb site as well. Is that temporary? It looks permanent, and it could be a problem.
Yeah, right. They're like really kind of contemplating, like, do we just commit to the gamble at this point in time? And they start to send everyone over towards A. Config is wrapping these lower tunnels. He's really the guy who could accomplish something in this round. Everyone else, it's feeling a little too far gone. But if Config can even get a kill here, that would make all the difference. No. Brokey, ready for that peak, absolutely blindsides Config. And with that kill coming in, it could just be the save called here for Cole.
That was super well played by Config, right? Tucking behind the pillar. You want them to walk wide and think tunnels is clear and try and look deep. And somehow Brokey hits that. Ice cold. Looking for a little more as these smokes fade in the doorway. Brokey, they're coming in. They're going for it. They have no kit. They're looking for damage, nothing else. Round certainly unattainable. And Blame, even with one kill, is now kind of screwed. His opponent's already getting ready to escape. And Blame might have to do the same. Good luck. Oh.
And now this is shaping up to be a really good scoreline for FaZe, right? Right where they want to find themselves. If you remember, or if you're just tuning in, when this game started, FaZe win the pistol, they get the conversions, they go 3-0 up, things were looking good. Then we had that rifle round come through from Complexity, and they went on to streak 5 together. So they were 5-3 up, and we were kind of wondering, well, FaZe, you know, like, if you met your match here, when the rifles are out, when the big boys are playing, is it too much to ask you to step up? And now, man, they've responded hand over fist, 8-5. And still in a position where they can break the money of Complexity heading into round 15. So a chance to make this half a strong one indeed for FaZe Clan.
Oh, that molly saves Rush's life, right? Can't see through the smoke with the AWP. We have 2 of which for the CT side. Now it's going to be a faster round for FaZe, and Karrigan has already been put down alone at the catwalk. Now Rush peeking out, and that looked like his kill on a platter, but Olaf takes it away. Poison with a 1-for-1, sees the bomb, but info isn't really valuable at this point. It's pretty clear where FaZe are, and Cole have everyone already positioned prior to that kill. Now is where the mind games come in. Now FaZe try and get cheeky with it, rotating out, checking spawn, holding for the B push, and as they do, so do Cole, aggressing up catwalk with that reboost, but really not straying away from A. They seem convinced that FaZe will eventually come this way.
Will they stick to their guns? That's kind of the question, right? Because as they're not seeing anything, the longer that they're not seeing nor hearing these FaZe players, the more doubt starts to creep into the mind of Cole. They go and hedge their bets. They stack 2 over towards B. They leave this A bomb site in the lone hands of Blame F over on the short side. Now with smokes landing, they know it's this A play. Blame's gonna get 1 through the smokes. The nade does even more damage. The bomb will get planted, but it's not really for anything. Roki with the swing has brought us back into a 2-on-2, but keep your eye on JKS. Oh, Brokey is at least. He's sniped him out of the round, and it's just Blame F all the way from Cat, now creeping up CT and in towards this A site. Brokey, is he gonna swing for a third? The hat trick, and there it is. FaZe Clan up onto 9. No money for Complexity heading into round 15. They're gonna be, you know, part of force buying whatever they can into this one. Lacking rifles, lacking the firepower. This is really building up to be quite the T side out of FaZe Clan.
That hurts so much for Cole, man. That was like a pitch perfect round, right? 3 up on the A side. It's just that self-doubt, right? That one question mark is, are they rotating? Are they leaving? We don't know. And think about how many of these mid rounds that FaZe have, you know, gone into 3-on-3s and ended in that B bomb site. They've been doing that all half. So Complexity conditioned somewhat by how some of these T rounds have gone, and FaZe make the opposite play, just holding off for 20, 30 more seconds. Great call by Carrigan. And now the last round of the half. Now the chance for FaZe to find double digits. And up on the catwalk, Rain's looking for the kills. Headshot not available, not for him at least. Blame will grab it right back. And this is all the more reason to give it up now if you're Cole. 5-on-4, sit back, relax. You've often been aggressive in these advantage positions, and that's been problematic. Now the SMG does take a peek down lower, but he doesn't get any info. Instead, doubling back and stacking the B bomb site. It's the right call for Cole.
Right, Molly backside. Olaf, the man to do it. Well, they clear JKS. Oh, they don't. The UMP. Oh, there's more where that came from as well. Config's friendly firing. Bloodlust. He just wants the kills, and he's going to get them 6-9. Complexity. They do save it with that force buy at the end of the half. It's close. It's very, very close. The second half of Dust 2 is coming up in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.
Hey Future Pros, back with a more complex pro tip today which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke, you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit.
wanna go mid?
Yeah. Top mid.
Tell me done.
Xbox. Nice.
Where's your fucking
Blow away. Boom.
Ah, it is very nice indeed here in the LAN halls of IEM Cologne, ladies and gents. The second half of play in this Dust 2 belter. FaZe taking on Complexity. And I wouldn't want to be anywhere else but right here, right now, watching this game. FaZe are about to embark on their CT side. They put up a great T half. They had a chance at a 10-5 that was just stolen away by Complexity. Is this 6-9 scoreline going to be the difference maker? Is that one round, the one round that got away? Let's find out.
Yeah, look at the push. Blame's cognizant of it. He's seen something, but the cover from Olof is going to stop these T's down lower from peaking top mid. Olof going aggressive. Got to be very careful as Rush takes his head off, but the USPs in tandem find a killer piece. 4-on-3. Weird round right now with Brokey still controlling the top of middle, and Rain is coming for assistance as well. Oh, they've caught Blame F back of the boxes, and now nowhere to go for Cole. If they go into B, it's walking into the Lion's Den. It's full of lions. Get out!
That's why they call it the Lion's Den. What are you doing? Oh, in the window, Twist roars to life. The main man, and here he is, bringing Rush down low. They know they've got him trapped in the tunnels. There is still a minute left. You actually can't afford to feed this guy, and Rain won't. Taps him out with the USP, and there's FaZe Clan going 2 for 2 in the pistol rounds on Dust.
It's got to feel great for players like Rain as well, right? We mentioned Olof obviously earlier, but for someone like Rain, you know, he's been about since, well, he's the architect, right? He's been around since before the FaZe Clan, and this guy, I'm sure, is very happy to be back at LAN, playing very good CS right now. Pistols, always a joy in Rain's hand. And right now, Cole are forcing. So really in a predicament right now, Harry. That one round, it may have got away, but not for long. FaZe up on double digits. And Cole, I mean, if they don't win this round, it's 12-6 down before they bring in their first buy. They're going to need a really, really nice T-side here. And if that is to happen, it would be lovely to start it with this. Deagles working their way up catwalk. More than enough smoke to throw 2 executes. Fake it outright, get mollies out of FaZe, make sure they're dry when you commit. And that also leaves FaZe with almost nothing for the retakes as well. But will it just be the pump and dump for Cole?
Plus, you know, I'd say you see like one in 3 roughly of these forces normally end up panning out. That's kind of just a made-up statistic, but
out of nowhere.
I would say that's not that bad an estimation.
Yeah, it's been worse,
Forces are very, very strong, especially for a T side where it feels like you're kind of taking less of a risk.
We've definitely had like times gone by in the past years of Force meta where it's like 55% of Force's second round get won, but here they come, here they go. Deagles into the A side.
Brokey, watch out, watch your head, mind the gap, and he gets deegged out. Rain waiting on the underground in with the peak up from ramp. Double up on the M4, but he can't find anything else. Full blind is poison. He would have loved to have had even a bit of vision there, but it is the difference maker in him getting that kill or not. Just Blame F in the 1v2, and with both players here for FaZe, they just swing him together. 11 on the board for FaZe Clan. They get that conversion. They've been good at finding these. I love that we just had the little picture-in-picture. That was something I've had a little chat to some of the ESL guys about. I love like the idea of having picture-in-picture, you know, getting a showcase, the celebrations, the emotions while the round's live.
Definitely had some cool graphics, right? Seeing both teams at the same time in those shots. So, yeah, right now, Cole, that almost could have been their round, right? They got the entries, they got the A site under control, but the flashbang, the left poison blind really was the biggest problem. Let FaZe swoop in and sweep up some kills, 11-6. And it gets easier here on out. Just Eagles, no armor, and no nades. Needing heroes more than ever for Complexity. FaZe are full of them.
Yeah, I'm waiting until we get Config back on a rifle. I think he could be like, you know, very much the difference maker within the realm of Dust.
Safe bet.
Just a bit of a stalemate over here in the long doors. Brokey's been waiting patiently. Will he get rewarded for all this patience? Or is he going to take a bullet to the dome? Oh, he's dishing them out, but only good on the first. Carrigan's now going to try and step up and get these trades. Don't die, Carrigan, and there it is, bomb dropped. And with that, the round is hoping to get locked in nice and cleanly. Bit mistimed on the flash peak. Carrigan doesn't mind. He's fallen off to long to play the bomb. And so these Deagles now hard-pressed to do anything, right? Deag might be pretty good at range, but the Org should have it beat.
Oh, it's grimy. And yeah, that sucks for Cole, right? They get given the bomb site, but without the bomb, not much use. 12-6, and the ecos was swept aside as we expected. Now we've got those guns, Harry. Now we've got Config armed and dangerous, or at least more dangerous than he already is unarmed. But this has to be a win, really, for Cole. The pressure's on right now. It's FaZe's map pick. They've got all the momentum, they've got all the money, and they've got double the rounds.
Yeah, and you know, like, so when we were looking at like FaZe T-side, one of the things that's nice about this FaZe squad and nice about Carrigan as an IGL is so often he like is the madman that will like run in, probably be the first to die, but he'll create you a lot of space in doing so, maybe get some openers. For Cole, you know, Blame is like a polar opposite leader in that sense, right? He is someone who likes to be kind of at the back of the pack, leading from behind, you know, friendly lines. And so that's why I'm looking at Config to be like the loose cannon, right? To be the guy creating this space. In this round, you've got long control, and Config is the player in pit, peeking out and trying to get a sight kill. Now, Brokey's there, but he's playing it pretty shallow with that orb. So Config's not going to get to spot anyone yet. No AWP in the hands of Poison. Brokey is uncontested in this range battle at long. Gonna feel like a bit of a shooting gallery if this is what Cole do look to follow through with.
Yeah, right. If we just have these smokes on the cross now, it's going to come down to Twists first and foremost. Molly down, and he's blinded as well. Does drop the smoke. Brokey has the cross. There's no smokes. Cole trying to fight their way to the A side, and they're up a man. Not for long. Rain falling at the short side, and great entries from Config have put Cole on the board surely. 11 health, but 3 kills in the round. It's just the Danes here for Cole. And Olaf Meister, nothing to do, but he might get caught by JKS. Ugh. That's a great round out of Cole. I don't think that's what FaZe were expecting. It certainly wasn't what I was expecting. They had more than enough util to get those long smokes in, but they're just trying to fight FaZe. They're trying to catch them on the cross. And Config goes nuclear.
I know what that room smells like, man. I know what the LAN room smells. I miss the LAN room smell. I don't mean like, you know, like convention smell. Like, that's very different. That's like, ooh. But, you know, I mean like LAN room smell, man. Those little, like the sheets, the sponsor sheets that you have behind everything there, but they have a little scent to them, man. It just smells like LAN. I love it.
Do you think Carrigan will sell you his mouse pad, Harry? So you can, you know, use it as like incense?
No, I don't think so. Ooh, Carrigan! Dead in middle.
The bomb,
not
man.
Pretty, but the bomb's dropped and it lands a bit out of the way. You should still be able to get it. Don't let this round fall apart, Complexity. It was meant to be easy. It was meant to be free. And now they're in a 2-on-4 up against USPs and Deagles. Oh my, that bomb has gotten up short. They do have a nice berth in towards this A bomb site, so they can look to get that down. But my oh my, look at Catwalk. You've got quite the little armada coming up the lane behind you.
They're arming themselves. That's the best part. They're now fully weaponized and moving in with a flashbang picked up off of the ground. Poison's throwing his util behind, but rushes step before it pops, and they both get popped and dropped by Rain. The Deagle winning the retake there for FaZe. And that is a beautiful round. Rain was long from the get-go, right? He could have stayed in A and just tried to defend that cross, but he makes a perfect call of pushing out, getting into mid, grouping as a 4-man unit in middle, and then taking all the guns dropped earlier. So that's a perfect retake for FaZe. And really, a round they should never be winning.
Yeah, right. Like, that wasn't even one where you go into it and it's like, oh yeah, you know, we got 5 Deagles, we got some armored players, like, you know, we can do damage here. Like, no, man, you headed into that with 2 Deagles and a bunch of USPs, and you come out of it with a round win?
Ouch.
Oh, that's rough for Complexity. Don't get me wrong, well played by FaZe to even make it happen. But that is really like the last thing you ever wanted to occur if you're a Complexity fan. Fast out long again. And once more, it's Config being that spearhead, creating all this space, getting down into the pit. And this time, with an AWP in the hands of Poison, you could even look to do like a late round swap between these players. Set that AWP up, because right now, Poison's in mid, waiting for a short peek.
Yeah, FaZe gaining info elsewhere, though, on short, looking at lower from that double boost, and they see nothing. So now convinced about this A-cross, and they're right. With the orb lurking up Cat, that's going to be very weird. Rain's left to deal with him, dropping util right now, so is Brokey. There's the smokes finally down for Cole. They're going to make it to the site. JKS burning and spammed out by Twist, leaves the bomb loose. Rush with a key entry, and it's getting all a bit up in the air. Karrigan, there's two behind that smoke. He has no idea, but he is able to escape, only temporarily. Olaf boosted back up and drops another. The bomb retrieved, but this is so up in the air. Poison's Catler finally coming in clutch with 2 kills, put down, config hunting kills, and it's absolute madness right now. Karrigan's got to put an end to it, and he started strong, jumping onto Flame, and anyone's guess as to where this round is going.
Is Karrigan prepared to leave it to chance? Is he going to try his hand at another jump shot? Right now, he's just waiting, and Blame is wrapped all the way around. Blame's going to nail him. Config, sorry, not Config, Karrigan, so nearly ready with the turn. That was left hanging in the balance. It didn't really feel like it should have gotten that close to begin with.
That was unreal. How are you sending a solo orb lurking up Catwalk?
Well,
and how is he getting a double kill?
So being real, I think the only reason that works as well as it does is that Rain comes back to help out in the site, and he dies to this player that's pushed up into onto default. And that opens up a window where, like, the other 2 site players that were never worried about short when Rain was there, you know, they're still not considering it. They're fixated on the site, and they get dropped. Look at this aggression, man. I'm just going to cut myself off because Twists is in their damn spawn, and he's gotten away with the first.
How do you get out of here, though, right? You don't know what's safe and what's not. And with every second that passes, you're getting wrapped, you're getting trapped in this spot. Brokey's going to try and cover somewhat, but they could be out lower as well. In fact, JKS very nearly is. Molly will do the job. That's going to force Twists out, but he's somehow found a little gap, a little cave he can hide in behind the flames. Oh my God, Brokey, watch out. JKS is coming in close. Twist, oh, going to get cleared here on the corner unless Brokey has something to say about it, and he's missing shots left and right. Twist eventually put down from lower, and now Brokey has a new target. Look at Olaf.
Yeah, you've got even more of that aggro. Olaf in the tunnels holding on to this B site now. He could try get this like late backstab in. If he gets 1 kill, he'll tee up FaZe for a retake. And there it is, just has to escape with his life, but he's not able to get into the tunnels in time. Now, once again, it's kind of hanging in the balance as to whether or not you even attempt this. If you're given a kill in mid, maybe it spurs you on. With nothing handed over and Poison peeking late, it is just the save out of FaZe Clan. Complexity, they get themselves a 9th. Good try out of Olaf. He knew exactly what he had to do in that B-bomb site, right? Get 1, get out, set up for a 4-on-3. Sadly, Rush knew he was going to do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a weird round from the start, right? With Twist getting up top mid and taking that kill. He does do a good job of just stalling, right? Like, you can't really ask for more once you've been spotted in that position,
well,
but just staying alive for 15 seconds
on
is
top
enough.
of that, the big worry I was going to have, like, when Brokey was throwing those flashes for him, stuff, I was hoping that they didn't, like, put so many resources into saving someone who really was, like, pretty far gone at that point in time. And the fact that, like, Brokey had that moment of realization, like, no, now's the time to kind of just admit it. Like, Twists, you're on your own, bud. Like, you've put yourself in this mess. I've got to hold on to my turf down in mid. Yeah. And it looked like that maybe could have saved them the round, but they end up with the B play. They wrap into that site. They force all those players into CT and A. And so Complexity do manage to bring that round home in the end.
Yeah. Key T-side win as well, especially after that you know, eco just a couple ago. A little bit shattered, but rounds around. And Cole, they're not out of this one, right? Certainly within reach. FaZe did manage to get away with some guns, though. That will tempt them back into somewhat of a buy. Rain on a Deagle, but that hardly feels like it's going to let him down. Orb and a Scout. But these are rounds that FaZe are no stranger to picking up.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get much aggression out of FaZe. They've taken some, like, you know, aggressive footholds. Really, it's Rain with the Deeg that's making me think maybe. But I hope they don't, because calling around like this, know the pressure is on FaZe. You know, Blame's a smart guy. He knows the money's not entirely put together. And these are the rounds that when FaZe were playing them on their T side, they would just give you a really slow, really grimy kind of setup where they're waiting for pushes. They're waiting for you to get that information and turn it against you. So FaZe aren't giving them what they want, right? They're not giving them this aggression. They're playing it very, very passive right now. And so that's going to force Complexity to make the first move. They take Catwalk. They've also got players out towards the long doors. Still a lot of options open to call here with 50 seconds left and control of tunnels, Cat, and long still in the bag. So really, they can play reactively. Wherever they find success here, they could just pick up the pace and barrel in. And nothing getting found. They will throw these set smokes into the A site. And are they going to follow through? Because they're running into this hero AWP if they do.
Yeah, someone's also walking out mid, and we have B control, so don't be surprised to see Cole double back, and there they go, with a late mid to B smoke, just enough utility for it. Karrigan's got a gap, but Twist has been knocked out of the window. Karrigan lines them up. They will trade, but he set them up for a 3-on-3 with one man anchoring B. He's got to do everything. It's Olaf. Oh, nowhere to go. Flashed out from behind, and JKS with that kill might just give Cole the round. Brokey has to save. Too far away, too far gone. And double digits for Complexity. Lovely little fake out there. Right, the A execute right back into a mid to B. No hesitation. The worst thing to do when you run that kind of round and you throw those cat smokes is to wait too long before you drop back into that mid to B. Then it becomes more clear than ever. Those smokes are barely faded before Cole were dropping into a fast B take. And Brokey just looking for one more to add to his cabinet. Or trying to get the kit, but not worth risking the AWP to any mid hunters. And here they come.
Don't lose it, Brokey. Oh, don't lose it. Now, config isn't going to go any further, so it's all good. Everybody lives. Everyone's a winner, but in reality, Cole are the winners. They get that round up on the board, now on to 10. Starting to get this game ever closer, right? With that victory, they break the money of FaZe once more. So suddenly, you know, you're taking an eco around this saved AWP. If Brokey can't have like an impeccable round where he like gets 4 and then you win it with a USP at the end or just something weird, then you know, suddenly this game's like neck and neck. You've only got one rifle round in between an even scoreline at that point.
Brokey, it's about staying mobile, right? Every shot he takes, he might have to be throwing in repositions. You don't want Cole to know where the AWP is at any point, because then they can just avoid it. They know there's nothing, or at least almost nothing, behind that AWP. And they'd be correct in thinking so. So Brokey takes one shot in middle, immediately darts back to the long position. That's not going to be where Cole are interested, though. Back to mid, perhaps. Could throw this cat execute again. Even got a door smoke being lined up. B's in rather, through the smoke. With a pistol, you got nothing to lose. Oh, but your life, poison, provides cover. And now collapsing into B, it should be easy peasy for Cole. 5-on-3, round is theirs. Brokey's looking to save again.
Yeah, so this is what we were saying, right? You've got one rifle round buffer between you and an even scoreline if you're FaZe. If you lose this next rifle, eco in again, and at that point it probably goes 13-13, and then it's back to anyone's game, and you start to get that like inescapable feeling of, oh my goodness, are we having this one turn against us? It's like one of those moments where you're going, we just close it now, guys, right?
Yeah,
like, you know,
right.
we had this big lead, it was meant to be easy. But Complexity have still got some fight left in them.
Yeah, Twist is the bodyguard right now. You may be wondering why he's saving a USP. That is just to get info for Brokey if anyone's hunting. He has all that mid angle. So very worthwhile in doing whatever you can to keep that AWP going. But as I said, here's the buy, the big buy for FaZe, the one that has to show results. All the utils available thanks to that saved AWP as well. So Twist even going to be joining Brokey on the AWP. We like that. Double AWP CT side dust, nothing special here. It's a late cross. Poison, ooh, flashed out. That does allow FaZe to get towards B unhurt as well. Whilst that long as rush, but CTs are flashing back in for fight. It's a 1-for-1. Rain can concede it and leave his AWP at the car. Meanwhile, AWP's talking of which, Poison's found a pick in middle, and Brokey's re-aggressing. They're going to hear these steps. He's got to be very careful. They don't walk the smoke, but JKS spams it instead, and he's scared. The rush is on the other side. He doesn't see him, though. This round has fallen by the wayside for FaZe. It could not have gone more wrong.
Yeah, that's rough as well, man. Like, especially for Brokey and Rain, if you hear that AWP scoping and you kill someone through the smoke and the guy you kill is Rain, you're going, there's still another guy here, right? Yeah. Brokey's still up. That AWP is over here at long. Great stuff from Cole to just break apart this full investment. Like, FaZe were hoping that they were going to come in here, they were going to start to, you know, up the pressure again, widen this lead, dodge the idea of the game ever getting tied up, and now it's knocking on their door. It's on their front doorstep, mate. It's a home invasion. And in the next round, Twist is the only guy with anything to say if he takes the AWP with him, which he can't.
Yeah, what a sad round for FaZe, right? Great call from Cole. You got to give it to them, right? That was the round to change the pace. FaZe have been waiting for that gun round. They double ecoed. They're just essentially waiting to do whatever they want to take control back. We've seen FaZe very keen at getting aggressive, right? That top mid push from Twist and things like that. So FaZe, yeah, they just play into Cole's exact round, which is take some control, take long, take tunnels, and just hold, just default, spread out, and the kills come to them. So that even scoreline that you're talking about, Harry, might very well be here. A blinding shot from Poison through the smoke, and it might be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, for guys like Carrigan, you know, you're probably hoping to come back to LAN and, like, you know, I don't want to say reinvent yourself, but Carrigan was always someone who was this incredible IGL that struggled to, like, get his team over the line, you know, like, get the results, get, like, the big first place finishes. Obviously, we all know about the Boston Major.
Not talking about
yeah, we don't have to think about that one. But, you know, that was kind of this guy's thing. It's like one of his shortfalls was that in these high-pressure moments, when it really starts to matter, when it comes down to just getting it over the line, that was where the cracks started to show. And I can imagine he went into today wanting to be like, no, we want decisive victories. We want to come out on top. And it could if Rain's Deagle can keep up stuff like that. Oh, now there's a chance for Olof and Twists, right? They weren't that invested. Well, now they're giving it a go. They're buying up next round anyway. Rain has given them a chance. They've got to finish the job that he started from a long way from home, all the way down here in mid on this B retake. Orphan and AK retrieved. And at this point, you know, your brain's going, these are pretty expensive guns. Take a little peek and see if we can spot anything, but nothing's getting given over.
Oh, that's awkward. Smoke fading now. Twist has to give it a go or get out now. He's sort of trapped. They're coming his way with the AWP. Oh, hello. No kit, but he can maximize his damage here. He can get both kills, surely. There's one. Second blind turns, and Twist hits nothing but dirt. Poison with the shot, and that's going to be Cole finding the round. Okay, sure. Good eco for FaZe. They do a lot of damage. That double from Rain in middle was lovely, but it's all in vain. It's all for nothing if a round isn't picked up by FaZe. Cole are controlling this map right now.
Yeah, you don't want that. You know, you want that to be like, all right, boys, lots of damage, and then we went on to, like, capitalize on it and do really well. You know, you don't want that to be a situation where you go, well, it came to a 1v1 that we couldn't win, and we went on to lose the game. So let's see, right? A B play out of Cole. A real change of pace if they do follow through with this execute. FaZe haven't been dealt too many of these yet. So here's the B push. Olaf's nade, good for a bit of damage. Twist has opened up, but Olaf is the point man. He is the player that has got to hold on to this site. He's dropped the bomb, but that's the end of the line for Olaf. FaZe are now teed up for a 4-on-3 retake at the B bomb site.
Yeah, they have a window, right? Cole with the smokes and the molly in the window as well. Let them plant the bomb safely. They know there's no one coming through just yet. And in the post-spawn, that's where things get tricky. Tricky for whom is the question. FaZe is still stuck with a double AWP. They do have flashes to get back in, but it's not going to get any easier. Carrigan swaps mainly so he can throw these flashes and a rifle can play off the back of them. FaZe have got to move fast.
Here we go. Molly's going in. Flashes to follow. This is the push, and it needs to go well from the offset. Rain with the opener. Flame's dead as well. Rain's on a tear. Poison. Can they get past him? Oh, the Glock does damage, but it can't finish the job. The defuse is in, and FaZe Clan do launch a successful retake into that B-bomb site to grab round 14.
Yeah, lovely. Very measured, very well done. Olaf goes 1 for 1. Twist gets out with a kill.
I got nervous when Poison was...
And they just set up in the 4v3. And I love that call as well to swap the AWP out. Otherwise, Karrigan would be flashing an AWP into B. That's not what you want. You want a rifle, and it's the rifle of Rain that leads them in for the retake. So 14-13, the streak of rounds for Cologne this T-side have come to a close.
It's also Twists with Karrigan's grandfathered rifle to get that trade right at the very end.
Yeah, it was a bit scary. Poison in the 1-on-4. It hit a couple of nice ones.
But he dinked him with the Glock.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's a PC-50, man. Who knows where that round's going, but not today.
Okay, so we've had our little... our point break, right? This is now FaZe trying to get the momentum going back in their favor. And I tell you what, FaZe fans, if they win this round, money's not looking great for Cole. So this is like a great route to close out this map in, in regulation. Just get it done, get it dusted. You don't have to worry about comebacks. And it could all be accomplished, or it could all be teed up on the back of getting 15 here and now.
If only it were that easy, Harry. Notice the bomb is back in B, so we might have another one of those drops for Cole, right? They set these A smokes up, they fall back into a late mid to B. If they do, FaZe are playing for that contingency, right? Olaf and Twist still locked in the back of B and not moving until the bomb is seen. They have no reason to change spots right now, and good spots to play as well. Rain has the mid info for them. And here we go, this is that B play. We don't have much of a cat fake now. They're just going to be contacting into this AWP Twist. 1 kill and backing up to give Olaf room to breathe would be massive. The flash goes over, but Twist hits the shot.
Rain's caught the mid lurk as well. Now Olaf is dead, so Twist is the guy having to defend B. And he is that guy, man. Twist in with a double. Poison comes in and is cut down by Rain in the window. Just blame F. He's on the other side of the map with 10 seconds remaining. Blame's just got to hold on to the AK. FaZe, it might have been 13-13. We might have been getting worried, but now they're on map point. 15-13 and breaking the money of complexity heading into this next round. Victory feels like it's right around the corner for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, for sure, right? That's going to feel good. It felt like they were, losing the plot in this second half, man, with some of these aggressive rounds, some of these advantage rounds that fell short. 6 in a row for complexity, and that hurt so much for them as well, right? To have your money stripped away after a really impressive comeback for Cole. That AK save is big, right? It's going to mean at least a gun in this round. And you got to piece together the economy to figure out what the hell you're going to do here. Dust 2 is not a map where SMGs and pistols reign supreme on that T side. You really want that range. And right now, FaZe looking good to lock in their map pick of the series. Nuke is up next. Mirage to close if we need it.
I mean, I think as well, when you look at this guy, when you look at Karrigan, he is someone who's very, very good at getting the most out of people when he's there with them in person, right? Like, we've seen that as well. Oftentimes, it feels like he gets his best work done whenever they've come off the back of a boot camp, right? And had that time to get to go over stuff together. Get to go over it in person. Well, here on LAN, mate, don't get more personal than that. Short control taken for complexity. Once again, you've got a player holding onto tunnels so you can go back to B if this A site isn't to your liking. Is it going to be more of the same with like a little late fake, or not late, light fake thrown in towards this A site and then an attempt to duck down into a B play? Config's dropped in this exec utility, but it is just a smoke and a nade. I doubt that FaZe are too gung-ho to rotate over on the back of something so unsubstantial from Cole, especially because we've seen a lot of this exact round play out so far.
There you go, smokes are in. Olaf flashed off at the perfect timing there. Does his teammate have the tunnels covered? Twist needs to. They're filtering into the window, through the tunnels and over the smoke. Twist with mid shots, they look dead over, they're not. Olaf now at the back of car, spraying and praying, and he gets a double, setting his team up for yet again another retake, favored off FaZe until that bomb goes down, and now it's anyone's round.
Yeah, the molly on Karrigan could be big with Poison so low on HP. He's been able to retrieve that AWP from Twist's body. Poison, low on health and up in the window. looking to deal with this mid player. Carrigan is wrapping the tunnels, and he spotted the guy laying on the big box. Missed shot out of Poison, so now they know about him in window. Carrigan's burned out JKS, and Brokey goes on to close it out. That's FaZe picking up Dust 2. They get it over the line with another B retake. Complexity, now we look to their map pick. Now we look to the rest of this series. Can they get back into the flow of things, or are FaZe looking to book a spot at IEM Cologne?
Back and forth we go yet again. It's FaZe and Complexity this time over, and you can see the scoreline that is indicative to how this game went. A clash that actually put FaZe above at the end of the day. They pick up this first map of the series, just one step closer to qualifying for that main event of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. I'm Trace, alongside of me is Jason, and then his friend Yanko is on the other side of him. But he's also in the little box, which you'll see in just a second. FaZe Clan picking up a first map here, Yanko. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think it was a great map for them. I think both pistols definitely did help, but it wasn't only up to that, right? Even if they won and started 3-0 in the first half. Complexity did mount a mini comeback of their own, winning 5 rounds in a row, and still FaZe managed to consolidate from that point, kind of bring things back into their favor and make the necessary adjustments.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I understand that you have some things to kind of go over here, Yenko.
Yeah, it's true. You know, Config early on, Jason also pointed out as, you know, the focal player for Complexity. You can see here, first gun round, great push from him, timed it to perfection, but when it actually came to the execution of the frags, you could see he was struggling with the spray a little bit and gets killed by Brocky. Definitely frustrating for him, and he had a couple of frustrating rounds in this first half. You can see here, round number 10, right, ends up in a 1v1. He probably gets the call that Twist is low, pulls out the pistol, but Twist just peeks him perfectly. And that brings us to round 12, where he opens up with a great kill on Carrigan. This is going to be a 4v3 situation for Complexity, but you can see it's 1:15, and he's just going for this. Like, it's too early to push now. There hasn't been too much happening on the map, right? It's not like they were executing A, so you're prompted to push. And this really resets the round for FaZe. In a 3v3, they did a great kind of A ending after that. And I really felt like some of these rounds were the turning point, especially round number 12. You feel like Complexity with that one could have gotten all the remaining rounds in the first half. But, you know, we know he's a bit of an emotional player, so maybe this is something that affected him.
So, you know, just looking at the victors, right? We look at FaZe, and I look at you, Jason. We could talk about Rain and a Deagle all day. I'm sure that's like several hours.
Close.
Yeah, you know, it's so close, so cool. What about Twist with an op? Now, I don't know that that's a conversation that's necessarily been had a whole lot.
No, I mean, he wants to pick it up. He likes it. And, I mean, as a double op, it's not a big deal. I don't think he's going to be, like, blowing anyone's minds in terms of picking it up and becoming a primary opper for FaZe. I actually think the big thing that FaZe did with the AWP in the first half was kind of what won on the route, and that's when Complexity was picking it up, because Poison got off to a really good start, right? Poison around 4 had a triple kill. Poison around 6 had a triple kill. Poison around 7 had a triple kill with the AWP. And that was a lot of FaZe attacking him up catwalk and kind of heading right at him. And I think eventually one of the adaptations they made that started getting them to string some rounds together, they had a 6-round run after that, was actually attacking towards Poison except through long. They kind of exploited, and this also kind of falls into line with on Complexity. Rush had a bit of a rough game on the CT side. They started attacking that long position, and it made Poison super uncomfortable. Like when you start exposing that second flank to the Opera, who wants to play at railing, wants to play for catwalk, that makes it really, really awkward for him to have any kind of comfort in the fights he's selecting. And FaZe just abused that for a good section, a good portion of that first half. It was a really good adaptation.
Yeah, he's not finding the angles he wants. He's not getting that sort of just, hey, I can set in my post.
Way more paranoid when your defender at long is also going down or not having an easy time securing that position.
So, well, securing the first map, FaZe obviously brings us to a second one, which is Nuke. And Yenko, I look at you now for a little bit of guidance as we, you know, start to dive into this next map.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for Complexity. For a while, it has been their best map. You know, one of their probably the pick before Mirage became the staple pick. They were really good also with, you know, having these explosive plays towards A, turning off their own mollies, some half buys as well, where they don't have all the guns, all the utilities. So I'm looking forward to seeing now that they picked it again, do they have some new stuff in store for us?
Yeah, and you know, I think that's probably at least a good way to get our foot in the door right here, Jason. I'm looking at Brokey and Rain, and I'm thinking that these guys are going to continue to show up.
Yeah, you'd certainly hope so. I mean, that's going to be a big deal, Brokey, with the AWP. This is one of those maps as well where I feel like Twist can do some really good damage if he's gotten comfortable, if he's playing any kind of new position outside from what he was previously in Liquid. But also, I mean, the last time I remember, you know, thinking about and watching FaZe demos on Nuke is when Olaf was battering us in Ramp Room, and that's a position where I kind of mentioned the pregame talk about Olaf coming back as his experience. His experience in that part of the map is going to be so critical. It's actually such a benefit to have someone who's got that much time playing the game and being able to just understand the game at that level, playing in such a critical position on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely a pivotal position. That's right. Gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to be going to a quick break so that we can come back with Nuke between FaZe and Complexity. We are back.
he's going to get that shot, and that has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, he's going to be takes every single one from nothing to the AWPs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Mini nuke. Ooh, I'm good on that.
Holy shit, door. It's so close range.
Where do you go?
Oh my god, bro.
No, he rushed out. I didn't rush it. Literally next to spawn.
That door, actually. Oh my god. Oh, bitch.
What the?
Just knifed him. Should have knifed him, bro.
That's what a real teammate would do. Oh my god. Down the vent. Down. No.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's
oh, no kit. Feels bad.
I have it.
Oh, nice.
This one, this one. What? Out
nice.
Mama.
It's uncomfortable.
Nice, nice.
Get up. Oh.
Oh my god.
Follow me.
Oh my god.
He's ramp. I said, follow me, fell. He's ramping up. It's Crowley's. Fight your ass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, told you. Whoa, he's out of there. Oh.
Really? I could kill you so easy.
You could have easily killed him when he was running.
Yeah, but you weren't at the same time. Oh, top of reds.
Nice. God, he's shooting my body. Toxic. To the rush god.
Oh my god.
He's gonna push ramp probably. He's been ramp most rounds.
How do we get up, ladder?
Oh. No, oh my god.
No, he's 1 HP.
Oh my lord.
First secret entrance.
Oh my god.
I couldn't find secret, someone. I couldn't find secret, dude. Oh, push ramp, that scared the shit out of me. I don't know what that guy is, but yeah. Doesn't push ring it. He already crossed that angle. Oh,
oh my.
Nice, Justin.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then be true to who I am ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize.
Oh, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Carrigan with a mouthful of banana as we get ready to head back into this series. Ooh, baby, let's go. Finn's got the big banana in. Hugo, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Harry. Not as excited as you, but just that's on a biological level. However, we are very, very ready for Nuke. Cole's map pick in this series. Obviously, down a map right now. They showed us some great grit in the opener. It felt like they were already out of the thing by 12-6 when FaZe were just rolling over. But Cole pulled quite a comeback. However, it did fall on dead ears, all for nothing, unless they can pull back their map pick. And the smiles are all out, Harry. Not just yours, Reigns here as well.
Just look at, man, I think everyone's having a good time right now. You know, like
nice
it just feels like so different to what we've been used to calling normal for the last year and a half, right? And now we're back to what everyone knows and loves, and you can see that everyone's feeling good about it.
Even just getting the fist bumps in, man, after winning rounds, like that makes all the difference for sure. That makes all the difference. So it's going to be a banging series. Obviously, Mirage to close the third map. If we make it there, Cole are going to have to fight hard for it, but it's a great map for them as of late, right? Recent results have been very good for them. So, you know, they've also been grinding, right? As far as Cole are concerned, playing in these recent cups. We saw them grinding them last year, making a lot of money from the Sweet Snow Cups. They've done that again recently, qualifying for a LAN in 2022. So recent results have been good for Cole, but FaZe are really putting them to the test today.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get a 3-map series. I'm wanting a series that goes the distance. You know, I don't want to show up to cast the LAN, first series of LAN, 2-0. Oh, I'd cry. I would cry. And you know, so I'm hoping that we've got the resilient complexity that we know and love. And that's the thing about this team, right? They are good at this. They are grinders. They are people who are good at grinding their way back into a series or back into a map. We almost saw and felt that on Dust 2, if you remember. So, who knows what we're going to get out of them heading into their map pick.
Especially when this is a team that we always talk about prep and stuff and like coming into events or matches prepared. Well, we know how much hard work some of the guys in Cole do, not just Blame F, right? But also key to the coach, a fellow Brit, which is nice to see, you know, represented on the big stage. And quite literally now with LAN being back in play. So, yeah, obviously a lot of ESCA refrag from those two. A lot of cool ideas there. We saw some nice B execute smokes from Cole on that map as well. Some different bits of utility here and there that we haven't seen in recent matches. So yeah, homework done. But the exam, mate, not quite as easy. Different conditions.
I hope we're going to be getting in soon, man. Like, you know, I'm here. I'm hyped at an 11 right now, and like trying to hold that out during during just looking at, you know, these handsome faces, guys like Blake. Look at how serious he's feeling right now, and with good reason, right? Like FaZe, it's all smiles over on their side. You know, like you're a map up. The pressure, while it's still there, it's feeling maybe a little alleviated. For Complexity, like they're getting that grinding headspace on. They're getting their comeback heads on.
Yeah, I think what's super cool about this matchup as well is we haven't had these teams face off in, you know, over 6 months.
And considering how many games we had, it's a bit of a miracle, right?
Since the end of last year. And funnily enough, the end of last year when these two teams last faced, well, who was it on FaZe? It was Kjaerbye, now retired as of this week. So bit of a shame for that. But yeah, obviously a different roster. Cole picked up the last couple of matches they played. Yeah, they were last year.
We're entering some like very interesting times, you know, like it feels like with guys like Kjaerbye, MBK as well, like another name, right? That recently stepped down, joining the likes of, you know, Get Right, Olaf even retiring, although, you know, you wouldn't believe it with how much he's played since retiring. But no, man, it's one of these things where it's like, you know, it feels like you're very much seeing like kind of a changing of the guard in some sense, right? There's a lot of young names. There are a lot of players who haven't played at LAN, come into play at this LAN for their first time at like, you know, on the big stage.
Yeah, and seeing as we're talking about like phase, next phase players, I think Coldzera is obviously a very interesting talking point. Obviously not in this game, but you definitely wonder where he's going, what his future will look like. If we talk about like Brazilian Counter-Strike and we lean away from the obvious of Furious and stuff like that, like these last few weeks, these last few months for Brazilian CS have actually been pretty good as far as NA is concerned, right? Like playing inside of that region. We've had some really exciting times, good teams coming up. Team 1 have been grinding, getting to the Pro League, things like that. So there's an opportunity
Wow.
Like Cole.
Hugo, I don't want to stop you because I love talking about the Brazilians. I love talking about the O-planos, the no-planos, and everything in between. But what we want to start to turn our attention to now is Nuke. FaZe Clan taking on Complexity, second map in this series, the pick of Cole as they look to make this comeback happen to take us to map number 3.
Yeah, I think just the big question is, have you been baited by the graphic, Harry?
Have I been baited by the graphic?
Still waiting?
That be the question, Hugo. And it does look like I've been baited by the graphic.
I can't blame you.
There wasn't any like hype music. That should have been the giveaway.
I can play it. I can get my banjo out if you want.
I don't believe you can play the banjo.
You're correct. I mean, anyone can play it, just not well.
Man. Come on there. We're meant to be... There we go. I'm seeing a little Intel graphic. That means we're in now for real. Good. I was about to start talking about something else. So, thank goodness we've gotten this game underway. Complexity, T-side start, FaZe electing to begin over on the CT side. Fair enough. Makes a lot of sense. Kind of what you'd expect. So let's get into this. We've waited long enough.
Yeah, full armor for FaZe, right? So what the Complexity have in store? Not much util. Smoke's going over the top outside. They're walking towards ramp. Olaf's still got that gap. He's going to have info, if not a kill here. Ooh, tagging a leg. But he's got to be careful, right? Getting back on the railing so he can drop off and escape into B. No,
oh my God, he goes
forward and fights with his teammate who's fallen at CT. Now Rush chasing him down, and it's not gone well for FaZe Clan in this round. Desperate rotate for Carrigan, but he needs to kill someone, and he needs to kill them fast. Bomb's chasing him right now. Config's up close.
Oh, no.
And Carrigan falling out here could set FaZe up for a retake after all.
Yeah, it's not over yet, boys. They've tried to clothesline Carrigan, but he's the one hanging them out to dry. The bomb's now dropped over on the mini ramp. Blame F's got to go get it. He's arriving late through ramp. Carrigan taps him out, and it is a great pistol round out of this guy.
Yeah.
Finn Anderson takes to the stage once again and opens up with a hat-trick to begin Nuke.
My mistake for even considering the word retake in that round. The bomb was so late, and, you know, never room given by FaZe as they lose 2 players on ramp. They just full rotate. They just full commit. And convinced that it was going to be a lower take, they were right. Carrigan's able to get 3 kills. FaZe on the board early. We've got a force for Cole, nothing surprising here.
So that's now 3 for 3 in pistol rounds for FaZe in this series. Are we going to see a force by return, though? This is nice. Poison getting the opener, stopping Olaf, who tries to aggro through ramp. And really, like, that's how these rounds get out of hand. If you lose this first player, well, now everyone's kind of on high alert. Now you're turtling up, you're getting defensive, you're feeling worried about pressuring these pistols. And it's that worry, it's that playing passive, you know, that can make you a little fearful. And in that fear, Cole might be able to exploit something.
Oh, there's going to be double fear now. Look at this cross smoke. It's a fake. It's only Blame going behind it. So FaZe are going to be panicking and rotating. They're already sending players down towards B, but it's all a bit of a ruse. It's a ramp take instead. They're coming in silent, now starting to run. Carrigan on the corner already, and he's got a bit of a spray, but only good for a kill and some damage. M4 to be picked up by Cole. But do they really want to end lower? Because those rotates are already in, right? You've already seen Brokey drop due to the smokes outside, so he's in the perfect spot to make magic happen.
All right, Brokey, magic man. No rabbits in the hat. He's got to pull this one from deep within the wizard sleeve, and instead, Config just domes him out with the deagle. No love lost down at this B-bomb site for Cole. They've got this bomb planted. And for FaZe, it's probably going to be a save. You don't want to have to call it, but it's really all you're left with here.
Yeah, I mean, they're poking their head in, but with no kills given up, and the reality of the situation staring you back in the face. FaZe make the sad but right call to get away with very little as well. Famas and SMG. Cole steal the M4, so far better armed at this point. And hell, you couldn't win the pistol, but winning the force, that's basically better, right? That really flips the economy in your favor, especially when you start keeping numbers alive like this. So no problem for Cole. Bomb goes off at B. And here we go. Already off to a back and forth start. You know FaZe are going to be buying here as well, right? Saving 2 guns, having 1,400 on some players. We're thinking Deeg armor. Very limited weaponry here for FaZe, but always worth investing.
Yeah, so let's see that reinvestment round then. Can they work their Deagle magic? That's the question. It's already gone against them.
Yeah, we saw on Dust, though, FaZe did win these rounds, right, a couple of times on that CT side, so never a team to be counted out. Look at these rotates as well. Twist has already dropped lower, and we're seeing Cole already really set this precedent of playing with these smokes outside, Blame crossing alone through them, and Twist is ready there to deal death. Olaf at ramp, and he spots something this time, won't be overcommitting, just concedes and goes towards lower.
Yeah, this is a nice feeling though, right? It was Olaf in round number 2 that dies pushing ramp to give up the man advantage. Well, this time he's fallen off. He doesn't give you that engagement, and so you don't have a chance to put this back into a 4-on-4. Now, that pressure from round 2 is like afflicted the other way. Rapping through hell and up into heaven are complexity. So you win the hot fight, but now you've got to hold on to A. The bomb plant is coming in, and it is a heaven plant as well. That's important to bear in mind with JKS up in that position. He is someone that FaZe are either going to have to deal with or avoid. And if you are planning to avoid this guy, you need numbers, right? You need to keep him away from denying your defuse. And that's going to hinge on getting these openers into the site. Twists from main, looking to be the first point of contact, but it's Olaf through the hut. Deegs rush out of the round. He never even gets a chance to play. JKS dead on the swing, and the defuse is found for FaZe. It's going to be close, but it's still this second round locked in for them. And the Force Buy Wars look like they're set to continue. There it is. I knew it all along.
I gotta say, man, JKS swinging there. He's just trying to trade his teammate, right? He's trying to play with him, but we saw how close that bomb came. All he has to do is hide heaven. It's for him. He has some util. He can play with them. A couple of bait shots, you know, try and force someone off the bomb. Like, you can win that round. That's a real shame to see him swing with only seconds remaining. It was in tandem with his teammate, but look at what the cost is. FaZe given a round, forced up with the Deagles. And now this will just continue, back and forth until someone finds 2 in a row. Cole, they're fighting for it, and they've got the AKs at least.
Yeah, if this like continues on being back and forth, right, the T side starts to kind of take like a bit of a home field advantage in that everything is just cheaper for them, so they can really, you know, keep upping the ante with these Force Buys. CT side, it's a lot harder, and it hinges a lot more on like making right reads, right saves if you want to keep these purchases going. That's of course hinging on the idea that like the Force Buy Wars continue, and they might not with Olaf opening up the round through the smoke. It's an immediate man disadvantage for Cole. And that's now 2 rounds where Olaf has killed someone, and they've barely even felt like they've had a chance. You know, like he wall-banged Rush in the retake. Yeah. Now he smoked shots poison to begin this one.
Ridiculous. And lower is being controlled and patrolled by Twist right now. So there's no question on, is someone down vent, or could they have got on that secret cross? Brokey's now finally leaving outside, and that's because FaZe are convinced it's A, and they are so correct. Fully stacked with 3 CTs here. Look at the crossfires. Brokey dropping in, committing now. Carrigan stopping them from crossing in. He's going to drop off the roof and help out some more. Carrigan with 3. Actually only 2 in the round. Yoinked from the first kill. But it's still around for FaZe. Very happy with that one. Easy upper execute, denied.
Yeah, and I felt like, you know, in like the first 3 rounds, we've seen guys like Olaf only looking more comfortable in the ramp room, right? Round 2, he dies pushing. Round 3, he doesn't fight, doesn't give a fight over, and just drops into B, staying alive. Round 4, he gets the opener at ramp. It's almost like a live evolution before our very eyes. Complexity now, they've got to admit defeat in the Force Buy Wars. They've just got to concede and take an eco. So FaZe are really looking to bolster this lead and break ahead. This round should be a freebie.
Yeah, dry crossing. Okay, Config. I was about to say...
Should be a freebie.
Yeah, I was about to say that shouldn't be happening, but okay. All right, man. Deagle.
That's the one Deagle in play as well. Like, you know, it makes sense. That's why you give it to that guy. Config goes, no, I am the guy, by the way, and he gets it. That's an opener. We saw how, you know, Deagle openers can make rounds fall apart. Well, Twist has just given them another.
Oh dear, Rain's holding. He must have said no one's crossed, and that's because the cross already came in. Config ran it as soon as he got that kill. Rain never saw anyone make it. That's a bit of a miscom there for FaZe, and it might cost them. There's still only Glocks, remember, that's the weird part. Config can give his dig over, but the other 8 are irretrievable. He's been tapped out by Rain. Karrigan's now here to make mincemeat of these armorless players, and that he will. Dinner is served, and it's all Cole. 4-1 for FaZe.
I tell you what, like, you know, I know Karrigan only 3K, you know, the eco players pushing through main, so it's pretty unremarkable. But within the context of how much that round was slipping out of hand, he does really well to not lose that fight. You know, even if he went for like a 2-for-1 trade and like it's still left with a player alive, a gun retrieve, they can at least do more damage. They can at least wreck you for the future. And you dodge all of that by Karrigan just sweeping it under the rug. So now we're 4-1 up. We've got a nice, healthy lead for FaZe Clan and a Complexity that, in spite of some bright sparks here and there, still find themselves at a deficit. So now they're coming out with the rifles and they're hoping to hit the ground running.
Yeah, it's always funny seeing player cam replays when they get caught off guard, like Twist knife out. It's not even thinking about a player there. We just saw him like jump out of his seat, man. It shows these players, they're good, but they're also human. Happens to all of us. Nothing worse than getting jump scared. 4-1, here we go. Buy is out for Cole, they got to make it worthwhile. Moving outside with lots of players as well. Throwing some smokes, Blame is the one-man crossing. Meanwhile, we have some aggression towards lobby from FaZe. Blame will make it, but Twist is going to definitely have his wits about him this time around. Meanwhile, Color walking out A, they're taking up by storm, and FaZe have no idea. So focused on the outside, there's only one man left up here.
Oh, well, JKS with the entries. And the A site, it belongs to Complexity. Olaf Meister, can you do anything about it? The flash is gross, and Config has snuffed out FaZe in this round. Just Twist remaining, all the way down on B, by the way. Kind of scratching his head as to how this one went so wrong so quickly on the back of this A walk.
Yeah, that's a really nice call for Cole, right? Like, they've been throwing these smokes every time, and they've never had no one behind it. They've always either had a player or they've been like dry running outside. They've just been keeping FaZe scared of B. Twist has been rotating early so many rounds, and because Cole have all that pressure and focus outside from FaZe, they just get to walk through the door. They don't throw any grenades. They make no noise. They give no warning to FaZe Clan, and then 2 headshots from JKS, and the round is done. So beautiful stuff.
I reckon FaZe are feeling that pressure now, right? If we're cognizant of the fact the outside smokes are pulling too much attention away, then they're definitely cognizant of it. It wouldn't surprise me if maybe you have something like a secret player, right, attempting to go for info. We've seen Twists gravitating towards that position more and more as this game's gone on. Maybe we get like a secret challenge out of him. It's a good way of getting the information on the outside smokes early, right? It's really one of the only ways to get that information without taking a huge risk, like running out yard. They go for the cross. There's no one in secret, so they will manage to get down. No one even on B. And Complexity are moving in with 3 players down on this side of the map.
Yeah, Brokey's finally here. He got very lucky. Those smokes bloomed outside. He almost got caught by the players crossing red. But instead, he's now poised at dark in B with the second AWP helping him. Olaf and Brokey double AWPing the lower bomb site. Collar going as well. There's still a player in the ramp room. Karrigan's going to clear him out though. No clue from JKS. Shot in the side of the head. And Olaf's just left. He thinks it's no longer B with that ramp player dead. But Brokey's calling for support. Push through the molly. They'll hear the burning. And now they've spotted him as well. He's stuck in the open. Dead man walking. And Blame puts him down. Olaf helps out. And Cole can't get comfortable in the B site. Look at these rotates. They are in every position. Poison's just trying to live, and that's really all he's going to get given this round.
Yeah, great call on that full rotation down to B. You know, I did get nervous when we saw Olaf leaving. I was like, oh my God, have they misread this whole situation? But Brokey, I think, is the guy who saves the day. Playing dark, mollied out. He makes the call, like, no, they are committing into B. And also, like, when he's getting 1v2'd from Decon and Double, like, you can tell he's got a very good read on what's going to happen to him in that moment. It's a little bit awkward because he gets like caught between 2 doors out in the open, but he was very cognizant about the door swing. He gives a lot of info over to his team, and it allows those Decon players to just swing out and secure the round. Fast ramp play now though. Olaf about to get tested, and there's more where that came from.
Oh, lovely second shot. His team is just lining up flashes on the deep ramp as well, blinding Cole. As they commit. Bye-bye.
Olaf with the wall bang. Juicy, juicy Olaf. Just blame F left alive. And man, there ain't nothing you can do against that. Olaf's got like a real fetish for just killing people where they've got no clue where they're dying from. It's wall bangs, it's smoke shots, it's all kinds of BS, and it's all coming up in favor of FaZe in that round there.
Man, this is a great game out of FaZe. I love how much they're playing together on these lower rotates. Not in that round, but in the one previous, as well as the pistol, right? It's when they drop B, they don't just drop one dude. Like, obviously, Twist has been patrolling early, but when they're convinced it's B, man, everyone comes in, and they just sandwich Cole. They go, fine, if we're getting faked out, if they do want to go up to the vent, if they end up, we can just retake that site. Like, every time Cole have committed lower, FaZe have had 4 players in position. Beautiful shot out of Olaf, a round that should never happen.
Everyone's smiling after that. Like, everyone knows that if you're Olaf, that's a feel-good shot. Like, no matter how long you've been playing CS4, you still get tingly when you wallbang a guy through B ramp. Brokey, with his AWP outside, he's got plain open sight lines, but can't find anything yet. Finally takes the head off of Blame F, but players have gotten down secret, and that's something that FaZe are going to have to be cognizant of in this anti-eco.
Yeah, they're definitely aware of the possibility, right? Like, that's caught them off in the past before. They won't let it happen again. This time, Twist is already dead, so there's no lower rotate yet for FaZe. They're just waiting on top. They're waiting to see if there's any more, because they know, really, there's probably no more than one down in B, and they know it's not the bomb. So how much can Config really do if they don't give him the kills? Bomb's going to try and cross. Right now, no cover. The AWP on a wide angle. Config doesn't know it, but he has free reign to get down towards B. Or not Config, rather, the bomb at red on rush. Config's already there, coming back up. And Brokey has main covered. So yeah, this is a perfect setup here for FaZe. They say if it's B, we'll retake together. If it's A, well, they won't get that far. Brokey changing spots and just escapes, but he is spotted. Oh, I was going to say, if Config hit that.
Whew. I mean, those are the kind of fights that you want Config in, but never comes through. Brokey with the 4K, with the AWP outside, laying down the pain. I think it was important for Brokey to have a round like that early on, right? Build even more confidence up in himself. He's looking good with that AWP. And if you're able to get Cole feeling a little bit dubious about outside, a little bit worried as to this outside control and whether or not they can beat Brokey on that AWP, then I think that would serve to really cripple this T side, right? The essence of these rounds that Cole have right now have come off the back of these outside smokes that have been a reoccurring problem for FaZe.
Yeah, double nade silo early. It's not going to catch Config. He's a bit late to that one, but always a nice idea. Beating someone, catching that spawn.
Anyone doing this as well, when you're a main player and you're like so frivolously willing to fight at the door, that just screams confidence, right? Rain's like, oh, he wants the kills. He's hungry for them. And I tell you what, if he keeps waiting, he just might get them.
Yeah, they're resetting though. They're going back to outside. Maybe some late smokes here for complexity. Leave JKS in the lobby. He's been lurking here. Rest of Cole, is it a contact play? Should have some lineups. Here we go. They know this AWP has been a nuisance. It's a fake again, though. And it seems like no one's crossing behind it this time as well. FaZe, they lose all their info here. I wonder where this leaves FaZe in terms of the rotates. They're still stacked up on upper, and that is the right call because Collar's setting up util on T-Roof. Still under a minute left. They've got enough time to drop back into the lobby. But these smokes, these flashes thrown are going to telegraph their play. They've got to hit their shots.
Yeah, right. Like, now any doubt is out the window.
Okay.
Now FaZe know, and Carrigan decides he's going to leap into the madness. He does lose his teammates back in the site, but there's a couple more still standing strong. Olaf and Twists are the ones to get it over the line. This is dominant from FaZe on the CT side. That round there, they don't have the info about the outside fake. They don't know whether or not players have crossed secret, but they just commit to the idea that this was always going to be an A play, and they reap the reward of it. I love the reaction from Carrigan as well. I spoke earlier about how, you know, you've got like two very, very different Danish IGLs here. One that loves to throw himself into the chaos. He gets mollied off a hut roof, and Carrigan goes, all right, mate, now you've just brought the pain to you, my guys. He drops into the door, deals with them both. Blame probably would have played that very, very differently.
And the key there for FaZe is they just don't panic, right? Like that late round smoke wall comes in, they lose all info. There's nothing they can do about that. And a lot of teams would just start, you know, dropping ramp rotates, bring the Heaven player to ramp, swap this, and FaZe go, no. Karrigan says, no, just hold, just sit back and relax. They're going to do something. They're going to make a play. If it's B, we'll deal with that when we know it. We don't know it to be B yet. And yeah, they just deny that upper rush. Maybe another one here for Cole. They've only got pistols, not much to lose, and everything to gain. So fast through the door with a flashbang. Blinded are these CTs, and beautiful taps from the Tech-9 do get double openers.
Oh.
How has this happened for Cole?
Oh, the nade's good at least, right? Now you're kind of a bit more enticed back in to the idea of retaking. Brokey's throwing the retake flash. Oh, double up! Down from Heaven! He might have just torn this little eco round away. Cole, they were looking like they could have done something. It's all now hinging on Blame F. Poison in the door should be a dead man, and Blame's dead, so Poison's got to do it with the P250, and he can't. The defuse is found. FaZe off onto 9. Beautiful from Olaf Meister.
Mate,
I love it, dude. What year is this? What year have I woken up in? Olaf is wrecking these guys right now. He's having a great game. We're on LAN. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting nostalgia injected right into me.
Gravity is just all up in the air right now, Harry, right? That's 2 mid-air double kills coming from FaZe. Olaf falling out of Heaven, Karrigan jumping off the hut roof. Absolutely obscene.
Yeah.
And yeah, head in the hands. What else can you
It's
really
a real
do?
paradoxal, you know,
Yeah.
that's not a word, but it's like a real, you know, paradox statement.
Yeah.
Gravity up in the air.
That was the intention, but yeah, crazy rounds. Like, nice try for Cole. That was an eco. They get a plant, they get some damage, but man, when you go 5v3 up and you lose the round, they hurt the most. No matter what weaponry you brought in, you really wanted to close that if you're Cole. You're looking for anything on this T side. 9-2. Maybe some more smokes.
One of the things that's so impressive as well is like the kind of breadth of cooling out of complexity, the fakes that they've been throwing, everything that they've done has been very well executed on. And I think the reads out of FaZe of what have really set this game apart. Now they try to come up with a brand new solution to this outside problem. They go, look, we haven't fought through these smokes yet. So they try to flash in, and instead, Karrigan will be the guy to save the day, dropping the bomb outside and giving a chance to FaZe once more. They've seen this AWP. They know the bomb is out in garage. This is a wealth of info for FaZe to hold on to. And as they're clearing the lobby, they're opening up more positions to play this 2v1 out in. They've seen Poison outside. They know this is his domain. And they know he's got the bomb as well.
Yeah, I like the idea from FaZe there, right? Getting aggressive through the smokes. It's left them in this 2v1. Poison, given all the room to work with on B, he can plant. But they will double drop vent the second that they hear him committing, getting ready now to do so. Do they want to make noise? They do not care. FaZe are feeling it. They're chasing this kill, but Poison is quick on the AWP. Now he goes back for the double door, and oh no, he's open to Brokey. Missed shot, another attempt, the fake. Oh, he's sticking it inside of the molly. Get out of there, 14 health. And how does Poison still stand? I don't know.
Can he win it? Can he win it? The man that got away, Brokey's sticking the bomb, but if Poison swings that door, oh, if only he swung the door. The defuse found FaZe. They can't seem to set a foot wrong, even when everything's going right for Cole. The defuse stuck, and the round is secured for the FaZe clan.
Yeah, and Poison doesn't want to call that, right? He doesn't want to open the door and start hunting. He's on 10 health, man. If Brokey taps him with a pistol, he's done. Also, Karrigan, what was this, man? He's making the AUG look like an M249 in this game. He is shredding them. Many multi-kills off of the scoped rifle. And yeah, I'm very shocked that Poison stick that bomb plant as well. But at this point, you're not thinking about the fact that you got 4 kills on a plant. You're not thinking about FaZe's economy. You're just desperately trying to get on the board. And now FaZe have had enough of you. Karrigan pushed through the hut with a kill. Bye-bye JKS. And they're out and alive in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, I don't know, man. FaZe are exuding confidence right now. You can see it in every play they're making. Yeah. This round as well, they've gone back to fixing the outside problem, but this time it's in a different vein. Rain is down in secret early, dropping a smoke and denying this control down towards B. He's even got Olaf to help him out. This is a death sentence trying to commit through secret. Complexity, the one thing that's been working for them, now stands to get taken away entirely. What does that even leave you with at this scoreline?
Yeah, the smoke is such a middle finger, right? Like sometimes you want to throw in a util, you hope that the teams just think you're not there, but FaZe just go, nope, you can't get in. You're not getting a bomb part today, and they might reaggress. Rain all caught in the corner, down to Olof. He does get a shot off, and can stay alive in this 4-on-2. They've already started to flood the rotates down vent. Carrigan cleaned out by Blame. A weird round to be in for Cole. They've got to check up. They don't. Olof closes another kill, and Poison in another clutch. Probably too far gone, and it is. Twist with the shot, and there are FaZe's lower rotates again, looking as beautiful as ever.
Mate, you can. I was just about to say, right? There was that double rotate down to be from Twist and Olof. Oh, sorry, Rain and Olof. Yeah. And you know, when you lose the first guy, you could see it. Complexity, we're not ready for a second player. Like very, very rarely do you run into a double hold down there in lower. They get caught with knives out, with nades out. Yeah, and the round falls apart.
The saddest part about these T-side rounds for Cole is when they are faking out and they're putting one player down secret, FaZe don't move a muscle. But as soon as there are 5 dudes trying to get down towards the lower site, FaZe have got everyone in B.
Carrigan again. Carrigan blinded and finally dealt with. No longer getting these openers, but the rest of FaZe are. You cut the head off and 4 more grow back. Just Blame. What can he even do late outside, lacking anything other than maybe the element of surprise? But with so many bodies left up, man, you're thinking of every possibility. Now you've seen him, now you've got the info. And look at FaZe, man, they're just not giving him the fight.
Sneaky, sneaky. Gonna try and climb up. But already waiting in heaven is Olof, and he is not in a giving mood today. Lane, does he take the railing or peek lower? Yeah, he's going up. Olof holding for this though, and he's got a shot. Easy headshot for Olof Meister, and FaZe 12-2. It doesn't really get more one-sided than this, Harry. We've seen nothing go the way of Complexity. These gun rounds have been abhorrent, but not really in their own doing. It's more just FaZe's reactions more than anything.
Yeah, I really like. I think so much of the credit has to go to FaZe because I call it cooling a lot of like very, very varied plays. You know, like we've seen fast A explosions, we've seen attempt at these outside smoke pushes, we've seen outside fakes into late ramp control. They've tried it all and nothing is working. Nothing feels more constricting than that. Carrigan is going to make it feel even worse with some of these aggro plays he's going for. Another opener, and even though it's a 4-on-4 and an even trade, it's like the mind game, right? You've just had the
no
my word.
Did the smoke hit him?
I don't know. It looked like maybe Smokebug gave that away.
It's very
Twists with the double, and this is looking as good as done. JKS dead to Brokey, and FaZe have just given us a masterclass of a CT side. If that hasn't gotten you excited for the rest of the day, I don't know what will. There's still a second half to come, and FaZe are looking to book a ticket to IEM Cologne.
Hey Future Pros, back on Nuke today with a nade set to get you down secret. This is a set piece you will see most pro teams run, with some variants here and there. You will need 3 Future Pros for this execute and 3 smokes total. Future Pro number 1, you will need to line yourself up with the middle of this part of the truck. Aim just out to the left of the bottom left of the right window. Then jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 2, jam yourself into the corner of this bollard. Aim above the bracket on the silo and line your crosshair up with the top of this vent. Then simply jump throw the smoke. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the close smoke. To throw the smoke, hug the right wall while running and aim just above the first fence post and throw. If done correctly, you will have an easy access to secret, but remember, always have someone watching the flank.
Out of retirement, Karrigan is back, pumping up the team. All of FaZe shining bright in all their glory right now, and they don't want the good times on LAN to draw to an end just yet. It's addictive, Olaf, isn't it? When you get back on, he's looking to keep it going, and they would if they win this series. They would make it through to the next stage of IEM Cologne.
Oh, he loves the cameras, doesn't he?
He's missed it. He's missed getting a play up to the cameras as Karrigan.
We've missed him.
That's the thing. You know, I told you about FaZe. You might be wondering, where do I fit into this equation? Where do you fit into this equation? Well, we just get to sit back and watch some fantastic LAN Counter-Strike, ladies and gents. Second half about to begin. And it's Complexity attempting a huge CT comeback.
Yeah, what a treat for us at least. And oh, well, if there was ever going to be a way back in, that's the start they need. Poison with a tap and Config the same vein. Back to B he goes. Not looking to give FaZe a way back in this 3-on-5. Karrigan will attempt to walk out upper, but there's 2 CTs still here. He's getting played with right now. Even a heaven rotate. Karrigan's drawn a lot of attention. Brokey on the door. Karrigan eventually dead. And this shouldn't be too hard pressed for Cole to close. Ooh, I say that. Maybe I'm speaking it out of tune, but JKS with some taps will find a pistol round for Cole. First pistol of the series for Complexity.
3-1 in pistols for FaZe overall. They won both of them back on Dust. And the one in that first half here on Nuke. So, Cole, they've at least got the little boost, right? The little head start that they wanted to begin this comeback. We're still a long ways away from the realms of it, you know, coming into fruition.
Yeah, they showed us a really nice attempt on Dust, obviously, but, you know, all things considered, this is a little bit more difficult at a scoreline like this. 10 rounds separate the two. And FaZe, I mean, Deagle's second round, these are scary ones for Complexity. Flames having a look outside, but they drop off the silo and cross behind the smokes. What are the low rotates like right this time? Blame, he doesn't care. He won't let them down to B. 2 smoke kills from him. And hey, that at least confirms that there could be players down lower. That's a lot of damage through a smoke. You know that FaZe were committing behind it. So what leaves that of the round for FaZe?
Yeah, no, man, when it comes to like outside control, man, you know, guys like BlameF especially have played so much of things, you know, like ESEA refrag and restrat to really like drive home how it is you play this position in response to the different smokes that come your way. He's like a robot outside, man. I don't envy anyone who has to try and get past this dude locking down the outside area. And this round is a great example of why. He's on for the ace. He's probably not going to get it. Rush, don't be the kind of guy. Oh, it's Config. Classic Config.
That's Olaf. That's Olaf not going outside to give him the ace. That's a tactical decision, Harry. Someone's got 4 kills. You run as far away as possible. And yeah, some nice rounds out of Cole, back to back. They get rid of the Deagles. Easier said than done, but it all just does feel so impossible.
Yeah, I really want to like be romanticizing, because, you know, we're on LAN. How often does this happen? I want to be romanticizing a storyline of like, oh, well, Complexity, we've seen them do it before. And we have seen them do it before. But thus far, it's the form out of FaZe that's convinced me that this comeback isn't going to happen, right? It feels like it might not be in Complexity's hands. I would love to get proven wrong, though. And rounds like this, where you're just padding stats, you're building confidence, you're making money, those are worth it in the long run. 5-13, and now we've got the rifles coming back out for FaZe. This is where Complexity's metal is really going to get tested.
Yeah, deep breaths for Cole, right? Try to figure out what's coming your way. That's the big question. Everyone's a little bit nervous. Everyone's going to react quickly, but the pace of FaZe's T side is yet to be unveiled. They have no idea what they're up against. Bit of a pause before we get in. Imagine some tech stuff. Look like on the FaZe side, but obviously plenty of admins on the scene to deal with it. It's nice. It's a nice change. Yanko's lugging PCs back and forth.
Yeah. That's impressive considering he's a remote as well, right? Like he's like team viewering in. Like, guys, I got it. It's all good. We're waiting to get this one back underway. Little moments like this, right? Little moment of clarity, perhaps. Especially if you're a team like FaZe where you've got this big lead, right? You've got a moment now to kind of calm yourselves down. For Cole, it can kind of work against you having a little time out here. You know, you're left to stew in the rather grim scoreline that sits ahead of you, and that can either spur you on and you go, well, look, if we're going to prove that we deserve to be at a Cologne, these are the kind of games we've got to be able to turn around, or you go, my God, like, I've just had 3 minutes to think about how far behind we are, and I'm trembling.
You know, I'm not calling a comeback at this point, but what was it back on Dust? It was 12-6, and that game went the distance, man. Like that looked like a shoe-in for FaZe. All it takes is a bit of money to get lost, and suddenly, you know, there's a recovery on the horizon. But yeah, you know, 13-5 right now, similar situation, not pretty, but pressure's off in a sense, right? You're expected to get rolled here. Anything you do is going to be better.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, especially during online Counter-Strike, the amount of like big leads you saw kind of fall away from teams was just unreal, right? And we did even have that like in LAN on the back of like economy changes. You know, it felt like a lot of games would go the distance, even when it didn't look like they were going to. So, you know, it's not without the realms of possibility. You know, you don't look at this and go, yeah, it's done, I can close this stream. No, you definitely cannot, or else you'll be one of those people that go to the Reddit thread after the game and say, I turned it off when it was 13-5, thinking that FaZe had won, and then I booted it back up, and they'd been 2-1 by complexity. You know, and you don't want to be one of those guys, let me tell you. You want to be here for the whole damn thing.
Well, wise words, Harry. Well said.
Is the timer music even slower than normal? Or am I like freaking out right now?
I think you're just working at 120%, you know? Sped up by the glory of LAN. Yeah, I feel like it is slower.
It is slower. Maybe that like pertains to, you know, how far away we are from having this end, the tech pause.
You're looking into it too much. We're not going to have an AWP in this one, sadly, for FaZe, unless they want a glass, which is unlikely considering Brokey's already bought up.
Yeah, I'm curious what the plan is with Poison and his AWP.
Outside, mate.
Yeah, you know, and it wouldn't surprise me if we have him kind of floating over towards like the heaven area. Yeah, like giving a hand to both.
Going full simple, right? Like that's like Simple's got to be the best CT AWPer on this map when he's, you know, having a good game. Like how mobile he is, how he's able to seemingly be in 2 places at once. What? He just killed me outside. How's he round?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things as well that really helps in the Na'Vi squad with him AWPing on this map is like the duo of him and Electronic, right? And like the way that they're able to play off of one another. We can have something similar constructed between BlameF and Poison. You know, they could look to lock down that outside area.
Well, I'm sure FaZe are very keen to take on Na'Vi in this tournament, and hell, winning this BO3 would put them in position to do so. That would mean qualifying for the main event of IEM Cologne, $1 million on the line. That's quite a stack of cash.
Mate, and also, like, I just want to see FaZe like actually doing well for a sustained period, because like the thing with this team and this organization is like since they came into Counter-Strike, they've always had like great pieces, but they've struggled to cement any kind of era. Has been like, you know, a well-distant dream, mate. You've been nowhere near that. You struggled like chaining together victories. There was that point in time years ago where FaZe were like the guys who could, I say rival Astralis is maybe the wrong word, but they were the guys like trying to go toe-to-toe with them along with the Liquids. So, you know, I want to see a phase where it feels like they're in their rightful spot. Like, you know, up until recently, you had like just legends as far as the list goes down, and now you've swapped out Cold for Olaf. Like, it's still a legend of the game, man. I don't know. It just feels like this team has never quite hit the stride that we want it to. And maybe back on LAN 2021, maybe this could be the time.
Right, it's all about how you start as well, coming back off of this online period, right? Going back into these first real LAN events.
Yeah, right. I mean, everyone
want to start strong.
Everyone wants to walk away going, you know, like even if you don't take the trophy, you want to at least be like, okay, that was our first LAN, and we gave that a really good run. You want to be able to say you came into the LAN season, the thing that you've just waited over a year for, and started strong, right? And like started your legacy off well. You don't want to have one of these starts where you go, well, we got crushed, but there's next LAN, you know, like, well.
Yeah. You know, we've already had one team eliminated from this tournament. Harry, it is a very sad story. Mute if you don't want to hear spoilers, but this was earlier. Bad News Bears did fall in their 3 to LDLC. That's a shame, isn't it?
I'm devastated about that, and I know they will be as well. I would love to talk about it more, Hugo. You know I'm a big Bad News Bears fan. I'm a big NA CSGO fan. But unfortunately, no, I'm kidding. Unfortunately enough, we're back in FaZe 13-5. If you don't remember, it was a great first half. They were unstoppable. Call have won the pistol here to begin the second. They've got the conversions, and now they head into this one, up against Rifles on a bonus round.
Yeah, the big guns are out. Olaf putting pressure on Door early. have FaZe set up for potentially late smokes in the outside, right? Lining things up as we speak. AWP on Poison is, as we expected, towards Hell, very passive, but he can cover the cross until those smokes have bloomed. At that point, we're probably going to start to see rotates, right? Config dropping, Poison taking his position. Flames come up secret, though. That's early info. That's something here for Complexity. Even if he is mollied off, that's only going to be a few seconds. He can still stop the cross.
Yeah, the molly's good. Poison sees them crossing. He's called that info over to Blame F, so Blame is ready for a fight in secret. He knows that there are people coming his way. He doesn't know numbers. He doesn't know exactly, but he is ready to fight. Playing the pixel angle with this molly, drops it, but they come running through. That's exactly what Blame wanted. Olaf back in lobby, gets decapitated by JKS. And this round is starting to slip away from FaZe. They can feel it, we can feel it. Blame F still down in this B-bomb site. Pushed off the angle for a moment, but he's unchecked and traded after one. Numbers still dwindling for FaZe Clan. We need a hero to emerge from Brokey or Twist.
They've got one man trapped in B right now, but they don't know it. Config up on the balcony on the railing. JKS trying to cover. They do kill Config, but the bomb comes tumbling down, and Twist is now being collapsed upon from behind his rush, and two in front. He's not getting anywhere. Easy round for Cole. Really nice stuff for Blame as well. Gets one, falls out, goes 1 for 1, and even does further damage in that spray. Perfect round down on lower. And so FaZe back to the drawing board. First gun round, smokes to secret, and it doesn't go their way. You're hoping they have some depth here on this T-half, right? What has Carrigan been cooking up in the kitchen in these recent weeks? We're about to find out.
Considering that was a bonus for Cole as well, like they're very, very content with getting out with so many rifles. These are free upgrades for these guys.
Oh no.
Oh, that's a gnarly flashbang from Brokey, and it set them up nicely to get into the A site. You do not want to have it fall apart to the force by Config's AWP, good for one, and Poison finds another, but the nade chases him up into heaven and leaves it still with the advantage in favor of FaZe. Now this bomb is planted. Blame F is a long old way away. Is he coming up secret? That is a long flank out of Blame F.
He dropped vent early. He didn't want to go back up. They were covering it.
So a long way away. Config gonna be the point man to try and get back into things. Blame late on the main lurk. The molly is now given that up, so they know about him. They're also poised to deal with this Heaven player, and they don't give Blame F the fight in main that he was hoping for. As a result, the save call's called in. FaZe, they get it over the line with pistols into the A site, a flashbang to get them there, and they're up onto 14.
That was such a well-executed call for FaZe, right? Those flashes that you mentioned from Brokey were beautiful, and it's such unlucky timing for Cole because they drop Blame down the vent. There's another player covering door, but he uses his entire mag to spray the smoke, and as the reload comes in, the T's pop out. They time that to perfection. So, yeah, right with this opener here is the kill I was talking about. JKS had almost no ammo left, and yeah, they just clear up two. We saw that same round in the first half from Cole, where they got the double entry on A on an eco, and then they lost to the 3 players on the retake. We just had that for FaZe, but they actually managed to close it out. That's the difference. Oh, look dead on for Poison, but this is it. FaZe, if they win another round in a row, Cole's money is gone, and this series likely falls as well. Poison knows that. He's still taking all the risks.
Yeah, Poison's like trying to force respect out of FaZe Clan, right? He's trying to make them worried, but instead he becomes a problem for Complexity, giving up that man advantage to Twists outside. And now Cole falling into a 5-on-4. Not where they want to find themselves at all. With this triple smoke wall outside, you can cross into Garage, and that's exactly what FaZe are doing here. Looking to really drive home this control of outside. The bomb hasn't crossed either, so that's still freed up to go back into lobby and hit wherever you find success on the back of this outside play. If the guys in Garage manage to get a nice bit of real estate over towards Hell and Heaven, you're likely looking at an A play late in the round, splitting through, you know, Hut, Door, Heaven, and Main. Let's see what they're able to do, because thus far, Carrigan and Co have been out on an island here outside, but now he's hit this timing. crossing back into main to help out the A play.
This is perfect. JKS has a great position. If he just doesn't face, they might not check him, but Rain's got the clear. One man at the back of the site, and another's dropped off. Rain's blind, but he's still getting entries, and everyone falls here for complexity. It's 15 rounds for FaZe. Clean as you like on that A attack. All the CTs were there, but no one was able to put up a kill.
Right, when Carrigan was back home, he had his little noisemaker, he had everything to try and bring the hype. I want to hear what this FaZe squad sounds like after they qualify for the main event of IEM Cologne. And they are just one round away from doing exactly that. Look at these smiles, man. Look at them. They're feeling good about this right now, and with damn good reason. Anything Cole have done, FaZe have done better. And it's another one of these slow rounds out of them, knowing its complexity, feeling the pressure. This little fight through the ramp smoke could decide a hell of a lot. And so Config decides to bow out and give up this bit of real estate.
FaZe is so patient. Cole are about to get some info at least, coming up secret to clear outside, but it's not like any kills are presented, and now two pieces of your puzzle are really in dead positions, unless you get aggressive here. And if you do, FaZe is still waiting. Twist lining up some smokes. The call is, watch out on your top site. We have all this outside control. No one's moving with the utility thrown by FaZe. And luckily enough, JKS not moving too early either. Twist finally leaves Spawn with the bomb and sets up in the lobby. Oh, that had to be a kill. Boys is trapped now, and he hits the shot on the escape. There's still hope yet for Cole.
Oh, he's going back in for more. Yeah, Poison with the double dip. I don't know, man. It's bad manners. Has no one told you? He dies at the hands of Twist, and Olaf takes it even further. Is this the final closing moments in this series? FaZe trying to book themselves a slot at IEM Cologne, and they're just 3 kills away, but they can be the hardest to find. It grinds to a bit of a screeching halt in the 2-on-2. Worried about the lobby player. Blame, missed shots, can't deny that bomb plant. And so now it's Justin Savage up against it all, up against these animals on the other side. He's out through the door. Can he find them? Back in the site and one on top of Hut. JKS with the swing, isolates it, but Rain locks in the kill, and with it, woo, it's Cologne for FaZe Clan. They're going to the main event, a 2-0 over Complexity, and Complexity now have been thrown back into the balance themselves. They've got to keep on fighting through the play-ins.
Who is it?
I know you fear this prison. A prison you cannot smell, or taste, or touch. A prison for your mind, for your soul. I want you to break free. And I know you want to. You want to feel the taste of victory on your lips once more. And so, choice is yours. You take the blue pill, and the story ends. You wake up in your bed, and you're coaching that spawn-based Counter-Strike you've always been dreaming of. Or you take the red pill, and I show you how deep the casting rabbit hole goes. The team you're coaching? Cloud9.
Yeah, they done told me to.
Don't see door.
He's our door.
Nice!
Let's go.
Nice. Of course, yes, that's exactly what we're thinking. If we're FaZe Clan fans, but, you know, that'd be a little biased. However, they do get it done. They do get it across the finish line. For us, we look at FaZe Clan going on into the main event, and us being Jason, myself, Trace, and Yanko from a little bit further of a distance. Yanko, would you like to get in the first words?
Would you consider this to be a safe distance for me, Trace, or?
This is practicing social distancing as far as I can tell. We are
A little bit further, Yanko. If you could actually take a couple steps back, that'd be great.
Yeah. There we go. Okay.
It's got wheels. Feeling better now.
Nice.
So talk to me about what we see here.
You know what's also been nice, Trace, is this new performance from FaZe. I think it's safe to say. From the very beginning, you could see how they were able to pull even rounds where they were at the disadvantage, pull them in their favor, and I think you could just tell the difference right from the get-go. You could see how, even though the trades weren't favorable to open up the pistol round, here you're thinking it's a 4v3. Harry and Hugo are talking about retaking, but Kerrigan is not really, you know, feeling that. He's just not even letting Complexity come into the side. And there's been a couple of rounds like that for Complexity, right? This is the one where Olofmeister got a kill through the hut as well. So all these retakes, these post plans where you feel like Complexity has an advantage, but FaZe just with, you know, decisive decision making, with some good utility usage here, a nade from Olof, then a flash comes in from Brokey. They just commit to the retake, no hesitation, and really won a lot of crucial rounds, and I think have broken the will of Complexity in these rounds.
Yeah, and I have to also note, and maybe you took note of this as well, Yanko, is some of the flash utilization here from FaZe was on par. It was on point. Amazing stuff. We will continue on. We got the play-in bracket. We're not quite done with that just yet. We have tomorrow as well, where we do decide the final teams to go through. I have to look at this bracket in one way, and Jason's going to have to look at it in another. So how do you look at it, Jason?
I mean, it looks good. Obviously, NIP showing some really good stuff today. Vitality is who you thought you'd come through that one. That's a good win over Team Spirit as well, who's shown some dangerous things. And yeah, we have to decide OG and Big. FaZe Clan making it through as well. That would have been another team where we looked at if FaZe wasn't able to make it. Because remember, one of the big things was that interview that Kerrigan just gave a couple days ago where he said he thinks this is the best FaZe iteration they've had. That would be devastating if for some reason they didn't make it through.
Yeah, that would be a little bit of a ball buster, I think would be one way to put it. For us, we get that opportunity, as always, as usually, get to talk to the winners via Frankie. Who do we got?
Chris, I spoke to Kerrigan earlier. He did say that there were some nerves earlier in your opening best of one. Had they faded by the time you faced Complexity tonight?
I think they faded mostly. I think for me it varies per map because I have a lot of new spots, and obviously I feel like I have a little bit of pressure on me to perform on my spots, especially on land now. But after the opening match, I'm feeling pretty great.
Were you feeling that pressure on Dusty on that T side to start off with today?
Not really. It was one of the more comfortable sides. I think the way that we're playing helped me a lot, just because I didn't actually have to do my actual role. So yeah, I mean, Finn called a great T side.
So talking about complexity, it did seem like it was frustrating at first because Poison kept shutting down the pack on those cap pushes. How did you guys figure that out and manage to take him down for the second part of that first half?
I think taking long made them really uncomfortable. I hate to say it, but we kind of targeted the weak spot of the map. So we just targeted whoever was not performing to the greatest level, which ended up being Rush. And when they didn't have long, it seemed like they were really uncoordinated in what they were doing, and we were able to punish that.
Good to know that you're attacking your fellow NA players. Now, let's also talk about Nuke as well. You had some fantastic reads on complexities T-side. Do you think that was because of preparation, or again, was that just synergy in game?
Synergy. I don't think there was much preparation. I think we went over the map spots, or the spots that the players were playing right before the map, because I feel like they changed some things around before the event. And then, yeah, I mean, we kind of read that they like to go upper a lot. I killed Blame Off a couple times outside, and I feel like it kind of pushes calling to more going into inner instead.
It seems like this was a particularly satisfying result because you did beat Complexity tonight. I'm looking forward to the rivalry going forward. But for now, thank you so much for talking to us, Chris. Congratulations on making the main stage of IEM Cologne.
Thank you.
That's right. Main event there for FaZe, and surely that's not where the story stops. A lot of good looks from FaZe at that point. For us, we begin to take a look at how this all begins to shape up. There's still matches going on. For Complexity, on the outset of this, they go down to the lower brackets. They face LDLC, and really, I want to say maybe it gets a little easier for them down there, but then again, with elimination at your back all the time, it can only be so easy, Jason.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say, I mean, it's only easier on paper. Like, it's still very difficult to drop down and actually win those games. And like you said, especially with that pressure of potentially being knocked out completely, there's a lot riding. This is a team that's expected to do good. I mean, the entire thing that started this roster on the road was poor performances, so you don't want to slip kind of back into that environment if you're Complexity.
Yeah, and Yanko, I'm looking at you. I want to get a final point from you before we close this out for the day.
Final point on complexity?
It could be complexity.
I think
whatever you want, Yanko.
Anything.
Whatever I want, Jason. Thank you. I think a disappointment for complexity not to even make the series a little bit closer. For FaZe finally getting a win under their belt, right? A series win against a good opponent on LAN as well. I think this is going to help them a lot, build their confidence up for the main event, and perhaps they can do some more damage there.
Yeah, main event, it seems like so far away. It's really not. We have just tomorrow for the play-ins, which is exactly what it brings me to now. What are we going to be watching for this last day of the play-ins? I was wondering the same thing. Does look like EG versus Vici to start things off. Now, remember, these are elimination games. Complexity on the ropes. LDLC will be there. Mouse Sports also awaiting the outcome. And
OG Big.
Yeah, OG Big. And that one's still going on right now. Big up 12-6 currently. So, really, who knows where that one goes with OG and Big.
That's going to be a sick game. OG Big versus Mouse Sports. That one's going to be really dangerous. But I think you look at those two matches, and there's an obvious favorite in the first two with EG and with Complexity there. But also, just as we've kind of said a number of times, disaster for either one of those two teams to not make it for whatever reason. It's no mistake time for those two squads.
No mistakes. And make no mistakes, we will be returning tomorrow because that does conclude the broadcast for us. Today, at least, the day one of the play-ins, the day one of LAN is donezo. And we'll be back tomorrow, everyone. Good night.
Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes. As we move through the dust.
om 3 dage, drengene. Vi ses, Benja. Ja. Hello, boys.
I guess I'm a little nervous since I think everyone is on their first big LAN. But I think it's you're still playing CS, you're still playing the same game as before you joined the Tier 1 team. So I think that's something you can't forget.
Yeah, it feels great to be meeting my teammates back.
Cool to see some of these new guys just pop up, right? And now it's their turn to also show that they're here to stay.
Yeah, it's finally land and I feel motivated to play.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to like get back on lane now and actually know that what teams we're playing. This is a good start for Counter-Strike again.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Bye.